Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1 Huaguo, the central CBD area of the capital. A young man in his early 20s with stern eyes was looking down at a little girl sitting not far in front of him. Ahem. Are you okay? I was sorry for pushing you away just now. The little girl stood up tremblingly and rubbed her butt that hurt from the fall. She was about to say that she was fine, but she discovered a terrible scene. She raised her hand and pointed at Li Hao tremblingly and exclaimed, "You, your head, you, you, your shoulders. What are you talking about?" "It's okay, it's okay." Li Hao casually pointed to the broken glass stuck in his shoulder. The blood had soaked half of his clothes and said nonchalantly. At this time, his face was a little pale. He was out for a rare stroll today. He happened to be walking on the road when a piece of glass suddenly fell from the office building next to him. He pushed the little girl in front of him out of kindness. Wouldn't he be unlucky? But these are just commonplace for Li Hao. He originally traveled from a world similar to Blue Star, or finally traveled to it. He has gone through 99 reincarnations before, and of course the results were not very good each time. He died unexpectedly on Earth. Because he had always done good deeds and became a good person during his lifetime, he was blessed by God. He became an immortal in heaven. From then on, he was free and easy and returned to the mortal world. He could experience hundreds of lives. He chose the latter. Maybe he was unlucky. His first 99 lives were very short. For example, this was the first time he was reincarnated into grass, and he was gnawed to death by cows in just 2 days. In the 34th reincarnation, he became a tree, and he lived quite a long time in this life. According to human time, he should have reached the age when he should go to elementary school. Then he was killed by a bear that was stinging all over his body. This life is already the last of 100 reincarnations. Before reincarnation, God is helpless. You are going too fast. Others have not finished one life, but you have finished 100 lives. Promise to give him 2 gifts to ensure that he would not die prematurely. After saying that, he quickly arranged for him to be reincarnated, but this time God also kept an eye on it and arranged for him to travel through time and reincarnate again in another world. In this way, even if all preparations fail, the headache is no longer on your own, and you can let the gods over there worry about it. This last reincarnation is really good to say. Li Hao successfully lived to the age of 20, but he was still plagued by bad luck. Flower pots fell from the sky and fell into manhole covers while walking. These were common things. Once you get used to it, you will get used to it. I don't think it's a problem anymore. What is more difficult to accept is that his parents passed away when he was very young, and he became an orphan. As we grow older, our bad luck seems to become more severe. Everyone close to us, even our classmates at school, will often have accidents, ranging from injuries to death. Eventually he had to give up school and study at home, while staying at home as much as possible. The family is simply well off, and as long as they don't spend extravagantly, they can spend enough to reach retirement age. Of course, he may not live until retirement. Health and money are not problems. The problem lies in the planet called Blue Star. This planet is essentially not much different from the Earth. The only difference is that the population is larger. However, the resources on Blue Star will not expand as the population base increases. Although countries have tried their best to develop recycling resources and find renewable resources, they still cannot keep up with the rate of consumption. Blue Star countries are in urgent need of resources, and when there is demand, there will be desire. Desire will eventually turn into fighting, and a war is about to break out. The result is that no one wins and no one loses. The process of the war and post-war recovery have made Blue Star's already scarce resources even more scarce, and may soon be completely exhausted. Humanity will eventually destroy itself. Li Hao sighed, pulled out the glass from his shoulder, and threw it into the trash can on the roadside. Then, under the horrified eyes of passers-by, he walked away regardless of the blood still spurting from his shoulder. Rumble! Suddenly, with a huge thunder, the sky turned dark as if it was the end of the world. This is the eye of the universe. The ancient secret realm will officially open in 30 minutes. Blue Star has 240 countries, and a player will be randomly selected by the eye of the universe. The player will be bound to the country where he is located, and will be automatically transferred to the secret realm after the timer expires. After entering the secret realm, all players are asked to develop as much exploration materials as possible while ensuring safety. The basic rules of the secret realm are announced below. 1. The selected players of each country are closely related to the national destiny of their country. If a player dies, he will die completely, and the resources of his country will be halved. On the contrary, if the players gain resources, they will be fed back to their country with a 100-fold increase. 2. There are abundant materials in the ancient secret realm. Of course, high returns are also accompanied by high risks. Among them are known beasts and raptors, as well as unknown alien creatures and vicious beasts. 3. Not only are ferocious beasts rampant in the secret realm, but there are also many unknown dangers. 4. In the ancient secret realm, natural selection and survival of the fittest exist, so there are no moral or legal rules. 5. The performance of the players in the secret realm will determine the new pattern of Blue Star. Please be careful. 6. There is only one goal: survive. Obtain resources as much as possible. 7. Each country can send a message with no more than 50 words to its players every 10 days. Countdown, 30 minutes, the timer starts. 2959. 2958. The voice that suddenly appeared in the minds of everyone around the world instantly made the whole world boil. After all, the problem of resource depletion is something that everyone on Blue Star knows. The emergence of the secret realm brings new hope, the hope of saving Blue Star from destruction. A new pattern is about to be born. According to the rules of the secret realm, it means that everything in the past does not count. The world has been reshuffled. There are no weak or strong countries anymore. Everything is in the hands of players from all over the world. It was boiling. After a short period of silence, the whole world was completely boiling. 100 times the manifestation. That's 100 times. What is this concept? As long as you occupy one tree and one grass, there will be 100 trees and 100 grasses on the Blue Star. What if it is replaced by oil? What about the coal mines? What about other rare resources? At this time on the Huaguo social platform. F***ck. F***ck. Please tell me this is real. Isn't this a hallucination or a dream? There is a disease upstairs. After the identification, so many people are discussing. Are they all hallucinating? It is very simple to prove whether it is a dream. You will know if you slap yourself. Of course, you can do it if you are not afraid of being slapped. Try it with the people around you. Of course you can also whip your dad. It depends on whether your dad fucks you or not. Ah! I really hope I can be chosen, I really want to be the lucky one. I would like to advise the people above not to think so. It's understandable that you want to bring honor to the country, but are you really reliable? It's very dangerous inside. If you go in, I'm afraid the beast will thank you for the takeaway. Outside, your life or death will depend on you. It's not important, but in the secret realm, don't forget that the country's resources will be halved if the player dies. The problem now is that we don't know who the player is, otherwise we can prepare equipment and supplies for him. This is obviously Daxia's hope to become the most powerful country, but it can only be anxious. Almost at the same time, the performance of various countries varied. Random selection meant that one could only leave it to fate, and human power could not interfere at all. After all, if the selected candidates can be known in advance, even if they cannot be armed to the teeth, they can at least be equipped with enough weapons, supplies, equipment, etc. After entering the secret realm, you can also use this to increase your chances of survival and explore more resources more efficiently. After all, a new era is about to begin. Success or failure can happen in a split second. Heads of state have also held emergency meetings to discuss this major matter related to the country's future. Of course, there is no point in doing this. At most, it is to discuss various plans after the secret realm is opened. After all, even if the state machine wants to help, you have to know the candidate. People prayed in their hearts, prayed, and hoped that their player could be a special forces king, or an athlete, or at least someone strong enough to survive this exploration of the secret realm. 059. 058. I'm finally home. I'd better go out less often. I'm really unlucky when I go out. Li Hao has returned home and is about to clean up and change clothes. At this time, he was in a calm mood. He was neither excited nor worried about the secret realm. As for the reason why he can be so calm, just kidding, the previous 99 times plus 1 in his life, a total of 100 times of rebirth and death, as well as the early experiences in this life, have long made him develop the habit of being prepared for the collapse of a mountain. A calm attitude. I hope Huxia players are safe and receive more resources. Li Hao turned his head and looked at the dark sky outside the window. Then a white light flashed on his body, and after the light passed, Li Hao disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 2. 0000. The time is up. The transmission will start soon. The live broadcast room has been launched on various social networking sites. I wish all the lucky contestants all the best in advance. A huge voice sounded in people's heads, followed by dazzling golden light falling from the sky. After the golden light disappeared, everyone at Blue Star picked up their mobile phones, logged into social networking sites, and quickly found their own live broadcast room to enter. After all, it was related to the future destiny of their country, and no one wanted to miss any details. At this time, a subtitle has appeared in the live broadcast room, with the names of players from various countries on it. In the Huaguo live broadcast room, Li Hao's name also appeared. Although the screen was still dark, this could not offset the enthusiasm of the Huaguo people's conversation. The barrages came one after another. Pft Li Hao, Li Hao, Li Rishan? Just by looking at the names, you know you are safe this time. Hello Li Rishan, I'm Jia Rishan, please give me some advice. Your focus is very strange. Shouldn't you focus on the players' careers first at this time? That's it, what's the point of having a strong name? It depends on the profession. If you have a special forces king, then you can be sure. You can at least survive. Only if you survive can you have hope. The king of soldiers does have enough combat power and a certain amount of survival knowledge, but when it comes to survival in the wild, he must be a survival expert. By the way, this live broadcast room is really amazing. I can watch it even if my mobile phone has no data and is in arrears. What kind of alien black technology is this? Isn't this a live broadcast? Why is the screen still black? 10 seconds later, the originally dark live broadcast room suddenly lit up. Everyone held their breath and stared at the screen. In the picture, the sky is as blue as a pool of sea water, and a few white clouds are floating in the sky. Looking further down, everything as far as the eye can see is green and fluffy grass, with some blue, purple and goose yellow wildflowers sandwiched in the middle, spreading like a carpet on the ground. Wow, this is so beautiful! Blue sky, white clouds, green grass, and small flowers. This is a fairyland. Hey, I didn't expect that when I get old, I can still see the environment that existed only a few decades ago. I don't think I have lived such a long life in vain. Don't sigh or complain. The environment that existed decades ago has reappeared. Doesn't this mean that the resources here are very rich? We should be happy. Our players will definitely help us bring them back. Just when people were talking about it, the screen turned and Li Hao's figure appeared on the screen. To be honest, he was really confused at this time. I wanted the players to be safe and get more supplies. It didn't mean that I was safe and that I wanted to get more supplies. A lucky player? I am so lucky. Daxia has a population of 3 billion, and it's hard to choose a suitable person. Don't you like those warrior kings, athletes, and survival experts? I'm the only one who has to buy instant noodles without seasoning packets. There is no toilet paper in public toilets. If you add up to the 99 times before being reincarnated, no one will be unlucky enough to live a long time in one life. God is not open to his eyes either. This is catching a sheep and it's hard to get the wool out of it. But now that you've come, you can't retreat anyway, so let's just make peace with it. After thinking about this, Li Hao sighed and began to observe the surrounding environment. At this time, the Huaguo live broadcast room exploded. Speaking of which, Li Hao is not ugly at all. He can even be said to be somewhat handsome. His facial features are straight and angular, and his slightly fierce-looking angular eyes add a bit of evil to him. Of course, if you saw him when his face was not so pale and his shirt was not stained red with blood, I believe everyone would think so. When people see this state, their hearts can't help but tingle. What's going on? He's covered in blood and his face is pale. Is this a seriously injured patient? It's over, it's over. It seems that our player has just been injured, and the wound has not been treated in time. He may have bled to death without encountering the vicious beast. Shut up, can't you just hope for something? Damn it, why isn't the Huaxia player a king of special forces? How do you survive in this state? Let alone obtain resources. My little brother is pretty good looking. He's not stunning at first glance, but he's very attractive. His angular eyes are a bonus. What's the use of being good looking? The main problem in the secret realm is survival. If you encounter a vicious beast, will it not eat you just because you look good? The aesthetics of this race are completely different. What you think looks good may be ugly in the eyes of the beast. I might eat you first. There was a lot of discussion in the barrage, and some people thought with a sad face that this time they were in trouble, but there was nothing they could do, otherwise what else could they do? Leave the country of Daxia and go to the country of stars and stripes? This is something that cannot be done under any circumstances. If you live as a Huaxia, you will die as a Huaxia. For the soul of Daxia. Others go to live broadcast rooms in other countries. They hope that players from other countries are also old, weak, sick, and disabled. The result was a disappointment to them. Players from other countries did not meet their expectations. Not only were there no old, weak, sick, or disabled players, but they were all very strong. This time it's really cool. The Stars and Stripes player is a retired SEAL Special Forces elite and is equipped with thermal weapons. I went to the Bear Country, and their player was a burly man over 2 meters tall. Not to mention carrying Gatling, just the thick muscles on his arms. If he punched me, I would die on the spot. Sakura Country is a master of swordsmanship. He is a swordsman of the one-touch style. I heard that he has never been defeated. The queen belongs to Mr. Bei, the man who stands at the top of the food chain. Kimchi Country players said they were Taekwondo masters, and they clamored in the live broadcast room that Kimchi Country will become the #1 in the world, that their country is the most powerful, and that wherever the sun shines, it is Kimchi Country territory. Kimchi Country's funny style temporarily diluted the sadness in the Hua Country live broadcast room, but it was only temporary. No matter how funny players from other countries are, at least they are healthy people. Look here again, Li Hao from Daxia, his face is pale, his energy is listless, he is crumbling, as if he will fall to the ground at any time, and then never stand up again. In this case, let alone exploring resources in a secret realm, even in reality, it is necessary to send him to the hospital as soon as possible. Even if he is delayed for a minute or two, he may die. The whole country of Daxia felt lonely, and the whole country looked gloomy and gloomy. It is true that the environment in the secret realm is beautiful and the resources are abundant, and the corresponding aspects have been explained very clearly before. There are not only ferocious beasts here, but also unknown risks and creatures. The light looks full of hope, but there must be deadly fangs lurking in the darkness, always ready to jump out and end your life when you are not prepared. What makes people even more anxious is that when there are only a few players from a few countries left around, Li Hao still stands unsteadily on the spot. What happened? Hurry up and leave. We are already behind. Don't make any noise. I'm probably dizzy due to excessive blood loss. Let's take a rest. Isn't it time to set off? Compared with the noise in the live broadcast room, Li Hao also noticed that there were fewer and fewer people standing around him, and he was ready to go. Even though his body was swaying like a drunken person, he was still moving forward slowly, right? But he didn't go very far when he stumbled, then fell to the ground with a thud. When everyone in the live broadcast room saw this scene, their faces suddenly became clouded, and their eyes were filled with worry and sadness. At this moment, a large number of viewers from other countries suddenly poured into Xiaoguo's live broadcast room. It is human nature to like to watch the excitement, and Xia has always been the second largest country in the world. It has attracted much attention and has always been at the forefront. In addition, for such a powerful country, the player is a weak person. How can those countries that have conflicts with Xiaoguo and usually do not deal with them wantonly belittle Xiaoguo's chances? Stars and Stripes Kingdom sent a congratulatory message. We will pray for player Li Hao and hope that he is safe and healthy, ha 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 ha. Congratulations to you Mahi, pray for your mother's prayers. The player from Daxia looks so weak. I feel like a gust of wind can blow him down. The player from Sakura country, are the contemporary swordsmen of Baiken Itoryu. We will definitely win this time. You kid, get out of here. Back then, you said you were sure to win. You claimed to take over Daxia in 3 months. But what happened? Damn! A player from the Xia Kingdom cannot survive if he is so thin. Our Taekwondo master from the Kimchi Kingdom can defeat him with just one finger, ha ha ha. As for you, Kimchi country, okay? You are the most awesome, okay? The whole world belongs to you, even the universe belongs to you, Shabai. Hyuxia people can think this way in their own hearts, but they can't say this with their mouths when facing outsiders. We Xia people are losing more than others. But having said that, the gringo was actually right. It's really heartbreaking that such a seriously injured young man is tied to the national destiny and participates in such a dangerous exploration of the secret realm. Li Hao, on his side, turned over after falling and lay on his back on the grass, breathing heavily. He had to admit that he seemed to have lost a lot of blood this time. So he reached out and took out a piece of sherry rack from his trouser pocket, swallowed it in 2 mouthfuls, and calmed down. After eating the candy, his face turned rosy visibly, and he stood up with one hand on the ground. Holy shit, what did I see? I feel really good after eating a snickerdoodle. This is not chocolate, this is an elixir. You'll be fine immediately after eating it. How much do you pay for the shrimp bar upstairs? I'll give you double the amount. We are both mentally retarded. Shrek and Dove are the same company, right? I feel like I've eaten fake candy. I'm going to call the Snickerdoodle company to complain. I also want Li Hao's candy that can instantly restore me to my best condition. I'll give you 20 kilograms first. I'm not short of money. Netizens are of course happy that their players have recovered inexplicably. Who would have thought that one moment there would be pessimism, and the next moment people would be overjoyed? This great tragedy and great joy comes so suddenly. It's like a person who was paralyzed in bed, and suddenly he can stand up. This is very surprising, but before you have finished being surprised, he tells you that he can walk, and then before you have time to be surprised, people tell you that you can not only walk, but also run, tiptoe, and jump. Would you say you are surprised? Are you surprised? This is how Li Hao behaved in the secret realm. After he stood up, he first moved his body, looked around, and then ran away in one direction. Chapter 3. As the energy supplements were gradually digested, Li Hao's condition became better and better. After running for about 20 minutes, the shadow of the forest could be vaguely seen not far away. He began to gradually slow down, changing from running to walking, and slowly adjusted his physical condition. After all, the forest was not as clear as the grassland. There are too many obstructions and it is easier to hide. No one knows what is hidden in the dark. He is not afraid of dangers. After all, Li Hao endures an average of 15 major car accidents per year, accidentally falls into sewage wells 30 times, and is hit by falling objects from high altitudes hundreds of times. Just kidding, in the past 20 years of living, all kinds of dangers passed by him, and he was there every time, but every time he was neither dead nor disabled. Dangerous? Ha! There is nothing to be afraid of. Having said that, it is true that you are not afraid of danger, but wouldn't it be possible for it to bleed or be injured when experiencing danger? Shouldn't it hurt if it is injured? The other side. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, the top management of Hua country had quietly entered. While paying attention, they ordered the following: go and find out who this Li Hao is. At this moment, the secretary just returned with the file bag and reported with a constipated expression, "Boss, this Li Hao's experience is really a bit bizarre. You'd better see it for yourself." "Oh? Bring it to me." The senior management said incredulously that this secretary had been with him for decades, and even he found it strange, because he had seen so many weird things. He took the file handed over by the other party smoothly. It didn't matter at this glance. His expression changed from pity to surprise, and then from surprise to shock. "This file is sealed and encrypted and must not be leaked. All relevant information will be erased. But a leader is a leader after all. He has always eaten what he has seen before and makes a decision immediately after a brief shock. If the Huxia people knew that the only lucky contestant selected out of the country's 3 billion people had such a bizarre growth history, they could not guarantee that there would be huge riots." The audience in the live broadcast room finally regained hope. At the same time, when we learned that Discovery would be broadcast live globally, the official analysis team that had already been deployed has also settled in the live broadcast room. We also invited some of the most famous people in Daxia to serve as hosts and guests. The main purpose of doing this is to appease the public's emotions when necessary, and at the same time, the guests can reasonably analyze some situations. The state machine of Xia State was running at high speed, and the official live broadcast rooms were opened on all major platforms almost instantly. Netizens who were originally scattered also quickly poured into the official live broadcast room. Daxia has always had this tradition. When they are scattered, they fight on their own. Once a leader appears, they will unite together very quickly and form a rope. Of course, it is not ruled out that some LSBs are here just for the host Zhang Lingling. The host of the official live broadcast room is none other than the famous celebrity host from Daxia, Zhang Lingling. She can be said to be the most famous female host in Daxia now. With her profound hosting skills, pure and lovely face and well-shaped figure, she became the goddess in everyone's heart when she first appeared on stage, killing both men and women, old and young. At this time, Zhang Lingling faced the camera and began to speak. "Welcome everyone to the official live broadcast room. I am the host and your good friend Zhang Lingling." As she spoke, she gave a signature smile to the camera. Her smile was very distinctive, her eyes would curve like two crescent moons. Almost instantly, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments such as "Goddess" and "Oslo." The popularity is really high. For these barrages, Zhang Lingling simply thanked them and then came to the big screen next to them. The contents of the secret live broadcast room are broadcast above. Everyone should know that an unknown force has started an exploration activity called the Ancient Secret Realm. And our player from Daxia is this player Li Hao. Player Li Hao's performance seemed to be unsatisfactory when he first appeared on the stage. Fortunately, there is no problem now, although it is for an unknown reason that we cannot understand. Well, let's call it unknown. So please don't worry too much and still believe in our player Li Hao. With that said, the camera switched to the side of the guests, and Zhang Lingling began to introduce the guests present. In order to let netizens know more about the situation in the secret area, the official has specially invited guests to reasonably analyze the current situation of player Li Hao. And our guests all come from top figures in various industries. First of all, we are Hyuxia biology and paleontologists, academicians of the Hyuxia Academy of Sciences, Professor Zhao. Captains of the Hyuxia Special Forces Brigade, Captain Zhuang, and Daxia's top wilderness survival experts known as Li Ye in the world. Later, some leading figures in the field will be introduced one after another. Top domestic anchors, various national athletes who have won world championships. Generally speaking, they are all well-known and powerful figures. These masters in various fields have all been invited by the government to be guests, which shows that the Hyuxia government has taken great pains on this matter. If it hadn't been for the official action, how could it have been possible to gather so many big names here? After introducing each one, Zhang Lingling asked the guests. Regarding the current situation, Captain Zhuang and Uncle Li, as soldiers and survival experts, seem to have more say. Can you please provide analysis to netizens? After taking over the conversation, Uncle Li said, the visibility on the grassland is relatively high, and the danger is relatively small. I can only analyze the physical fitness of the players. From the beginning to now, we have almost 2 players. It's been more than 10 minutes, but the pace and speed haven't changed much. You know, this kind of rapid running consumes a lot of physical energy, and I don't think I can do it. The taciturn Captain Bing Wangzhuang nodded, as did the 2 well-known domestic sprinters and long-distance runners in the back row. Express approval. But the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. Zhou Xin, a well-known self-media person in Daxia and internet celebrity, suddenly said in a strange way, what's the use of running fast? Do you just run when you encounter a vicious beast? Are you in a hurry to deliver food to the beast? Players from other countries may not as fast as him, not as good as him, but he can fight. Look at him. He looked so weak when he came in and was covered in blood. He looked like he was beaten outside. He couldn't beat ordinary people outside. Do you expect to be able to beat a vicious beast in a secret realm? As for running fast, even if he can outrun ferocious beasts, so what? The purpose of the secret realm is to survive and explore resources. Can he really do that in this situation? He won't be exhausted every day, right? When Zhou Xin said these words, the guests and hosts present felt a little embarrassed, and even the senior Hua officials who were watching the live broadcast behind the scenes were so angry that they started to slap the table. Are you really mentally retarded? The atmosphere that the program crew had just created was disrupted by just a few words from you. Are you a real troublemaker? The official organization of this program was to appease the people, but the mood that had just recovered was brought back to its original state by your stick. Some of what Zhang Lingling, Zhuang Dui, and Uncle Li said before are indeed true, but more of them are to encourage the Hyuxia people and prevent them from losing confidence and hope. As soon as these words came out, a barrage full of negative information appeared again in the live broadcast room. But this is not the end, Zhou Xin spoke again, I have been paying attention to the live broadcast rooms of other countries. There is no need to compare. Look at the King of Soldiers of the Star Stripe Kingdom, look at the Hercules of the Mao Xiang Kingdom, even if it is kimchi among the country's taekwondo masters, which one is comparable to our athletes? Here I want to focus on the player from Sakura country, Baiken Itoryu contemporary swordsman. I am very optimistic about him. He is strong and capable of martial arts, and he is well prepared for food. All he needs to do is find a water source. As soon as Zhou Xian said these words, the guests around him were so angry that one Buddha left his body and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. They wanted to take him out and give him a severe beating. Zhou Xian doesn't care much about these, maybe because as a big V, he has long been used to being criticized. In short, it's me who says mine. What does it have to do with me if you are angry with you? You deserve to be angry to death. Zhou Xian continued, look at our player, who is in better physical condition and runs faster, he may not be able to beat others. I suggest you find a safe place and lie down. Don't die, lest you harm the country and us. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and a tall and strong young man rushed in from the studio. He pointed at Zhou Xian's nose and yelled, shut up, UBD. I passed by the TV station and after listening to your words, I really can't stand it anymore, you traitor and lackey, traitor, Sakura country is good, you go to Sakura country as fast as you can, Caoni ma, you thief, don't go out of the TV station at night, I'll be waiting for you at the door, I'll beat you up if you dare to come out die to you. The young man was quickly escorted out by the security guards. Although he was out, the movement just now really shocked the guests. After a small farce, the person showing the ugly face stopped talking, but the live broadcast room was cleared of the previous haze because of this incident. Damn it, that big brother is awesome. My mother asked me when I was going to go on a blind date. I said I already had a partner, and it was the big brother just now. Go away, that big brother is mine, I want to give birth to a monkey for him. Both of you upstairs, please calm down. You are both gentlemen. Are you planning to go to Savadika country? A few minutes later, Zhang Lingling's voice came out again from the live broadcast room where the sound and images were temporarily turned off due to emergencies. There was a little incident just now. I hope it didn't disturb everyone's interest, but that friend just now was really happy. Be brave and be able to stand up and fight back without sparing any effort in the face of certain bad things. Zhou Xian's actions made Zhang Lingling and even the surrounding guests a little unable to bear it. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, they would have really wanted to punch him. How did you invite such a person? You don't know how to look at people. Don't you know what the current situation is like? Don't you know what you should do and what you shouldn't do? If you want to say that Zhang Lingling is a well-known host after all, he knows what to do when, so he quickly changed the topic without leaving any trace. Uncle Li, let's continue the topic just now and analyze our contestants in depth. Chapter 4. Uncle Li stared at the screen for a while, pondered for a while and then said. First of all, let's exclude the injuries the players suffered before entering the secret realm. Judging from the current player's condition alone, it doesn't seem to have much impact. Secondly, to be honest, the situation is not very optimistic. On the surface, Li Hao probably did not carry any water or food except one or a few chocolate candies, and he did not have any weapons for self-defense. Therefore, the road ahead may be difficult. Extremely difficult. After saying these words, the live broadcast room became negative again. Of course Uncle Li knew that the reason why he was invited was to appease the people, not to create panic. But what else can be done? Just spread the word? Raise the public's emotions to a high point and then bring them down again? He has always believed that everything has two sides. It is already as bad as this, can it get worse? He smiled and continued, don't be too pessimistic. I wonder if you have discovered that from entering the secret realm to now, from the grassland to the forest, player Li Hao has not encountered even a so-called dangerous creature. As soon as Uncle Li said this, people who had seen other live broadcast rooms and came to other live broadcast rooms suddenly realized. It seems that this is indeed the case. Although players from other countries have not encountered so-called ferocious beasts, they seem to have encountered some large wild animals, such as bears, bison, and wild deer, even more than once. Li Hao's journey was calm, and he didn't even see a single animal hair, let alone wild beasts. Oh, I understand. What Uncle Li means is that Li Hao is possessed by a koi carp, and is God's illegitimate son? Can he seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and turn danger into good fortune? Isn't this a mascot? I'm looking for the same mascot. Some are private at a price. Looking at the comment posted by netizens, Uncle Li was a little helpless. He did not dare and could not draw conclusions easily. There are indeed a group of people in this world who are possessed by koi fish, but in real life, facts need to be presented to provide evidence. If you can't come up with factual data, then you are just talking nonsense, and luck is too illusory. Too metaphysical. Stop being ridiculous and possessing a koi carp instead of a degenerate god, right? That's it. What kind of luck can we walk all the way without encountering anything? We in Sakura country have already killed 2 ferocious beasts. We in Kimchi country have also killed 1, but the Hyuxia players just can't do it, Smita. Curry country followed the formation closely, and our country also successfully killed 1. However, Hua country's current situation is quite good. After all, he does not look strong and has no weapons to defend himself. A vicious beast will definitely encounter him. We'll shout, thank God for the takeaway, ha ha ha. Several malicious barrages from other countries suddenly appeared, like sparks falling on dry firewood, directly detonating the Hyuxia audience. Bah, you bastards who love to be dogs, if you can call the star-spangled country daddy, it's either the Kimchi country or the Sakura country. The key point is that you have the nerve to shout out openly, do you love to kneel down and lick the wild daddy so much? I have never seen such a shameless person. I think the leather is tight and we need to loosen it. Hello friends from the curry country, I have a question that has been bothering me for a long time. Do you prefer to eat siang flavored curry or curry flavored siang? Is it because your Ganges water is not delicious, or is your cow urine not fragrant? Take with your cow urine and your special curry or special sauce, go back to where you came from. 1 or 2 are really awesome, and there are ferocious beasts. They are just ordinary beasts. The Sakura country killed a wild dog, the Kimchi country killed a rabbit, and the curry country was the funniest, not even a beast. Is your squirrel considered a ferocious beast? Hyuxia viewers fought back fiercely, and some people also went to live broadcast rooms in other countries to investigate. In their view, no matter how bad Li Hao is, he is still a Hyuxia player. Even if he is not good, it is an internal conflict within our country. We can say whatever we want if we close the door within our country. It's not your foreigners' turn to make irresponsible remarks. Look, there seems to be something in the woods. Just when the live broadcast room was filled with barrage and chaos, the host Zhang Lingling suddenly pointed at the big screen and said, Ancient secret realm, forest. Li Hao was walking in the forest casually. To be honest, he felt a little conflicted now. He felt very bored because it had been almost an hour since he entered the secret realm. Apart from himself, there were no ferocious beasts along the way, not even a breathing one. At the same time, he was very lucky. Judging from his experience growing up and his bad luck, no accidents had happened for such a long time. He couldn't help but feel that something was about to change. In fact, it's not like nothing happened since entering the forest. Li Hao could always hear the rustling sound of running quickly in the grass in either his left or right ear, but when he turned around to look, he found nothing, which made him think that he was hearing something. Look what that is! Outside, the host Zhang Lingling pointed at the screen, her tone seemed to be a little frightened. Zhang Lingling seemed to have discovered something just now, but everyone did not find anything, and they were determined to find it this time. Experts and netizens in the live broadcast room carefully stared at the scene in front of them. Then he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. On the screen, there was a creature with its body covered in scars and charging towards Li Hao with red eyes. This thing looks a lot like a wild boar, but it's bigger and has bigger and more tusks. However, its current condition is really miserable. Many wounds on its body are still bleeding. There are 6 tusks hanging out of its mouth. The fangs were also broken and only 3 were left. At this moment, detailed information about the creature rang out in the live broadcast room. The ancient secret realm reminds you, Li Hao, a player from Daxia, encountered a creature in the secret realm. Scientific name, lurking raging tooth wild boar, special characteristics. Compared with ordinary wild boars, it is more aggressive and has the latent characteristics of cats. It is good at launching surprise attacks. Its fangs are hard and sharp and can easily pierce the skin of creatures in the secret realm of level 3 and below. Its own skin is also a defense full of strength. Skill, silently. Tip: all animals and plants in the secret realm, except ordinary beasts, are divided into 10 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 10 being the highest. Note: the lurking raging tooth wild boar is a single generation. It has lived in the evergreen forest for generations and has never left. It is regarded as the master of the evergreen forest. Any creature that breaks into the forest will be killed by it. If encountered, please escape as soon as possible. Holy shit, are you kidding me? What's the physique of the koi? Why is it that if you don't meet it, you won't meet it, but if you meet it, it will become such a fierce existence? It's over, it's over, it's really over this time. If we encounter an ordinary beast, maybe we can still give it a try. It looks like a ferocious beast at this time. All the biological information has been sent out. Don't panic. Look at this wild boar. It's covered in bruises. Maybe it's not that powerful? Give it a try and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Stop making trouble. Didn't the secret realm remind you? The defense is amazing, and the attack power can pierce 3rd level creatures. The bruises all over the body must be caused by creatures above 3rd level. Our players are just ordinary humans, so let's break it. I think it's better to leave the forest quickly. Judging from the note, it should be safe once you leave the forest. In the live broadcast room, after learning the news about this creature, the audience began to discuss intensely. Seeing that the creature was less than 10 meters away from Li Hao, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but clenched their fists and held their breaths. Most of the girls closed their eyes. They really couldn't bear to watch the bloody scene next. One scene. 9 meters. 7 meters. 5 meters. Miracles always happen inadvertently. When the distance is only 3 meters, the audience almost gives up hope and sheds tears. However, he saw that the running creature's front hooves were unstable and fell to the ground. Li Hao also heard the movement behind him. He turned around and saw a huge wild boar. Due to the effect of inertia, it was sliding towards him at an extremely fast speed with its chin on the ground. After all his strength was exhausted, the wild boar stopped at Li Hao's feet. He looked down at the creature. I asked you why there was a prompt message just now, about the angry toothed wild boar. Is it you? Little piggy. In the live broadcast room, everyone's hearts were in suspense. Why is your heart so big? You are still chatting with the ferocious beast here. Why don't you run away while it is stunned now? Do you still want to FK it after it recovers? How can you beat it? But in the live broadcast room, the audience can complain or give advice. A horrifying scene just happened. Li Hao squatted down and patted the wild boar's head with his hand. Hey! Hey! What about you? Give me some reaction. After being patted on the head a few times, the raging tooth boar, which was a little dazed due to the fall just now, completely woke up and blew out 2 breaths from its thick nostrils. Let me go, you have bad breath. This smell is really strong. Is your stomach not feeling well? Okay, little piggy, go home quickly. I'm not very hungry yet, so I won't eat your takeaway. Knowing that animals cannot speak, Li Hao still talked to himself for a while. Even in the outside world, he had no one to communicate with on a daily basis. The wild boar is still a living creature here, right? When he was about to stand up and move on, Li Hao accidentally slapped the wild boar's huge snout twice. At this time, a sudden change occurred. The wild boar's 3 remaining tusks were broken again due to a fall, which made the already poor family even worse. Now there is only 1 seedling left. However, because of Li Hao's 2 slaps on its nose, coincidentally, the only remaining seedling broke with a click. Seeing this, Li Hao quickly picked up the broken fang and thrust it into the fracture, as if trying to connect the fang. Of course, this was destined to be a useless effort. After trying hard to no avail, Li Hao looked embarrassed and said with an ugly forced smile. Little piggy, if I say I really didn't mean it, can you believe me? It was the little pig who answered him. Oh no, the angry tooth boar's eyes were getting brighter and redder, and the rough breath was constantly blowing out of its nostrils, and it stood up tremblingly. At this time, the raging tooth boar was really furious. It just couldn't speak human language, otherwise it would definitely curse. This is really bullying a pig, right? This pig is also the lord of the evergreen forest. How can an outsider like you bully me? You, an outsider, just broke into my territory. I wanted to attack you, but it was me who was unlucky every time. Look at my injuries, they were all caused by you. In this situation, Li Hao didn't hesitate at all, stood up and ran away. Just kidding, if you don't run away now, why don't you stay and give Piggy his dinner? Chapter 5. Damn it, you didn't run just now, can you outrun the wild boar now? You're still a wild boar in a rage. That's right, that's right. You didn't run away when the wild boar was confused. You didn't mention it when you chatted with it. But why did you take pictures of others? As if you were a familiar child? The key point is that you gave the person's teeth. Even though it was lost, it's still the only tooth. Where is the official? Why didn't you just send him a message to remind him to leave the forest quickly? Hey, what's the use of talking about this now? I just hope he can run faster. With luck, he may be able to escape this disaster. The audience in the live broadcast room shouted anxiously. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xian felt that he was doing well again, with a gloating expression on his face. Look, if you don't have the strength, you're hiding with your tail between your legs, and you're getting angry everywhere. Is that a ferocious beast? Is it something you can afford to offend? Good physical fitness? Can he run fast? Is it useful? Can he be faster than a ferocious beast? Not to mention this ferocious wild boar. Even an ordinary wild boar cannot outrun others. Let me tell you something. The fastest speed known to mankind was created by Bot. His fastest speed is 100 meters in 9.58 seconds. Rounding up, his fastest speed is 37.5 kilometers per hour. What about ordinary wild boars? It's 40 to 70 kilometers per hour, which means at least 40 kilometers per hour. Looking at this ferocious beast, visual inspection conservatively estimates that the minimum speed can reach 70 kilometers per hour. Not to mention whether he can reach the speed of Bot, but to say the least, even if he could reach it, he still wouldn't be able to outrun animals that can crush humans, let alone ferocious beasts. I'm still saying the same thing, it's useless to run fast and be strong. You must at least be able to fight. Now, I can only pray that player Li Hao is really possessed by a koi carp and can escape. But I am not optimistic about him. If he can really leave the forest safely, I will step down as a guest and log out of the network account. To be honest, this kind of person is really not good. If I can replace him, I really hope to replace him as soon as possible. Zhang Lingling sat next to him, her face a little stiff as she listened to Zhou Xian's increasingly arrogant speech. Here we go again, everyone knows what the current situation is. But Zhou Xian's remarks are undoubtedly not allowed as a guest. The mission of the guests was originally to appease and stabilize the mood of the people. These tasks were clearly explained to all guests when gathering everyone. Everyone else can abide by it, why can't you? Even if you don't have the ability to guide the atmosphere in a positive direction, can you please sit aside and remain silent? But when it came to Zhou Xin, not only did it not play a positive role, but he kept making things develop in the opposite direction, repeatedly acting strangely, and fanning the flames everywhere. This is undoubtedly unacceptable to anyone. At this moment, Professor Zhao, who had been silent until now, took the initiative to speak. I think, guest Zhou Xin, your remarks are a bit extreme. Let's think about the secret information. The raging tooth boar is the lord of the forest and will kill any creature that enters the forest, right? Most animals have territorial awareness. They will not allow strange creatures to enter their territory. This is normal. Unless they lack survival resources or are driven out of the territory by more powerful beasts, they will generally not leave the territory. Combined with the information given in the previous secret realm, this kind of wild boar has lived in this forest for generations, and there is only one in each generation. Let's not consider the birth of a new generation. Then where did the previous generation go? Maybe a new life is born. And the old life passes away. We also don't consider how they will reproduce the next generation when there is no female or male partner. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that they are hermaphrodites and have the ability to reproduce themselves. The audience in the live broadcast room was confused. They could still understand the previous content, but why did they start talking about biological knowledge later? Professor Zhao also realized that he had gone off topic, coughed slightly, and continued to lecture. Sorry, due to professional habits, we can draw two conclusions based on the data. 1. There are not many other species in the forest. There may only be some animals native to the forest. We do not rule out the presence of some small exotic animals. After all, they are too small for wild boars to find. 2. There are no large predatory animals in the forest except the raging tusk wild boar, or it can be said that there are no creatures that can threaten the raging tusk wild boar. So there are no creatures that can pose a threat to it, and it has never left the forest for generations, so how did it get the injuries? It looks quite serious. From the time we actually saw it until now, I at least found that there were 4 major wounds, which are still bleeding, and the left front hoof is suspected to be fractured, or at least the bones are misaligned. Furthermore, when the vicious beast appears, our player Li Hao doesn't seem to panic or be afraid. Instead, he can face it calmly and even talk to the beast. To sum up, I have reason to believe that this young man may not be as simple as we think. He may also have some hidden methods, but we don't know it now. Professor Zhao's words can be said to be a mixed blessing for everyone. The previous statement is sound and well-founded, but the subsequent conclusion is somewhat ambiguous. It seems that people can rest assured, but they cannot completely rest assured. It is normal to have this kind of mentality. This exploration activity is directly related to the fate of the country. Generally speaking, once Li Hao dies, the country's resources will be halved. Let alone rise by then, it will be good if it can guarantee its current status and not be bullied by other countries. On the small side, Daxia has a large population and necessary resources for life, such as water. The supply system has always been implemented. If the resources are halved, it will cause a devastating blow to the already poor water resources. It can be foreseen what a cruel fate the Huxia people will face. Stars and Stripes Kingdom, Black Palace. The president of the Star-Spangled Kingdom, who has blonde hair, honey hair, and a small mouth, is currently sitting in his high-end office chair drinking Coca-Cola. At this time, the huge screen in front of him lit up. The screen was divided into 6 large windows and a dozen small windows. The dark screens of these windows also lit up one after another at this time. Seeing this, Wang knew that he was not embarrassed at all and took another sip. Then I put down the Coke calmly. No one knows how to resolve embarrassment better than me. In this situation, as long as I remain calm and I am not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. My dear friends, this is the first time we have held a meeting of the Star-Spangled Kingdom Secret Realm Exploration Alliance. I would like to congratulate you again. In the near future, you will definitely be glad that choosing to join the alliance is the right thing to do. After all, no one knows more about secrets, exploration, and exploration of secrets than I do. We, the Sakura Kingdom, are following closely in the footsteps of the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. Long live the Stars and Stripes Kingdom, and long live the Secret Realm Exploration Alliance. We, the Kimchi Nation, are also closely following the footsteps of the Stars and Stripes. With the Stars and Stripes as the leader, we firmly support all the action strategies of the Stars and Stripes. When the leader of the Kimchi Nation saw that the Sakura Nation was the first to speak, he followed closely and expressed his loyalty. He was not ashamed of being a dog for others, but rather felt proud of it. Then the Queen's country, the Exile country, the Curry country, the South Vietnam country and other countries also expressed their stance. The king smiled upon seeing this, with a face full of arrogance. Look, this means I am the president of the Star-Spangled Kingdom. Who else can have such prestige? After all, no one knows how to be the president better than me. He pressed his hand down to signal for silence. Anyway, now that we are allies, let's start formulating the next action plan. First of all, the only two countries that can pose a threat to us are the Bear country and the Hyuxia country. As long as they can be eliminated, then everything in the future, whether in the secret realm or in reality, will be decided by the Star-Spangled Country Alliance. The player from the Bear country is equipped with heavy weapons. Even if the heavy weapons are excluded, that player's physical condition still has a great advantage, so we give up first. Looking at the Hyuxia side, the player was suspected of being seriously injured when he entered the secret realm. Although he got better inexplicably afterwards, his physical condition did not have much advantage, and he was not equipped with hot weapons, or even simple cold weapons. No, let's start with him first, what do you think? Wang Dong looked seriously at the heads of state on the screen. Of course he would not do this kind of thing himself, as that would be a disgrace to his status, so he would just let his younger brother and the dog handle it. Isn't it nice to be able to get resources without doing anything? No one knows how to target better than me. Although our Sakura country is very willing to do this, the distance is too far and we are powerless. Kimchi country is not that far away, but our player was injured while killing the beast and is recuperating. Look at this. Other countries have also expressed their opinions, but the implicit attitude is that they will not go. They use various reasons to excuse themselves, but in short they will not go. It's not their fault. Although everyone says that their country is very strong and invincible, they never take Daxia seriously. However, everyone knows their own affairs, and everyone on this blue star counts. Regardless of the countries that were hegemons in the past or are kings now, there is no country that has not fought against Daxia. The result, you can know it by looking at the current performance of these countries. It is absolutely fine for them to engage in verbal warfare and some underhanded tactics, but once they start a war with Daxia openly, no country will be cowardly. There is a special ferocious beast in the Hua Kingdom that is seriously injured and looks like it could die at any time. Now go over and kill the Hyuxia players and kill the ferocious beast, and you can get an extra reward out of thin air. I decide that the reward for killing the beast this time does not need to be handed over. All the rewards will belong to the countries participating in the operation. King Dong looked at the heads of other countries on the screen with encouragement, waiting for them to express their opinions. Mr. Chief Tong, can you guarantee that the reward for killing the ferocious beast will completely belong to the countries participating in the operation? If so, our country of Uni is willing. After a while, still no one expressed their opinion. King Dong's face gradually darkened, and just when he was about to slam the table and get angry, the head of the Yunni kingdom spoke. After hearing this, King Dong directly staged a face change of intangible inheritance unique to Daxia. Good guy. There are dark clouds one second, and the sun is shining brightly the next. Of course. Of course. I swear to God, I guarantee that all the rewards for killing the beasts will belong to the Action Nation. While making the promise, the king made a cross on his chest to show that the oath was established. Seeing this, the Yini kingdom also formally agreed. The action has been decided. If there is nothing else, then I declare the first Star-Spangled Kingdom Secret Realm Exploration Alliance meeting to be a successful conclusion. In addition, please ask all countries to urge their own players to explore and obtain supplies as soon as possible, that's all. With the order to disperse, the windows on the giant screen went out one by one. Wang Dong picked up the coke and took a sip. He squinted his eyes and sat back comfortably on the office chair. He sighed in his heart, as expected of me, I can handle the operation and the meeting. No one understands the operation and the meeting better than me. Chapter 6 Secret Realm, Evergreen Forest. Li Hao doesn't know now that the countries headed by the Stars and Stripes Kingdom have launched a conspiracy against Daxia. Of course, even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. At this time, he was running for his life, and at the same time he was muttering in his heart. He believes that except for being unlucky and having stronger physical recovery ability, he basically still belongs to the category of ordinary humans. He believes that it is impossible to outrun animals. But every time he felt the chill behind him, and the wild boar's thick snort even hit him, danger might come in the next second. The crisis will disappear out of thin air, as if it never appeared. Li Hao didn't dare to look back. Who knew what he would face when he looked back? Haven't there been many ghost stories? If someone taps you on the shoulder from behind, or calls you, don't look back. If you run around, you will live. If you look back, you will die. This also puzzled Li Hao. Could it really have been transferred? The bad luck that had plagued him for 20 years was gone? According to past experience, although he would not die in this situation, he should have been seriously injured long ago, but now he is fine. After running for a while, he found that based on the previous time interval, the piglet that was supposed to arrive as scheduled had not arrived. After a while, he still didn't come. Li Hao turned around sharply, and when he saw it, he stopped immediately. There was nothing behind him, so he searched carefully from front to back and left to right. Only then was it confirmed that, let alone the shadow of the little pig, there was not even a single pig hair on it. It's a coincidence that Li Hao is very thirsty now, and there is a creek not far from where he stopped. Hearing the crisp splashing sounds in his ears, he licked his dry lips, put his hands on his hips, and walked toward the stream while breathing heavily. The stream is not big, about 1 meter wide, and the water is no deeper than a calf. The water flow is a bit turbulent, and there are fish swimming in the water, which is very cheerful. It shows that the water quality should be good. But who cares if it is clean or dirty at this time of year, as long as there is water. Just lie down on the ground and drink it all. After drinking the water, Li Hao didn't have the slightest awareness that he was out of danger. He slowly sat down against a big tree, took out the chocolate candy in his pocket, looked at it, and put it back. Well, I seem a little hungry, so I'd better keep the sherry rack to save my life. Rubbing his belly, Li Hao raised his head and looked at the sky. God, please give me something to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a bang in his ears. Li Hao quickly stood up and glanced around. On the other side of the big tree he was leaning on, he saw a creature lying on the ground. It had blue fur and a single horn on its head. It looked like a rabbit. Holy shit, what did I see? You said it's not koi, but it's true. It's a koi carp. This is a takeaway from heaven. I wish you a happy meal. Okay, this is very metaphysical. Let's not mention the raging tooth wild boar for now. The front foot just shouted, and the back foot took out the food. Li Hao, Dad. Hungry. God, damn it. Come on, don't be hungry. Ha ha ha, although player Li Hao has not left the forest yet, he is finally out of the hunt. Now he has food and water. He will not deny his previous promise, right? I just want to see the bold words now. Is a certain Big V looking gloomy and livid? Please guide me. The director also naturally complied with the audience's request and cut the camera to the guest seats, which shows that Joe Xin is really hated by people this time. I don't know anything about water sources, so I won't comment. In terms of food, what's the use of just getting an animal? How to process it? Can it be eaten with fur? What to use for cooking? Make fire by drilling wood? Come on. That requires skill. I stick to what I said before, and of course I admit the promise. The premise is that the players can really leave the forest alive, but everything is still unknown now. When Joe Xin saw the camera pointed at him, his original gloomy expression instantly changed. This was also a strong man who had mastered the superb skill of face changing, and he said through gritted teeth. There was a secret hatred in my heart. This damn ferocious beast was not strong enough. Why didn't it kill Li Hao? Every time, it was just a little bit close, and then it fell down inexplicably. In the end, it completely fainted this time. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Why is this? If Joe Xin's psychological activities at this time were known to the angry-toothed wild boar, it would burst into tears of gratitude and shout that it's hard to find a confidant. Don't say you don't know why, neither does the pig. Li Hao picked up the rabbit and pondered for a while, then moved his hand to the lower back. This was the broken tooth of the piglet that he had inserted into the lower back when he was running for his life. This fang is about the length of a dagger, and it's really easy to hold in your hand. Squatting by the creek, skinning, disemboweling and cleaning the internal organs. After a while, the rabbit meat was cleaned out. Don't ask why it was so clean and tidy. This is due to his 57th reincarnation, although he died at the age of 12. But as a child of a butcher, I have been exposed to it since I was a child, and I even do it myself, so I still have 2 brushes. Then he collected some dry leaves and branches, and tied the rabbit on a branch. Are you ready to eat it? It's only a matter of time. It's still too early to eat it. The main thing is the fire. Just putting the meat here won't make it ripe on its own. Are we really going to make fire by drilling wood? Why don't we ask God to make fire? Let's see if we can get fire from the sky. Ha ha ha, don't make trouble upstairs. The food is suitable for God to bring it to you. It won't cause any disaster. Is it okay to send fire from the sky? It will also roast the little plums. While the audience in the live broadcast room was talking a lot, Li Hao took out a lighter from his pocket. Then he raised his eyebrows mischievously, as if to say, "Are you stupid? I have a lighter." Pft! Hit! Fire! Machine! Look at how mean he looks, I really want to beat him to death. I feel the same way. He seems to be provoking us. Feel the same. Am I the only one who noticed that a certain Big V was slapped on the face again? Oh, Big V was slapped in the face. I wonder if Big V has the urge to flip the table now. Joe Xin was looking down at other live broadcast rooms on his mobile phone at this time. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, he raised his head to see what was going on. He glanced at the big screen inadvertently, and at first glance, his face became even gloomier, and his eyes revealed deep hatred. I have a grudge against you, Li Hao? Didn't I just say a few words to you? I have told many people, but others are not doing well, so how come you are not doing well? I just finished saying this and you slapped me in the face. Do you want to be so realistic? After a while, Li Hao ate happily, and his mouth was filled with oil. Although there is no salt now, it is indeed lacking in flavor, but it is better to have something to eat than to go hungry. Li Hao's food was so delicious. I was so greedy that I quickly ordered a spicy rabbit head. How can you eat a rabbit if the rabbit is so cute? You must not eat a rabbit unless you bring one with me. Where's the big V? Why didn't you say anything? Come out and get beaten. Stop talking, I'm already hungry just looking at you. Let's go make some food first. The content of the barrage was very cheerful, but the content was really slapping Zhou Xin in the face. Zhou Xin was furious and became angry with embarrassment. How can you dare to eat strange creatures in a strange environment without knowing any knowledge? You should try a small amount first, otherwise how will you know whether it is poisonous or not? The food is delicious now. Maybe I will foam at the mouth and die in the future. Zhou Xin's speech became more and more outrageous, which finally made Zhang Lingling unable to bear it. She frowned, looked at Professor Zhao and Uncle Li, and asked in her own unique waxy voice. Professor Zhao and Uncle Li, one of you is a biologist and the other is a wilderness survival expert. Do you think there is anything wrong with the rabbit that Li Hao ate? What kind of problems might arise? Uncle Li looked at Professor Zhao, raised his hand and made a greeting gesture, indicating that the elder would go first. Professor Zhao nodded and said with a smile. There are more than 150 known rabbit species worldwide, of which purebred rabbits can be divided into approximately 45 species. These 45 species can be divided into three major categories according to their use, namely, food rabbits, fur rabbits and pet rabbits. It can be said with absolute certainty that it is impossible for animals like rabbits to evolve to be poisonous. After Professor Zhao finished speaking, Uncle Li took over the conversation and even wiped the corners of his mouth without leaving a trace. Rabbit meat is very good, high in protein, low in fat, low in cholesterol, easy to absorb, and very good for our human body. I love eating rabbit meat, haha. It contains lecithin, which is often said in advertising health products to promote the growth and development of children's brain tissue cells. This stuff can also strengthen the brain and improve intelligence, and prevent Alzheimer's disease. Girls, pay attention. Here's the important point. Rabbit meat also contains a lot of niacin. Regular consumption can make the skin delicate, white, and tender, and can also prevent dermatitis. Seeing that the topic was successfully steered in a good direction by Professor Zhao and Uncle Li, Zhang Lingling glanced at Zhou Xin, who was silent, and breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, this person is really annoying, always making random decisions. Here Li Hao had finished eating the rabbit meat, wiped his mouth, patted his belly, leaned comfortably against the big tree, closed his eyes and was about to squint for a while. Hearing rustling sounds, Li Hao opened his eyes and took a look. Hey, isn't this a little piggy? He saw the raging tooth boar facing him, standing less than 10 meters away from him. Li Hao stood up slowly and smiled awkwardly. Little piggy, are you here? Little piggy snorted twice, yet. I'm coming. You shouldn't have come. Little piggy snorted again, with a heavy snort, but I'm already here. Before the raging tooth boar could make any move, Li Hao picked up the broken teeth and rabbit skin on the ground, turned around and ran away. The raging tooth boar was stunned for a moment and then started to catch up. The heart said, you are a creature that doesn't play your cards according to the routine. I want to kill you, you want to chat, I listen to you, and you run away again. Li Hao ran in front, and little piggy chased behind. The speed was not proportional. In a few breaths, the raging tooth boar was behind him. Damn it, it's dangerous. This little plum is jumping left and right on the edge of death. Eat, 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 you know how to eat. Are you going to eat this time? You don't want to die of starvation, right? It's over, it's over, it's over this time. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Stop complaining. You can't eat when you're hungry? It's hard enough for little plum. If it were me, just running away like this, I would be dead a long time ago. That's it, is it really just a matter of knowing how to do it and then quitting it as soon as you learn it? If you can do it, you can do it. Don't say what will happen if you do it. The fact is that if you do it, just run like this. I can make you vomit blood. Everyone in the live broadcast room became anxious and kept posting barrages, some complaining and some still expressing support. Seeing that the wild boar did not fall down as usual, Joe Xin was extremely happy. He stared at the screen, clenched his fists hard, and thought to himself, "Come on brother wild boar, we are just a little bit close to death." But can he really get what he wants? It must not be possible. Knowing that he would definitely be unable to escape, Li Hao grabbed the pig-tooth dagger and swung it around with his backhand. Then he heard a pop and the sound of a dagger entering flesh. Then there was a miserable howl that echoed through the sky. After speeding up and running behind a big tree, Li Hao stuck his head out to see the situation. I saw the raging tooth boar rolling all over the ground, its left eye was bloody, and the pig-tooth dagger was stuck in the left eye socket, deeply pierced into the eye. FK, run, run, before it's injured and can't react. Are you so scared? Why are you hiding behind a tree and getting F'd if you don't run away? Run away quickly. At this time, the wild boar on the screen suddenly climbed up tremblingly, shook its head, and identified its direction. At a speed that had never been seen before, he rushed towards Li Hao's location. The hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room were in their throats at this time, and the officials were ready to switch the screen at any time, not wanting to broadcast the bloody scene. Maybe it's the pain, maybe it's the sudden loss of an eye that blocks vision. In short, the Lord of the Evergreen Forest was tripping over a tree root growing out of the ground while running at extremely fast speeds. Then, without slowing down much, he rolled and hit the big tree where Li Hao was hiding. Then, due to the force of the impact, the pig-tooth dagger completely sank into the left eye socket with a pop, going straight to the brain. Then, before the raging tooth boar had time to recall its lucky first half and its short and unfortunate second half, it twitched a few times and died. At this time, the live broadcast room was completely silent. After a brief calm, a barrage frenzy broke out. "This is fine too? What the hell is this? This. My mother asked me how Li Hao was doing. I said he was behind the tree, and she asked where the pig was. I said he was dead and was killed by a tree. She asked me who the tree is? Which country is it from? Abba. Don't everyone care about the reward? How to calculate it? Trees? Knives? Little plums. It must belong to Little Plum. Think about it, Little Plum swung the knife stuck into the pig hit the tree, and the tree killed the pig. So it means that Little Plum swung the knife and killed the pig. In any case, our players will no longer be in danger for the time being, which is a happy thing for everyone. Of course, everyone is not blindly optimistic, and is still a little worried about Li Hao. After all, he is still in a secret realm. Risks are always present, and crises can appear anytime and anywhere. This time, relying on luck or coincidence, he got through it safely. What about next time? What about next time? Can he still encounter such luck and coincidence? How will Li Hao survive then? Chapter 7. Just when emotions of joy and worry jump repeatedly in reality. The secret realm prompt sounded suddenly. The ancient secret realm reminds you, the Lord of the Evergreen Forest, the lurking raging tusk wild boar, special, has been defeated, and the Evergreen Forest is now ownerless. Huxia player Li Hao discovered forest resources, defeated the lurking angry tusked wild boar, special, occupied the forest resource Evergreen Forest, and obtained ownership of the forest. Huxia player Li Hao defeated the beast and gained points plus 20. After a total of 5 players gain points, the national standings will be opened. Contestant Li Hao's country, Daxia, will receive 100 times the manifestation of the Evergreen Forest. Li Hao, the first player to defeat the ferocious beast, received an awakening potion. Physical fitness points plus 20. Li Hao, the first player to defeat a special ferocious beast, will receive a special reward, and his country will receive 10 potential stimulating potions. Note, there are infinite possibilities hidden in the human body, and the human usage rate is less than 5%. The awakening potion can activate hidden genes and awaken the hidden potential in the body. At this time, the secret voice sounded in the live broadcast rooms of various countries at the same time. People around the world who were watching the live broadcast were shocked and speechless. Then Huxia officials also admitted that through satellite exploration, a large area of forest resources had appeared on the edge of the desert in the country. It is true that the resources of the secret realm are manifested 100 times. At first, people could only be dubious about the realization. After all, no one had seen the real thing, but it was different after official confirmation. The next moment, the whole country of Hua was boiling. Although it is just forest resources, it is also of great significance to Daxia. This is the first harvest after entering the secret realm. You have a soldier king, sword master, and so on. We still have daddy's favorite cub. No matter how good you are, you still can't let us take the lead. Damn, that's awesome. The first one to get the reward is true. It's 100 times more tangible. Li Hao. Bullshit, broken sound. Didn't you notice that potion? It should be similar to something in novels that can awaken supernatural powers after drinking it, right? That's right, everyone, calm down, calm down. After drinking that potion, our little plum will be able to fight. From this point of view, will other resources be far behind? Ha ha ha, then won't we not be able to see Xiao Litzi running away in the future? That is really a pity. Ziba. A person with such good luck must be from the blood of our kimchi country. Bagayu Road, does this count as defeat? The wild boar obviously hit a tree and died on its own. No, it's boring for you to do this. I know you're upset, but luck is also a kind of strength, understand? Little Japanese, if you players can do it, you can do it this way. That guy from kimchi country, as long as it's good, it belongs to you, right? Why the hell didn't you say that the sun is yours? Fly out of Blue Star and live on the sun as soon as possible, but don't go there during the day, it's hot, let's go out at night, ha ha ha. FXCK. This is impossible. Daxia must have cheated. I want to complain. This is unfair. The entire Blue Star was in chaos. The country of Daxia was joyful and celebrating. Countries that have good relations with Daxia are also celebrating. As for countries that don't deal with Daxia, there's nothing much to say. However, no matter what they think in their hearts, whether they are angry or jealous. Anyway, it cannot change the fact that Daxia is far ahead. Guests in the live broadcast room. Even though they are top figures in various fields, it also takes time to digest this sudden news. A hundredfold manifestation and the potion that may awaken supernatural powers. They also all know how dangerous Li Hao's experience was. Zhang Lingling's face turned red with excitement and she spoke. First of all, let us congratulate Li Hao for obtaining resources and winning valuable materials for our country. Although the process is somewhat tortuous, the important thing is the result. I believe that in the coming days, Li Hao will definitely make further progress and obtain more valuable resources for our country. Zhang Lingling's waxy voice contained deep solemnity and joy. However, a furious voice suddenly destroyed the current atmosphere. The person who spoke was Zhou Xin, the internet celebrity who had been silent for a long time and had just woken up from the shock with a frightened expression on his face. It's impossible, right? Why isn't he dead? A wild boar that big could kill him easily. How could he not die? He had to die. The more Zhou Xin spoke, the more outrageous he became, almost losing his mind. Then his assistant poked him in the back with his finger. Zhou Xin reacted suddenly and looked at the people around him who were glaring at him angrily. He swallowed, and his heart skipped a beat. The people who can come here as guests are all big names in the industry, especially these few around me. If you take any one of them alone, the background will be terrifying. This is not something that a small person like me can afford. I can still carry a few pounds. That, I didn't mean that, I. After stammering for a long time without uttering a complete sentence, Joe Xin could only lower his head silently. He knew in his heart that he was really cold this time. Previously, I just quit the internet. How can I continue to work in another industry? But why did he get ahead of himself? He made such retarded remarks. The highest conference room in Daxia. The leaders of each department were sitting upright. They arrived half an hour earlier than the scheduled meeting time. After receiving the news, they all came here from their respective departments without waiting for notification from the superiors. Comrades, you all came quite early, so let the meeting begin. Mr. Shen, the boss who directly sealed Li Hao's files, opened the conference room door. Sitting in his seat, looking at the excited old guys around him, he said with a smile. Mr. Shen, I wonder if these 10 potions. As the meeting began, a minister who couldn't sit still spoke first. The efficacy of this potion has been learned from the secret realm. Even those in high positions can't help but feel a little expectant and excited. So these officials all want to get an awakening potion. Although they are older and there is no need to use it, the younger members of the family are still young. Here, let's take a look. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Mr. Shen chuckled and picked up a black leather suitcase at his feet. Open it and turn to everyone. There are 10 light blue potions neatly stacked in the box. Looking at the medicine in the box, everyone in the conference room breathed a little quickly. They all rushed to speak. Mr. Shen, our military needs 6 troops. As you know, we have a heavy burden on us. The Huxia Academy of Sciences applied for 4 branches for scientific research. The security room wants 5. The supervision department doesn't ask for too much, just approve 2. The logistics department also needs 2. Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For the ownership of these 10 potions, the bosses of various ministries completely lost their usual solemnity and majesty. Everyone was blushing, rolling up their arms and sleeves, ready to fight at any time. Mr. Shen looked at the scene in front of him with a calm expression and chuckled, not finding anything strange at all. Because he knows what these 10 potions represent, it is no exaggeration to say that as long as they are used properly, Daxia can destroy any country on Blue Star in an instant. Seeing that everyone was almost making a fuss, Mr. Shen coughed lightly. The big guys also stopped pushing and shoving at the right time and became quiet. Everyone, there is no need to fight or grab. Departments with real needs will naturally have quotas. For departments without quotas, it is useless to fight for them. As the old saying goes, don't forget the well digger when you are ready. Young comrade Li Hao is fighting bloody battles on the front line, but we old comrades are behind the scenes, fighting for the results of the battle. What does it look like? Mr. Shen exuded a strong aura, and his sharp eyes like an eagle scanned the big guys present. Yes, Mr. Shen is right, we cannot let the comrades at the front bleed and shed tears. Then Mr. Shen, it's up to you to make the decision. We will obey the order. I agree to let Mr. Shen decide. Reconsideration. Elder Shen's words were like a wake-up call, making everyone wake up. It can be said that the people who can enter this conference room are the best among the best. No one is stupid, even if they are temporarily driven by desire and blinded by interests. You can also wake up and control your desires in a short period of time. After all, they still put the overall situation first, putting their country first and then their family. Comrade Li Hao is working desperately for the country on the front line, but he and others are making noises and even fighting for their own interests in the comfortable rear. It was indeed a bit unlikable. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but blush and feel ashamed. Seeing everyone's expressions, Mr. Shen understood that his meaning had been conveyed and nodded with satisfaction. Then I will propose a plan for you to consider. Some of you may have seen the files of this little comrade Li Hao, and some of you still don't know. Although he has no family, or even any relatives, I still think that he should be left with two unconditional give him the medicine to show your respect for him. This is a matter of the country's attitude towards him. In addition, I propose that when Comrade Li Hao leaves the secret realm and returns to Daxia, he can be given certain privileges appropriately. What do you think? After Mr. Shen said this, he looked around at everyone in the conference room and indicated that he could express his opinions. I agree, just do what Mr. Shen said. I also agree, this is what Comrade Li Hao deserves. Agree. Mr. Shen proposed, and all the big guys seconded his proposal and expressed their approval. Okay, since you all agree, then leave 2 potions with Comrade Li Hao and deliver them to him when he returns. For the remaining 8 medicines, 3 are for the military, 2 are for the Hyuxia Academy of Sciences, 1 is for the security room, 1 is for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the remaining 1 is reserved for backup. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads to show that they had no objection, as they had said before. In their hearts, the country still comes first. Of course, this scarce material must be supplied to emergency departments first. Besides, isn't Li Hao still in the secret realm? There will always be things like this in the future, so there is no rush now. Then let's stop here today and let the meeting end. Chapter 8. While the meeting was being held in Daxia, other countries were also holding emergency meetings. The content of the meeting mainly revolved around the realization of resources and the 10 awakening potions. When they learned that Daxia had gained the upper hand, they not only received resources, but also 10 potions. Of course, in their opinion, although resources are very important, medicines are even more important. They felt very unbalanced. Why? Why could Daxia possess such important strategic materials? What does this thing represent? It means that owning it is equivalent to owning 10 supermen and 10 war machines. They are also angry, if you, a Hyuxia player, are a big guy, extremely strong, and your arms are thicker than other people's legs. Countries can feel a little better in their hearts, but the problem is not that. You are a player who can only run when seeing a ferocious beast, and then a blind cat encounters a dead mouse. This is very unacceptable. Among the countries, those who responded the most fiercely were the President of the Star-Spangled Kingdom, King Xiao, and the members of the Star-Spangled Kingdom Secret Realm Exploration Alliance led by him. At this moment, King Miao was furious in his office. The high-end suit he was wearing was full of wrinkles and no longer as dignified as usual. The heirs were no longer in control, the hairstyle made of 70,000 stars and strips was messy, and even the coke that he usually drank the most was thrown on the ground. Of course, he had reason to be furious. The front foot just said that it was going to target the Hyuxia country, and it was going to kill the Hyuxia players and pick the peaches by the way. As a result, a few hours before these words were spoken, Daxia, the back foot, made a comeback. This is so shameless. I understand that Wang doesn't want to lose face. No one knows how to save face better than me. Of course, if you are angry, you will be angry, and the meeting must proceed normally. I won't go into details about the content of the meeting here. It seems that I'm just trying to limit the number of words. Let's just talk about the conclusion. The meeting concluded with several points. First of all, it severely condemned other member states for their inactivity in taking action. Although India responded positively, its inaction also caused things to deviate from the established track. Then, immediately contact players from various countries and urge them to obtain resources and medicine as soon as possible. The Hyuxia nation must not be allowed to dominate. At the same time, in the real world, member states have jointly launched various sanctions against Daxia, including political, economic, cultural and other aspects. It is bound to delay the development of Daxia. Daxia already has the medicine. If it is not restricted, the consequences will be disastrous. Finally, the targeting of Hyuxia players will continue. In addition to the Indian country continuing its previous actions, surrounding countries that are not too far away are required to rush over as quickly as possible to form a siege. Within the secret realm, players from other countries also received reminders of the secret realm. Some are happy for Daxia, some are jealous, and some are even more jealous. An awakening potion, although they are all confident in themselves. But who doesn't want to be stronger? Not to mention the dangers in the secret realm. Just say that when you go out in the future, wouldn't it be nice to be like a Superman and be worshipped by men and sought after by women? Among the countries that are jealous, the athletes from India are the most jealous. After receiving the information from the country, he was running non-stop, hurrying and slowing down, but he still didn't catch up. He believed that Hyuxia players had robbed him of his opportunity, or stolen it. The opportunity he had predetermined was in the forest, waiting for him to get it, but it was stolen by others before he arrived. What kind of thinking is this? He can make the robbery so justified that even he himself believed it. Of course, Li Hao was unaware of the movements of the outside world and players from other countries. At the moment he is studying this so-called awakening potion. I saw him first open the bottle, put it under his nose and smell it. Well, it doesn't seem to have any weird smell. Then he closed the lid again, held it in his hand, shook it vigorously, and stared at it. Damn it, look at it, why don't you just drink it and it's over? Master, Master Hao, can I call you Master? You have to be careful and hold it securely, so as not to break it. Don't hesitate, just do it, Ollie will do it. Li Hao was big-hearted and toyed with the small potion bottle nonchalantly. The audience in the live broadcast room was sweating. This is an awakening potion. Can you stop playing with it so casually? This little bottle gave everything of itself. It has made an indelible contribution to the great cause of building a harmonious society. Shouldn't you have the most basic respect for it? Li Hao stared at the bottle for a long time. To be honest, he was a little nervous. Awakening potions are something I have only heard of in novels. In the real world, this is also the first time for a big girl to get on the sedan chair. Regardless of whether this thing has any adverse reactions. Although my physique is different from ordinary people, who can be sure about the things that enter my body? In the past 20 years of his life, he has always lived in seclusion. If you can avoid causing trouble to others with this characteristic of yours, then don't cause trouble. It is said that in his experience, he was single most of the time. He has no relatives or friends, so it is a miracle that he has not turned into an anti-human personality. Maybe it's because of his personality. Li Hao thought that if he died, he would die, it didn't matter. But he is now bound to the state of Daxia. If something goes wrong, it will affect the country and its people. But if you don't drink it, this wild boar can pierce a third-level ferocious beast, so let's assume that it is also a third-level beast. They are all being chased so hard that the highest level is 10th level. If they don't have the ability then, what can they do to deal with it? If you think about it more deeply, you can really awaken safely. If you awaken a powerful ability, it's okay, but what if it is very weak? Or maybe you are just a waste and failed to awaken. Li Hao knew that most of the people were watching him from outside the screen. He no longer has parents or relatives he can be proud of. I really don't want the 3 billion compatriots in the outside world to be disappointed because of him. At this time, Li Hao was sitting under the big tree with a sad expression. He looked at the potion lying quietly in his hand with a somewhat sad look in his eyes. Why? Why do I feel like he is sad? What happened? It happened all of a sudden. I feel so distressed. Wow, it feels so uncomfortable. Sister, I really want to give you a big hug. Hello sister, I can do it, sister. Please give me a hug. Don't pity me. Little Plum, if you don't cry, stand up and me. Look at the two of you, do you really not understand the atmosphere? The host Zhang Lingling observed that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was a bit gloomy and began to guide the topic. We saw that Li Hao changed his usual style and suddenly became quiet. We didn't know what happened. To avoid worries, we asked psychology experts, emotional experts, and psychological counselors, Professor Zhang, to analyze it for us. After that, Professor Zhang nodded and started talking. We humans are emotional creatures and are easily disturbed by our surrounding environment. Human emotions also have peaks and troughs. As far as Li Hao is in his current state, I think there may be something in the surrounding environment that makes him emotional, or it may be because of the pressure of survival. Personally, I think it is most likely the latter. This is normal. This is a secret realm. Although the scenery and environment are good, we can't just be optimistic about the good, right? Let's not mention the danger for now. What's more serious is that the player's resources will be halved after death. This is what puts pressure on him. The mountain on my body. Such a lot of pressure would make me feel out of breath, let alone a 20-year-old young man. Give him some time, I believe he can adjust himself. After listening to the analysis, the audience thought about it and understood, yes, can there be no pressure? Don't they all say that you should not persuade others to be good if they have not suffered? Put yourself in the same position and think about it. Li Hao was just depressed now. If he had to leave it alone, he might have been crushed or gone crazy. To say that the speed of Daxia is different, in the live broadcast room, Li Hao was in deep thought because of his low mood. After receiving the awakening potion, the Huxia military began to work intensively on the awakening of the first potion user and broadcast it in real time. Damn it, have you gone to see the awakening announcement? It's too scary. Yes, Mom. I screamed so hard, and my body was as red as cooked prawns. The sudden barrage in the live broadcast room let the audience know that this potion was not that delicious. This is normal. Is there anything in the world that can be obtained for nothing? It has always been an exchange of equal value. Although sometimes even if you pay, you may not get anything in return. But if you don't pay, there will definitely be no reward. But let's not say that the rich second generation can gain something without having to pay. Being able to reincarnate is also a kind of sacrifice, isn't it a kind of effort? After all, they fought their way out from being surrounded by tens of millions or hundreds of millions of brothers, and finally stood out, ahem. In the secret realm. Li Hao's thoughts are also clear. No matter how weak his ability is, he will be stronger than he is now. Even if he is really not awakened, he will not be worse than his current state. With determination in his eyes, he gritted his teeth, opened the bottle, drank the potion, and threw the bottle away. In this damn secret realm, you don't have to worry about environmental pollution. It's none of my business if it's dirty or messy. Don't talk about me. Hey, I'm so incompetent. Suddenly, I felt my heart beating violently. Boom. 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 Immediately afterwards, a warm current spread throughout his limbs and bones. I feel warm all over my body and my face is filled with happiness. It felt like returning to my mother's arms after a long absence. There's something wrong with you, little plum, something very wrong. What is this? Why is it different from what we know? This is unscientific. Here, come and give me a scientific explanation of what the awakening potion is. This thing has already been released, and you are still very scientific. I hope it can go over so smoothly. Look how happy he looks. Don't make my Hao suffer. My sister will feel bad. Sister, sister, please, please feel sorry for me too, please. Just when the audience was confused, the secret voice appeared again. Congratulations to Li Hao of Daxia for successfully awakening and becoming the first player to awaken his talent. He will be rewarded with +10 physical points. Congratulations to the Hyuxia player Li Hao for being the first to awaken. Reward all citizens of the Hyuxia nation with +5 physical fitness and +1 longevity. In the real world. Almost as soon as the voice ended, a warm current rose up in the bodies of all the people in Daxia. Although the longevity has yet to be verified in the follow-up, the physique can be felt for real, and the whole country of Daxia is boiling. It's awesome, it's really awesome. Now my waist doesn't hurt, my legs don't hurt, and I don't have any trouble going up to the 8th floor in one breath. But I'm uneducated, so I can go all over the world with just one word. It's great, I can stand up again, I can be happy again, it's been 2 years, ha ha ha. Brother, in front of you, you seem to have exposed something. The highest organ of Daxia. How is it going? Mr. Shen asked his secretary with a face filled with anticipation and a slightly anxious tone. Mr. Shen, it's been verified that the people who participated in the sample survey have significantly improved in strength, speed, and endurance, and all the seriously ill patients admitted to hospitals at all levels are out of danger. The secretary handed over the document as he spoke. It could be seen from his slightly trembling voice and trembling hands that he was in an extremely excited mood. Okay. 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 Mr. Shen took the document, took a rough look at it, then slammed the table, said hello several times, and said with a smile. The order is passed and today will be designated as a legal holiday. Well, it is called Miracle Day. All non-essential positions will have a rest and students will have a holiday. The secretary took the order, turned around and went out to report. Only Mr. Shen was left in the office, holding the document and reading it over and over again. In the secret realm. FK. That's it. I don't feel any ability at all. Li Hao also heard the voice broadcast and learned that he had awakened, but he didn't feel anything special. He scratched his head anxiously. No, I have to try again. As he spoke, he clenched his fists and exerted all his strength. He was blushing so hard that he was holding back his neck. The audience in the live broadcast room were staring at the screen so hard that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The result is that there is no fart. Everyone was stunned. Hey, isn't it? Don't be joking. Isn't this impossible? According to the plot of the novel, generally speaking, you can know your abilities after awakening, right? Generally speaking. The scene was chaotic for a while, and the host Zhang Lingling spoke again. Friends in the audience, I think we should not be impatient. We have no previous experience in awakening. Although there is relevant content in the novel, it is not real after all. It can be used as a limited reference, but it cannot really be used as a reference. This is the basis. As the first person to awaken his abilities, Li Hao is the only one who has the most say at the moment. Maybe the abilities after awakening can only be discovered slowly, or maybe the abilities will not be felt immediately. This is all uncertain. Li Hao's entire face turned dark, looking bitter and resentful. I'm so FG drunk. Are you saying you haven't woken up yet? You can still miss me a little bit. But this secret realm also reminds me that I have successfully awakened. But, isn't it a bit too sad that you are awakened but have no ability? Sure enough, I am still plagued by bad luck. If I had known it, I would not have been entangled before. It is really a good thing but a bad spirit. Is there any worse result than this? Now it feels like, it seems that it is awakening, but it seems that it is not awakened. Physically, I found the feeling of awakening, but mentally, I seem to be a little bit lost. In short, it's like a running race. I was far ahead, but ended up getting lost while running. After a lot of trouble, I somehow ended up back at the starting point. Chapter 9. Yo Xi, isn't this a powerful Hyuxia player? What's going on now? Ha ha ha. Is it up to you to tell us whether we are strong or not? We need to touch reality for a while, don't just talk about it. It is recommended that the senior leaders of Daxia hand over the remaining awakening potion as soon as possible. We, the Kimchi Congress, will do our best to protect you. Damn it, you're so awesome, you're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue? This is the funniest joke I've heard in this century. You guys from the Kimchi country, you can't even beat the ones to the north of you, and yet you still protect us. Can you show some respect? How can foreigners miss this opportunity to add insult to injury? Entering the live broadcast room, he was ridiculed and ridiculed. Of course, the Hyuxia audience also responded fiercely. After learning about Li Hao's situation, countries all over the world were overjoyed, and their hearts instantly felt balanced. So what if you wake up first? Awakening is just sooner or later, but sooner or later there will always be a day when you wake up. You are awakened, but you have no ability. Our players still have hope and opportunities. What if they have extremely strong abilities? But what about your Hyuxia player? There is no chance anymore, he is already useless, okay? If we want to say who is the happiest person in the real world, it must be President Stars and Stripes. I understand the king, good guy. I was so happy that I almost jumped up. My temperament has also recovered, I have picked up my airs again, and I can drink Coca-Cola again. Sure enough, as expected of me, no one knows how to wake up better than me. Besides, for Li Hao, if you don't have the ability, you don't have the ability. You can't solve the problem by continuing to frown, and you have to continue to live your life. Studio. Attention. Attention. I just came back from the live broadcast room of any country. The players from any country seem to be in the same place as Li Hao. Yes, yes, it is suspected to be a conspiracy against Daxia. The other party has a gun. I hope the official will notify Li Hao to escape as soon as possible. Seeing this information, the faces of host Zhang Lingling and the guests changed. After discussion, everyone decided to contact the senior management immediately and request instructions. Hey? Are the two brothers in front of you real or fake? Don't joke about this. You can only send a message once every 10 days. Yes, if you post it now just for a joke, you won't be able to use it later when you really need it. Some viewers were a little skeptical, but there were also sharp-eyed viewers who discovered something unusual. Before he could speak, he heard a sudden voice. Don't move. Put your head in your hands and turn around. I saw a brown-skinned man with a tall nose and thick lips emerging from the grass behind Li Hao. He held a pistol in both hands, and the muzzle was pointed at Li Hao. It's finally here. The speed of our ink players is too slow, otherwise the awakening potion would never get the Hua Kingdom's turn. The Hyuxia players are also useless and wasted the potion. If our Indian players drink it, they will definitely gain superpowers. What do you mean by Yini country? Are you playing dirty tricks? Damn it, the intelligence is true. The Yini kingdom has a conspiracy against our Hyuxia country. Li Hao, run away. Just run away, how can you run when a gun is pointed at you? Can you outrun bullets? On this side, Li Hao slowly turned around. The man standing opposite was holding a gun, his eyes full of madness as he was about to get revenge. This made Li Hao a little puzzled. He was sure that he had never seen this person before. He has never offended the other party. But why does the other person seem to have a hatred for killing his father and taking away his wife? At the same time, the President of India was looking at the live broadcast on his desktop computer with a smile on his face. Li Hao of the Hyuxia kingdom will definitely die this time, but he has completed the task assigned by his father in the Star-Spangled Kingdom. Although there are some twists and turns in the process, the result will be fine. The President of India was relieved. He was still very stressed after taking over the task before. As one of the most powerful countries in Blue Star, the Stars and Stripes nation has many countries that want to follow it, including the Indi nation, but there are only a few committee seats. This is like a strong man recognizing his son. The one recognized by the strong man is his son, and the rest can only be dogs. Of course, as a dog, you also have to prove your worth as a dog. Once you are recognized, it does not mean that you will not have the opportunity to be promoted and become a son. This is not the case for everyone. This success is the first step to be recognized. After all, in the early stages of issuing the task, no country, including the committee members, took the initiative to accept it. Only India took the lead. Thinking of this, President Yin's heart felt hot again, and he couldn't wait to call the Father of Stars and Stripes country, eager to get the praise and recognition from the Father of Stars and Stripes country. Li Hao raised his hands and looked at the young man from the Indi nation who was pointing a gun at him as he walked towards him step by step. He asked, do we know each other? Do I have a grudge against you? The fierce look in the eyes of the young man from the Yini country became more fierce, and then he quickly restrained himself and pretended to be friendly. Where, I don't understand why you ask? I just came to see if I can make friends with you. No. What you said is too much. Are you treating me as a fool? In your country, do you always point a gun at others before making friends? Li Hao pointed at the gun of the boy from the Yin Mu kingdom with one finger and sneered. Don't move, raise your hands, if you move again I will shoot. I saw that the young man from Yini country was blushing, his veins were bulging, and he looked like he was about to lose control with excitement. Li Hao shrugged calmly, and then raised his hand knowingly. After all, it's time to play and play, don't make fun of your life. Just when this was extremely urgent and everyone was sweating for Li Hao, the boy from Yini country seemed to be going crazy. First he threw away the pistol with a whoosh, and then began to slap his neck with both hands in a panic. I seem to have a feeling of déjà vu, how about you? Be confident, get rid of the feeling, it will just feel like déjà vu. I'm a newbie who came here after getting stronger. May I ask what the feeling of déjà vu is? Hey, did you see the pig not far away? The last time I had this feeling was when the pig was chasing Li Hao. At the same time, Professor Zhao in the live broadcast room is a scholar based on scientific data. He is very worried that the people are too optimistic and rely on such illusory things as luck, which is unacceptable. After all, you can defeat death 10,000 times by luck, but death only needs to defeat you once. Then from a scientific perspective, it was analyzed that the Indian players should be afraid of insects. The most indispensable thing in the forest is insects. Throwing guns is due to conditioned reflex and other issues. Of course, Professor Zhao's analysis is completely correct. Here, the Yini boy also calmed down, and a sense of shame came over him. It was embarrassing, so embarrassing. Such a big young man was actually afraid of bugs to a morbid level. The most important thing is that he threw the gun out because of fear. I looked around but couldn't find the gun, so I had to pull out the dagger hanging from my waist and continue running towards Li Hao. Then it got even more outrageous. The Yini guy may be a loyal fan of ancient martial arts movies, so he must perform difficult moves when he appears. I saw him running, suddenly taking off, then doing a 360-degree forward somersault and landing steadily. Then he stepped on the thick branch used to roast rabbit meat and pierce the rabbit before, and Gudeng knelt down in front of Li Hao. The world is quiet. There was silence in the live broadcast rooms of Hua and Yin and I. The scenes followed each other, almost shocking everyone's jaws. Li Hao looked at the Yin Mu boy, and the Yin Mu boy looked at Li Hao, relatively speechless. After holding it in for a long time, Li Hao finally uttered a sentence and stretched out his hand as if to support someone. Well, kid, get up quickly, it's not the new year yet, I can't afford such a big gift. Li Hao's words made the Yini guy feel bad. This was supposed to be a cool and explosive debut for me. Land on the ground with a forward somersault and kill the opponent with one strike. As a result, I knelt down first, and it was broadcast live all over the world. The key is that it's useless for you to kill Li Hao now. You've already lost your face and you can't get it back. Ah! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! The Yinny guy slapped Li Hao's hand away, stood up unsteadily, and yelled in anger. He raised the knife and stabbed it fiercely, but at this time Li Hao glanced at him. Then the Yinny boy tripped his left foot over his right foot, made a grunt, and knelt down again. Li Hao had a flash of inspiration and suddenly felt some inexplicable feelings in his heart. He turned to face the big tree and said to himself, could it be that my power is in my eyes? Can I release pressure on others? That's not right. Doesn't the pressure in the novel always have a direct effect? Oh, I understand, I have bad luck. Yes, yes, this guy always does it because of accidents. The more Li Hao talked, the more energetic he became, and the more the Yinny boy listened, the more angry he became. He stood up angrily and slashed at Li Hao's neck with his knife. Then there was a bang, and the gunshot startled Li Hao. He turned around and saw the young man from the Yinny kingdom, half lying on a tree, dead. The cause of death was a gunshot wound that penetrated the top of his head, and beside him was that pistol. Damn it, is this even okay? It's come true again, the feeling of déjà vu has come true again, Xiao Litsi is awesome, broken sound. I want you to believe in science. Can someone explain to me what science is? Explain to me what the hell science is. It's like this again, it's like this again, every time I'm worried about Xiao Litsi, the opponent will have problems for no reason at first, and then he will disappear for no reason. Tip from the ancient secret realm, Gareth Hacken, a player from the Indi nation, died. He was attacked and killed by the blue-eyed dark crow. Tip from the ancient secret realm, due to the death of a player bound to the national games in the Yinny kingdom, the resources of the Yinny kingdom have been halved. The secret realm prompt sounded again, and then the live broadcast rooms of various countries were automatically merged into the live broadcast room of Yin Ni country. First, the reason for the death of the Indian player was played. In short, the pistol of the Indian player was thrown into a bird's nest at the bottom of a tree. After a while, the bird came back and found this dark thing, and then pecked it with its beak in an attempt to get it out of the nest. Finally, the pistol hit another branch when it fell from the nest. A fire breaks out, scaring birds and killing people. Then, the screen in the Yinny Kingdom live broadcast room changed. It directly became the territory of the Indian state in reality. India is a country rich in mineral resources, including oil, natural gas, coal, tin, aluminum, copper, gold, and silver. However, everyone around the world witnessed a very horrific scene. I saw that the fresh water in India suddenly dried up, the fertile soil turned into desert, forests, animals, and plants, including minerals and all other resources. They are all having and dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. All this is true. If a player bound to the national game dies, the resources of the country will be halved. This is no joke. This is related to the life and death of various countries. One wrong step and you will fall into the abyss. So everyone was shocked, including the Hyuxia people who had already received awards. The increase in physical fitness was very surprising, but when people saw this kind of scene, which was similar to the destruction of heaven and earth, who could not help but shocked. This is true for Daxia, not to mention the people of other countries who have no experience. After this suffocating scene was played, the live broadcast rooms in various countries automatically switched back to their respective live broadcast rooms. However, the live broadcast room of Yinny Kingdom has permanently disappeared from the list. Dear viewers, I believe you have all seen just now that half of the resources of the Indi country have indeed disappeared. The ancient secret realm is indeed dangerous and dangerous. Let us wish our players together and hope that he will have good luck in times of trouble. Although we are unable to get in touch, I believe that he will be able to feel the deep blessings given to him by the 3 billion compatriots behind him. Come on Li Hao! Come on Daxia! Zhang Lingling said these words solemnly, easily calming down the emotions of the Hyuxia people. Yes, we wish Li Hao good luck, he will definitely be able to do it. That's right, our little Plum is Father God's favorite cub. Wild boar, Indian clay man, all of them are out of the question. Others rely on strength, but we, little plums, rely on fate. I can't envy this. If you foreigners can do it, you can do it yourself. Seeing that the people's mood had stabilized, Zhang Lingling continued. Okay, let's see what Li Hao is doing now. After saying that, the scene turned during the broadcast and the camera cut to the big screen. What else can Li Hao do here? He is licking his bag with a smile on his face. It's really a bag licking, Inkpad boy's backpack. I feel quite happy, this guy has quite a lot of things. What about melon seeds, peanuts, 8 treasure porridge, beer, drinks, mineral water? Bah! It's a crossover. There are everything from flashlights to chocolates. With the small bag on his back and the small pistol in hand, Li Hao stood up and prepared to go on the road. Players from other countries must have run far away, and he was still wandering around this 3-acre area. He was not anxious at all, let alone panicked. Those who knew he was exploring a secret place, but those who didn't know thought he was just a travel companion entering the mountain. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Li Hao seemed to remember something, slapped his forehead, turned around and ran back. What on earth was he thinking about? Of course he was thinking about the piggy, meat. Cut this into a piece, now it has salt, bake it in the evening, and eat it deliciously. Hey, what are you doing, little Plum? Why are you running back? Maybe you forgot something? You'll know in a moment. Li Hao ran back in a hurry and was immediately dumbfounded. What am I, a pig? Where did the angry tusked wild boar like me go? I saw that where the carcass of the raging toothed wild boar had been, not a single hair was left. It wasn't like there was nothing, there was a reddish-brown stone about half a meter in diameter on the ground. Chapter 10. Li Hao is very angry now, very angry, because he didn't get to eat the pork in the evening. He orts, kneeling on the ground like this, holding his small fist and hammering the stone next to him. Suddenly, there was only a click, and Li Hao couldn't help but be startled, thinking to himself, am I already so powerful? I can break a stone with a hammer? I didn't use any strength. Then, there was another clicking sound. Then the stone suddenly burst into a burst of dazzling white light. After the light passed, I saw a pink and tender piglet, not much bigger than Li Hao's hand, looking up at him. FK. 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 No, besides saying F***ck, what else can you say? It's you every time, and you always start with F***ck. But I am uneducated, so I can conquer the world with just one word. Excuse me, are pigs hatched from eggs? In the broadcast room, Professor Zhao suddenly felt very tired, and this problem has gone beyond the scope of known biology, okay? Who has seen oviparous pigs? Are your pigs oviparous? Li Hao glanced at the pink pig, and one glance made the pig tremble all over. It has a kind of fear brought from blood to Li Hao. Li Hao takes 1 step forward, and the little pig takes 3 steps back. Li Hao takes 1 step back, and the little pig takes 3 steps forward. The two people are not right, and the two things are not right either. The two just maintain the same distance, neither increasing nor decreasing, facing each other from afar. At this time, Li Hao suddenly jumped forward, grabbed the pink piglet firmly with both hands, and shouted. Your father? No. Maybe your mother, where is the body? Say it. Where did you hide my pork? You've been making trouble for a long time and you came back here just for pork. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. I can't stand it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Pigs are so cute. Don't abuse them. Pork tastes really good. The pictures in the secret realm directly turned the live broadcast room into a sea of joy. Li Hao grabbed the pink pig and shook it vigorously while still talking. Should you tell me? Do you want to tell me or not? If you don't hand over my pork, I will put you in the pot tonight. The pink pig struggled desperately, but could not escape from the clutches. The pink piggy felt sad for a while. Mom, ah. Or it could be Daddy, little piggy, I'm going to die. I really regret not heeding the warning in the bloodline inheritance and not running away immediately when I saw the two-legged beast. That's right, everything about the lurking fang wild boar is passed down through blood. After the previous generation dies, the flesh and blood will form stone eggs, and a new generation will be born in the eggs. They are born knowing that everything and experiences experienced by previous generations will be passed on to the next generation through their bloodline. The pink pig's father was the angry tusked wild boar that crashed into a tree and died tragically. It was once the most powerful creature in this forest, the strongest pig in the family history, and the king of this forest. Its family has been passed down from generation to generation and has lived in this forest for thousands of years. There have always been two iron laws in their bloodline inheritance. The first is to prevent fire. This forest is their home. Once it catches fire, their home will be gone, so fire prevention must be done. The second is to guard against theft. There are always some coquettish bee out there who covet the forest that belongs to their family. This is their home. You always want to come into our house without saying hello to us. This is obviously trying to steal something. Is this possible? This is not possible, kill them with our sharp fangs. Originally, the pink pig's father would stick to these two iron rules, live happily in this forest, and then pass everything on to the next generation with the power of blood. Until that day, Dad met a hateful two-legged beast. He shamefully broke into the forest belonging to their family without saying hello. Dad felt that this damn two-legged beast must also be a robber, so he decided to kill him. However, the invincible father was repeatedly frustrated and hit a wall in front of these two-legged beasts. He was constantly being manipulated by the two-legged beasts, and in the end he could only die with hatred. Before he died, he finally learned the name of the two-legged beast that made his father, who was fearless in the face of no matter how ferocious or vicious the beast, still feel fear, Li Hao. Since then, another iron law has been added to the lurking fury boar family to guard against Li Hao. At this time, the struggling pink pig's physical strength was getting less and less. It swore that it just wanted to see this two-legged beast that could be added to the iron law. He was caught unexpectedly. Piggy had no strength left. Piggy was about to die. Tears began to fall from her little eyes. Hey, let it go, it's already crying. Piggy is so pathetic, stop bullying Piggy. Yes, it is still a child, little plum. Isn't it wrong for an adult like you to bully a child? Hey, stop being funny, okay? No matter how young it is still the child of a ferocious beast. That is to say, can we say goodbye to the Holy Mother? If a child enters the secret realm, do you think the vicious beast will let him go? Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room divided into two groups and began to quarrel fiercely. Host Zhang Lingling had no choice but to come out quickly to control the situation. Friends in the audience, please stop arguing for now. Let's listen to the analysis of the guests and see what they think, okay? I think it should be released and domesticated. After all, Daxia has been domesticating animals thousands of years ago, and it is still in its infancy. It is equivalent to a blank sheet of paper for any species. As long as education if appropriate, many things can still be changed. After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, psychology Professor Zhang spoke first. Professor Zhang and I have different opinions. I think they must not be released. Professor Zhang is indeed right about domesticating animals. Our country in Daxia has been domesticating animals thousands of years ago, but the domestication of animals is a process that requires countless breedings. It's a very long process. In the former Woolly Bear Federation, there was a scientist who spent 60 years truly domesticating foxes, and this was still due to human intervention. And even if they are domesticated animals, there will still be wildness in their blood. This is their instinct and cannot be changed. As for education, ferocious beasts are completely unknown to us. I have never seen pigs that can reproduce without mating, and I have never seen pigs whose bodies turn into stones after their parents die. I have never heard of a pig born in the middle. Since it can transcend the category of known creatures, there is no guarantee that there is nothing else hidden in its blood. So I insist that it should be killed. As soon as Professor Zhang finished speaking, Professor Zhao hurriedly spoke, and listening to Professor Zhao's words, Captain Zhuang and Uncle Li next to him also nodded frequently. Express support, ferocious beasts are ferocious beasts after all. Zhang Lingling has a headache now. She really shouldn't talk too much and let the guests analyze her. No, the audience's debate has not ended yet. The two professors started to quarrel again, saying executioner and Saint BCH. Seeing this, Zhang Lingling had to change the topic again. Dear guests, dear audience friends, these things we have said do not count. Let's put aside the quarrel first and see what Li Hao does. Li Hao was stunned for a moment when he saw the pink pig clattering to tears. He thought, damn it, this thing is very emotional, and it can cry. The little pig could no longer struggle due to lack of strength, as if he had resigned to his fate. Suddenly I remembered the last words left by my father in the blood inheritance, if one day you meet the two-legged beast Li Hao, don't fight if you really can't beat him. Since you can't beat him, then join him. A trace of determination flashed in the pink pig's eyes. Okay Dad, I understand Dad. Then he lowered his head decisively and took a sip with Li Hao's thumb. Li Hao was still dazed when he felt a pain in his hand. When he took a look, he saw a small tooth mark on his left thumb, with blood still oozing from it. Look! Look! Let me tell you, the cubs of ferocious beasts are also ferocious beasts. Dogs can never change their eating habits. Dog, what the hell have we done to you? Let me tell you, we no longer like eating food. We eat better than you. Professor Zhao raised his eyebrows and said with an arrogant look. Professor Zhang was speechless and gritted his teeth angrily. Li Hao pulled out the dagger with a swish. Okay, you still dare to bite me? Why don't you give me a pillow now that you're asleep? I'm worried about what reason I have to kill you for meat. Seeing this, the pink pig crawled on the ground, shivering. No, don't come over. At this time, the voice of the secret realm sounded again. The lurking raging tusk wild boar, young, special, is born and becomes the master of the evergreen forest, special. Huxia player Li Hao encountered a lurking angry tusked wild boar, special, young. Latent raging tooth wild boar, special, young, took the initiative to conclude a contract with Huxia player Li Hao. Contract type, blood contract master and servant. Huxia player Li Hao became the master of the evergreen forest, special. Note, evergreen forest, special, cannot be realized and can be used as territory. Note, low-level ordinary contract types are divided into subordinate, equal, and master-servant. High-level blood contract types are divided into blood contract subordinate, blood contract equal, and blood contract master-servant. Master Yin, I am very good and obedient, please don't hurt me. Suddenly a childish voice came from his mind, and Li Hao looked around for it. Suddenly, he felt something moving next to his leg. When he lowered his head, he saw that the pink pig was hugging his leg, rubbing it with his head and making a humming sound. Master Silver, Master Silver. Looking at the pink pig, Li Hao actually felt a sense of intimacy in his heart. He thought it was the function of the blood contract, which originated from the power of the blood. He picked up the little pig and smiled. Okay, I can still talk, not bad. If the audience is already used to the secret realm prompts, then Li Hao's words speak volumes. It was like adding water to hot oil, directly detonating the live broadcast room. What does Li Hao mean by this? Can you talk? Who spoke? I heard Li Hao speak, and the other one was Zhu Hung Hung. It's not just because of stress, right? Are you hallucinating? What are you talking about? Can you hope for the best? In the spirit of asking if you don't understand, the host Zhang Lingling looked at the psychology expert Professor Zhang and asked innocently. Professor Zhang, as a psychology expert, what do you think of this matter? Did Li Hao really suffer from mental illness due to excessive stress? Professor Zhang pondered for a moment and then answered. Behaviorally speaking, Li Hao's current behavior does not meet the category of a psychopath. What is suspicious is that he said pigs can talk, and it gives the impression that he is talking to pigs. But have you noticed? When he talks, the pig is quiet, but when he is quiet, the pig keeps humming. It seems like the two are really having a conversation. As for the blood contract, as Professor Zhao said, no one knows what is hidden in the wild boar's bloodline. And blood is a bit mysterious. For example, when twin sisters or brothers who have been separated for many years accidentally meet on the street, both parties will have an inner throbbing, that is, the feeling of being connected by blood, even if the appearance of both parties has changed. The blood contract used by the piglets may have the same purpose. In Professor Zhao's words, even pigs hatched from eggs have appeared, so it is not surprising that they can communicate with humans. At this time, Li Hao was still very happy. In the long journey ahead, there was still a creature that could relieve his loneliness. To put it another way, isn't this still a very good emergency food? Thinking of this, he glanced meaningfully at the pink pig running ahead, leading Li Hao to the family cave. Nodded with satisfaction, that's great. The pink pig seemed to feel some kind of malice, and was startled, and hummed hurriedly. Sigma, degree Silver, Lord Silver, I will grow up quickly. I am very useful, very well behaved and obedient. Please don't hurt me. Good boy, how could Master Yin hurt you? Li Hao soothed softly. I should give you a name, right? You can't always call me Pink Piggy. You will always grow up, and by then you will be neither young nor pink anymore. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard this, they were also curious about what kind of name it would be. Li Hao thought for a while. Well, let's call her Peggy. Audiences. Peggy, Peggy the wild boar, ha 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 ha. Are these all has-been characters? Can this be tolerated? Not to mention they look alike, they are both so pink. As they were chatting, they saw the trees on both sides gradually becoming sparse, and suddenly a huge cave opened up in front of them. When they arrived at the place, Pikey surrounded Li Hao and had fun. Li Hao understood that he was asking for praise, so he stroked Pikey's head, put it on his shoulder, and walked into the cave. The cave is large, but there is nothing else except randomly stacked fruits and a bed-like thing filled with weeds. She shook her head in disappointment. Pikey's family is really poor. Not to mention gems and so on, you must have some gold and silver at least, right? There is nothing here. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his peripheral vision seemed to be flashed by something in the corner of the cave. Li Hao walked over quickly and picked it up. He saw that they were 3 diamond-shaped transparent crystals. They looked similar to crystals, but were more shiny. They were a bit heavy in his hand. What use should this thing have? After thinking for a moment, he put the stone in his pocket. This was a secret place. How could something like this, which seemed different at first glance, be garbage? Chapter 11. At this time, the secret realm prompt sounded. Different from the world notification, this time it was only limited to the Huxia live broadcast room. Congratulations to Huxia player Li Hao for discovering the Awakening Evolution Stone, which can be used to evolve abilities after awakening. How to use: hold it in the palm of your hand and chant silently to absorb it. Note: Awakening Evolution Stones are randomly generated anywhere in the secret realm, including but not limited to the bodies of ferocious beasts. The generation rate of evolution stones is 1 in a billion. Damn it, Li Hao was informed 3 times out of 4 times, I just said, Li Hao is awesome, broken sound. The probability is 1 in a billion that one piece will be generated. Xiao Li got 3 pieces at once. I just want to ask who else? Little Plum, oh my god, Dad, what should I do if I wake up and have no ability? Ahaha. Oh my god, Dad, damn it, don't worry. Dad has evolution stones here. Come and use 3 of them first. Of course, Li Hao didn't know what was going on in the live broadcast room. After listening to the report, he immediately picked out an evolution stone and held it in his hand. At the same time, I silently absorbed it in my heart, and then I felt a tingling sensation in the palm of my hand, and then a warm current flowed down my arm and throughout my body. Then he took out 2 other stones and began to absorb them. While Li Hao was absorbing it, Pikey ran to the other side where the fruits were stacked. There was a gust of wind and residual clouds. This was a swirl. After a long time, Li Hao exhaled a breath of turbid air after finishing absorbing it. He finally felt his ability. He was not incapable. And the ability is not the Eye of Doom as I thought before. But it is indeed related to luck, which is called the interdependence of blessings and misfortunes. He finally knows what gift the god in his previous life left him. God first gave him physical qualities and characteristics that would last for hundreds of lifetimes. This is why people in Daxia have obvious changes when they add 3 points to their physique, but he doesn't feel much if he adds 30 points. It is precisely because of this that he has resilience and physical fitness that are beyond ordinary people. No matter how serious the injury is, no matter how large the amount of bleeding is, as long as it is replenished with energy, it will recover very quickly. The other is unexhausted luck and inexplicable misfortune. Originally, he was blessed with good luck by God in every life. It stands to reason that one should live a complete life. But he would always die early and inexplicably. As for the reason, even God doesn't know. Finally, God couldn't stand it anymore and used great magic to combine good luck and bad luck. Having developed such an ability, he arranged for Li Hao to travel through reincarnation. No joke, his luck is now higher than that of the gods. He is a god, the god of good luck. Well, he can also be called the god of misfortune. In this life, except for every misfortune turned into good luck. Li Hao seems to have nothing to do with good luck. He lost his father and mother when he was young. There is a reason for this. He was still young at that time and had not yet awakened, and his body was unable to suppress these powers. Therefore, it is inevitable that some of the power will be leaked. The good luck revealed will make his family, relatives, and friends rich, and the bad luck will be revealed, which is the current result. At the same time. Studio. How is it? How is it? How do you feel? Look at this, this one piece is useless, and the other 2 pieces are also used. Isn't this too wasteful? 1 billionth is only 1 piece. What's a waste? Use it early and enjoy it early. If you don't use it now, can I use it for you later? Stop arguing, let's see if it has evolved first, I'm really worried. Li Hao finished absorbing it, stood up and patted his butt, found Peaky who was sleeping next to him after eating the fruit, and stuffed her into his backpack. Turning around and walking outside, he knew that the whole process was being broadcast live in the secret realm. Logically speaking, you should tell the Hyuxia audience about your success in evolution and the name of your abilities. Everyone should celebrate the happy things together. But since it is a global live broadcast, it is inevitable that people from other countries will be mixed in. My ability is indeed yours to attack at will. I will always be invincible. But if you really talk about it, he is just a piece of garbage with no active attack power. Only by relying on mystery can we achieve surprise. So I can only say sorry to my fellow countrymen in Daxia. People feel refreshed when happy events happen, and Li Hao, who embarked on a journey, responded to this sentence. His pace was brisk and getting faster and faster. He knew that players from other countries were probably far ahead of him and had to catch up. At the same time, I was also thinking in my heart, what exactly is this ancient secret realm, and who organized it? How can I win? Soon. We came to the edge of the forest. Li Hao immediately felt a hot and humid breath coming towards his face. Looking outside, I saw towering trees with no visible ends, and puddles everywhere. Well, after the forest is over, is it a tropical rain forest? Li Hao held his chin and said in deep thought. The ancient secret realm is really magical. How was this geographical environment formed? The grassland is connected to the forest, and the forest is connected to the tropical rainforest. Could the rainforest have been a desert in the past? Opening his backpack, Li Hao woke up peaky. Although she considered him the master, after all, their family had lived in this forest for generations and had never left, so it was better to ask. Peaky, wake up, Peaky. Pikey slowly woke up and looked at Li Hao with bright eyes. It's time to leave the forest. Let me ask you, do you want to go with me or stay in the forest? Li Hao sat cross-legged on the ground, holding Peaky in both hands, and asked softly. Hearing this, Pikey thought that she was going to be abandoned, and hummed hurriedly. Master Yin, don't abandon me? Don't abandon me. I'm very good and obedient, oh. Seeing that Pikey started to cry again, Li Hao quickly stroked its head with one hand and comforted her. No, I won't abandon you. Don't worry. I just want to ask you, haven't you ever left the forest? Since you are willing to come with me, then go ahead. After saying that, he carefully put Pikey into the backpack again. Because it seems that it hasn't slept enough, the whole pig is in this state, ZZ. Put on your backpack and enter the rainforest. Kimchi country player Kim Taeyong discovered a water resource, a stream, and successfully occupied it. Kimchi country player Jin Taeyong encountered a first-level ferocious beast and a ferocious wild dog, and successfully defeated it. He was rewarded with a low-level awakening potion and +5 physical points. Kimchi country player Kim Taeyong defeated the beast and gained points +5. After a total of 5 players gain points, the national standings will be opened. Current number of players, 2. Kimchi country, the country to which contestant Kim Taeyong belongs, will receive 100 times the reality of Xiao Xi. Just when Li Hao entered the rainforest, the secret realm prompt sounded again, but of course it was not him who triggered it this time. Blue star boiled. This is water resources, something that humans, animals, and plants cannot live without. It can be said to be the foundation of life. You know, although Blue Star's ocean occupies a large area, freshwater resources are not very rich. In addition, the resources are now scarce, and the population is increasing day by day. Some experts have predicted that if there are no new resources or new technologies for converting seawater are mastered in a short period of time, Blue Star's freshwater resources will be exhausted within 10 years. It goes without saying what the result was. And now that Kimchi country has obtained freshwater resources, it is indeed great news for some countries. But for Daxia, it's a bit like eating melon seeds to bring out a bedbug. It won't kill you, it's disgusting. As expected. A burst of barrage instantly erupted in the Huaguo live broadcast room. The Kimchi country tour group is here, and the ministers of the Hua Kingdom will pay their respects as soon as possible. Kimchi country also has an awakening potion. Let's wait and see our player Kim Taeyong awaken his strongest ability. What we, the Kimchi country, have gained our water resources. Please surrender to our country quickly. If we are in a good mood, we may even reward you with some. Nah, you dare to come out and dance now that you have the medicine, right? Shabai Pickle country, you guys are so awesome, why don't you come face to face with our Li Hao? Do you know why the boy from Yuni country doesn't have to? There was a quarrel here, and the live broadcast room also cut to the side of Kimchi country. At this time, Kim Taeyong, a player from Kimchi nation, was sitting on the ground in a state of embarrassment, breathing heavily. Kim Taeyong's face became black and white due to sweat mixed with mud. His head was covered with grass roots and his clothes were torn, but he could still tell that it was a Taoist uniform. It's just that the white Taoist uniform is covered with green and black juices formed by crushed soil mixed with grass. Kim Taeyong's left arm, right calf, and right shoulder were covered in blood. Not far away lay a canine-like creature the size of a teddy dog. There seemed to be no external injuries other than the messy hair on his body. Different from the cuteness of Teddy, this ferocious beast is very consistent with the style of the secret realm, and its appearance is very ferocious. The surrounding environment is also messy, and you can tell at a glance that it has been a struggle. In the Hwaguo live broadcast room, Kimchi Country has been playing for a long time, and that's it. The name sounds quite fierce. How can a small thing as big as Teddy cause trouble for a long time? Good guys, I'm just a good guy, but you guys are making such a fuss. Those who know that you killed a teddy, but those who don't know still think you killed a dinosaur. The audience ridiculed one after another, which could be regarded as letting Hwaguo take a breath from another aspect. At the same time, something happened in Blue Star that the Hyuxia people loved to hear. The president of Stars and Stripes Kingdom, Wang Zhe, immediately sent an official letter to Kimchi Country after the broadcast in the secret realm, and also had a leader-to-leader call. The two parties had a pleasant negotiation, and the content revolved around the fresh water resources for the awakening potion obtained by Kimchi Country. Understanding what the king means is that he hopes that Kimchi Country can achieve better development for the sake of peace for Blue Star, for the sake of friendship between the two countries, and for the sake of the Star-Spangled Kingdom Exploration Alliance. Give the awakening potion and half of the water resources to the Star-Spangled Kingdom. And the answer given by Kimchi Country. I believe everyone knows what kind of virtue Kimchi Country is. With the awakening potion, they felt that they could do it again. So he first rejected the Star-Spangled Kingdom with sharp words, and then complained with tears over the years. Being forced to join the camp by the Star-Spangled Kingdom, he received unfair and unequal treatment. Finally, he said a lot of things with certainty, such as Columbus being from the Kimchi Country. The Stars and Stripes Country has been part of the Kimchi Country since ancient times and requires the Stars and Stripes Country to either settle its funds or return its land. As for the evidence you ask? The ancestor of our Kimchi Kingdom, Tangan, was an immortal who lived for 1,500 years. He established the kingdom of the Sun God. Any place where the sun shines is the land of our Kimchi Kingdom. The result of the consultation is that the things belong to our country of Kimchi, but we won't give them to them. The players from Kimchi Country received water rewards, which made Li Hao's heart start to feel alive. I have obtained forest resources before. Does this manifestation refer to everything in the entire forest, or is it just tree resources? If it's the latter, how can it be considered successful in obtaining resources? Does it mean defeating the beast? Or does the beast determine the resources you get? And the other side? After a long struggle, Kim Taeyong, a player from Kimchi Country, finally won. After getting the awakening potion, there was no hesitation. I just found a hidden place nearby and started taking it. When Jin Taeyong took the potion, he immediately felt his body begin to heat up. Accompanied by severe pain, it exceeded his own tolerance limit in just a few seconds, and he fainted. What should I do? Appa seems to have fainted. This hurts so much. The Hyuxia players awakened without any pain. The more unbearable this medicine may be, the stronger the ability to awaken, Smita. Yes, yes, just wait quietly, wait for our big pickle country to become the world's hegemon, ha ha ha, Smita. Kimchi Country has always liked to indulge in obscenities. They didn't know that the reason why Li Hao had no pain was because of luck. Is the god of fortune joking? They don't even know that the horror is about to befall them. When the Kimchi Country was rejoicing and preparing to celebrate that their country was about to have a capable person. In the secret realm, about 5 minutes had passed since the Kimchi Country player fell into coma. Near the hideout chosen by Kim Taeyong, a group of canine creatures the size of teddy dogs appeared. Yes, they were the ferocious beasts that Kim Taeyong defeated, the same kind of brutal wild dogs. After getting the potion, Kim Taeyong felt too hot inside and relaxed his vigilance. So much so that he and the Kimchi Nation audience ignored two very important points. Of course, even if the audience didn't ignore it, they couldn't warn their players. First, dog's sense of smell is very sensitive and can lock on your scent from a very long distance. Second, unlike domestic dogs or Canidae in the wild have always lived in groups. The ferocious beasts are not unintelligent barbarians. Seeing that the two-legged beast that killed their leader is lying there curled up with a relatively stable breath, of course they will not choose to attack rashly. Instead, start with small-scale testing and then gradually increase it. After some testing, the ferocious beasts were relieved. The leader gave an order, and the wild dogs attacked in groups. This Taekwondo master died without any pain when he lost consciousness. When the secret realm prompt sounded, the citizens of Kimchi country who were preparing to celebrate were all shocked. What happened? Wasn't everything fine just now? Tip from the ancient secret realm, Kim Taeyong, a player from the Kimchi country, died. He was attacked by a group of brutal wild dogs and died. Tip from the ancient secret realm, due to the death of a player bound to the national games in Kimchi country, the resources of Kimchi country have been halved. Then, the scene experienced by Yini country appeared again. A feeling of despair spread throughout the Kimchi country. Crying, complaining, cursing, the people of Kimchi country showed various behaviors. This is really how arrogant you were then, and how embarrassed you are now. Of course, Kimchi country's nightmare is far from over. They don't know that there is another event waiting for them later. Chapter 12. The Kimchi Nation punishment has just ended. The president of the Kimchi country asked for assistance from the Stars and Stripes country. He lowered his figure many times and said that he did not want to be a son, but could be a dog. He would definitely be able to lick the Stars and Stripes country comfortably. But it was all in vain. Subsequently, the Stars and Stripes country submitted official letters to the Blue Star countries. The content is that Kimchi country openly undermined the stability of Blue Star, repeatedly provoked other countries, and attempted to provoke the 10th World War. Stars and Stripes expressed severe protest against this kind of country that undermined the peace of Blue Star, and from now on, the Kimchi country will be expelled from its membership in the Stars and Stripes Alliance. We will impose sanctions on them in many fields including economy, culture, science, and technology, and we will never tolerate the black sheep who undermine the stability of Blue Star. We hope that other countries can participate together. For Blue Star, this may be a big deal, but for the Hyuxia people, it is nothing new. Kimchi country has always been so shameless. If you are good, he will lick you. Once he feels that he is good again, he will immediately rebel. But once you send troops to defeat him, he will shamelessly turn around, kneel down, kowtow and call daddy. This has been the case since hundreds of years ago. Li Hao didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He was still thinking about Kimchi country's access to water. Just as he was thinking about it, he felt something moving behind his back. He knew that it was Peaky who had woken up. After opening his backpack and letting Peaky out, Li Hao immediately let out a light sigh. What's wrong? Li Hao seems to have never been surprised by anything since he came in. Who knows, as long as it's not dangerous. I'm afraid. Our dear daddy's favorite cub, Little Plum, is never afraid of sudden dangers. No, have you noticed that Peggy seems to have grown up a little? Don't tell me, it's true. This little guy is growing very fast. It's at least a circle bigger than before. If I can bring him back to Blue Star for breeding, he he he, he he he, he he he. There were also sharp-eyed viewers in the live broadcast room, and what Li Hao discovered was indeed this problem. Have you grown up a little? It seems to have grown a little. I will grow up quickly and then I can help the master. Hearing this, Pikey shook her body and hummed. Then he looked at Li Hao with burning eyes. Like this. Okay, you're so awesome, come on. Under the influence of the blood contract, there will be no hypocrisy between the two parties. Li Hao now feels that the piglet is actually quite cute. It would be nice if it stayed this big. He touched Pikey's head and encouraged her in a soft voice. Then he lifted his legs and walked forward. Angry tusked boars are of the same origin, which means they have never received any form of warmth from other creatures. Being treated like this suddenly, little Pikey was stunned for a moment, and then jumped up happily. Master Yin praised me, it's so cool. Oh. Pechi, it's getting dark. We need to find a place to rest. Follow us quickly, or we'll leave you behind. Seeing that Xiaozhu didn't follow, Li Hao turned around and called. Here we come, Master Yin, wait for me. Hearing the call, Peky hurriedly chased after him. The man and the pig walked towards the depths of the rainforest under the afterglow of the sun. Up to now, the secret realm has been open for nearly a day. After all, human energy is limited, let alone being in a state of high tension at all times, so the players have gradually entered a period of exhaustion. The sky was gradually getting dark, and players from all over the world began to look for safe places to rest, because they had learned from the experience of Kimchi country and had to be careful. It seems like all the players in the live broadcast room are looking for a safe camping spot. Yeah, it's a bit boring. You're so boring. You lie down on the bed and sleep at night. Can a player do that? This is a secret realm, and the incident in Kimchi country has just passed. Damn, the curry country is really awesome. I don't know where I got some xiang from. It's all over my body. It tastes really strong. You know, this is called smart. What are you afraid of when you get dirty? It's better than being dead, right? This is knowledge. Animals have a sense of territory. This can also cover their own smell. Curry people, you know, if you smell curry, you can wash it off. Don't fall off. Hey, what are you afraid of? They don't even feel sick after drinking cow urine. Maybe people can sleep more peacefully in Xiangli. Hey, it would be nice if Little Plum didn't leave the forest. Peggy is there, so at least she is safe. You think he doesn't want to? Isn't this all for the country and us? Where can we get resources if we don't come out? Hey! When there was a lot of groans in the live broadcast room. Li Hao also found a tree hole here, and he went directly into it. The size was just right. He was very satisfied with this camping spot. There was a place to sleep, and there was a lake not far outside. He took out the things prepared by the ink pad guy from his backpack, and also placed the fruits he brought out from the cave. In front of Peggy. One person and one pig ate to their fullest, then wiped their mouths and fell asleep. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt very speechless. Players from other countries were very careful. If they felt unsafe, they would leave immediately to find a new location. It would be better for you to just find a tree hole and go straight in without testing whether there is anything else inside. Do you think it's your own home? You entered as soon as you entered, and you even had your meal directly. After finishing your meal, you took some precautionary measures, but there was nothing, so you wiped your mouth and fell asleep. Li Hao, please be more careful. The night passed quickly and I opened my eyes again. What came into view was the crying wild boar Peggy. Li Hao thought it was a nightmare, so he quickly picked it up and comforted it for a while. Although it is a ferocious beast, it is also still a child. After asking, I found out that it was Pikey who woke up very early. I was going to save my money from last night and eat my favorite fruit. Just as I was about to eat it, I heard a squeaking sound. Before it could react, a four-handed red-haired monkey swooped over, grabbed Peggy's fruit and ran away. What can Pikey do? But when she chased him out of the tree hole, the monkey had already climbed up the tree and was eating its fruit. Little Pikey was spinning around under the tree angrily and feebly. Their family had inherited many abilities, but they didn't have the ability to climb trees. After a while, the monkey had finished eating the fruit and threw the core on Peggy's head. It was not over yet. The monkey also called his companions. A group of monkeys jumped down and grabbed their tails, and others jumped down and grabbed their ears. He couldn't run and he couldn't catch him. The only one he could rely on was the main bank, but the main bank was still sleeping. He could only wait for the main bank to wake up before avenging himself. The weak, pitiful, and helpless Peaky had no choice but to run back to the tree hole in frustration, find a corner to huddle up and cry secretly. Knowing the reason, to be honest, Li Hao felt very angry. It was your fault to steal other people's fruits. Once you steal, it's just stolen. We can't catch you because we don't have the ability. But you bully people, oh no, you shouldn't bully pigs. Var? He touched Pikey's head and comforted her. Okay, don't cry. Let's go out and take revenge. With that said, he stood up and walked out of the tree hole, and Pikey had no choice but to follow. Outside the tree hole, there is indeed a group of red-haired monkeys on the opposite tree. The monkey standing in the middle is quite special. It is larger than ordinary monkeys and has 4 hands. It should be the one who stole the fruit. No, when it saw Li Hao walking out of the tree hole, it immediately started chirping, and the monkeys surrounding it also began to chirp. Excuse me, what's going on? Why did you see the pink pig crying here when you came in? I would like to ask, can anyone who came earlier give me an answer? At this time, people began to enter the live broadcast room one after another. Some people asked about Peaky, and then saw the monkey outside. Xiao Li, that's okay now. Incidents are happening one after another. This was something I never encountered before, but now I can't stop it once I encounter it. What is this monkey? Does the first person know? At this time, the secret realm gave the answer. Huxia player Li Hao encountered the second-level ferocious rainforest red-haired monkey. Characteristics: the strength is only slightly greater than that of ordinary monkeys, the speed is equivalent to 3 times that of ordinary monkeys, and the intelligence is about the level of a 12-year-old human being. Therefore, it loves to play with other creatures. Under normal circumstances, life will not be harmed. After listening to the information given by the secret realm, Zhang Lingling quickly asked the guests how to handle this situation. Monkeys are social animals. They have a very strict social structure. Usually a monkey king leads several to dozens of monkeys. I think it is time to leave this place. The information mentioned will not hurt lives. This should refer to the secret realm creature. It is known that the physical strength of ferocious beasts is many times that of humans, so what is not life-threatening for ferocious beasts is life-threatening for us. Professor Zhao first analyzed it from the perspective of biology, and then continued worriedly. Li Hao's luck may be very good, but quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. One-on-one, he can easily avoid danger. Let's assume that these monkeys surrounded Li Hao with stones, and then the stones were dropped densely without any gaps. So how can he avoid it? Professor Zhao's words made the audience in the live broadcast room feel anxious. Yes, Li Hao had encountered a single target before, with a large space for movement and a lot of uncertainty. But this time it was different. The opponent had a numerical advantage. If you are really surrounded and beaten up, what's the point of getting over it? Of course, there are people who hold different opinions. To be honest with you, when I see this scene, I have a feeling of déjà vu again. Do you believe it? Same as above, I seem to feel the same way. Different from the worries of the outside world, Li Hao was not panic at this point. He picked up the pistol and raised his hand, bang bang bang, and fired 3 times. The sudden gunfire startled the monkeys and they fled in all directions. Switching to another branch, the Monkey King hurriedly groped back and forth with his 4 hands and found that he was not injured. He also chattered to communicate with the brothers around him and learned that they were all fine. Then the group returned to its previous position. As soon as they stood still, they saw Li Hao making faces at him. The Monkey King always felt that Li Hao was laughing at him, and he couldn't help but became angry and made the monkey's originally red face look even redder. He was so angry that he jumped hard on the branch. When other monkeys saw the Monkey King doing this, they naturally followed suit. Chi chi chi! The Monkey King shouted loudly and ordered the monkeys to use all their strength and attack with all their strength. They were bound to kill Li Hao in one fell swoop, and he was the first to raise the stone in his hand. Just when the stone was about to be thrown, the branch at the Monkey King's feet was finally overwhelmed by the tossing just now and broke with a click. The Monkey King lost his balance and began to fall, but at this time the stone was also thrown out. With a pop, the head of the monkey follower closest to the Monkey King was smashed. You must know that the social class of monkeys is that those with higher positions are at the top. This monkey with a crushed skull happens to be the second in command in the monkey group. Although living things die, nerves do not die immediately. When the second in command died and fell, the stone in his hand was also thrown out. The third in command's head was shattered with a pop. Then it really didn't disappoint the audience, things really unfolded gradually with a feeling of familiarity. Hey! The sound of popping sounded continuously, and then it ended with a sigh. The sigh was of course made by Li Hao. Now he felt a bit boring. Fighting could not be so careless. Fighting had to be like the protagonist in the novel. When seeing people, they just fight with each other with bang, bang, puff, hum, and ha. How could anyone be like him? He fired 3 shots at the beginning, but he still missed the target, and then the battle ended. Of course he finds it boring, but others don't think so. You are like Peppa Pig. At this moment, Li Hao is extremely tall in its heart, and his whole body is exuding golden light. The main silver is really annoying, and there is no need to do anything at all. No wonder it makes the wild boar father all felt fear. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked. What the hell is there like this? It's like déjà vu, right? Ha ha ha, what did I say? It's amazing, Li Hao is awesome. Professor Zhao, it's not that I don't respect you, I just want to say, what do you think now? Professor Zhao had just woken up from the shock. When he saw this barrage, he had to smile bitterly and shake his head without saying anything. There was nothing he could do. This young man Li Hao was really out of line with common sense. After the battle, Li Hao turned around and prepared to return to the tree hole when a rustling sound suddenly came to his ears. Who? Come out! He turned around suddenly, raised his gun and pointed it at the grass that made the noise, and shouted. Don't shoot, I'm one of our own, I am Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan. A young man stood up hurriedly in the grass. He looked about 17 or 18 years old and spoke authentic Mandarin. Upon hearing this, Li Hao smiled and added that his ability was not activated. Obviously, this player had no ill intentions towards him. Maybe the identity of the player from Badaguo was real. He slowly put down his gun and waved to signal the opponent to come over. Fawad, a boy from Beatty, looked at the monkey corpse with a bloody head on the ground, couldn't help but swallowed, and walked slowly over. Is it real or fake? It can't be a liar, right? In the secret realm, there is no way to prove your identity except for rewards and death. It's true. I just jumped to the live broadcast room of Ba Taiguo to watch it. What a coincidence! This time we have an ally. The Bati Kingdom is on good terms with our Hua Kingdom. Hello, brother from Daxia, I am from Badaguo. Please take us with you. Don't worry, our two countries have had good relations for generations. It's just a matter of words, everything is fine. In the broadcast room, Zhang Lingling was both happy and surprised. Unexpectedly, in the secret realm of Niudai, I could meet Ba Taiguo, who was on good terms with Daxia. Zhang Lingling said, I didn't expect that Li Hao would meet Ba Taiguo, who is our good friend. It's really a coincidence. Professor Zhao also nodded, our country has established diplomatic relations with the Pakistan Iron Kingdom for decades, and they are one of the few countries that firmly support our country. More than 10 years ago, our country suffered a major disaster, and the Pakistan Iron Kingdom divided most of its few supplies. Delivered to our country overnight. Our country and the Badi Kingdom are both allies and brothers. At the same time, the Badaguo live broadcast room was also abuzz. They were very excited and did not expect that their players would meet Hyuxia player Li Hao. Although I don't understand where Li Hao's strength comes from, he is a strong man who has manifested materials, obtained awakening potions, and even killed a player from the Indie country. In this secret realm, if you don't trust your brothers from Daxia, who else can you trust? Do you believe the bad guys from Stars and Stripes Kingdom? At this time, of course, we must follow in the footsteps of the Big Brother of Daxia. Big Brother will not watch the death of the contestants from his brother country, right? Besides, Big Brother from Daxia has never been a solitary person, so maybe he can get certain resources by following Big Brother. Thinking of this, the hearts of the people of Badaguo became even hotter. Chapter 13. People from Badaguo ran to the Huaguo live broadcast room one after another. And in the secret realm, Li Hao took Fawad into the tree hole, gave him some food from the bag, placed the fruit in front of Peggy, and reached out to rub its head. The two chatted while eating, and during the conversation, Li Hao also learned that Fawad was only 18 years old, had just graduated from high school, and would start college next year. This made Li Hao feel that this guy was really unlucky. The secret realm uses random selection, so how could he be chosen? Just such a student, a child who has just grown up. When he comes to such a dangerous place, do you think he can not panic? From the moment I entered the secret realm, I didn't eat, drink or sleep that whole day and night. All his bad luck was spent on being selected by the secret realm. He didn't encounter any danger, ferocious beasts, or anything like that throughout the day and night. Is this considered good luck? Brother Li Hao, is this pig your food reserve? After eating, Fawad thought he had to find a topic to talk about. He couldn't just sit there, right? So he looked at Li Hao, then at the pig, and asked a question casually. Li Hao glanced at him, yawned and said, "Oh, his name is Peaky, my pet is the son of the angry tusked wild boar that I informed you about before." Peggy also rushed over at the right time and bumped into Fawad's calf. Although Peaky is still young, a ferocious beast is a ferocious beast after all, and this move is quite powerful. In pain, Fawad jumped up holding his legs, hissing and breathing cold air. The Badaguo audience in the Huaguo live broadcast room was embarrassed at that time. Well, I'm sorry, Hyuxia brothers, our country's Fawad doesn't know the rules very well. Maybe he was too scared before, which makes his mind unclear now. Please forgive me. That's right, Fawad hasn't eaten or slept all day and night. His mind must be a little slow. There is no other meaning. It's okay, we are brothers, and Xiao Litsi is not that stingy, so he won't do anything like this. Yes, our two countries, Pakistan and Daxia, are brothers forever. The barrage of forever friends in the live broadcast room just disappeared. In the picture, Li Hao suddenly raised his gun, pointed it at Fawad, and then fired with a bang. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? Bogus from Beatty, do you really think that Huaguo is a good person? The Badi Kingdom should take refuge in our Stars and Stripes Kingdom now and be loyal to us. Only in this way can you have hope. That's right, in the secret realm, everyone is fighting. Don't you understand that one less opponent means more resources? You are still so naive until now, Smita. After this scene appeared, hostile countries such as the Star-Spangled Country, the Sakura Country, and the eliminated Kimchi Country jumped out one after another, either to gloat at the misfortune, to sow discord, or to fan the flames. When Li Hao raised his gun, Fawad was so frightened that he closed his eyes tightly, as if waiting for death to come. However, after the gunshot sounded, not only did I not die, I didn't even feel any pain. I couldn't help but think to myself, I'm not dead. Did I miss the shot? When he opened his eyes, he saw Li Hao looking at him in shock, raising his finger and pointing at Fawood's back. Fawood turned around numbly and saw a small monkey not far behind him. It should be a survivor of the group of dead monkeys, and he was rushing towards the tree hole with a stone in his hand. Fawood quickly stood up and hid behind Li Hao, grabbing his sleeves tightly and shouting at the same time, "Brother Li Hao, you missed, shoot, keep shooting." Li Hao had a calm expression and said calmly, don't panic, let the bullets fly for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a pop and the little monkey was suddenly knocked down. With Li Hao's accuracy, it was indeed impossible for the bullet to hit the target, and the miss was very serious. It hit a rock not far away, and the bullet, which had not lost its force, bounced towards the little monkey by accident. The inertia carried the fallen little monkey and rolled forward a short distance, and then never stood up again. When the truth was revealed, the scene of sowing discord and fanning the flames turned into a complete farce. But before the audience from Daxia and Pakistan could say anything, the secret sound sounded. There are players from two countries in the beast and resource area, whether they are allies or enemies. Players are asked to make a choice. The decision is made based on contribution. Daxia has a veto power. Note: the rewards and resources obtained after forming an alliance will be distributed based on contribution. Players from all countries should choose carefully. Upon hearing the information, Fawood was first shocked and then quickly lost. He knows that he has done nothing, so why should he differentiate between people's resources? Then I thought about it, if I asked for it, Brother Li Hao should give it to me, right? The secret realm is so dangerous, why not ask for resources if you can? Do you have to go all out? My thoughts changed again, the secret realm is dangerous to myself, but not to others? Brother Li Hao also has to work hard to obtain resources. Fawood was very uneasy at this time, with one good and one evil, and the two villains kept quarreling. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a slight cough in his ear. Fawood slowly raised his head and saw Li Hao nodding towards him, expressing his agreement to form an alliance. Fawood was still a child after all, and tears burst out of his eyes instantly. Of course, crying is normal, and this was no ordinary emotion. In the secret realm, everyone is risking their lives. Why should they give the resources they have worked so hard to get to a child like you who has no contribution? Don't you understand the principle that good wealth is hard to part with? Pakistani player Fawood Hussi has chosen to form an alliance. Hyuxia player Li Hao, please confirm. Hyuxia player Li Hao confirmed the alliance. The alliance between Hyuxia player Li Hao and Pakistani player Fawood Hussain was established. In the live broadcast room, the viewers of the Pakistan Iron Kingdom were overjoyed after receiving the news of the establishment of the alliance. Thank you to player Li Hao, thank you to Huaguo, thank you very much. Thank you to Big Brother Daxia. Although our players did not show much strength this time, we will definitely work hard and will never hold back, Big Brother. I was scared to death. I just thought that Fawood was going to be killed and our country of Pakistan was going to be finished. Damn it! How could you doubt Big Brother and believe the words of bad people? I deserve to die. Oh, that's normal. Imperialism's desire to destroy us will never die. You have to believe that we Hyuxia people are not the kind of people who just kill the donkey. Brother Beatty, don't worry, as long as we have meat to eat, we won't miss your bite. Long live Daxia! Long live the friendship between Daxia and Pakistan! Long live! A burst of cheers echoed throughout the live broadcast room. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawood Hussain, a player from Pakistan, discovered the water resource, Monkey Drinking Lake, and successfully occupied it. According to their contribution, 90% from Daxia and 10% from Pakistan. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawood Hussain, a player from Pakistan, encountered the second-level Ferocious Beast Rainforest Red Monkey Group and the third-level Ferocious Beast Rainforest Red Monkey King, and successfully defeated them. They were rewarded with 10 cubic meters of storage space. Low-level a superior awakening potion, Constitution points plus 20, distributed according to contribution, Li Hao of Daxia plus 15, Fawad Hussain of Pakistan plus 5. Huxia player Li Hao and Pakistani player Fawad Hussain defeated the beast and obtained points plus 30, distributed according to contribution. Huxia Li Hao plus 25, Pakistani player Fawad Hussain plus 5. After 5 players accumulate points, the national standings will be opened. Current number of players, 2. Contestant Li Hao, whose country is Daxia, and player Fawad Hussain, whose country is Pakistan, will receive 100 times the amount of Monkey Drinking Lake. According to contribution, Hua 90%, Pakistan 1 become. Huaguo was shocked. Ba Taiguo was shocked. The whole world was shocked. In the past, Kimchi country only had a small stream, which was enough to shock the Blue Star people. But what about the Hua country? It was a whole lake. This is not the same level at all, right? At this time, Zhang Lingling had just hung up the phone, her face was red, her chest was heaving violently, and she said in a trembling voice with excitement, "Dear viewers, the latest news is that with Changjian City in Sugan Province as the center, the lake will radiate to the entire Sugan Province. Completely solve the drought and water shortage problems in Sugan Province." Just as he was talking, the live broadcast automatically switched to Blue Star. Changjian City, Sugan Province. Changjian City is located in the eastern section of the Hexi Corridor. It is an important node city on the ancient Silk Road and one of the major cities in the Hexi Corridor. At the same time, this is also an area with a relatively fragile natural ecological environment in western Daxia. Located in the Gobi Desert in the northwest, it is a typical inland desert arid area. There is an extreme shortage of water here. It can be said that planting a tree in Changjian is more difficult than feeding a child. In the screen, a stream of water suddenly gushes out from the ground. The water flow is getting bigger and bigger, expanding outwards. The internal force of the Earth's crust began to act, gradually forming a basin, and the water was quickly filled, forming a new lake. The lake is clear and green, as bright as a mirror. Under the sunlight, it is full of silvery water marks. The power of the earth continues, branching off from the lake, eventually spreading throughout Sugan Province. Starting today, Sugan Province has transformed from a drought and water-scarce province into a water-rich province. When the transformation of Huaguo ended, the transformation of Batiawo also began. However, not many people paid attention to it. Now everyone in Blue Star only thinks about one thing, and that is the secret realm. Now there are new lakes in Daxia, and there may be more in the future. The opportunity is right in front of you. Everything Blue Star needs can be realized in the secret realm. Ignore everything happening in the outside world and return to the secret realm. After the broadcast is completed, rewards will be distributed. Because Li Hao had already awakened, he was not very interested in the awakening potion. He glanced at Fawad, who was staring at the potion with burning eyes and almost drooling. "Hey, wipe it quickly, you're drooling." Li Hao made a joke and threw the potion casually. "I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense, there's no way you're drooling." Fawad quickly explained, but his hand subconsciously reached to his mouth, trying to wipe away the impossible saliva. Then he saw a small bottle flying over, and he caught it in a hurry, and he was in a hurry. He held the bottle in his arms with both hands, breathed a deep sigh of relief, and looked at Li Hao resentfully. Also relieved were the viewers from Daxia and Pakistan in the live broadcast room. Hey, little plum, here we go again, right? Can you be more respectful to Xiao Ping Ping? Brothers from Daxia, this really scares me to death. I'm so worried that the players from our country didn't catch it and the potion broke. Don't panic, this time it's Xiao Lizi's fault. His attitude was too careless. I'm really sorry for all my friends from Badaguo. No, no, we can't say that. How can we blame player Li Hao? If there is a problem, we can only blame Fawad for being too stupid and not catching it. At the same time, some viewers from Badaguo ran back to their live broadcast rooms. The host of Badaguo was extremely excited now, his chest was rising and falling, and even his lips were trembling. I didn't expect that Big Brother not only formed an alliance with us, but also gave us the precious awakening potion. He was really good to us. I think the most correct decision our country has made in recent decades is to establish diplomatic relations with Daxia and firmly support everything Daxia does. Hurry up and contact Fawad and ask him to follow Big Brother's footsteps and seize the time to make progress so that he can make his own contribution as soon as possible and try not to hold Big Brother back. Haha, yes, we are lucky to be able to follow Big Brother. Contact him as soon as possible, and ask him to respect Li Hao a little more, and don't make the mistake of talking about stocking up on food, which is only made by mentally retarded people. This time we won without hesitation and gained benefits. We must not drag down Big Brother in the future and must show our own value. Brother Li Hao, I have a question. Fawad held the potion in both hands and asked weakly as to how cautiously he should be. Li Hao, on the other hand, did not raise his head at all. He was lowering his head and concentrating on playing with a ring in his hand. He just made a slight hum to indicate what was wrong. Is there any problem? This ring is the 10 cubic storage space rewarded by the secret realm. Li Hao is very curious about the principle of this ring. Does the legendary Sumi mustard seed really exist? Then who is it that opens the secret realm? Is it God? Brother Li Hao, can you take this medicine directly? How do you feel? Does it hurt? Fawad asked questions one after another. Li Hao still lowered his head and played with the ring in his hand, and said calmly, well, it doesn't hurt, and I don't feel much, just a little warm. It went away in a flash. Are you sure it was a whoosh? Not a whoosh. Li Hao then raised his head, looked at Fawad, nodded solemnly, and said, well, I'm sure it was a bit. Don't lie to me because I don't have enough education. It seems that Kimchi Nation's players are not good at it. Brother Li Hao, do you want to bully me because I'm young? Upon hearing this, Li Hao complained in his heart, what the hell are you doing? Are you bullying you? Are you possessed by a drama queen? Do you think you are very humorous? So he deliberately put on a serious face and said in a stern tone, yes, it will take a long time, and it still hurts, very much, and makes me want to live, so do you want to drink it or not? If you want to drink, drink quickly. If you don't want to drink, just hurry up. Our exploration progress is far behind that of other players. The rewards now are already so good. God knows how incredible the rewards will be in the future. Seeing Li Hao's serious face, thinking that he was angry, Fawad's whole body trembled and he quickly put away his playful attitude. Drink, of course I will. After saying that, he gritted his teeth, opened the bottle and did it. After drinking the medicine, he wiped his mouth and burped. After waiting for a while, except for warmth, there was no other effect of the medicine. Fawad clicked his lips and thought, it was indeed a slurp. Li Ji was honest. Me. Just as he was thinking about it, a sudden stab of pain appeared and spread all over his body in an instant. Fawad only had time to say the word pain before he fainted with a thud. Li Hao looked at Fawad who was lying unconscious on the ground in the shape of a prawn, and wondered if he should do something, such as making him lie down more comfortable. Then I thought again, forget it, it's so troublesome, there seems to be nothing that needs to be done, I'm already dizzy anyway, so I shouldn't feel anything. I don't know how long it will take to awaken. My previous experience cannot be used as a basis at all, so I can only wait slowly. He didn't dare to go out easily. Judging from Fawood's current state, even a baby boy could easily kill him with a knife. Since there is nothing else to do anyway, let's try this storage space ring. Chapter 14. The storage space operation is not complicated, and you can simply store and take it out just by thinking about it. Here Li Hao kept putting his backpack in, taking it out, putting it in again, and taking it out again. After playing for a while, I looked at Fawood's status again. Li Hao lay down immediately, held the pink pig Peggy in his arms, closed his eyes and began to fall asleep. Judging from Fawood's current state, he is probably scrapped today. He can't do anything and he can't leave. Because there is no one around to protect people when they are awakening, so it is really not safe. In the real world. Is the news confirmed? In the office of the President of the Star-Spangled Kingdom, King Xiao looked at the secretary in front of him with a cold expression, trying his best to restrain the anger that was about to burst out. Upon hearing the question, the secretary nodded silently to confirm. FXCK, there are so many players in the league, special forces, survival experts, and all kinds of kung fu masters. They carry all the equipment they can carry, but they are still no match for an ordinary Hyuxia who is unarmed and has nothing to offer. Trash, they are all trash. Knowing Wang's fist hit the desk hard, and then he pushed everything on the desk away. He needs to vent. The Stars and Stripes Kingdom and the Hua Kingdom have never dealt with each other. It can also be said that they are in opposition everywhere. Of course, this was not the case at the beginning. Initially, the relationship between the two countries was harmonious. Stars and Stripes' idea is to hope that Hua can be its little brother. Naturally, Daxia will not do this. We Hyuxia people will always be independent no matter what time comes. In this way, the honeymoon period between the two countries was over. Based on the idea of destroying if you don't get it, the Stars and Stripes began to target Daxia everywhere. In the eyes of Stars and Stripes, as long as Daxia suffers losses, Stars and Stripes will be happy. If Hua has no losses, Stars and Stripes will feel that it has suffered a loss. However, not only did the country of Daxia not recover from the fall due to the Stars and Stripes Kingdom's targeting, but it quickly developed to the extent that it could keep pace with the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. The Stars and Stripes Kingdom wanted to continue to suppress it, but was powerless. It is Qianlong who is about to ascend to heaven, so how can a mortal be his opponent? I wanted to use the secret exploration to defeat the Hyuxia country in one fell swoop. After learning about the situation of the players, Wang did feel that this time it was stable. However, things did not develop in the direction he expected. Not only did Daxia take the lead, it also further expanded its advantage. Whether in terms of soft power or hard power, Stars and Stripes players can defeat Hyuxia players in all aspects. But you can't win against them, are you angry? Have the representatives from all the alliance countries arrived? After venting for a while, King Dong slumped down on his office chair, panting, and asked the staff in front of him. We've arrived, Mr. President. Okay, let's go. Wang Dong stood up, straightened his hair and appearance, put on his suit jacket and walked towards the large conference room. Large conference room. Dozens of representatives from various countries gathered together. They were a little confused. At this time, they were in small groups, rustling and discussing the reasons for the sudden announcement of the convening of the Allied Powers Conference. At this time, the door of the conference room opened, and King Dong came in with his secretary. He pressed his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. Then he waved his hand and asked the secretary to send the information. After everyone had the information in their hands, King Ji pointed at the information on the table and said, "Let's take a look at it, and then we'll discuss how to deal with it." Hearing this, the representatives from various countries were a little confused, but they still looked at the contents of the folder. At first glance, everyone's pupils shrank and they all took a breath. This document not only records stars and stripes analysis of the direct or indirect benefits that the emergence of lakes in Daxia will bring. There is also specific information about the one who has awakened in the Hyuxia military department, and the other two ability users who are awakening. I think for this information, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom must have mobilized all the spies and downlines that were lurking in Daxia. Representative from India, Mr. President, our players have been eliminated and our resources have been halved. We will no longer participate in the discussion. Our country will firmly follow the Stars and Stripes. I only hope that when resources are obtained in the future, we can assist our country. Representative of the exiled country, I think we should go to war and ask Daxia to hand over the resources it has obtained and the unused awakening potions. Representative of the fried fish country, Daxia has people with abilities, and we have all seen the abilities of the secret realm. Is it too arbitrary to declare war directly? The speech was suddenly interrupted, and the representative of the exiled country was a little angry at this time, but the current situation did not allow him to act wildly, so he had to glare at the representative of the fried fish country and continued, "First of all, we don't know the strength of ability users. There is only one player from Daxia who knows about it, and based on the information we have obtained now, he is not capable. We declare war together. No matter how capable we are, we cannot defeat multiple countries at once. If we use the people as a threat, the Hyuxia government will never disregard the lives of its people." While they were discussing here, they heard a bang. The door of the conference room was suddenly knocked open. When someone interrupted the meeting, King Dong frowned and was about to get angry. "Urgent news. Mr. President." Another secretary who understood Wang hurriedly ran in. What's the matter? Tell me." King Dong frowned, his face full of anger, and said in an unhappy tone. The secretary didn't dare to delay and quickly handed over the encrypted document. "Speak directly and dictate briefly." King Dong did not open the document, but looked sideways at the secretary. "The General Headquarters has received confirmation that unknown radar signals were detected near the coastline on the east and west coasts of my country, suspected to be mushroom bomb submarines, and. What? Why didn't we find it before? How they did it?" The King of Understanding shrank his pupils when he heard this. Although he was arrogant and never pretended to understand, he was not a retarded person after all. Of course, he understands that this behavior of quietly approaching and then suddenly showing up is just a demonstration, and it is also clearly telling the Stars and Stripes that we can fight you, but we won't, but you'd better not mess with us, otherwise I'm not doing well, so don't think about it either. At this time, King Dong was in deep fear. Seeing his secretary hesitating, he roared, "What else is there? Say it quickly. Also, and. Our country's satellites have detected an abnormal response to geothermal energy in a certain country in Daxia, and are suspected of preparing to launch mushroom bombs at the exile country, the Queen's country and other countries." The secretary swallowed hard and stammered. This was like poking a hornet's nest. The countries in the alliance could no longer sit still, and the conference room instantly turned into a vegetable market. Bang! The noisy sound made Wang Ding upset. He punched the table hard and shouted, "Quiet! Besides, what else?" The secretary's face was pale at this time, and sweat was pouring on his forehead. He picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, and said in a trembling voice, "General, Mr. President, you'd better watch it yourself." On television, a dignified and generous host appeared on the screen. She smiled sweetly and said with a smile, "Okay, we see that the signal is now connected." Immediately the scene changed again, and the camera appeared inside a building. What you see now is the internal structure of the Black Palace, the political center of the Star-Spangled Kingdom. "Oh? There is someone in this room, let's see who it is." Immediately afterwards, everyone in the conference room appeared on the TV screen. In the picture, King Wang's mouth was wide open, and his shocked eyes seemed to jump out of their sockets. The host smiled like a flower, covered his mouth and smiled softly. We can see that the person in front of you is Mr. Wang, the president of the Star-Spangled Kingdom, but Mr. Wang is really still childlike, and he is still making faces at us at this time. In the Black Palace conference room, the noisy situation had stopped when the broadcast started. Now the whole place was completely silent, and you could hear a pin drop. After a period of silence, everyone slumped down in their seats. This attack, which may lead to a world war, has already failed and been completely defeated before it even started. As for Daxia, I won't go into details. For Daxia, this is a stage to show off the sword and show off your skills to other Blue Star countries. Don't we know that Stars and Stripes has spies in Daxia? We know that we can't control the leakage of secrets about ability users? We can, but we didn't act in advance, let alone stop it. We are just waiting for you members of the Stars and Stripes Alliance to gather together, and then let you see the power of Daxia all at once. What I can let you know, you will know naturally, what I cannot let you know, you will still not know no matter how hard you try. After this, all Blue Star countries, led by the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, signed an agreement called the Blue Star Peace and Stability Pact. The content is probably that, temporarily putting aside hostilities, all countries must first make a complete recovery of Blue Star. Furthermore, what happens in the secret realm is decided by the players themselves. Everyone lives and dies according to their destiny, the hatred inside will never extend to the real world, and other messy terms. Of course, saying that, in fact the agreement is just like waste paper and has little effect. For example, if you are like the countries in the Star-Spangled Alliance, you should continue to target them, but you are just converting the hatred on the Blue Star into the secret realm. When Li Hao opened his eyes, it was already afternoon. He yawned and stood up. When he was about to eat something, I heard a soft groan from behind, so I leaned against the tree with my shoulders in my arms, looking at the person who fell on the ground, and really woke up. Fawad seemed to have had a long dream. In the dream, he felt that his body was first crushed by something heavy, and then wrapped in a warm thing, which made him feel relieved. Slowly, his consciousness began to return to his body. He immediately felt that his whole body was full of power and moved subconsciously. Then there was a loud noise like popping beans, and I couldn't help but moan softly when I felt comfortable. Opening his eyes, Fawad's eyes were piercing and extraordinarily bright. Then he stood up and clenched his fists excitedly. His feeling was correct, his strength was very strong, and it seemed that he could easily break open monuments and crack rocks. Looking around, he saw Li Hao looking at him with a smile, and Fawad also laughed happily. The viewers who had been bored all morning in the live broadcast room were also excited. You may not believe it when I tell you. I seem to be sick. Audiences from other countries watch intense and exciting content. I watched people fall asleep all morning. Same as above, the key is, you really enjoy watching it. Little Fawad has also woken up. It seems that his awakening was successful. I am very curious about what his ability is. Brothers from Daxia not only share our love with us, but also give us awakening potions, and also protect our awakening. I'm really touched. Thank you, brother. Brother Li Hao, I kept you waiting for a long time. Thank you for protecting me. Fawad bowed respectfully and said. Li Hao smiled and accepted the gift, thinking, the child is young, but he is quite polite. What ability has been awakened? Can you feel it? Well, I can feel it, the body strengthening system, I feel so strong now. Fawad said excitedly, waving his fist. Oh? Really? How strong? You still look weak. Hearing this, Li Hao became more playful and wanted to try his abilities. What would be the consequences of just attacking without any malice? So he continued with a slightly provocative tone. You really don't look that strong. You're a little kid, but you're still strong. Why don't we compete? Isn't this bad? It's all because of you, brother, that I can awaken. How can I fight against you? Fawad replied coyly. Damn it, aren't you scared? Stop talking nonsense and come quickly. Still, or don't want it. Hearing what Li Hao said, Fawad waved his hands. In his heart, Li Hao was the eldest brother he truly admired, and he absolutely did not want to fight with him, not even for a discussion. But in this situation, it is impossible not to show off. He thought about it and felt that he could only find a compromise. How about this? How about I do something more difficult and show off my physical fitness? If it works, shall we go outside? Hearing what Fawad said, Li Hao became curious. How on earth was this guy going to show off? So he came outside, raised his finger at Fawad, and signaled to come. Brothers from Daxia, what's going on? Did Fawad do something bad that made brother Li Hao angry? If so, we apologize on his behalf. Quickly, go back to our own live broadcast room and tell the official to contact Fawad and ask him to think about where he offended brother Li Hao and apologize immediately. Calm down, friends from the Badi Kingdom, calm down, you should be testing your abilities. After all, we have formed an alliance. It is also important to understand the strength of our allies. I'll force you to explain it upstairs, but why do I feel like I've seen you before? To tell you the truth, I feel the same way. I just talked about the feeling of déjà vu in the live broadcast room. Fawad started to make moves here. He first stroked his hair with his hands in an angrily manner, trying to make himself look more handsome. I saw him taking a deep breath, then exerting force on his legs, pulling onions on a dry land, and his whole body flew into the air, reaching a height of nearly 3 meters, and then did a forward somersault, 3.5 weeks of tuck. Originally, Fawad wanted to land perfectly and perform another pose, which must be enough to surprise brother Li Hao and all the viewers watching his live broadcast. Only in this way can he be qualified as a person with physical enhancement abilities. However, wishes are always good, but reality is cruel. When Fawad turned around, he didn't know whether it was because he was flying too high or because the branches on the tree were growing in the wrong place. As a result, his foot was hooked by a branch and he lost his balance. It fell from the air with a snap, and then slid all the way to Li Hao's left foot in a posture of falling to the ground. With a squeak, his mouth kissed Li Hao's shoes. Ha ha ha, here it comes, it feels like déjà vu. Ha, ha ha, friends from Badaguo, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to laugh at you. Please believe us. We have received professional training. No matter how funny it is, we will never laugh. Ha ha ha, the people of Badi country are really despicable. No wonder you can get resources. It turns out you got them by licking your shoes, Smita. You be from Kimchi country, get out of here and don't try to sow trouble between us and big brother Daxia. That is to say, what if the resources of our Badi kingdom are obtained by licking the shoes? Your Kimchi country is still licking the stinky feet of the star-spangled country, and no one has shared your resources. Seeing this situation, Li Hao's head was full of black lines, and Fawad's whole body was stiff. His head was running rapidly at this time, trying to think of how to get out of this embarrassing situation. Then, as if he thought of something, he breathed at Li Hao's shoes, raised his right hand and wiped the shoes vigorously with his sleeve. Then he slowly stood up and said with an awkward smile, Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha, that, brother Li Hao, I want to say that I saw your shoes were dirty and wanted to clean them for you. Do you believe it? Oh? Then you are so smart, do you think I believe it or not? Hearing this, Li Hao's face turned even darker and he said with a smile. Fawad's face turned bitter and he lowered his head and dared not speak. Is body strengthening just about getting stronger? Is there anything else? Yes, yes, there is another ability, I will show it now. Hearing the question, Fawad nodded hurriedly, and then shouted loudly. I saw that his body suddenly turned red, and then became taller, thicker, and bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, he turned into a burly man over 2 meters tall, with dark skin and a sturdy back. At this time, his body was full of blood and his muscles were hunched, as if they were made of iron. Hurry up and change back into the tree hole, quickly. After just one glance, Li Hao looked away and shouted. You can't look at it too much. If you look at it too much, you'll get pinholes. Fawad didn't understand the reason, scratched his head in confusion, and then changed back obediently. But when he changed back, he immediately understood what he was talking about. He quickly covered his private parts and ran back to the tree hole with a strange scream. Fawad's clothes had been torn to pieces during the transformation process, but at that time, his body was full of blood and he only felt hot all over, and he couldn't feel that he was not wearing clothes at all. Time is like a butcher's knife, a small white soft person turns into a black big thick one. Wow, I didn't expect that this guy is not that big. It's quite unexpected. In the tree hole, Fawad's face turned red and he stood awkwardly aside, covering his private parts. Li Hao's eyes kept scanning him, and then he took out his backpack from the storage space. Fortunately, the Indian player had 2 sets of spare clothes in his backpack. Although they didn't fit well, at least they weren't naked. Just rest here today and set off again tomorrow. Li Hao handed the clothes to Fawad, and then said, now that you have awakened, do you think you will follow me? Or explore separately? Fawad took the clothes and hurriedly put them on. When he heard this, he was stunned for a moment and immediately replied, of course I will follow you, brother Li Hao. I didn't have the ability before, but now that I'm awake, I can definitely help. Very busy. Perhaps he was afraid that Li Hao would not be willing to take him with him, so he quickly added, you see, I have strengthened my body, can transform, and am strong enough to help you withstand harm, so just take me with you, brother Li Hao. Chapter 15. Li Hao nodded, agreed, and began to take out food from his backpack. I felt deeply grateful again, because the guys from Yuni country were really well prepared. The food was mainly compressed food, and the contents in the backpack were enough for the 2 of them to last half a month. Fawad was relieved when he got the answer. However, children are children after all. As long as you give them some time when encountering something, they will soon be forgotten. Fawad took the compressed dry food and looked at Li Hao while eating. When he realized that the other party was ignoring him, he turned to look at Piki. At this time, Piki was lying on the ground with her little butt sticking out, eating fruit, humming happily while eating. Seeing this, Fawad immediately stood up and lay down next to Peggy. He broke off a piece of dry food and placed it in front of Piki, then reached out to take Piki's fruit. What could Pei Chi do? She turned around and hit Fawad in the face, still humming. Don't be so stingy. Didn't I give it to you too? Let's exchange. This means that Fawad has awakened, and it is a body strengthening system. Otherwise, this blow would definitely make his nose bleed into a fountain. Even so, it really hurt Fawad. He rubbed his nose and said angrily. Seeing this, Li Hao slapped his forehead. He felt a headache now. With 2 naughty children, I feel like the future is dark. The road ahead is completely dark. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened, and the transition from day to night was completed in an instant. As if the end of the world was coming, the world was pitch black, and a sultry breath came one after another, so oppressive that it even made people feel suffocated. Suddenly, a thunder snake tore through the dark sky, followed by a thunderous explosion. Fawad jumped up in fright, and Piki also hurriedly ran into Li Hao's arms, trying to seek shelter. Li Hao quickly picked up Piki and comforted her for a while, then leaned out and looked outside. Outside, the black clouds looked like a group of wild horses that were loose and roaring. Layers are spread across the sky, accumulating thicker and lower, and the thunder snakes roll in the clouds. It seemed like a sign that a heavy rainstorm was coming. Li Hao calmly took out a rain cover and some fixing tools from his backpack. I once again sighed in my heart that the ink pad guy was so well prepared. I really appreciate the express delivery you sent me. After instructing Fawad to fix the rain cover at the entrance of the tree hole, Li Hao went back to continue eating and drinking. He could be nonchalant, but the audience in the live broadcast room became restless. Hey, there is such a big movement, and you just spread a piece of cloth? Will this work? That must not work. Such a big movement is like a natural disaster. Li Hao's casualness also made the live broadcast room tense. Survival expert Uncle Li was also staring closely at the screen, clenching his fists. He had explored most dangerous places on Blue Star and successfully survived. Judging from his own experience, such movements were definitely not what ordinary heavy rains in the rainforest should be like. Besides, Li Hao is in a secret realm. Who can be sure that the signs of heavy rain in the secret realm rainforest are the same as those in the real rainforest? This makes him a little worried. Brother Li Hao, is this really okay for us? Fawad looked at the thunder snake rolling in the black clouds, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said. To be honest, he was really a little scared. Such a big momentum made him feel a little scared. In fact, this fear had already arisen since Fawad entered the secret realm. It was not until he met Li Hao that it slowly subsided, and then disappeared completely after awakening. But now this fear appears again. Fawad felt that after awakening as a person with abilities, he was very strong, but this kind of strength was at the biological level. What we are facing now is the power of nature. No matter how powerful an individual's ability is, can it be stronger than the force of nature? This is like a mortal, no matter how strong he is, he still gives up when he faces God. Li Hao looked at Fawad calmly and saw that this boy's face was pale, his body was shaky, and his lips were trembling. Then he walked over and patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's just a light rain. Just follow me." Li Hao's tone was very confident, and of course he had reasons to be confident. God-level luck was no joke, and even such a small scene could kill him. Then he should have died countless times before he entered the secret realm. Fawad was stunned when he heard this and thought, Big Brother is worthy of being a big brother. To him, such a terrifying scene is just a light rain. Of course, Fawad also considered whether his elder brother might be comforting him. Don't panic, at least be brave enough to die. But when he saw Li Hao's movements, he relaxed completely. Because there was no trace of worry or panic on Li Hao's face, he was completely calm, as if nothing had happened. At this time, he was holding Peaky, sitting cross-legged and eating solid food. He looked like he couldn't do anything to disturb his work, he was not active in his work, and he had a problem with his thinking. Seeing Fawad standing there, Li Hao waved to him, patted his side, and motioned for him to come over and sit down. Fawad had just sat down and hadn't had time to say anything. The wind chases the rain, and the rain chases the wind, and the storm comes as promised. At this time, the rain cover isolated the inside and outside of the cave. Naturally, we can no longer see the scene of heavy rain, but just from the sound and frequency of raindrops hitting the cloth, we can conclude that the rain will not be light. It's just that, the heavy rain only lasted for a few dozen seconds and then stopped. The viewers in the live broadcast room expressed confusion about this and spoke one after another. Damn it, it looks like a huge scene, but this is the end result. You think it's because my father feels so sorry for me that he stops it? When you say that, it seems really possible that there is nothing normal about little Plum. Little Litzy, oh my god, Dad, it's raining and I have no place to hide. Oh my god, Dad, don't be afraid of being hit. No one can do anything to you as long as Dad is here. Don't make trouble. The rain is just stopping, right? You can hear thunder outside. Maybe it was raining too hard just now. Let's take a break. When the wind stopped and the rain stopped, Li Hao was puzzled. This opportunity was given to you, but you didn't use it. The thunder was loud and the raindrops were small, so you were really a little embarrassed. When I got up, I wanted to go out and take a look, but I opened the rain cover. The situation outside made a strange color flash in his eyes. This is really a spectacle. This is the first time I have seen such weather in my life. Outside the tree hole, black clouds were still pressing overhead, and the thunder snake was still flashing. Lightning bolts struck the ground with devastating force, leaving deep pits. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this magical scene, their jaws dropped in shock. Damn it! This is awesome! This is the secret realm! How can you see this scene outside? It is also said that the thunder is loud and the raindrops are small. The raindrops are just a prelude. The real thunderstorm is behind. This is a real thunderstorm weather, in every sense. Look at how dense it is. What will happen if you hit someone like this? How about asking? You will definitely die immediately. I want to ask you now, how mature do you want to be? It's not serious, is it? Maybe it's just that the visual effect is very strong. Didn't you see that the lightning struck the tree? Is the tree okay? Depending on the power of lightning on Blue Star, if it had struck, it would have caught fire. The power of a thunderstorm is not insignificant, it just has a specific direction. At this time, a rabbit that had just run out of the shelter was struck by a thunderstorm and turned into a ball of black ash on the spot, dying immediately. Looking around, there are many black lumps on the ground, presumably the remains of other small animals in the rainforest. Facing this situation, Li Hao remained calm and calm. Fawad was dumbfounded and walked towards the tree hole in a daze, wanting to see what was going on. Li Hao suddenly pushed him with quick eyes and hands, and saw a bolt of lightning striking where he was just now. Fawad swallowed with fear and stiffly raised his head to look at Li Hao. But I thought to myself, Big Brother is so powerful. As soon as I got close, the thunder almost struck me to death. Big Brother has been standing in front for so long without any danger. Nature did not dare to take action against Big Brother. The eldest brother must be the son of God. No, it should be God. Only God can resist the power of nature. At this moment, Fawad seemed to see a golden light flashing on Li Hao's body, which was the light of God. He turned over and knelt on the ground, bowed his head. Hearing the thumping sound behind him, Li Hao looked back and was stunned. What the hell are you doing? Why are you still kneeling? Why are you still knocking on your knees? He turned around and quickly helped Fawad up, only to see his grey face, but his eyes were shining with admiration. Brother Li Hao, are you a god, right? I will believe in you in the future, please protect me. As he spoke, he continued to kowtow. Li Hao quickly grabbed him, patted his shoulder and said, I'm not a god, this is my ability. After explaining, he pulled him back to his original position and sat down, and then said, this is really my ability, I won't lie to you. Fawad still looked at him with eyes full of stars and asked, Brother Li Hao, what is your ability? I don't know your ability yet. Seeing this, Li Hao didn't intend to hide it anymore. It was already a headache to have two naughty children. If one of them becomes a fanatical believer due to misunderstanding, it would be unimaginable. He sighed and said helplessly, okay, my ability is called Blessing and Misfortune, and I only learned about it after evolving. Evolution? What is that? When Fawad heard the unfamiliar terms, his head was filled with questions. After hearing about Li Hao's ability, the audience in the live broadcast room became excited and spoke one after another. Damn it, it's come true. I always thought we were just joking. I have actually suspected it for a long time. If you are lucky once, can you be lucky again? What a coincidence. Then isn't this invincible? My Hao is so powerful, does this mean that no matter how you conquer the world, I will never be defeated? Don't be too happy too early, didn't you hear me? Good fortune and misfortune depend on each other, who can be sure whether it is a blessing or a misfortune? I can only say that the little plums in front of me were all very lucky. It is all blessing and no misfortune. I think what was said above is wrong. Does this mean that good fortune and misfortune are interdependent, and fortune and misfortune are all determined by Little Plum? Think about the dangers this time. Is Little Plum always a blessing, and his opponent always a disaster? Let's listen to what Little Plum has to say. Li Hao patiently explained to Fawad what evolution was and was thinking about how to explain his ability. Brother Li Hao, you are so strong. Fawad said this out of nowhere. Hearing this, Li Hao was stunned for a moment, and then he understood that the young man should be referring to awakening. When Fawad awakened, he was guarding him, but he was not there at that time. It's not very strong. I only woke up for a moment. I just felt a very comfortable warm current flowing throughout my body. It may be that my ability offset the negative effects. Brother Li Hao, tell me about your abilities. Fawad was almost going crazy with curiosity. His own abilities were already invincible, so how powerful should his idol be? After speaking, Fawad listened quietly, and at the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room also held their breath and waited with their ears pricked up. My ability is actually nothing. Li Hao said with a smile. To put it simply, it's just that I have better luck, nothing else. I didn't feel the ability right away when I first awakened, probably because how do you sense luck? It was only after you evolved that you could really feel it. I guess it's because the amount of luck has increased. After saying that, Li Hao pondered for a moment, and then said, actually, it can't be said that I haven't felt it. This ability has actually always existed and has continued from the beginning to now. It should be regarded as a passive skill. FK. Fawad was immediately shocked. Okay? He was so shocked that he immediately burst out with national curses. Good luck? Is it okay? Isn't this nothing? Then what else is there? This is simply invincible, okay? Think about it, there are all kinds of dangers and opportunities in the secret realm. But you are a koi, does this mean that danger never comes to you? Even if you encounter it, you will turn it into good luck, but opportunities will always be there for you. Is this a blessing? Isn't there also a misfortune? What is that? Does it mean that there is a probability of encountering a blessing or a misfortune? Fawad didn't know that the question he asked was what the audience in the live broadcast room was most concerned about. Oh, that. Li Hao smiled and said, that disaster is not for me, but for anyone who targets me or is hostile to me. They will be unlucky for some unknown reasons. Oh, then I understand, then the ability I showed just now was triggered by misfortune. Favalon nodded, and then suddenly thought of something, but I have no hostility towards you, I just wanted to show it off. It's just about ability, I swear, brother Li Hao, you have to believe me. Don't worry, I know you are not hostile. Brother believes in you. Then Li Hao smiled and patted Fawad on the shoulder and continued, otherwise, why do you think you didn't get your head beaten like those monkeys? Hearing this, Fawad recalled the bloody scene he saw before entering the tree hole, and his whole body trembled. After Li Hao finished talking about his abilities, he started to jo Pikey. I have to say that this little pig was pink and tender and really easy to jo. Pikey also enjoyed the feeling of being jerked off, one person at a time. Pigs please each other. In the live broadcast room, the audience was excited, and excited. Holy shit! Damn it! I can't believe it! How can you really have this kind of ability? This is simply invincible. I just want to ask who else? Li Hao is awesome, broken sound, dot. This time our country of Daxia has taken off. Xiao Litzi, just hit me and look at him. Speaking of which, it would be a shame not to buy lottery tickets if you have the ability. Zhang Lingling was also very excited. Her face was red with excitement, but she still maintained her professional ethics and began to ask the guests for their opinions. Honestly, this is a bit beyond my knowledge. I have always been based on scientific data all my life. It is difficult to imagine luck. How to quantify it makes me unbelievable. But such unscientific products from the secret realm have already appeared. The physical growth in the human body and the sudden materialization of resources make me have to believe it. Professor Zhao, who was asked first, replied. Other guests also expressed their thoughts in turn. In fact, now, whether it is scientific or not is no longer important. If the raging tooth wild boar is just because Li Hao has better luck than the players from the Indie country, the monkeys in the rainforest and the current thunderstorm, Li Hao has fully proved that his ability is real and beyond doubt. Chapter 16. At the same time, there is an alliance between Daxia and Pakistan. Players from other countries also followed the information sent by their countries and began to gather nearby. Players from Stars and Stripes country and Sakura country announced an alliance. Romance country and Noodle country announce alliance. Fish Exploding country player Jesse Robredo died in a fight between players, and Fish Exploding country's resources were halved. Curry country, Queen country, and Maple Leaf country announce alliance. South Vietnam. In the following period, countries that were close and had good relations began to form alliances one after another, and the notification sounds from the secret realm frequently rang in my ears. It's just that there seems to be some different information mixed in. Another player died. It had nothing to do with the ferocious beasts, but died from other players. Although this is not the first time for this kind of fight between players. But that time for the Indian player, it was the beast that took action in the end. This time it was a real human struggle. The voice did not explain everything in detail as usual, but chose to conceal the murderer's information. Perhaps it was intended to spark suspicion and fights among the players. But the secret realm is not worried. Is one or some countries using information to notify their players? After all, there will be an opportunity to contact the players every 10 days. No. Secret realm is not afraid of you contacting its own players. Just imagine that players from 240 countries in Blue Star enter the secret realm. Excluding the eliminated Indie country and Kimchi country, there are still 238 countries. You can inform this time, but what about next time? With this precedent, some people with ulterior motives must have started to make moves. I believe that soon, the secret realm will turn into a large-scale werewolf killing. After hearing the news, Li Hao collapsed on the spot again, as if everything had nothing to do with him. In fact, this is indeed the case. Depending on his luck, if you like to fight and kill, you will not fall on him anyway. Studio. Damn it, Xiao Litsi is so calm. Are you really not worried at all? Aren't you afraid of meeting players from other countries? What are you worried about? Are you worried about using his ability? What you should be worried about is that players from other countries must not encounter him, right? Contestants from other countries, dear. Your Death Express has arrived. Xiao Litsi, no. It's your Death Express. Players from other countries, haha, here I come. Players from other countries, ah. I'm dead. There is only one truth, so I would like to ask, which country's player is the murderer? It seems to be Harrison Johnson from the Exile country. Hey, aren't they all from the Star-Spangled Alliance? Why are they fighting with their own people? Upstairs, do you really think there is harmony within the Star-Spangled Alliance? You don't understand the virtues of the Star-Spangled Alliance. If the upper beam is not straight, how can the lower beam not be crooked? Just as he said that, the live broadcast room automatically switched and began to play the player's death replay. In the screen, a young man who is short, thin, with big eyes, thick lips, and dark brown skin. He was lying on his arm in a hole that looked like he had dug it himself. This young man is none other than Jesse Robredo, a contestant from Fish Fried Country. Judging from his current state and the various fruits placed around him, The ecological environment in the secret realm made his life quite comfortable. Suddenly, Jesse's ears moved, and he seemed to hear something. I saw him quickly covering the hole with camouflage, carefully passing through the gap, and looking out. At this time, a tall, muscular man appeared in sight. This man's face has sharp edges and corners, and his eyes are shining. The upper part of his face is very heroic, and the lower part is matched with a deep buttocks and chin. If you look at these two characteristics individually, they are probably both very attractive. But put them together, it feels awkward no matter how you look at them. Judging from Jesse's previous actions, he is a cautious person, which can also be said to be a timid person. He doesn't expose himself easily. Although Jesse is living quite comfortably now, this is a secret realm after all. There are dangers, wild beasts, and even vicious beasts everywhere here. Jesse knows better that sometimes, what is more dangerous than wild beasts and ferocious beasts is people. However, at this time, the strange man stopped not far from the entrance of the cave. This made Jesse's heart almost jump out of his throat. He held his breath and did not dare to move for fear of being discovered by the other party. "I am Harry Lawson from the country of exile, friend from the country of fish frying. Come out quickly, I know you are in there." Jesse couldn't figure out why he was exposed, and he figured he didn't have to think about it anymore. Because considering that the Fish Exploding Country and the Exile Country are both members of the Stars and Stripes Alliance. It was this so-called alliance relationship that made him temporarily relieved. Jesse, of course, has no idea why he was exposed. Because he didn't know that the reason why the other party could find him was that Harry got the player's position information from his own country. He wouldn't even know that there was some private information included in this information. The content? It probably means that at the Alliance Conference, a small trash country like the Fish Exploding Country did not give face to the Exile Country and openly interrupted the speech of the representative of the Exile Country. So Harry was asked to find an opportunity to kill the contestants from the Fried Fish Country. Audiences from other countries in the live broadcast room. FXCK. Did Harry kill Jesse? Why? Baga. We are all members of the Star-Spangled Alliance, why should we kill each other? Holy shit, right? No one really believes in political alliances, right? Especially the alliance between the Stars and Stripes. Have you got any brains? Hey, this is obviously an order from the Master. Who doesn't know that the Exile Country is the loyal lackey of the Stars and Stripes Country? With the appearance of the exiled players, the live broadcast room became completely heated. Now the Fish Fry Country can only reap the consequences. But what can be done? For small countries that can only survive in the cracks of big countries, there are only two options, or only one. Bow down and bow down, or bow down and bow down after a beating. But since you want to take refuge, you naturally have to find the strongest eldest brother. So they chose the most powerful country, Stars and Stripes. The Fish Exploding Nation firmly believed in the political alliance and firmly believed that the Stars and Stripes Congress would protect them. But now this result. If I had known this, I might as well have taken refuge in Daxia, as my strength was not weak and I was sincere to my friends. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. People always have to pay the price for the choices they make. In the picture, the two first exchanged names, and then talked about some of the problems they encountered during the 2 days of entering the secret realm. To be honest, Harry himself had some disdain for the Fish Fried Country. Not much is known about it, except that the two countries are allies in the same alliance. Others only know that Fish Fried Country is a small island country, very small. However, because of the private goods contained in the information from his own country, he must show the necessary enthusiasm. This really made him feel a little nauseous, but for the sake of the comfort of his family, he had no choice but to pretend. In order to dispel the other party's seemingly defenseless attitude, Harry also showed his strong strength. Then they took out a large piece of wild boar meat wrapped in a large palm leaf from their backpack as a gift to bring them closer together. He also told how he easily defeated a giant wild boar that was twice the size of an ordinary wild boar. The player from the fried fish country also naturally expressed his admiration, and said that he actually encountered a wild beast, an ordinary wild dog, and he ran away without even daring to approach. This happened to be what Harry wanted. He immediately patted his chest and said that everyone belonged to the Star-Spangled Alliance. From now on, Jesse would follow him and he would be responsible for his own safety. He was willing to form an alliance with Jesse and let the two of them explore the secret realm together. When the players from the fried fish country heard this, they became excited, and their last bit of defense was completely removed. They couldn't help but think in their hearts, "Isn't this a great thing? A big pie fell from the sky, and it hit me on the head with a bang. It's good to be an ally. The eldest brother of the ally is so selfless. He doesn't dislike me for being weak at all and is so friendly to me." Jesse immediately decided to follow his big brother. At that time, it will not be like the Badaguo. As long as the big brother leaks a little bit from the cracks of his fingers, even if I can't make a big deal, I can still leave some scraps, right? The player from the fried fish nation immediately agreed, holding Harry's hand and calling him big brother. The two of them were talking about each other, one brother, the other brother, just like two brothers who had been separated for many years and reunited, almost without tears. Jesse looked at the time and suggested making some food, but of course he wouldn't let Harry do it. "Just kidding, how can I bother my elder brother with such a thing?" So he took out the fruits he had stored and let his elder brother taste them, while he went to the side to cook. Of course, what he wanted to show was a flattering attitude towards his eldest brother, but that was not the case in Harry's eyes. Harry had a warm smile on his face, but he didn't let down his guard in his heart, and was always observing Jesse's every move. After all, for a person like Jesse who lives in a subtropical country, there is no guarantee that he will not know any special plants. If he did something, it would be too late to regret it. Who can guarantee that Jesse is not pretending to be kind on his face, but in fact he is thinking about how to kill himself? After all, Harry had this idea in his heart. Afterwards, the two of them had a hearty meal. Take a short rest and prepare to start a new journey. Before setting off, Jesse had to go back to the cave to tidy up. After all, he still had some food reserves and equipment. Harry said, "Don't worry, don't be in a hurry, Big Brother will be waiting for you here." Just as Jesse was packing up in the hole, Harry hunched over and quietly approached the cave. Jesse, who had very good ears, heard the movement, thought something had happened, and turned around in confusion. But what came face to face was a big hand like a cattail leaf fan, and a dagger shining with cold light. Before he could speak, his big hand quickly covered his mouth and pushed him to the ground. Jesse struggled desperately, but how could he, who was 7/4 like a monkey and only 3/4 like a human, be able to withstand the tall and powerful Harry? At this moment, Harry sat on him, raised the dagger, and quickly slashed Jesse's throat. For a moment, blood was pouring out, and Jesse covered his throat with both hands, his face full of disbelief. His eyes widened angrily, as if questioning. "Why? Aren't we allies? Don't we want to form an alliance? We obviously had a great conversation, aren't you my eldest brother? Didn't you say you wanted to protect me?" Of course, Jesse would never get the answer. He struggled more and more weakly, and finally lost his life completely. Harry let go of his hand, wiped the blood on Jesse's body with Jesse's clothes, stood up, and opened his mouth to say something silently. No one knew the content, but a lip-reading expert soon gave the answer. What Harry said was exactly, "XXX, be well, you want to be happy, I love you." Perhaps out of protection for someone, Harry used a method that only two people could understand. This caused lip readers to be unable to tell the difference, but combined with the following words. Then you can know that the first one should be someone's name. At this time, the barrage was as unstoppable as an out-of-control barrage. FXCK, the exiled country even kills its own allies. This is massacre. This is a violation of the Allied Powers Agreement. It is strongly recommended that the status of the exiled country in the Allied Powers be abolished. The Stars and Stripes should come out to uphold justice. Justice will be upheld and evil will be punished. Siete, this is all nonsense. The secret realm is a battlefield, and only the strong deserve to survive. Survival of the fittest by the weak is the law of nature. We all admit it, but isn't your act of acting to deceive others and trying to trick others behind your back not very good? If you want to fight against us, then come face to face. Faced with such a skinny fish fry country, everyone can conspire, even those in exile, they are worthy of being the descendants of criminals. Bahyalu, this is a strategy. This is called a war that never tires of deceit. A lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. Why can't we use conspiracy to deal with the weak? The country of fried fish deserves it. Who made him stupid? Many people sympathized with the experience of fish fried country, and at the same time began to worry about their own players. After all, humans are more terrifying than ferocious beasts. At this time, the live broadcast room changed again. The screen came to Blue Star, over the fish fried country. The Fish Country is a multi-ethnic archipelago country located in the Western Pacific. As far as Southeast Asia is concerned, it is not very small. But on the world stage, it is considered a small and insignificant country. Usually I don't have much sense of presence. The real famous ones are the fish maids, senior maids, who are also domestic service professionals. Known as Blue Star's most professional nanny. Fried Fish Maid can be regarded as a well-known brand in the entire Blue Star housekeeping industry. This is also the national brand of Fish Fried Country. At this time, the citizens of the fish exploding country felt like they were mourning for their heirs. They know what they will face next. After all, I have already seen the live broadcasts of Yuni country and Kimchi country before. Having resources will make this country, which was once very wealthy but now already impoverished, even worse. Suddenly, the ground shook, followed by loud rumbling noises. I saw that half of the islands in the fried fish country were slowly sinking into the sea. This kind of great power makes people shocked and despairing at the same time. All unknowns may cause fear in people, and when this suffocating power appears, in addition to trembling, people don't even want to and are unable to fight against it. At the same time, the exiled country of La Pecan. The ground was also shaken for a while. Some new islands appeared out of thin air in the coastal areas of the city. At this moment, all the countries in Blue Star got the news. Unlike resources that can only be realized after being occupied, it turns out that killing players will also be compensated. That is the reallocation of existing resources. This time Blue Star was boiling. Some countries are sharpening their knives, while others are trembling. At this point, I have to mention the exile country and the aggrieved fish fry country that are boycotted by most Blue Star countries. After the punishment was over, the president of the fish exploding country immediately called the president of the star-spangled country, Mr. Wang. He made a fierce accusation against the immoral behavior of the exiled country, and strongly recommended punishment within the alliance to uphold justice for the fish exploding country. The King of Understanding tried his best to comfort him and said that he would deal with it strictly. Please rest assured that the fried fish country will have your strong backing. Such nonsense. Then, under the deception, fried fish country hung up the phone with satisfaction. Of course, he never waited to understand Wang's so-called strict measures. Of course King Understanding would not do it. After the redistribution of resources, the president of the exile country immediately contacted King Understanding and said that he was a loyal younger brother of the Stars and Stripes Kingdom and that his younger brother had received some benefits recently. How can you forget your eldest brother when you have good things? So I wanted to give 50% to my eldest brother, hoping that my eldest brother would definitely accept it. The King of Understanding gave in several times, and finally he reluctantly accepted the offer after his younger brother threatened to die. After all, no one knows how to receive gifts better than him. Chapter 17. The players had no idea that the outside world was already in turmoil. Judging from the prompts given by the Secret Realm until now, players in the Secret Realm only have 3 options to choose from. 1. Form an alliance. Individuals understand the principle that there is strength in numbers. Division of labor and cooperation will be more efficient, the difficulty of obtaining resources will be greatly reduced, and there will be more ways to solve dangers. The disadvantage is that if the distribution is based on contribution, even if you make no contribution, you will be given a guaranteed quota of 10%, just like the Badaguo. 2. Lone wolf. This method is only suitable for players who are strong enough to face various dangers individually. Of course, lone wolves also have their own benefits. Once they encounter a danger that they cannot resist, the individual target is smaller and less likely to be discovered. All resources obtained belong to the individual. 3. Killing, that is, killing players from other countries. The purpose of entering the Secret Realm is to obtain resources. Then occupation and redistribution are actually no different. Under normal circumstances, you can occupy resources, but others can too, and competition will never end. But the advantage of the killing mode is that if I kill you, your corresponding country will lose the opportunity to develop, and half of what your country currently owns will be redistributed to my country. Others are weakened and oneself is strengthened. From this point of view, killing is actually a good choice. Just like that, the next day came. Li Hao had rested for a whole day. It can be said that he was in high spirits. The strange thunder rain weather outside had also dissipated. After having breakfast early in the morning, I held Pechi in my arms, called Fawad, and officially set off. They were walking in the rainforest now. Fawad was holding a dog-leg knife to clear the way in front, while Li Hao was holding the piglet in his arms and holding a small stick in his hand, poking twice here and twice there. Occasionally, I would stand still and look around. Fawad slashed an obstacle with his knife. "Brother, where are we going?" "Just walking aimlessly." Li Hao came over and slapped Fawad on the back of the head. "Ask me? How do I know where to go? There is no map of this place, so just keep walking forward." Fawad rubbed his head and thought about it. This is the first time for everyone. Who knows where to go? Li Hao grinned and said, "Believe me, it's okay. My abilities can't harm me. We all eat meat wherever we go." Fawad nodded quickly. "I believe it. Of course I believe it. If you follow him, you can eat meat." Studio. Xiao Litsi and the others set off so early. Of course. Yesterday we were delayed for a whole day due to some tricks and weather problems, weren't we? We have to hurry up today. By the way, have you noticed? Xiao Feiza looked quite smart before, but why does he look so stupid today? Could it be that awakening has side effects of lowering intelligence? At this time, Li Hao suddenly grabbed Fawad, who was about to continue to open the way, and at the same time put a finger on his lips to signal to be quiet. Fawad also nodded nervously and swallowed subconsciously. I saw Li Hao bending his waist and tiptoeing toward a bush in the distance, followed closely by Fawad. When he opened the bushes and took a look, he saw a large open space inside, with 6 or 7 wolf-like creatures scattered across it. They were obviously seriously injured. This, brother, this, it was the first time for Fawad to see a live ferocious beast at close range. Let's just say it was alive. He was stunned and shouted subconsciously. Li Hao was worried that the sound would alarm the wolf, so he slapped Fawad on the head, glared at him, made a shushing gesture, and then shook his head at the wolf. Fawad nodded quickly to indicate that he understood. Then without hesitation, he took off his clothes and broke off a leaf from the tree next to him. The direct body strengthening was fully activated, and after transforming into a body, he casually wrapped his lower body with leaves and ran towards the wolves. Seeing this scene, Li Hao was simply stunned. Is Fawad so reckless? Why didn't he notice it before? Without thinking too much, he quickly got up and rushed out. He was joking. If he didn't follow, God knows if these wolves would fight back before death. After finally accepting a little brother, he couldn't let him go easily. At this moment, the secret realm prompt sounded. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, encountered the third-level ferocious beast rainforest storm chaser. Characteristics: live in groups, are carnivorous, and have an extremely strict hierarchy. Wind-chasing wolves are organized into families. Usually a group consists of 7 animals, and in rare cases there may be groups of more than 30 animals. Studio. Did you see Little Plum's expression just now? By the way, Xiao Feizi is quite brave now? Is this the end of recklessness? No, please pay attention to the information about the ferocious beasts, okay? That's a third-level wolf. Didn't you read it and said it lived in groups? What's so great? Aren't there just 7 horses in a group? There are 7 horses here, and the group is destroyed. And these 7 horses look like they are about to expire. How much fighting power do they still have? Seeing someone rushing over, the chasing wolves stood up tremblingly. They were preparing to fight to the death. When Li Hao saw this, he secretly thought something was wrong and hurriedly stepped up his pace. As soon as Fawad entered the fighting range, the wolves, which had been waiting for a long time, bared their sharp fangs, launched an attack, and pounced towards Fawad. Fawad had never seen such a formation before, and his blood suddenly cooled down. He could no longer hold the dog-leg knife in his hand, and he froze on the spot. The wolves were already approaching, and the first wolf to attack had opened its mouth. Fawad could even feel the hot breath coming out of the wolf's mouth. He slowly closed his eyes and waited quietly for death to come. At this moment, Li Hao also entered the fighting circle. However, the wolf's kiss did not fall as expected. Instead, a warm stream with a strong bloody smell sprayed on Fawad's face. He didn't dare to open his eyes, fearing that there were countless fangs pointing at him. Suddenly, the back of his head hurt, and Li Hao's voice came faintly, "You kid, you run so fast, who told you to rush forward, of?" Fawad suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Li Hao who was still angry, and then looked at the wolf corpse lying on the ground with blood on his mouth, scratching the back of his head. "That, big brother is not you. Did you ask me to get on?" You shook your head at the wolf. "Did I mean that? I was telling you to keep quiet and don't let the wolf find out. What kind of understanding is this?" Li Hao felt like he was going crazy. "You are so cowardly, so you scared me. Are you stupid? Just slash with your knife." Fawad immediately blushed and asked sheepishly, "Brother, how did these wolves die? I was so frightened just now that I didn't know anything with my eyes closed." "You have the nerve to say that, it's really embarrassing, and it's a body enhancement system." Li Hao handed Fawad a bottle of water and asked him to clean the wolf blood on his face first, then continued, "It looks like there is no external injury, it should be a ruptured internal organ. They were seriously injured, maybe because of my ability, or maybe because of the violent running during the attack." With that said, Li Hao picked up the dog-leg knife and walked towards the wolf corpse. Fawad, while washing his face, asked, "Brother, what are you doing? Let's get some meat, what else can we do? It's such a shame to waste so much meat. If you are fine, just gather the bodies into a pile." Li Hao turned back and said to Fawad, Is wolf meat delicious?" Fawad asked curiously. "How the hell do I know? I've never eaten it. It's a protected animal in Daxia. If I eat it, I have to wear a silver bracelet. But it's still meat after all. It's better than eating compressed dry food every day, right?" Fawad's focus made Li Hao feel a little speechless. "Is it delicious?" Shouldn't the focus be on whether it can be eaten? Besides, this is meat, and it tastes better than dry compressed biscuits, okay? Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, killed the third-level ferocious beast rainforest wind chaser. Note: wind-chasing wolves are born in packs. Not all wolves have been killed, so this kill will not be counted for the time being. Oh? Is there no reward this time? Didn't they all get killed? It seems like we need to get some meat and leave quickly, lest relatives come looking for us. Li Hao murmured a few words, and then began to dissect the corpse, because he had the experience of becoming a butcher's child in his previous reincarnation. So dissecting a corpse or something like that is basically not a problem for him. Li Hao casually pulled over the body of a wind-chasing wolf and used a dog-leg knife to disembowel it. The internal organs and filth flowed out, and then he suddenly said "Et." He reached out and rummaged through the dirt, and then took out a diamond-shaped crystal. It is the evolutionary stone, but it is a little different from the evolutionary stone discovered before. This one is black. After hearing Li Hao's surprise, Fawad hurried over and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Did you find something?" Hearing this, Li Hao handed the evolution stone to Fawad. Holding it in his hand, Fawad was about to ask a question when he heard the familiar secret sound. Congratulations to Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, for discovering the Awakening Evolution Stone, Direction, Strength Strengthening System, which can be used to evolve abilities after awakening. How to use: hold it in the palm of your hand and chant silently to absorb it. Note: Awakening Evolution Stones are randomly generated anywhere in the secret realm, including but not limited to the bodies of ferocious beasts. The generation rate of evolution stones is 1 in a billion. After the voice prompt, Li Hao laughed, Fawad was stunned, and the audience in the live broadcast room were all confused. Damn it, isn't it 1 in a billion? How many are there? Calm down, you can always trust Li Hao, he is God's favorite cub. Thank you, Brother Hua. Follow Brother Hua and have meat to eat. Long live Daxia. Do you think we will find anything more? Do you think there are still so many corpses? Don't think about it upstairs, it's 1 in a billion, why are you making a fuss? I suggest you dream, there is everything in the dream. Fawad woke up from the shock, bent his legs, and knelt on the ground. He hugged Li Hao's legs and didn't let go, crying while hugging him. Li Hao's face immediately darkened. He pushed Fawad's head and pointed at the big rock behind him, saying, "Don't bother me, I still have to dissect the body. Stay away from me and look over there. Peggy goes to play." After receiving the order, Fawad rolled and crawled to a large rock nearby. Li Hao continued to play with the wolf carcass. Originally he just wanted to get some meat and simply peel the skin and remove the bones. But with this lesson learned, he had to reconsider. Who knows what good things will appear in what parts? Yes. No? Don't be afraid of wasting time. After all, if you have the evolution stone, you will have strength. If you have strength, you can protect yourself. Only when you are alive can you have output. Everything from subcutaneous tissue to various organs, even the skull was lifted up to look at it. After searching the wolf corpse carefully, I found that there were no surprises. Then he started playing with another corpse. It took more than an hour of fiddling with it before all 7 wolf carcasses were turned over. Li Hao didn't feel tired during the whole process. Fawad won't feel bored anymore, because he and Peggy seem to be having a good chat. I don't know if they have any special abilities, but the two can communicate without any barriers. This is also quite magical. In the final statistics of harvest, there must be enough wolf meat, and there was also an unexpected harvest. In addition to Fawad's one, there were 4 other evolution stones, 1 black, 1 transparent, and 2 green. I also learned from the voice prompts in the secret realm that transparent is a special evolutionary stone, and green is a healing evolutionary stone. Hey, I'm still not lucky enough. The 7 wolves only got 5 pieces. Such a huge gain shocked the audience in the live broadcast room and was completely speechless. It wasn't until Li Hao said something that made everyone want to slap him, that the live broadcast room was detonated again. FK. Listen, listen, is this what people say? You said, I want to take a high-definition photo of Little Plum and put it at home. Will it ward off evil spirits? Can the person above have some confidence in me, Brother Li? To be honest, I made a statue of Brother Li at home yesterday and burned 3 incense sticks a day. As a result, just 1 day later, the company notified me that I was promoted. Ah, I have been looking forward to this day for 10 years. Really or not? Shouldn't it be that you have worked diligently for 10 years and your qualifications have finally arrived? The old man will make a quick calculation. I would rather believe that this matter exists than believe that it does not exist, everyone. Li Hao put the wolf skin and wolf meat into the storage space, washed the blood on his hands, and went back to find Fawad. Seeing his elder brother coming back, Fawad jumped off the stone and greeted him, "Brother, how should we go next?" Facing Fawad's question, Li Hao held his chin and thought for a while, then looked around. Then he bent down, picked up a branch, and threw it up. The branches fell to the ground. This way. Li Hao pointed in a direction, picked up Piki and left, followed by Fawad of course. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was speechless. Is it so careless? I think you should believe Xiao Litsi. After all, he is a son of heaven. This picture makes me think that Xiao Li may continue to use this method in the future. On the way, Li Hao and Fawad absorbed the evolution stone. Of course, just 1 stone was not enough for Li Hao to evolve again, but Fawad succeeded in evolving. Brother, big brother, I have evolved. I feel like I am powerful again, and I have a new ability called a steel body. Fawad danced happily and jumped in front of Li Hao. Li Hao looked at him, patted his shoulder to calm him down, and said, "Okay, come on, show it off." Upon hearing this, Fawad immediately used his ability without saying a word. A black flash appeared on his hand, which spread very quickly until it covered his entire arm. Seeing this scene, Li Hao was simply stunned and thought to himself, "Damn it! Are you really tampering with me? What kind of steel body, this armed color, this is such a armed color, right?" After the demonstration, Fawad scratched his head and said naively, "Brother, this is a new ability. It can cover part of the body or the whole body. What's the effect?" "It's called steel body. It increases defense power." "How much is the increase?" Li Hao asked. "Yes, I can't tell how much the defense will increase." Hearing Li Hao's question, Fawad first explained, then thought about it and continued, "Yes, let's test it." After saying that, Fawad held the dog-leg knife in his right hand and slashed towards the left hand that activated the ability. Then I heard a teeth-searing sound, accompanied by sparks flying. Chapter 18. Seeing this, Li Hao also had a certain understanding of this new ability. The rate of increase is roughly equivalent to being stronger than the second order and weaker than the third order. If we judge based on the group of third-level wolves just now, they probably can't even break through Fawad's defense now. In the rainforest, the trees and plants are very lush, and little bits of sunlight shine through the treetops on the ground, like dots of gold. Fawad was immersed in the joy of evolution along the way, jumping up and down happily. Li Hao seemed a little silent. Of course, he was not worried. He was thinking about other things at this time. About the monkeys killed yesterday. That's right. It's monkey wine. Li Hao had heard about this thing countless times in countless places. It is said that monkeys gather fruits into a hole to store food for the winter. However, if there is no food shortage during the season, the monkeys will forget about the fruits in this hole. Then the fruit is fermented slowly and is regarded as fruit wine, which is not considered precious. What is truly precious is the wine that drips during the initial fermentation. That is the essence. The first drops are called begui. When gathered together, they are called beguo niang. Only when all fermented juices are collected and smell of wine can they be called monkey wine. It's worth noting $1,000, how delicious is this? Li Hao was curious about this. Just as he was thinking about it, Li Hao suddenly stood up and looked around. Brother, what's wrong? Sensing Li Hao's abnormality, Fawad asked in confusion. Li Hao did not answer, his eyes continued to scan around. It's not that he didn't hear Fawad's question, but he didn't know how to answer. He himself didn't know the answer to this question. Along the way just now, there was always a vague feeling surrounding him, as if something was coming. At first, Li Hao thought it was because the secret realm was too dangerous and he was too nervous, causing his body to react instinctively. I had to force myself to relax and think about other things, so I came up with those thoughts about Howardju. But as time went by, this feeling not only did not disappear, but became stronger and stronger. The vague feeling gradually turned into a real feeling, and in the end it even made the hairs on his neck stand up. And it wasn't until just now that he realized that this was his ability reminding him that there was danger or hostility. Suddenly, Li Hao turned around fiercely, narrowed his eyes, and stared straight at the way they came. Because just a second ago, his own power reminded him that this substantial hostility came from behind. Seeing Li Hao's nervous behavior, he didn't know what happened. But out of trust, and even more out of the concept that if the eldest brother thinks there is a problem, then there must be something, and what the eldest brother said is right. Fawad still became serious and encouraged himself in his heart. I am different now. I have evolved and become stronger, but I am not bald. I must perform well this time. What happened before was so embarrassing. This time I must wash away the previous shame. If Li Hao could hear his voice, he would definitely have an expression of relief like an old father seeing his son finally grow up, pat him on the shoulder and say sincerely, "My child, the future is yours, come on." But no matter what needs to be done is still done. Fawad's eyes were focused and he looked straight ahead. His steel body was completely covered in an instant, and his whole body was black, like a statue made of iron, and his body also reflected bursts of metallic light. He tightened the dog-leg knife in his hand and looked prepared. Of course, Fawad's frequent swallowing of saliva fully showed that he was very nervous and restless. At this time, the audience was also worried, and the live broadcast room was filled with a solemn atmosphere. The Huxia audience was full of doubts. They wanted to know what happened. To be honest, they had never seen Li Hao look like this before. Even when danger appeared before, he was calm and unhurried. Seeing Li Hao's nervous state now, the audience couldn't help but feel a little worried. At this time, Zhang Lingling and many guests also swallowed their saliva, held their breath, and stared at the screen tightly. Just when everyone held their breath, there was a sudden soft sound from the bushes in front of Li Hao, and then dozens of sharp green eyes appeared on the screen. Then more than a dozen wind-chasing wolves with grey-white hair appeared. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, encountered the third-level ferocious beast rainforest storm chaser. Note, the son of the wind-chasing wolf king, who went out alone to establish a pack as an adult, left the territory this time just to find the scouts who had not returned, following the smell of blood along the way. Holy shit, is this the wolf prince? Is he here to avenge the previous group of wolves? To be honest, after seeing them appear, I didn't panic at all. I just relied on Little Plum to easily make them come and go. The frequency of Xiao Li's encounters with enemies is a bit high. Other players have not even encountered ferocious beasts. Here we have pigs, monkeys, and wolves, and the levels are getting higher and higher every time. After listening to the broadcast, the tension in the live broadcast room disappeared, and the audience chatted in a relaxed mood. But at this time, Li Hao's heart was not relaxed at all. Judging from his biological knowledge, these gregarious storm-chasing wolves can definitely be said to be able to walk sideways in this rainforest. The reason is very simple. Among the large beasts that can appear in the jungle, apart from tigers, they are bears. But this is a rainforest, so there is no telling whether there will be bears. Even if there are bears, they will be similar to those in a rubber country. Although it bears the name of a bear, it is a rubber bear that is so weak that it explodes. And tigers. Usually, tigers will not appear in the same forest as wolves. Both are predators at the top of the food chain, although there is no direct relationship between them. It can be seen that they will also fight desperately and kill them all. It can be regarded as a state of ebb and flow. With so many wolves appearing here, it is foreseeable that there are not many or simply no other large animals that can threaten them in this rainforest. This group of wolves is larger than the previous batch. Visually, they are about 1.4 to 5 meters tall without the tail. Their bodies are strong and the muscles are strong. At this time, the sinister fangs were exposed, the eyes were green and cold, and the mouth was whining. Li Hao is not afraid of wolves. It can be said that he does not believe that he will be in danger at all. What really worries him is Fawad. Li Hao has the ability to protect his body, but Fawad does not, even if he has awakened and evolved. Li Hao believed that the steel body could protect against the attacks of the wind chaser wolf, but this ability definitely had flaws. It's either the time limit or the amount of damage. In short, it's impossible to defend indefinitely. At this time, the wolves had already put into attack posture, as if they were facing with real murderous intent. Fawad also felt the crisis coming, and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, brother, then I will go up." Although it is not the first time to face the enemy, strictly speaking, it is the first real battle. I don't know if it was because he was too nervous or for some other reason, but Fawad's state made people feel that he seemed a little dizzy. He slapped his head twice, shook his head vigorously, and then raised the dog-leg knife in his hand high, ready to charge. However, the wolves moved faster, and the vanguard wolf, which received the message from the alpha wolf, took the lead in charging. But at this moment, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky not far away and floated towards Li Hao at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they were over the battlefield. The pioneer wolf is already close at hand. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky with a loud noise, and struck directly on the neck of the pioneer wolf, who got up and flew towards him. The pioneer wolf was dead before it could howl in agony. The body fell from the air, and the head that fell with it rolled directly to Li Hao's feet. This scene made all the viewers in the live broadcast room tremble with excitement. Damn it! Did you see it? Did you see it? How could you do this? Li Hao is simply invincible. While others are still using physical attacks, he has already started to use magic attacks. Oh my god, Dad, are you the little puppies who want to bully my son? Just pick up my lightning. At this time, the little Wolf King did not want to give up the pursuit, but whenever it gave orders again, you will find that the thunderclouds in the sky are rolling violently, and once it gives up the idea of attacking, the thunderclouds will quickly return to calm. They are called ferocious beasts, not stupid beasts. Fierce beasts are not stupid. On the contrary, they are very smart. Think about it, even ordinary animals still possess a certain degree of intelligence, let alone the more evolved ferocious beasts. Originally, the little Wolf King had sent out scouts early today to investigate the movements of his mortal enemy. As a result, I waited and didn't come back, and I couldn't help but feel a little angry. I just wanted to go out to the lake to drink some water, relax, and see if I could pick up monkey meat or other takeaways. As a result, I turned around and encountered nothing. Although it didn't find the takeaway, it smelled the scent of the scouts and knew that the scouts were back. Just as the front foot said it wanted to return to its territory, the back foot immediately smelled the smell of blood. It knew it was broken and the scout was in danger. He hurriedly ordered his troops and followed the smell of blood all the way here. You know, the little wolf king is used to running rampant in this rainforest. Apart from his father, the old wolf king and that enemy, he had never been afraid of anything. But the scene in front of him really made his scalp numb. The little wolf king didn't dare to take action because he had a premonition. If we take action, not only will we not be able to hurt the opponent, but our own people, wolves will definitely die and the entire army will be annihilated. But it would be too shameful to back down like this. If other animals know this, what will they think of me? What will my mother wolf think of me? What will the wolf cubs at home think of me? For a moment, the little wolf king was in a dilemma, whining and making sounds from his mouth. No, no, we didn't kill him, we didn't kill him. Fawad put his head in his hands and shouted. There was a sudden explosion in his ears. Li Hao reacted as a normal person should and was startled. Turning back to look behind him, Fawad quickly covered his mouth and shook his head to himself, saying that he was fine. After that, Li Hao looked at the wolves again. Of course, the little wolf king could also hear the sound, but when the sound came, he was immediately shocked. The prophecy of the clan was actually true. Yes, there is a prophecy that has been circulating among the wind-chasing wolf clan. It is impossible to verify the specific age when the prophecy appeared, but the documented history is thousands of years old. The content generally means that after a few years, a creature will appear that can understand the language of the Winzuiyang wolf tribe and can communicate with the Winzui Feng wolf tribe without any barriers. At that time, the wind-chasing wolf clan can choose to follow him, or they can choose not to follow him. But no matter what, when he needs help, he must do his best to help, even if it means annihilating his family. The little wolf king shook his head and whined again in disbelief. No, really not. They were seriously injured. They died from organ rupture caused by violent movements during the attack. The blood was sprayed on me when they attacked me. Fawad's voice sounded again, but this time it sounded a bit miserable. Li Hao knew that although this child, Fawad, was quite playful, he always did some inexplicable things. But in serious situations, he is still very measured. Moreover, from the sound, Fawad seemed to be in pain. So he turned his head again and asked with concern, "What the hell are you talking about?" "Brother, I have a headache. Someone is talking in my head." Fawad held his head in his hands and said intermittently. Hearing this, Li Hao was completely confused. What was the sound? He didn't hear anything. But looking at Fawad's pale face, it didn't look like he was lying, so he asked, "Who is talking? What are you talking about?" "It said, that we killed its wolf." "I said we didn't." "It asked why we had the bloody smell of its wolf on us." "I said it was from their ruptured organs and sprayed on me, and it said it wrongly blamed us." "We are about to leave." Fawad replied with difficulty after hearing this, and at the same time he pointed at the alpha wolf opposite. Hearing what Fawad said, Li Hao quickly looked at the wolves. I saw the little wolf king nodding his head, lowering his head as if to say hello, then howling, turning around and leading the wolves into the rainforest. Saw this scene. Li Hao was shocked. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked. I always thought that Xiao Litsi was weird enough, but I didn't expect that Xiao Feizi was even weirder. Can he understand the words of ferocious beasts? It would be a shame not to be a veterinarian if you have such ability. I shouldn't say that Xiao Feizi is weird. In my opinion, this is still Xiao Litsi's fault. To put it simply, it's the strange Xiao Litsi who relied on his strange ability to attract the strange Xiao Feizi, and finally formed a strange combination. Unlike the audience, Li Hao's shock came from another place. At this time, he was complaining crazily in his heart, "Holy shit! Are you saying you are not a liar? Are you just trying to show off, okay? Let's not talk about the steel body that looks like a weapon. Now you want to listen to the sound of all things for me? This is plagiarism. I want to report you." After the danger passed, Li Hao asked Fawad about his ability. Fawad said it was a long story. Afterwards, Fawad spoke slowly and Li Hao listened quietly. Fawad's ability seems to have been present since he was sensible, and it can be regarded as innate. From an early age he could occasionally hear animals talking. But something happened later that forced him to hide it. Chapter 19. The story takes place when Fawad was in primary school. He went to a school with a breeding house, the kind of place where children could raise some small animals by themselves. There are 2 little rabbits raised in the school, and Fawad will visit them whenever he has free time. And this behavior also made his little friends curious. So he asked Fawad why he always went to see rabbits instead of playing with his classmates. Seeing his best friend asking him, Fawad told him that the little rabbit could talk. When the little friend heard this, he was so happy that he immediately gathered many classmates and took Fawad to the breeding house to listen to the rabbit talk. But he never thought that this was his special ability. How could those without special abilities hear animals talking? As you can imagine, Fawad was called a braggart and a liar. But this is not the end, because things were very big at that time. The next day, the teacher invited Fawad's parents and asked Fawad to drop out of school. It would be best to transfer to another school, which would also be good for his growth. After returning home, his parents, who had always been tolerant and loving, beat Fawad for the first time. The transfer procedures were completed the next day. The young Fawad did not understand his specialness at all. I just feel aggrieved. I clearly didn't lie, so why doesn't everyone believe him? Later, he gradually understood that what the world needs is mass production, and does not need anything special, distinctive, or unique. So he hid this specialness and allowed himself to blend into the world as much as possible. If you hear it, you will pretend you didn't hear it. Over time, you will forget it, as if you never had a special ability. But this special ability became clear again after entering the secret realm, and then the scene just happened. After listening, Li Hao couldn't help but sigh, this is such a big world with all kinds of wonders. I originally thought that I was the only weirdo in the world, but now I find that it doesn't seem to be the case, there are special people everywhere. The battle ended hastily, and the story was finished. But the progress cannot be stopped. Li Hao patted Fawad on the shoulder to express comfort and continued moving forward. But the further we go, the more humid the air becomes. Soon we arrived at a special spot. How do you say special? Although they are in the same rainforest, this place is like a dividing line, showing 2 completely different styles inside and outside. If the road we walked before was a traditional rainforest, then the road behind this line is an even older primitive rainforest covered with vines. The trees here are thicker and taller, and the plants are more lush. The branches of the trees are intertwined, and the lush branches and leaves spread out to cover the sky. The spreading roots of trees are everywhere. The tree trunks are covered with moss. Muddy land and stagnant water everywhere. Because the sun cannot shine in, the humid air and quiet environment make this rainforest look even more eerie. Li Hao pulled Fawad, who was a little scared, to move forward. After walking for a while, I found that Fawad refused to leave. Li Hao had no choice but to think about how to persuade Fawad when he heard continuous loud bangs. How can I think of persuasion? I grabbed Fawad and ran forward. After running a few dozen meters further, I saw a dozen wolves attacking a creature that was more than 3 meters tall and looked like a gorilla. Or is this gorilla fighting a dozen wolves alone? Seeing this group of wolves, Li Hao grinned. Isn't this a coincidence? These wolves are none other than the little wolf king. But weren't they behind him? Why did they come to the front? Li Hao was a little confused. Then he turned back to the gorilla. This gorilla has 4 arms, and its palms are almost as big as Li Hao's 2 heads. Maybe it felt the gaze, so it turned its head and looked at Li Hao, grinning, and then beat its chest with 4 hands. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, encountered the 4th-level ferocious beast, the Geomancer. Characteristics: the great Geomancer ape has intelligence that far exceeds that of other ferocious beasts. It can use and create most tools. Its powerful strength and sharp fangs can easily tear apart defenses of the same level. Its well-developed muscles make its defense power equally amazing. Skill: Earth Thrust, which can cause 2 attacks, thrust, and explosion. The secret realm prompt came as promised. It's straight to the 4th level? It's getting more and more difficult. Do you think that group of wolves is the same group just now? It seems so. It would be great if we could join forces to fight against the enemy. Li Hao heard the secret realm prompt. Go straight to the 4th level, before players from other countries have encountered ferocious beasts. He was already facing a 4th level ferocious beast. To be honest, he felt that the secret realm was targeting him. This feeling didn't just happen. But from the moment I entered the secret realm, I had a vague feeling. It seemed like something was guiding him. Li Hao looked at the gorilla in front and found that the gorilla was also looking at him. At this time, the little wolf king directly launched an attack. It would not let go of this opportunity to distract the enemy. More than a dozen wolves ran quickly, and the little wolf king took the lead and flew towards the gorilla to bite the neck. The gorilla seemed not to care at all about the wolf attacks. Just as the little wolf king was approaching, he hit it with a fist. The little wolf king flew out instantly and hit the tree trunk heavily. It struggled to get up, but couldn't, and made a whining sound. The other wolf members also arrived at this time. The gorilla then turned its head, made fists with all 4 hands, and slammed them toward the ground. Immediately, he felt the ground around him begin to tremble slightly, and then spikes shot out from the ground. The position was just under the bellies of the wolves, and these poor wind-chasing wolves were immediately disemboweled before they even had time to scream. Only a few more agile storm-chasing wolves survived. But they escaped the first thrust attack, but were seriously injured by the second burst attack. Now let alone continue to participate in the war, it is difficult to move. Then the Earth Tyrant Ape didn't hesitate and rushed in front of Li Hao almost instantly. A swinging fist hit Li Hao and knocked him away. After doing all this, the Earth Tyrant Ape beat its chest again, shouting while beating it. It's like declaring his victory. Of course that's exactly what it means. It is one of the overlords in this rainforest, the other is the Wind Chaser Wolf King. One of the 2 controls half of the rainforest. This is recognized by everyone, but the cub of the Wolf King family doesn't seem to think so and always comes to stir up trouble. I went there to do errands this morning and just disabled a batch of them. You came over to make trouble again in the evening. If I hadn't been worried about your father, I would have killed you long ago. But now there is a way. Here come 2 more unfamiliar 4-legged beasts. After killing you for a while, your father asked and said that the 4-legged beast killed you. As an uncle, I have killed the 4-legged beast to avenge you. At the same time, the live broadcast room immediately became tense. No, Little Plum was beaten away? Will he be okay? What do you think? That gorilla looks so powerful. Ha ha ha, the players from Daxia are dead. Why didn't your father take care of you this time? Daxia is going to be doomed, Smita. Kimchi country, get out of here, our Little Plum won't die so easily. Seeing this state in the live broadcast room, Zhang Lingling, as the host, knew that she needed to stabilize people's hearts immediately. Although he was also very anxious inside, he still said very calmly, "Friends in the audience, we should not be anxious, let alone believe other people's provocations. The more times like this, the more we should believe in our players." Think about it, player Li Hao has shown many emotions since entering the secret realm, including sadness, surprise, helplessness, nervousness, and worry, but he has never felt fear. I don't know how other people feel, but he gives me the feeling that he seems to feel that nothing can threaten him in the secret realm. Professor Zhao also continued to speak, this young man Li Hao may not be as simple as we see. I agree with Ling Ling's statement. Personally, I think Li Hao is just a little playful. After all, he is still very young. Think about it, he seems to be facing always smiling about everything. As a survival expert, Uncle Li also nodded and said, what we have always seen is Li Hao's luck, but you seem to have forgotten how bad the situation was when he first entered the secret realm, but after replenishing his energy, he became extremely good. Such a quick recovery, I have never seen such a physique. When the audience heard this, they also became quiet. Thinking about it, this seems to be the case. In the secret realm, when Li Hao was beaten away, Fawad, who was originally frightened by the scene of the giant ape killing the wolves instantly, lost his mind. Blood red filled his eyes, and he gasped for breath as he directly activated his ability. The earth tyrant ape was also slightly surprised. It turned out that this little four-legged beast had a unique skill. Fawad didn't care anymore, and after activating his ability, he charged directly at the great ape. The great ape also began to rush forward. With a bang, the two collided. Then you punch me and kick me, and the beating comes and goes. The earth tyrant ape has 4 hands, so its attack frequency will be higher, but Fawad is also very powerful when he is angry. At this time, the earth tyrant ape bowed down and slapped the ground with both hands. Use the earth thrust. Fawad had seen the power of this move before and hurriedly dodged. The earth tyrant ape immediately seized the opportunity, punched Fawad hard on the chest with both fists, and knocked him away. The body with enhanced abilities directly broke the big tree behind him. Fawad turned over and stood up, his eyes blazing with fighting intent. Just as he was getting ready to attack again, a sigh spread. When he turned around, he saw Li Hao walking over. It seemed that the attack from the earth tyrant ape had not hurt him just now. At this time, the geomancer was completely angry and roared loudly, and the sound resounded throughout the forest. It, the king, gave you, the little four-legged beast, a heavy blow, and you didn't fall down, and you seemed not to be hurt at all. As I said before, ferocious beasts are not stupid, and the geomaniac ape is an extremely smart species among them. It understands that it cannot easily win one-on-one, and now it has to face 2 small four-legged beasts, so it cannot attack rashly. After thinking about it for a moment, an idea popped into the earth tyrant ape's mind. It slowly retreated, and after using its skills to summon the stone thorns, it immediately launched a second attack to crack the stone thorns. He squatted down and quickly picked up a few small stones from the ground. Of course, this little is only for himself. Holding the stone in his hand, the earth tyrant ape grinned, but this smile was full of cruelty. At this time, it was half squatting on the ground, throwing stones with one hand, and with its other 3 hands, one was used to make ammunition and the other 2 were used to pass it. Seeing the rocks flying towards him, Li Hao just randomly chose a direction to dodge and was able to easily avoid the flying rocks. This made the great geomancer even angrier, and it immediately sped up its throwing speed. Perhaps it was so angry that it lost its accuracy. It didn't notice that a stone hit the front one and bounced back unabated. And it's a pointed stone. By the time it was discovered, it was already too late. Only a pop was heard. Then a miserable howl was heard. It must be in extreme pain now. And this kind of pain is called pain even when you look at it. Then he saw the great earth tyrant ape covering his crotch and falling backwards. Judging from the blood-stained hair on its hands, its lower body must be bloody at this time. But the disaster didn't seem to stop like this, just as it fell backwards. A stone thorn that had been summoned before, but had not had time to explode, staged a mystery, 1,000 years of killing for it. It entered locally and penetrated deeply into its body. Then the miserable howl sounded again. Do you think this is the end? However, no. A high-up tree branch that could not withstand the high-pitched vibration suddenly broke. It was inserted straight into the mouth of the earth-violent ape that was roaring on its back. This time there was no howling, not just because its mouth was blocked. What's more, after these severe attacks, the Earth Tyrant Ape's remaining time is running out. Probably I can only pass it by the second. At the same time, while the guests and viewers in the live broadcast room were still rejoicing that Li Hao had returned without injury, this scene was officially staged. Seeing this, the host Zhang Lingling and the female audience members turned red and covered their eyes. The male audience members subconsciously tightened their legs. F***ck. This is so cruel, hitting an egg with an egg against a stone. No, hitting an egg with a stone, it hurts just looking at it. It's one step to the stomach, in every sense of the word. Oh my god, Dad, go sneak attack me before I can react. Go cheat. I am an old colleague, is this good? This is not good. Accept Dad's sanction. After the battle, Pikey ran to Li Hao crying, begging for love, caressing and hugs, but she was worried about the baby. In fact, it had already thought about it, but in the battle, it couldn't help, and it would distract the main bank if it came over hastily. At this time, Fawad also came over, with a shocked expression of "this is okay." Seeing him coming, Li Hao first patted his shoulder and asked, "How are you? Are you not injured?" Fawad first shook his head, indicating that he was okay, and then asked slightly anxiously, "Brother, where are you? Are you okay?" "Me? What can happen to me?" Li Hao looked confused, suddenly realized something, and continued, "Oh, you mean the gorilla punched me, right?" Fawad nodded. "It's okay. It happened too fast. I was a little confused at the time. It hurts a little, but it's still within the acceptable range." Li Hao explained. Then why didn't you come back earlier?" Fawad's eyes were red and he choked, I thought you." Feeling the deep concern, Li Hao patted Fawad on the head and said, "I came back a long time ago. You two were fighting fiercely at that time. Didn't I have the nerve to disturb you?" Chapter 20. After hearing this, Fawad was about to say something else when a familiar voice sounded again. It turned out to be the tormented Earth Tyrant Ape, who finally breathed his last breath full of reluctance. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, encountered the 4th level ferocious beast, the Great Ape, and successfully defeated it. They were rewarded with 10 bottles of healing potion, a healing potion formula, and an intermediate lower awakening potion. Constitution points plus 30, distributed according to contribution, Li Hao of Daxia plus 20, Fawad Hussain of Pakistan plus 10. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, defeated the beast and received points plus 40, which were distributed according to contribution. Li Hao, a player from Daxia plus 30 and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, plus 10, after 5 players accumulate points, the national standings will be opened. Current number of players, 2. Note, healing potions can instantly restore physical condition, and can cure most diseases of blue star humans, including but not limited to cancer, leukemia, etc. Intermediate and low-level awakening potions can be used as supplements to improve the awakening level. Shock. Blue Star was silent at this moment. Everyone's first reaction when hearing the news was shock, and then disbelief. They even wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. You know, Blue Star's biggest problem is the resources that are about to be exhausted, but disease can be said to be the public enemy of all mankind. But now that the secret realm has given out this kind of thing as a reward, how can they dare to believe it? Everyone on Blue Star knows what such a healing potion formula represents. After the silence, the whole country of Daxia was boiling, and everyone in the country was beaming with joy. FK. This is so awesome. FK. It's a healing potion. Yes, it can cure most diseases. In the future, our country will be free from all diseases. Cancer can be cured. I cried. My family is saved. It was different from the joyful atmosphere in Daxia. For other countries in Blue Star, especially those countries that are opposed to Daxia, it is a bit gloomy and gloomy. Not to mention that Daxia has always been in the lead, it has obtained awakening potions and resources, and it has also improved the physique and lifespan of the entire population, and now it has a healing potion. The previous ones can make people feel sad at most, and they will pass after a while. If it doesn't work, you can still find opportunities to go to the live broadcast room over there to find a sense of presence to vent your anger. But this time it's different. People who eat whole grains will not get sick. Disease treats everyone on Blue Star the same way. It will not say, okay, it will make you sick just because you are Hyuxia, nor will it make you immune just because you are Hyuxia. Daxia has medicines that can cure diseases, but people in other countries continue to suffer from diseases. This makes foreigners feel unbalanced, but if you just can't compete with others, what can you do? Of course, there are some smart people who see the situation clearly. Daxia is already ahead, and it is far ahead. No accident, it will continue to lead in the future. It is better to immigrate as soon as possible while there is still a chance. Although people with Hyuxia nationality are notoriously difficult to get into, they can still succeed by relying on their status as high-end talents and making some contributions. Thus, the largest immigration boom in Daxia's history began. In one day, immigration applications from various countries piled up like snowflakes at the processing office of the Daxia Immigration Administration. Of course, this is all for later. In the highest official meeting room of Daxia. Immediately after receiving the reward, Mr. Shen had already arranged for people to take the formula to analyze and configure it, and began to recruit volunteers for clinical experience. At this moment, Mr. Shen was holding a list tightly with both hands and his eyes were fixed on it. This was the clinical trial report that had just been sent. The big bosses of the Hua Kingdom sitting below were all breathing rapidly and staring at Mr. Shen with fiery eyes. Under the nervous, and expectant eyes of everyone, Mr. Shen was seen breathing a deep sigh of relief and moving his eyes away from the list, with a look of excitement on his face. There is not much content on the report sheet, and the central idea only revolves around one point, that is, the effect of the medicine is very obvious. After receiving the formula, the Ministry of Health immediately arranged manpower for deployment and recruited volunteers to treat the patients as soon as possible. The patient's health began to improve immediately after taking the medicine, and he was completely cured in less than 5 minutes. This also shocked the top doctors invited by various hospitals. And it has been proven through experiments that this agent can quickly cure all types of cancer, leukemia, and most known human diseases. Therefore, after discussing with the senior officials, Mr. Shen immediately ordered that the formula of the medicine be classified as top secret. Hyuxia people can receive free treatment, while foreigners need further consultations with each country. After setting the pace, Hyuxia officials immediately released information on the clinical results of the drug and the cost of treatment. This also made the whole country of Daxia rejoice again. Within the secret realm, after Li Hao handed the awakening agent to Fawad, he began to dismember the body of the great ape. After seeing the smashed organs in its body and the bloody appearance of its lower body, Li Hao couldn't help but secretly thought how painful it was. Tut tut, tut, it's really pitiful. There is absolutely no single hand in causing it to become such a culprit, and the attitude should be. After finishing the work, Li Hao was a little unhappy because he did not get any unexpected gains this time. You said that for a body as big as your Earth Tyrant ape, generally speaking, you don't get 10 or 8 evolution stones. Are you embarrassed? Hey? What about you? You are a 4th level ferocious beast, one of the kings of this rainforest. Not to mention 10 or 8 yuan, you wouldn't give me even 1 yuan. Are you worthy of the punch I asked you to take? Are you worthy of me activating my abilities and expending my energy to deal with you? Ah! After venting for a while, Li Hao finally remembered, isn't there something else over there? He glanced at the wolves on the other side with gleaming eyes. But he saw that Fawad, who had finished taking the potion, was sitting with the little wolf king who couldn't stand up, and he didn't know what they were doing. Seeing Li Hao looking over, Fawad looked troubled and hesitated to speak. How could Li Hao not understand Fawad's constipated expression? Without saying much, he took out a bottle of healing potion from the storage space and handed it to Fawad, patted his shoulder and said, "Just say whatever you want from now on, don't worry too much, we can only rely on each other to support each other in the secret realm." Hearing Li Hao's words, Fawad, who took the potion, was stunned for a moment, then felt moved, and his eyes turned red. When Li Hao saw Fawad like this, he shook his head and thought, it seems that the wolf can no longer be worried about him. Then he turned around and walked towards Pikey, continuing to think as he walked, this kid is a good kid, but his eye sockets are a bit shallow and he cries every now and then. Suddenly, Li Hao turned around and ran towards Fawad, as if he felt something. After taking the medicine, Fawad saw Li Hao behaving like this. He didn't know what happened. He was a little confused for a while, so he asked. A figure suddenly flashed in front of him, and before he could see what it was, a huge force came from it. Fawad flew out directly. Boom! With a huge landing sound, Fawad could see clearly what happened. He saw a giant wolf over 2 meters long and 1 meter tall with silver-grey hair stepping on him. The huge bloody mouth bared with cold fangs gnawed directly at him. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, encountered the 4th-level ferocious beast chasing the Wind Wolf King. The leader of the Zhuofeng Wolf clan, one of the 2 kings of the rainforest, and the father of the little Wolf King Zhuofeng, came to the rescue because he smelled the smell of blood emitting from his son in the territory of his old enemy. Skills: Wind Chasing, increases speed by 30%, Wolf Bloodthirst, the smell of blood will cause the wolves to enter a bloodthirsty state, ignoring pain and increasing attack power by 30%. When they saw Fawad in danger, the audience's hearts suddenly tightened. Damn it, it's the 4th level again, one after another, the secret realm is really good, I don't care whether others can tolerate it or not. Is Xiaofeza going to be okay? Didn't he also save the little Wolf King? The old Wolf King won't repay kindness with enmity, right? Don't be ridiculous upstairs. This is a ferocious beast. Do you expect the ferocious beast to repay the favor? You shouldn't have saved the little wolf. You should have let Little Plum kill it and then touch the body. Maybe you can get some evolution stones. Even though he activated his abilities and tried his best, Fawad was still unable to break free, somewhat resigned to his fate. He knew that the wolf in front of him was stronger than the Earth Tyrant Ape, and not even a little bit stronger. The great Earth Tyrant Ape has just entered the 4th level at best, but this wolf is at least above the mid-level 4th level, or even close to the 5th level. At this time, a whimpering sound sounded. Hearing the sound, the approaching wolf kiss also stopped. Fawad understood. This was what the little Wolf King was saying, "Father, stop, he saved my life, and he is also the son of prophecy of my clan." The Wolf King looked at his son, who nodded, and then looked at Fawad who was stepping on him, and Fawad also nodded. At this time, he was no longer stupid. Although he didn't know what the child of prophecy was, it sounded like it was quite important. In short, admit it first, and if you find out later that it is not the case, you will say that you accepted it at that time as a life-saving grace and did not admit anything else. After receiving confirmation from both parties, the Wolf King was shocked. When I am about to kill the enemy with such a wise and powerful appearance, you tell me that I have recognized the wrong person. Is this the benefactor? Is he the son of prophecy in the legend of the clan? This is so embarrassing, isn't it? Little brat. Are those 2 nostrils of yours just for venting your breath? Don't say you can't smell your father's scent. I think you just want to harm me. What should I do? What should I do? The Wolf King was thinking rapidly with his not very smart brain. Seeing that the Wolf King was dazed, Fawad raised his hand and patted its paws, saying in his heart, "No, you can think about it, but can you get off me first? You have such a big body, you have a lot of weight." Fawad could only think about it and said he didn't dare to say it. After all, it was a ferocious beast. Do you expect to reason with an animal? When you say it later, it becomes anxious and snaps, "Will you still be alive?" At this time, the Wolf King seemed to realize this and stepped aside without changing his expression. Of course, even if the Wolf King's expression changed, you wouldn't be able to tell. As for the wolf face, no matter how I change it, the coat color remains the same. Well, if I said that what I did just now was my tribe's unique way of welcoming, would you believe it? The Wolf King pretended to be calm and barked twice, and found that Fawad was looking at him with a resentful expression. He immediately changed his mind and said, "I don't think you can believe it either. I made the mistake of blaming you. I'm very sorry and thank you for saving the child." Fawad waved his hand and said, "You're welcome." Seeing that Fawad was not in danger, he chatted with the two Wolf Kings, one old and one young, and it seemed quite harmonious. Li Hao felt relieved and rested not far away with Pikey in his arms. It's not that he doesn't want to get involved, the key is that he doesn't understand. It would be bad if the wolves misunderstood. You think? When two races talk, you still need a member of your own race to tell you. Do you look down on us, the wind-chasing wolf tribe? Do you disdain to talk to us directly? At this time, Fawad and the little Wolf King were sitting on one side, while the old Wolf King was squatting on the opposite side, looking like he was being educated. "I'm not talking about you, Dad, your apology is too insincere, isn't it?" Little Wolf King said in an educational tone, and after speaking, he looked at Fawad, as if asking for advice. This stumped Fawad, and he thought to himself, "Well, you two are from the same family, you dare to say anything, and you can say anything. I am an outsider, how should I answer? Not in agreement? Does the old Wolf King have no face? What if he bites me when he gets angry?" Judging from the fact that the old Wolf King has been trained and still has no temper at all, this perfectly spoiled child maniac has not run away. If I shake my head like this, the little Wolf King loses face, and the two of us are not allowed to bite me together? For a moment, it was neither nodding nor shaking his head. But the little Wolf King was waiting, and the old Wolf King across from him probably guessed what the other person was thinking, and quickly gave him a wink. Fawad received the wink and nodded quickly in agreement. "Dad, you are too reckless in doing things. If you want to change it in the future, how can you get started directly? We have to talk first. What should we do if there is a misunderstanding?" "Right." Seeing that his statement was agreed, the little Wolf King continued happily, and then continued look at Fawad. "Are you still saying that others are reckless? Are you not a virtuous person yourself? This is like a crow standing on a pig, only looking at the badness of others and not seeing the badness of yourself." While Fawad was thinking about it, he noticed that the little Wolf King asked him again, so he quickly nodded in agreement. "Besides, you are so impulsive, what if you hurt the child of prophecy? Even if you don't hurt, it is not good to hurt other lives and flowers." The little Wolf King became more and more excited as he talked. No matter what he said, whether it was close to him or not, he just picked up whatever he wanted and said it. The old Wolf King was like a primary school student being scolded. "Although I am very confused, does this matter have anything to do with flowers and plants now?" But on the surface, he still looked like he was accepting education humbly, nodding his head frequently to show that he had been taught. Later, in order to express his gratitude for the life-saving grace, and also to officially become the sole overlord of the rainforest area, the old Wolf King invited the two of them to go to the territory of Zufeng Wolf clan for a chat. Fawad said he wanted to ask his companions for their opinions. After some thought, Li Hao agreed. Now that they had their target, the group of people and animals began to walk back. This walk is quite far, even though the territory of the wind chaser wolf is in another rainforest. But when little Wolf King came out to be independent, his character was very rebellious. In order to stay away from his father as much as possible, he chose the edge area. The territory of the old Wolf King is in the center, and it would take more than half an hour to run there at their pace. You must know that the speed of the chasing wolf can reach more than 100 kilometers per hour. Along the way, the little Wolf King kept having fun around Fawad, acting like a jerk. Li Hao couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, dogs were domesticated from wolves. The internet will not deceive me. But when the old Wolf King saw Li Hao and the others walking slowly, he suddenly became unhappy. Chapter 21. Just listen to the old Wolf King raise his head and let out a wolf howl. Ouch! Li Hao and Li Hao saw that the Wolf King would not leave, although they did not know what it wanted to do. But there must be some reason, so he stood quietly and waited. After a while, tap tap tap, swish, swish, swish. A sound of feet running on the grass came from far away and gradually became clearer. Wow! Then several tall giant wolves with black hair appeared in front of them. Their eyes were fixed on the two Li Hao in front of them, and their eyes were constantly looking back and forth at the two of them. After watching the previous live broadcast, the audience was actually quite happy when they knew that the Wolf King invited Li Hao and the others to be guests. After all, what country can make friends with ferocious beasts? But this sudden scene made the audience feel a little excited. Damn it! Why is it the wolf again? Didn't you say you were a guest? The Wolf King regretted it. Can't you? You see, Mao is not the same color, he must be a hostile wolf pack, right? It's the trap set by the Wolf King. Didn't you hear it howl? This is the little brother the Wolf King called. Perhaps the Wolf King called for his younger brother when he sensed an enemy was coming? The enemy is this group of black wolves. While everyone was having a heated discussion, the familiar voice from the secret realm also appeared on time. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, encountered the third-level ferocious beast chasing the wind wolf. Trained wind-chasing wolves are stronger than ordinary wind-chasing wolves. 3 of them can use group attack skills. The wind-chasing wolf guards the army. The wind-chasing Wolf King is directly affiliated with the Legion and comes in response to the call of the Wolf King. Note: cluster attack. Starting from 3 or more odd numbers, the minimum 3 wolves can pose a threat to the 4th level after activating their skills. After seeing this information, the audience immediately became worried. No matter how reasonable the previous forced explanations were, they were untenable in the face of the facts. Damn it! This is what the Wolf King summoned. He was playing dirty tricks. I've already told you that this is a ferocious beast. If you try to reason with an animal, aren't you playing the piano to a cow? Let me just say that the Wolf King is not regretting it at all. This was his plan from the very beginning. As the quarrel in the live broadcast room intensified, it was getting out of hand. Officials have to show up. And Zhang Lingling was also thinking about what to say to quickly calm the audience down. When she had organized her words and was about to speak, she saw on the big screen that things seemed to have changed. Hey! Look! Woo! Following the Wolf King's soft call, several black wolves ran over obediently and muttered around the Wolf King, as if they were saying something. Then 2 black wolves stopped in front of Li Hao and Li Hao. They lowered their bodies, looked back at the 2 men, and motioned for them to ride up. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was speechless and sighed, is this even possible? We had a lot of quarreling and analysis. The result, is it all blind? Seeing this, Li Hao looked at the Wolf King. After the Wolf King nodded in approval, he turned over and straddled the back of the wolf in front of him without hesitation. Fawad rode up in a submissive manner, touched the big head of the black wolf, hugged its neck and muttered something, but he didn't know what he said. Normally he couldn't see it, but when he rode up, Li Hao felt it immediately. Of course, the canids in the secret realm may be limited to the wind chaser wolf. After all, I have never seen other ferocious canines, and their structures are different from those of blue star canids. You know, if it were a canine on blue star, it would definitely not be able to carry people. The spine is not that strong. It is no joke. How do you describe the body structure of the wind chaser wolf? Their vertebrae are thicker and more powerful, and there are small bones similar to ribs near the lumbar vertebrae, presumably to relieve force or support the spine. Sit tight and ride well. The Wolf King takes the lead, followed by the Little Wolf King and 6 black wolves. These 8 wolves lead 2 people and a pig and run wildly in the rainforest. It is said that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Li Hao had been walking before, and at most he was running. Li Hao didn't feel much, but now that he's riding the wind-chasing wolf, his speed will immediately change, okay? The speed is more than 100 kilometers per hour. Are you kidding me? Isn't it better than a car? It doesn't burn oil, so it can contribute to the country's environmental protection cause. As for the fuel consumption, it's a little more expensive, but it's a blast, and it's the first Scorpion. This also made Li Hao think about finding a mount, but he couldn't be too casual. It must be mighty, domineering, and make people feel scared at a glance. The most important thing is to be fast and ride steadily. Anyway, we must not find another useless person like Peaky who only eats and sleeps, or is a whimpering loser. Thinking of this, Li Hao casually stroked Peaky in his arms. Of course, Peaky didn't know that she was being disliked, and she was spanked again. Chasing the wind wolf took Li Hao and the 2 of them running wildly. I have to say that those with 4 legs can run faster than those with 2 legs. After a while, we arrived at the territory of the old Wolf King. The wind-chasing wolves in the territory have never seen any foreign creatures that come in alive. The scene was tense for a time, with everyone baring their teeth and whimpering in a low voice. Ouch! The old Wolf King roared twice, and all the wolves suddenly stopped. Then Li Hao and his 2 men wandered around and followed the Wolf King to the Wolf King's residence at the back of the territory. It is said to be a residence, but it is actually a cave, which is different from the caves in the mountains like ordinary beasts. The Wolf King extends underground. Entering the cave, Li Hao looked around and felt that this was a good place. The environment is good and the air is fresh. It doesn't look like a place where wild beasts live. The most important thing is that there are trees, grass, and pools of water underground. Fawad followed the Wolf King to learn about the Son of Prophecy. Li Hao stayed here alone, and he didn't have to worry about some blind wolves coming in to cause trouble. First of all, with his ability, finding trouble with him is no different than asking for death. Secondly, this is the residence of the Wolf King. For a creature with a strict hierarchy like wolves, if the Wolf King doesn't summon him, who among them would dare to come in privately? Li Hao casually walked to the pool and reached in to touch it. The water in the pool is ice cold and quite comfortable. He took out the water bottle from the space and filled it with some water. Tons. I didn't worry about whether the water was poisonous, so I drank it in one breath. Although there are fish in the water, this is a secret realm after all. What creatures in the secret realm can accept does not mean that humans can also accept it. Clicking his lips, Li Hao immediately felt that something was wrong and his physique became stronger. Perhaps it should be said that from the moment he entered the cave, he vaguely felt that his physique was getting stronger. Although it was very weak, it was indeed growing slowly. This feeling is stronger than the physical points rewarded by the secret realm. After drinking the water, I felt that my physical strength had increased significantly. Now let the Earth Tyrant Ape punch him again, and he can guarantee that he won't be even slightly injured. Yes, Li Hao was indeed injured a little by the punch from the Earth Tyrant Ape, which was probably equivalent to scratching his oily skin. At the same time, deep in the cave, the Wolf King and Fawad are also talking about the children of prophecy. This legend is said to originate from ancient times. At that time, they were still a large group collectively known as the Wolf Tribe. I don't know from which day, the tribe members began to die one after another. Until the last one left this prophecy on his deathbed. After that, no one was born again in the wolf clan. One day later, the wolf clan suddenly began to split from within. If a country begins to split from within, they will inevitably be greeted by fights. But the strange thing is that after the wolf clan split, they are still very friendly to each other. They each find their own territory and live in peace with each other. All ethnic groups continue to inherit the prophecies and continue to live. But after so many years of inheritance, many wolf clans have been lost in the long river of history. In the nearby area, the original 4 wolf clans have withered away and only the Wind Chaser wolf clan is left. The Wolf King looked at Fawad seriously and said solemnly, I am the 3428th generation leader of the Wind Chaser wolf clan. I adhere to the prophecy passed down by my ancestors and am loyal to Fawad Hussein, the son of the prophecy. After saying that, he lay down on the ground and performed a salute of allegiance. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room felt a little confused and spoke one after another. What does this mean? Apologize. Sorry. Is this allegiance? Didn't you hear what Xiao Litsi and the others said about the son of prophecy before? I know, although this gesture has many meanings, it can only be done to the owner or those close to him. It means loyalty. My dog is smashed like this. It's awesome. It's my method. Hey! Look, Xiao Feizi seems to have refused. In the secret realm. No, this is not good. Seeing the Wolf King like this, Fawad quickly waved his hands and said. Are you going to refuse our allegiance? Are you going to make us go against the will of our ancestors? No. It's just. Upon hearing what the Wolf King said, Fawad waved his hands vigorously, hesitated and continued, it's just that we don't know where we are going. It may be possible in the future. You may leave this world, or you may die here. There are many uncertainties, and I don't want to drag you down. Then he muttered in a low voice, besides, there are so many of you, and I can't afford to support you. Hearing this, the Wolf King burst into laughter, ha ha ha, I understand, that means you accepted your allegiance, but you are not capable enough to lead us, right? Fawad still wanted to refuse, but under the Wolf King's firm eyes, he nodded as if he was resigned to his fate. Seeing Fawad's agreement, the Wolf King pulled out a small black horn-like thing from behind. Pushed it in front of Fawad and said solemnly. This is called the Wolf Warrior's Horn, and it is an inheritance from all the clans of our wolf clan. Once it rings, you can summon the wolves in the current area. 2 rings will summon the wolves in this area and the 2 surrounding areas. 3 ringings will summon the wolves belonging to the horn to your side. The number shall not exceed 300. They will arrive within 3 minutes after the horn is blown. Be sure to put it away. Fawad also nodded solemnly, picked up the horn and hung it on his waist. Then the 2 returned the same way. Li Hao had already drank a lot of pool water while waiting. The physical strength increased greatly, but the more you drank, the lower the increase effect, and in the end it reached the point where it was undetectable. You should also drink some. It's good for your health. Just drink until your body's strength increases and you feel weak. Don't forget to fill it up after drinking. Hearing footsteps behind him, Li Hao turned around and threw the bottle to Fawad. He looked at the Wolf King again and continued, I think the Wolf King won't mind, right? The Wolf King nodded, indicating that he didn't care. After Fawad filled the water, the Wolf King held a so-called banquet. This made Li Hao smile bitterly. Please, you are wolves. Can we eat raw food? Li Hao finally attended the banquet, but they made a fire to barbecue by themselves. Halfway through the banquet, 2 wolves came in carrying a leaf filled with small red fruits. The wolves suddenly became excited and jumped around the fruit. Seeing the excitement of the wolves, Fawad was stunned and shocked. Is it so magical? How can wolves be so excited about fruit? Not just one or two wolves, but all of them, the entire wolf pack. Don't wolves eat meat? Fawad also picked up a fruit, looked at Li Hao, and asked curiously, "Brother, do you think this is a good thing? You won't ask the Wolf King? You ask me? Who should I ask?" Li Hao nodded towards the Wolf King and said nonchalantly. When Fawad heard this, his eyes lit up and he went over to ask. Soon. "Brother," I asked, "this thing can allow them to advance?" Fawad ran back excitedly, thought for a while, looked at Li Hao and asked, "Brother, do you think we can advance after eating it?" Li Hao glanced at him and saw the eagerness in his eyes, and said, "Then did you get a reminder in the secret realm after you got the fruit?" "There will be reminders in the secret realm for the precious items we can eat." "No." Fawad shook his head. "Isn't that enough?" Li Hao picked up a piece of roasted meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and muttered. Then I saw Fawad's little face full of unwillingness. "Think about it, wild boars, hippos, elephants, etc., they all absorb minerals by eating soil, can humans?" Li Hao put down the meat in his hand, walked over, and patiently explained, "You can't think about it, chickens eat stones to help digestion, but people eat stones not necessarily." After seeing Fawad's somewhat softened expression, Li Hao thought for a moment and planned to give him a tough one, and continued, "You see, it's okay for a dog to eat shit, but it may not be okay for a person to eat shit." As soon as Li Hao said these words, Fawad immediately became depressed. He felt bad now. He threw away the fruit and rubbed it hard on his body. He swore that he never wanted to see this kind of fruit again. In this way, the banquet ended successfully. During the dinner, Li Hao also learned that after the rainforest is the desert. This requires preparation. At least sufficient water and food must be prepared, and necessary protection must be in place. Although there is a walking route given by the Wolf King, there are too many changes in the desert. The road that was clear 1 second may even be covered with yellow sand the next. Prepare more things to be prepared. Food and protection are easier to solve. The key lies in how to carry water. Li Hao and Fawad only have 4 containers in total. While thinking about it, Li Hao suddenly caught a glimpse of something. He ran over to take a look and smiled. Coconut. Why didn't I think of it before? The most hydrated thing in the tropical rainforest that should and will not be lacking is coconut. Not only can it replenish water, but the pulp can also be eaten. Even if you really can't finish it, you can still apply it on your face. Coconut pulp contains coconut oil, which can effectively prevent sunburn. Although you will still get tanned, you are all grown men, so what are you afraid of if you have dark spots? Chapter 22. After making up their minds, Li Hao and the two began to make preparations. As for what to prepare? Of course it's to pick coconuts, otherwise what else could it be? Just as Li Hao and the two were making intensive preparations. Real world, Black Palace. Office of the President. Mr. Wang, the President of the Stars and Stripes Kingdom, has watched the country of Daxia advance by leaps and bounds, and even killed the 4th-level ferocious beast not long ago. And what about our own side? Let alone the 4th level, we haven't even seen one of the ferocious beasts. This really made him see it and make him anxious. He even thinks that the secret realm is targeting them, otherwise you can't let the full ones starve to death, and the hungry ones starve to death, right? Isn't this? With no other solution, we can only hold another alliance video conference. Everyone, what do you think about the slow progress in secret realm harvesting and Daxia's unilateral dominance? King Dong looked at the heads of state on the big screen with a serious face and asked. At this time, there was silence on the big screen. It's not that the heads of state don't want to speak, it's that they don't know how to say it so as not to offend the Stars and Stripes country, but also to get rid of the matter naturally. Everyone knows that the progress of the secret realm is slow. But this is not something they can do quickly just because they want to speed up. If the players are not working hard, there is still room for improvement. The problem is that all the players have tried their best and are so tired that they pee blood every day. But even if they can't find any resource points, the ferocious beasts seem to be avoiding them. What do you want them to do? As for the dominance of Daxia, there is also no way. In the secret realm, other players are lucky, opportunities come one after another, and they are almost exhausted from eating. In the real world, Daxia is also very powerful. According to usual practice, in this case, there are only two options: sanctions from all aspects and war. But judging from the military strength that Daxia has shown not long ago, the option of going to war can already be abandoned. Not to mention sanctions, Daxia now has a healing potion in hand. If you dare to sanction him, he will choke you. But the boss has already spoken, and it will definitely not work if he doesn't reply. Head of State of Curry, I understand Mr. Wang, it is no longer feasible to target from the outside. I think we should start from the secret territory. Exile country, I don't agree. Haven't you learned a lesson from the incident in India? Queen's Kingdom, the last failure was attributed to the indecisiveness of the Indian player. If he had shot directly after showing up, or fired directly while lurking, the result would have been different, so I agree with the proposal of the head of the Curry Kingdom. The head of state of India felt depressed for a while after being named, and he hated his own player named Gareth Harkin. If I ask you to kill someone, why don't you just kill me and be done with it? We have to get closer and say some parting words? Don't you understand that villains die from talking too much? Forget it, why are you doing somersaults? I asked you to kill people, not to act like a monkey. The meeting is still going on, and no one cares about the thoughts of the head of a failed country. Maple Leaf Country, I also agree. We first determine the direction of action for the Hyuxia players, and then join forces with multiple countries to adopt an ambush method. We will definitely succeed. After hearing everyone's discussion, Wang Dong nodded with satisfaction. Then, he glanced at the heads of state on the big screen and said, it has been determined that the next destination of the Hyuxia players will be the desert area. The alliance of Curry Country, Queen Country, and Maple Leaf Country should be in that area, right? Hearing this, the mentioned heads of the three countries nodded. King Dong continued, then you three kingdoms players will do your best to investigate first and prepare for an ambush in advance to ensure nothing goes wrong. Hearing what the King of Understanding said, the head of the Curry Kingdom licked his lips, showed a cruel smile, and quickly asked, Sir, the King of Understanding, can the players from the Bati Kingdom? Although the current discussion is about Hyuxia players, Curry Country's question is not inappropriate. There is a blood feud between the Curry Kingdom and the Bati Kingdom due to issues such as partition and territory. Both countries are eager to kill each other if given the chance. This even involves the problems of 4 of the 5 major Blue Star countries, the Star-Spangled Country, the Queen Country, the Furry Bear Country, and the Hua Country. Hearing the question, Wang's Haidong was stunned for a moment, then he immediately thought of the joint, and said with a smile, okay, but the primary target is still Daxia, do you understand? After seeing the head of the Curry Kingdom nodding to express his understanding, he continued, of course, after dealing with Li Hao of the Hyuxia Kingdom, you have the ability to deal with the Bati Kingdom, so it is up to you to deal with the other party as you like. Hearing this, the head of state of Curry was very happy, and his already sinister expression became even more ferocious. Afterwards, the king thought for a moment and continued, this operation strives to kill Li Hao of Daxia. Of course, your hard work will not be in vain. As long as the operation is successful, the oil country will use an additional 10% of crude oil as a reward. Subsidies. After saying this, without even asking for the opinions of the oil countries, and without paying attention to the ugly faces of the oil countries, King Dong ended the meeting directly. Just kidding, Stars and Stripes has always only cared about itself. As for the life and death of others? Does it have anything to do with you? If you join the Stars and Stripes Alliance, you have to obey the deployment of the Stars and Stripes. You don't have to join, then the Stars and Stripes Congress will force you to join. Of course, if you don't want to obey the deployment, you can also choose to quit. Then the Stars and Stripes Kingdom will first beat you up, then force you to join, and then ask you to use more resources than before. And they will also shout that the Star-Spangled Kingdom is free and democratic, and will give you a variety of choices, and it is entirely voluntary to join. In the Secret Realm. After filling the storage space with coconuts, I made 2 simple hats with leaves of large leaf rainforest plants. Li Hao and the two started their journey to the next area. Still riding a wolf, of course. The main reason is that the journey is too long. With human footsteps, if you want to reach the regional junction, you may not be able to reach it tomorrow. What's more, I don't want to stop in the middle. This rainforest is the territory of the wind-chasing wolf. The previous resource occupation was just that, but now the relationship has been established. If you worry about the resources in other people's homes, are you doing something unethical? When the two of them had prepared everything, they mounted the wolf and were about to leave. Ouch! The Wolf King suddenly roared, and Li Hao and Fawad hadn't figured out what was going on. He saw the Wolf King and the 2 black wolves under him suddenly activated and rushed out. Accompanying him were at least 1,000 wolves, densely packed in the rainforest. The original idea of going here was to have 2 wolves carrying 2 people and a pig. Li Hao never expected such a big scene, which was really shocking. This scene also directly stimulated the excitement of the audience in the live broadcast room, and they spoke enthusiastically. Damn it! With this momentum and the crowd, who else is there? That F-ed up brother above, can't you change the word? It's F-ed up every time. Pft, what the hell is that, big brother? Ha ha ha, but I should say it or not. This scene is quite FG. Someone may have seen the thousands of horses galloping. Who has seen these more than 1,000 wolves galloping? The wind-chasing wolves ran as fast as they could, running extremely fast. After a while, we arrived at our destination. The edge of the rainforest area. Some kind of magical power separates the rainforest from the desert like a natural chasm. At a glance, there is nothing but endless yellow sand, with an occasional clump of salix dotted among it. Farther away are rolling sand dunes that connect to the sky, with no end in sight. The sun rose very high, causing the heat to rise above the yellow sand. A heat wave hit, like a burning flame, making people feel unbearably hot and sweating profusely in an instant. At this time, Li Hao and Fawad were riding on the backs of wolves, with their backs to the desert. In front of them, the Wolf King led more than 1,000 wolves squatting neatly. Li Hao first nodded to the Wolf King, then pulled Fawad, who was slightly red in front of his eyes, and waved goodbye to the wolves. Seeing this, the Wolf King raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth, and laughed. Then he raised a paw and waved it in a human-like manner. Scanning the wolves one by one, Li Hao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After this trip, I don't know if I will have a chance to see them again in the future. Turning around, the wolf turned around and took a deep look at the wolves together with Fawad. Then he patted the wolf's head to indicate departure. After getting the signal, the 2 wolves ran out directly. At this time, I heard more than 1,000 wolves behind me raising their heads and howling at the same time. Ouch! 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 Hearing the voice, Fawad felt a little sentimental. Fawad, who was already holding back his tears, couldn't hold it back anymore. His tears fell down desperately, hitting the wolf's back. Li Hao has experienced hundreds of reincarnations. Although the time is not long, he has a lot of experience and knows a little bit about many things. But there are still many things he doesn't understand, and comforting people is precisely one of them. Seeing that Fawad was sad, Li Hao wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know what to say. He could only open his mouth, but he had no choice but to close it. This scene made the audience feel a little emotional and comforted Fawad one after another. Why is Xiaofeza crying? You are so slow upstairs. Isn't this just reluctance? Although we have just met the wolves, we are still friends, and the performance of the wolves did not disappoint. Sometimes animals are indeed better than humans in some aspects. I feel so sad. Xiaofeza is still a young adult and has not had many close friends since he was a child. Isn't it normal to be more emotional? It's true, little Plum, you don't even talk about comforting others, you just sit there and watch. Stop talking nonsense upstairs. How do you know that Xiao Litsi doesn't want to be comforted? Didn't you see that he was very anxious? I think he didn't express his position because he didn't know how to comfort. Maybe it was influenced by the atmosphere, or maybe women are more emotional. Zhang Lingling's eyes were red at this time, and other guests also felt a little heavy in their hearts. It was very difficult to travel in the desert, but the speed of the chasing wolf was not greatly affected. Soon Li Hao and the others arrived at the first scheduled location given by the Wolf King. A small oasis. It is said to be an oasis, but in fact it is just a small mud pond with a single tree and weeds and some moist soil. He asked Fawad, who had been crying all the way, to add some water, and then sent the two black wolves back to the rainforest. Before letting the black wolves go back, they also fed them some coconut water and meat. Now is the hottest time in the desert. If they don't replenish some water and energy, Li Hao is afraid that they won't be able to survive in the rainforest. These two black wolves were specially sent by the Wolf King before leaving to escort Li Hao and his two men to this small piece of mud. Getting here from the rainforest is the most difficult journey in the desert area. As for the rest of the journey, according to the information provided by the Wolf King, there must be more than one oasis appearing every certain distance. After finishing the supplement, Fawad hugged the heads of the two wolves and rubbed them for a while, then reluctantly watched the two wolves leave. Don't be sad, we will see them again if we have the chance. Seeing this, Li Hao sighed and comforted softly. Although he himself didn't know if there would be a chance to see him again. But in this situation, that's all I can say. I believe that even if Fawad knows his white lies in the future, he will not blame him, right? After speaking, Li Hao hesitated for a moment and then walked towards Fawad. He stretched out his hand to give him a hug to comfort him, but he never thought that Fawad's next words would make Li Hao want to beat him to death. Hey! Brother, don't you know I have a horn? You can see me anytime you want. I'm not feeling bad about this. After hearing what Li Hao said before, Fawad said. As soon as he heard this, Li Hao's outstretched hand froze, his face instantly turned dark, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "Then what the hell are you crying for? You cried all the way. Oh, isn't that the atmosphere? A friend is seeing you off, so many good friends are seeing you off together." Fawad answered casually, then scratched his head and continued, "Brother, don't you think that kind of occasion is appropriate? Do you want to do this? What a touching scene!" Hearing this, Li Hao's face turned so dark and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Why am I worried about you? I thought you were very sad and racked my brains to think of how to comfort you. As a result, you told me that you were not really sad, but the atmosphere required it. Then your emotions are a bit too rich. Once you need it, you will cry and cry all the way. I really admire you. I admire you so much. Brother. What do you think that is?" Li Hao had a dark face and was about to say something when he heard Fawad shout. "Look in the direction of his finger." I saw a huge air mass slowly rising into the sky in the distance. It was a collection of many small yellow dots. As soon as it lifted off, the sky was blocked and the sun was blocked, resembling a sandstorm. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw this scene and spoke one after another. "What is it? A sandstorm? It looks really scary. Run away, little Plum, little Fazy. It doesn't look like a sandstorm. Is it some kind of ferocious beast? It doesn't look like it." This is a secret realm. Is it the same as reality? Have you forgotten the thunderstorm weather before? Have you ever seen that kind of weather on Blue Star? Li Hao looked at it for a long time and didn't see what it was, so he simply stopped looking. Judging from the direction of travel of this thing, it will be here soon. You will naturally know what it is by then. It won't be a sandstorm anyway, because it's impossible to see particles in a sandstorm with the naked eye. Chapter 23. The air mass travels very quickly. It didn't take long before we approached the oasis. Li Hao also saw clearly what it was. Insect. Locusts to be exact. The entire sky is now filled with darkness, filled with these huge locusts. Each one is about the size of an adult's hand. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, encountered the first-order ferocious beast desert locust. Characteristics: locusts genetically mutated due to geographical environment live in groups. Each swarm consists of about 100 million locusts. They are usually not aggressive. Note: desert locusts have genetic mutations and contain poison sacs in their bodies, which can produce paralyzing toxins. The familiar prompt sounded, and everyone's heated discussion began. Hey, I'll go, it's only level 1, don't panic. If you have trypophobia, please turn the channel. You have to panic upstairs. Although there is only one level, but look, there are 100 million in a group. They are usually not aggressive. When have you ever seen Xiao Li Zi acting normal? Locust, hey, heat the oil in a pot, cut off the head and tail, and deep fry the chicken. The chicken will taste crunchy and crispy. Stop being ridiculous. Didn't you see that there is a paralyzing toxin? Are you planning to take one slowly and then the other? In fact, Li Hao thought the same thing after seeing the locusts. Unfortunately, there was no oil in the secret realm, so he had to give up. But these locusts are really powerful, at least much more powerful than the locusts on Blue Star. Why do you say that? Because before, some green could be seen sparsely in the distance. In just a blink of an eye, a real blink of an eye, the green color had disappeared. Although locust plagues can also occur on Blue Star, their damage to the environment and plants is definitely not that fast. In just a few minutes, these bugs instantly covered a huge area of tens of thousands of meters. It was like dark clouds pressing down on the sky, so dense that it made people shudder. Fawad hid behind Li Hao, pulling on his sleeve, looking a little scared. Li Hao, on the other hand, was not panicked at all. He was only worried about one thing now. That is whether these locusts will cross regions. He knows that locusts are very mobile. Take Blue Star's locusts as an example. They can migrate 1,000 kilometers in a week, and a group of 40 million Blue Star locusts can eat about 35,000 people's daily rations of food every day. So if these giant locusts, numbering in groups of 100 million, flying extremely fast and eating an astonishing amount of food, would fly across the region to the wind-chasing wolf, what terrible consequences would it cause? Li Hao couldn't imagine it. Predictably, countless herbivores starve to death. If herbivores starve to death in large numbers, then the carnivores will naturally not fare well. How many storm-chasing wolves will starve to death? Just as he was thinking about it, the locust swarm seemed to have discovered the oasis on Li Hao's side. Wuyanjiang flew over. Fawad's hands on his sleeves tightened. Just when they were about to approach Li Hao and the other two, the insect swarm suddenly stopped and then collectively landed on the ground. All the locusts lay motionless on the ground and continued like this for a while. Then they collectively took off and flew in another direction. Seeing this, Fawad scratched his head and asked with confusion on his face, "Brother? What do you think is going on?" After hearing the question, Li Hao was silent for a moment and said, "I don't know, it doesn't matter, as long as you don't fly this way, you can go wherever you like." In fact, Li Hao was also very confused about this. He had doubted whether it was due to Fawood's ability to sound the voice of all things. But it was quickly rejected. If he could communicate, Fawood would not hide behind him. I even considered whether it was a problem with my ability. After all, my perception of ability is very weak. The interdependence of blessings and misfortunes is one of my abilities, so is this an awakening skill or an evolution skill? And what is the other skill? Of course, if Li Hao had the ability to think and talk, he would definitely say, "Congratulations! You guessed it right! You are such a clever little guy! If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. There's no need to force yourself to figure it out." Li Hao was originally such a happy-go-lucky person. Now that the threat of locusts is gone, it's time for the two of them to continue on their way. I saw the two of them holding small leaf hats, putting them on, and wiping the coconut pulp they had finished drinking on their exposed skin. Then they walked towards the distance one after another, leaving two pairs of footprints of different depths on the sand behind them. The endless desert, the rolling heat waves, and the steam floating in the air also made the viewers in the live broadcast room feel thirsty. Damn it, I'm thirsty just looking at it. I need a drink of water. I feel hot even through the screen. If you put me in it, I will be tanned directly. Little Plum and the others are really amazing. At this time, Zhang Lingling smiled and said softly, "Okay, audience friends, we saw Li Hao and Fawood setting off again. In this environment, let alone you feeling thirsty, even I watched all thirsty." After joking, he looked at Uncle Li and said, "Let's get down to business, let's ask professionals to analyze it for us." "Uncle Li, please." Uncle Li nodded, looked at the picture on the big screen, and said, "Everyone knows that under normal circumstances, people can survive without drinking water for 3 days, but in the desert, the high temperature will shorten this time by at least half. You can also choose to hide during the day. Although the cold at night will also take away the moisture, it can at least extend some time. So, the most important thing in the desert is water. Usually, the first thing to do when lost in the desert is to look for water sources. Of course, Li Hao and the others don't need to consider this issue for the time being. After all, they have already brought enough water before setting off. Water and food. So, we don't have to worry about Li Hao and the others at all. To be honest, I feel that there is no point for us guests to appear at all." Uncle Li ended in a self-deprecating way. This also made the viewers in the live broadcast room who originally thought "Do you need to popularize it? Do you think we don't know?" felt that it was a bit interesting, and they burst into laughter. In the secret realm, Li Hao and Fawood walked on the sand at a slow or fast pace. If anyone had observed carefully, they would have discovered that the footprints left by the two men now are completely different from those when they first set out. Under normal circumstances, walking in a place like a desert with undercurrents of quicksand is very physically demanding for everyone. The two of them were the same, so they left footprints of different shades, indicating that they had different strengths when they landed. Or the sand causes the force exerted under your feet to be uneven. But after all, one of them is a pervert with a body that is different from ordinary people, and the other is an awakener of the power enhancement system. After walking for a period of time, the two gradually got used to the feeling under their feet, and naturally adjusted to a labor-saving method. If it were another person, walking in the desert for such a long time, he would definitely be in a state of wheezing and panting. But what about Li Hao and Fawood? Not only did they not feel any discomfort or fatigue, they didn't even sweat much. At the same time, there were 3 sneaky men discussing something in a large oasis not far from Li Hao and Falda. It is said to be an oasis, but in fact it is just a small puddle. But the vegetation next to this puddle is extremely lush. It stands to reason that such a small water source is not enough to support the survival of plants in such a large area. The blame lies here. Instead of showing signs of wilting, these plants are thriving exceptionally well. Did you see it clearly? Are you sure it's the target? A strong man with white skin and brown eyes asked, covering his nose and looking at the bearded man with a green scarf on his head next to him. Good guy, you can't do it without covering your nose. The guy next to you smells like curry, and you can't even wash it off. I'm sure, I must have admitted it correctly. There are two of us, and we are holding a pink pig in our arms. The bearded man with a green headscarf nodded vigorously and said in a solemn tone. There are pink pigs? That's right, it must be them. Another strong man with white skin and blue eyes said excitedly. These three people are the players from the three kingdoms of Queen, Maple Leaf, and Curry. After receiving the news from the country, he temporarily changed his original plan to hunt down players from another country. A temporary decision was made to ambush Li Hao and the others. Of course, it won't work if you don't do it. They are in a secret realm, but they still have family members, right? As long as they succeed, their families will receive preferential treatment. In this case, as long as they are careful, as long as they don't die in the secret realm. Even if you can't return to the real world, you no longer have to worry about the safety of your family. I don't care about the rest. I only ask that after the players from Daxia are killed, the players from Pakistan and Daxia are left to me. The bearded man wearing a green cloth said fiercely with a ferocious look on his face. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I will definitely leave it to you. The main target is still the Hyuxia players, don't forget it. We won't compete with you. For us, it's enough to ensure the death of the Hyuxia players. You can do the rest by yourself. The two fair-skinned men each smiled and nodded, and said in a positive tone. So, are you in position? The blue-eyed man asked. After the other two nodded in confirmation, the three of them got into the lush grass from three directions. Just as the three of them were laying in ambush. Real world. The heads of the Curry Kingdom, Queen Kingdom, and Maple Leaf Kingdom are also paying attention to the progress in the secret territory. At this time, King Wang's video conference request suddenly appeared on the big screen in front of the heads of state. The request is accepted, and the King of Understanding appears on the screen. My dear friends, I really didn't expect that your progress would be so rapid. You are worthy of being my most trusted friend. Your performance really did not disappoint me. After receiving the praise, the three heads of state seemed very happy. The head of state of Curry, who wore a red floral headband on his head, was particularly excited. His whole body trembled. He looked at the big screen in front of him with excitement and said, "You don't have to be polite, Mr. Wang understands. It has always been a pleasure to serve Mr. Understand Wang. Our Curry nation's wish, your approval is simply a great honor for us." The other two heads of state were also looking at the big screen with excited faces, and they seemed to agree with the words of the head of Curry country. We will definitely successfully solve the serious problem of the Star-Spangled Alliance this time. Please rest assured, Lord Wang. We are attacking from three directions, making it impossible for the Hyuxia players to hide and escape. Please understand, Mr. Wang, trust us, we will not let you down. Seeing the heads of state of the three countries express their opinions one after another, King Dong was very happy. The attitude of the heads of the three countries made him very satisfied. This is how a serious boy and a dog can behave. So, he said with a smile on his face, very good, very good. Of course I trust you very much. You are all my most loyal and trustworthy partners. As soon as he said this, the hearts of the three heads of state became even more intense. If they had known that the king was in front of them, they would have knelt down and licked his shoes immediately. Not paying attention to the expressions of the three people, King Dong continued to speak, "After the matter is over, I will immediately arrange for the oil country to deliver the 10% of resources to you. Please complete it as soon as possible." After saying this, Wang Dong hung up the call without waiting for the heads of state of the three countries to express their opinions. In the secret realm, Li Hao and Fawad were indeed approaching the ambush point of the Three Kingdoms players, but their destination was not this oasis. It's another oasis farther away, and the two places are not even on the same balance line. It stands to reason that under normal circumstances, if you can choose something that is close, you will naturally not choose something that is far away, right? But Li Hao and Fawad are two such extraordinary people. Li Hao could lie down and never sit down. He only considered that the Wolf King said that the oasis far away was good, so he would go to that one. Don't delve into why that piece is good and this piece is bad. And Fawad is an extremely stubborn person. In his heart, what his friends say is good, and what his friends don't say must be bad. At this time, the players from the three kingdoms were lying in the grass, feeling anxious. Close. Closer. We are about to reach the range where we can attack. Suddenly, the player from Curry Nation staggered as if a weight was placed on his head. Then he felt a pain in his ear and lost consciousness. The same situation also happened to players from the other two countries. However, the location of the pain was different. The Queen's player felt pain in his shoulder and then lost consciousness. The players from Maple Leaf Country did not faint directly because they were stronger, probably because they were stronger. This also allowed him to see clearly what was going on. When the player from Maple Leaf Country felt a pain in his butt, he immediately reached out and grabbed it backwards. He immediately caught the culprit who caused him pain. When I saw it, it turned out to be a locust as big as the palm of my hand. When he was about to throw the locust to the ground and trample it to death, he saw an overwhelming swarm of locusts landing and instantly buried him. Ah! FXCK. Bug. FXCK. The Maple Leaf player only had time to shout out such a sentence before he completely lost consciousness. At this time, Li Hao and Fawad had already passed the oasis and had walked a short distance away. Fawad seemed to hear something and suddenly turned around. But he found nothing, so he looked at Li Hao and asked, "Brother, did you hear anything?" Hearing this, Li Hao listened carefully, shook his head and said, "No." Fawad scratched his head and murmured in a low voice, "It's strange, I really heard a sound." Seeing this, Li Hao smiled, rubbed Fawad's head, put his arms around his shoulders and walked forward quickly. After Li Hao and Li Hao left for a long time, the locust swarms that had eaten and drank enough also flew in the direction they came from. The originally lush grass has turned into bare ground. Of course, there were 3 more people lying on it. A bearded man without a hat and half of his left ear. A fair-skinned man was shirtless. There was also a man with fairer skin and a stronger look who was missing his pants. After a while, the 3 men still didn't wake up, they were lying on the ground with their backs to the sky. At this moment, a group of camels ran over from a distance. There were quite a few camels, at least several hundred. They are genetically mutated animals that have not yet evolved into ferocious beasts. Because of the genetic mutation, their feces can promote plant growth. The plants that then grow will be wiped out by desert locust swarms. In this way, a virtuous cycle can be achieved in the desert. And now this so-called oasis is one of the toilets of their tribe. The leading camel originally thought that there would be nothing to do today, so he took the brothers of the tribe out for a walk and went to the toilet. When he got to the toilet, he was immediately shocked. I originally thought that only locusts like to eat grass, but what I didn't expect is that this small 4-legged animal that I have never seen before also likes to eat grass. No. Wait. Maybe what these little 4-legged beasts like to eat is their cocks. This is simply terrifying to think about. Immediately, the leading camel did not hesitate, "Since you like to eat, how can we not make it happen?" Hum hum hum. The leading camel calls out, "Brothers! Don't control it! Come on!" Then came a massive free flight. Before leaving, the leading camel took a thoughtful look at the miserable big mountain. I thought to myself, "Little brothers, are you satisfied this time? If you still want it next time, let me know and I'll treat you." Then he led the satisfied camels away. Another moment passed. Puff puff. 3 Xian Gren emerged from the miserable mountain. They kept breathing air, trying to make their lungs, which were suffering from lack of oxygen, feel better. Although the players from the three kingdoms are in a very embarrassed state now, they should really be lucky. If the locusts had bitten them later, or if the camels had come earlier, maybe they're already dead. He died as the only three contestants to choke to death on camel dung. Chapter 24. The tragic situation of the players from the three countries appeared in their home country's live broadcast room. The audience from the three kingdoms vomited collectively, and then started to curse. Of course, there were also Hyuxia audiences who traveled everywhere to pass the news back. Do you know? Maple Leaf Country players are unlucky and miserable. The same goes for the players from Queen's Kingdom. It's so miserable, but I feel really relieved. Curry Country and their alliance were all unlucky at the same time. This period of free flight is simply incredible. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Curious. Then the crowd of viewers shared their own screen recordings, and then the live broadcast room was in full swing again. Good guy. I'm just a good guy. Can you still live like this? Please help the players from the three kingdoms to have a psychological shadow. Didn't you find a problem? Are they looking for trouble for Xiao Litsi and Xiao Feizi? You mean they want to ambush Xiao Litsi? Are they too persecuted? They may not know where Xiao Litsi is coming from, right? I find it very suspicious. Why are you hiding in the bushes if you don't want to ambush? Why are you so unlucky if you don't have any malicious intent? Why are three people unlucky at the same time? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? At the same time, the Black Palace of Stars and Stripes Kingdom. The king knew nothing about the new information in the secret area. He was sitting in the garden enjoying afternoon tea. My mood can be said to be quite good. Since the beginning of the secret realm, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom has attached great importance to it. After all, they have been the boss of Blue Star for decades, and they must not be able to relax at all. This can be regarded as the foundation of the country. If you don't continue to be the boss, how can you cut all the leaks of Blue Star? Of course, there are also a few recalcitrant elements in the world, such as Daxia and the Bear Country. But now that one of his most serious worries is about to be eliminated, and the ability to resist will probably disappear forever, how can Wang understand that he is in a bad mood? I don't know how the progress is going. Wang Dong said worriedly, but his expression was relaxed and comfortable. He was holding a cup of black tea and pretending to ask the assistant beside him, "You think we can succeed?" "No." "Failed?" "It's really worrying." The assistant held the information in his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. President, the players from Maple Leaf Kingdom and Queen Kingdom are both former Special Forces elites and have participated in many difficult missions." After saying that, he flipped through the information and continued, "Although the players from the Curry country are a little worse than the players from the two countries, they can easily handle 10 strong men, so there will be no problem." "What about Huiguo?" After hearing the analysis, Wang's Hideo felt even happier, but he still had to pretend to be worried and said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate them. Huiguo is very good at creating miracles. Let's just say that back then everyone is not optimistic about the mushroom bombs of Huiguo. They were stunned to find more than 300 people with abacus, and the current secret realm. According to the data, the Hyuxia players are just luckier and stronger." The assistant smiled and said disdainfully, "We have such a strong lineup, they will never be able to make any splash." "Perhaps." King Dong nodded and took a sip of the black tea in his cup. "Maybe I am just a little forward-thinking. That's what the Hyuxia idiom says, right?" The assistant nodded, "Yes, Mr. President." Then the two looked at each other and laughed together. Good guy. This is a good rivalry show, one loves to act and the other dares to play with them. At this time, the chief presidential assistant who understood Wang ran over sweating profusely and shouted before he even got close, "Mr. President, something big has happened." What's going on in such a panic? King Ming put the teacup back on the coffee table, frowning and said, "You are my chief assistant, how do you look like you're in such a panic?" "General, Mr. President, something really big has happened." The chief assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Maple, over there in Maple Leaf Country. What's going on over there?" Seeing the other party's hesitation, Wang Dong asked eagerly, "What's going on? Is it a good thing or a bad thing?" "Mr. President, you can see for yourself." The chief assistant hurriedly handed the electronic device in his hand to Wang Dong. "Daxia has escaped another disaster, and the Maple Leaf Three Kingdoms Alliance has failed." "What did you say? You escaped? The Maple Leaf Alliance was defeated? How is that possible?" King Dong grabbed the equipment and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the deeper his frown became, and the more he looked, the uglier his face became. Finally, with a pop sound, Wang Dong threw the electronic device to the ground, kicked it, and roared, "How is this possible? How the hell is this possible? Tell me, how could this happen? What kind of thing? We were able to escape because our predicted route was wrong, which makes sense, but what happened to those locusts and camels? What the hell is going on?" The chief assistant's face turned pale and he kept swallowing his saliva. "I don't think it's possible either. This is so unreal. Countless coincidences came together and it really happened." FXCK. King Wang's mood suddenly worsened. He slapped the coffee table hard with such force that the tea set and snack holder flew up. He said loudly, "What about the heads of state of the three countries? Where are they? Are they not guarantees? Is it more than foolproof? Is this how it is foolproof?" When the chief assistant heard this, his pale face suddenly turned strange. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead instantly. "Why don't you answer?" King Dong said angrily, "What happened? Tell me quickly, where are they?" "Mr. President," the chief assistant said hesitantly, "I suggest you are better off not knowing." "Hey? What do you mean? Are you worried that I will be angry?" After hearing this, King Dong was a little confused at first, and then said, "Say it, I promise I won't be angry." "Chief assistant, really? Are you sure you want to know?" "Yes. I definitely want to know." Seeing the other party's hesitation, King Dong said with certainty, "Don't worry, I won't be angry no matter what, I swear." "General, Mr. President." The chief assistant swallowed and said with some difficulty, "As soon as the people of the three countries saw the situation in the secret area, they spontaneously held parades and demonstrations. They thought that the high-level officials, it was my choice that led to such persecution of my own players." After a pause, the chief assistant continued, "The situation became more and more serious. The top leaders of the three countries convened an emergency parliament under pressure, impeached and interrogated the three heads of state, and and." Hearing this, King Dong roared again, "And what? Say it quickly." "And." The chief assistant felt like his soul was about to leave his body, and the clothes on his body were even more soaked, and after the three heads of state were interrogated, it was learned that they had obtained your order. The people ask you to apologize to Maple Leaf, Queen and Curry in the name of the President of Stars and Stripes. After saying these words, the chief assistant felt that all the strength in his body was exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground as if he had no bones. This is probably the truest portrayal of Wang Qing's heart at this moment. FXCK. King Ding overturned the coffee table, turned around and kicked down the chair, and roared crazily, "Shit, it's all bullshit. You mean, the top leaders of the three countries also have this idea? You want to let them? Am I responsible for their failure? Let me apologize." The chief assistant lowered his head, not daring to look at him, and said tremblingly, "Yes, it's like this. Mr. President." FXCK. FXCK. S.O.B. King Dong was extremely angry now. "Why is this? Am I not good enough to you? I will let you stand out every chance I get. Is this an ordinary order? This is for you to strive for glory. This is for your own good. I have even allocated oil resources to you. Do you know how rare this is? Is there anything else? King Dong moved his chair back, sat down on it with dull eyes, and murmured, if not, just step back. And. And. The chief assistant was about to cry, so he forced himself to hold it back, and stammered, And. She. The oil country announced its withdrawal from the Stars and Stripes alliance and officially joined the Hyuxia camp, and crude oil transactions also began to use Hyuxia currency. Understand the king. Originally, because of a careless high-level person's casual remarks, Lang Ai, which ranked fourth in Blue Star's oil reserves, was pushed into the arms of Daxia. As a result, the guy in front of him now told him that the oil country, which had always been close to the Stars and Stripes country and was very good with it, ran away and defected to a new ally, the country of Daxia. Isn't this a complete mess? What's the reaction from the Hua kingdom? King Dong said through gritted teeth, it must be a sarcastic face, right? It must be ridiculing the Stars and Stripes kingdom to its heart's content, right? Well, there is no such thing. The chief assistant said with a twitching face. Daxia officially issued a statement, solemnly thanking the Stars and Stripes country for sending them good allies, and hope that the Stars and Stripes country can make persistent efforts. You really don't understand what Huaguo means. King Ding was so angry that he roared again, isn't this sarcasm? It's a curse word without using curse words, do you understand? Facing the furious Mr. President, the two assistants remained silent, not even daring to take a breath. However, the two of them can understand the mood of Mr. President at this time. Who can blame these things and who cannot be angry? If you don't talk about others, if you talk about yourself, then both of them will go crazy. Okay, you guys go down and leave me alone for a while. King Dong waved his hand and rubbed his temples. His head hurts a little now. This is different from what he expected. He has fulfilled the goal of Huaguo for no reason. According to his previous thoughts, with the lineup of this joint attack and the ambush set up in advance, even if the Hyuxia players were not killed, they could at least be seriously injured. How long can Li Hao survive if he continues to pursue him? If a player dies and his resources are halved, how long can Daxia continue to prosper? The results are good now. Not only was Li Hao of Daxia uninjured, he did not even enter the ambush range of the coalition forces. On the contrary, the players on his side were inexplicably treated very badly, and it was extremely miserable. The most depressing thing is that the younger brother who has been close to me for decades has run away with someone else. FXCK. FXCK. King Dong suddenly roared again, wait. Wait for me. Let's wait and see. This matter is not over. It's not over. Li Hao and Fawad, who had no idea about the king's anger and the joy in Daxia, had already set off from the second oasis for a long time. At this time, 2 people and a pig were walking on a sand dune. Fawad, who was walking in front, looked at the gradually darkening sky and turned back to Li Hao and asked, "Brother, it's getting dark. Should we find a place to rest?" Yet. Hearing this, Li Hao also looked at the darkened sky and nodded. An hour later, in a small mountain col. Well, this place is not bad. It can be sheltered from the wind. It just looks a bit unsafe. I always feel like the mountain will fall. As he spoke, Li Hao put the dead branches he collected casually on the road into a pile and lit a fire. This place is said to be a small mountain col, but it is actually a trench formed by 2 danyas arranged in parallel. Danya comes from Uyghur, which means hill with steep walls. It was originally used to describe a special landform in the Lopner area, wind erosion landform. But now it generally refers to a wind-eroded landform in dry areas, which roughly means the earth-like ground in rivers and lakes. After river erosion and wind erosion, the landform combination form of parallel or alternately arranged mountains and grooves is formed. After the fire was raised, Li Hao set up the meat on the fire. "Brother, do we want to eat wolf meat?" Fawad sat over and asked Li Hao. Hearing this, Li Hao was stunned for a moment, and said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "The wolf meat was thrown away before, didn't you see it?" Then he rubbed his head and continued, "It's the meat from the previous banquet, so feel free to eat it." Li Hao knew what the other party was worried about. Not to mention Fawad, even he couldn't accept it. If you didn't know Chai Feng Lang before, it would be okay, but now that the relationship has been established, wouldn't you feel a little awkward if you eat his meat again? It's like dog meat is edible, but you tell those dog owners who treat dogs as part of the family and have raised them for more than 10 years, if your dog dies, don't waste it, just eat it. Do you think they can beat you to death? Don't they know it can be eaten? They know. Not only do they not know how to eat, some even buy a cemetery to bury them. In short, people have feelings. Half an hour later, Li Hao took a bite of the meat in his hand, opened a coconut with a dog-leg knife, and drank half of it in one breath. He exhaled a breath and showed a satisfied expression on his face. "Eat slowly, here you go, drink some coconut water." Looking at Fawad who was choking on eating too fast and slapping his chest, Li Hao quickly opened another coconut and handed it over. Looking at the coconut handed over by Li Hao, Fawad quickly took it without hesitation. Tons 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 tons. After drinking it in one gulp, the food I choked on was also swallowed. I felt instantly comfortable and took a deep breath. At this time, the last bit of the sun's afterglow dissipated. The desert is no longer as hot as during the day and looks a little bleak. There was a slight chill in the air. After having enough wine and food, Li Hao took out 2 wolf skins and the rabbit skin he had obtained before. After laying out the wolf skin, he handed the rabbit skin to Fawad and said, "You go to bed first, and I'll keep watch first, and then you can replace me later in the night." Seeing that the other party took the rabbit skin and looked at him with some confusion, Li Hao continued, "Put the rabbit skin on your head. The human head dissipates heat very quickly. Do you understand?" Fawad nodded, closed his eyes and lay down. It can't be said that Li Hao is too careful, but the terrain is very bad now. Both sides were connected. If he was alone, he would definitely not have to worry about anything and just go to sleep. "I have the ability to protect my body, so there is nothing to be afraid of." Chapter 25. Late at night. A child is a child, and he sleeps like a child. During the vigil, Li Hao kept yawning and looked at Fawad with some boredom. I discovered that this guy is not only as naive as a child in normal times, but even when he is asleep now, he has an expression as innocent as a child. After watching for a while, Li Hao stood up and prepared to take a walk. "Keep yourself awake and don't fall asleep." Because a few hours ago he vaguely saw a green light flashing in the distance. Li Hao was certain that the light he saw before was the eyes of animals under the refraction of light. It's just that since a clod of soil fell on Danya, it hasn't appeared again. After a while, Li Hao felt that it was almost time, so he woke up Fawad and changed his shift. Seeing Fawad, who was not full of sleep, rubbing his eyes and getting up, Li Hao finally reminded him, "Be alert and don't fall asleep." "I'll sleep for 3 hours. We'll set off at dawn and catch up as much as possible while it's not hot." "A little way." Seeing the other party nodding, he lay down and fell asleep. At the same time, a ruined place in the desert. A strong man with tattered clothes and a lot of blood on them was sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. This strong man is exactly the player from the Bear Country who is more than 2 meters tall, has explosive muscles, and his arms are thicker than other people's waists. As for why it is so miserable, it starts with entering the secret realm. After coming out of the grassland, he was transported to this desert. After walking around for a long time, I didn't see any other players. Suo Sing brought enough food and water, and the equipment was relatively good. Therefore, the wild beasts encountered in the early stage did not pose any threat to him. But just yesterday, the situation began to take a turn for the worse. First, when he woke up, he was surrounded by a group of suspected ferocious beasts, and the ammunition in the heavy weapons quickly ran out. With his excellent physical fitness, he managed to escape narrowly. I didn't have time to bring equipment and other items with me. Weapons without ammunition are basically equivalent to waste products. If they are lost, they will be lost. But if you don't bring the backpack with the supplies, the problem will be serious. Just as he was thinking about how to solve the problem, 3 players suddenly attacked him. It's impossible to tell which country they belong to, but one of them has a tangy smell of curry, so he must be from the curry country. After a bloody battle, he escaped with serious injuries. After that, he ran all the way and came here. What was a little strange was that the 3 players did not continue to follow, which made him a little confused. After resting for a long time, the player from the bear country took out a bottle of medicine from his trouser pocket. He knew that this was the awakening potion, which was found in this ruins. As soon as he got it, the secret realm sent him a notification. I hesitated while holding the potion, and finally decided to find a safe place to take it. He looked at the sky and felt that there was still some time before dawn. After making up his mind to find a water source as soon as possible after dawn, he curled up and fell asleep. At this time, the audience in Daxia had already gone to bed for a long time, but due to the time difference in Maoxiong, the audience was still awake. Vika is so unlucky. When he woke up, he was surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts and attacked by players from the 3 kingdoms. Which country are they from? I really want to kill them. Those 3 are players from Maple Leaf, Queen, and Curry Nation. Don't be angry, comrades. God has already punished them for us. It is a punishment that is not very harmful but extremely humiliating. Oh my God, why is poor little Vika still alone when the other countries have allied themselves? I was unlucky and didn't meet a reliable country. You see, Badaguo was very lucky and met Hyuxia players very early. We are almost there. The Hyuxia players are also in the desert area. We should meet each other soon. Then we can take revenge. I believe our Hyuxia friends will be willing to help us. Early the next morning, a ray of sunlight shone on Li Hao's face, causing him to wake up naturally. When he got up, he saw that Fawad was lying on the ground on the side, his feet still swinging, and he didn't know who he was talking to. Seeing Li Hao wake up, Fawad pointed to the ground happily and said, "Brother, come quickly, this is my new friend." Li Hao took a look and found that this so-called new friend was actually a reddish-brown scorpion with 8 legs and 2 tails. Then Li Hao naturally asked about the reason. It turned out that after he went to bed last night, Fawad was very bored and worried that he would fall asleep after sitting down, so he walked around the area. As I was walking, I heard a sound coming from under a rock. When he opened the stone, he found a small scorpion. Then Scorpion thanked Fawad for saving him, but Fawad thought being alone was boring. The 2 parties just started chatting and became friends after a while. This is what happened. After understanding the situation and eating some dry food, the 2 of them set off on the road again. On the way, Li Hao was a little confused, judging from the frequency of the green light last night. There should be a lot of creatures around here. But along the way, I encountered nothing, which was a bit strange. Brother, let's take the little scorpion home? His home is right on our path. While he was wondering, Fawad suddenly thought of something and asked Li Hao. Just now, he suddenly thought that it was so hot in the desert that he could feel the heat on the sand even with his shoes on. What if my new friend walks on the sand? Will he be directly burned? Or even burned to death? Fawad didn't dare to think any more. You want to send it? That's fine. Hearing Fawad's question, Li Hao nodded and agreed, but he looked at Fawad with some doubts. I'm confused as to why Fawad suddenly showed up like this. He didn't act like this when facing the wind chaser wolf. What the hell was he doing when he sent someone home? Seeing Li Hao looking at him doubtfully, Fawad scratched his head and hurriedly explained, "Well, wasn't it too hot for me to look at the desert? I was wondering if it would get burned if it walked by itself, or I just want to send it home directly. It may be dangerous on the way because it's too hot, but it's always safe at home, right?" Hearing this, Li Hao's head was filled with black threads. Are you afraid that desert animals will be scalded or scalded to death in the desert? What do you think? Did you buy your university qualifications with money? I'm too lazy to talk to Fawad, so I just let it be. If we really defend ourselves, we don't know what weird new questions will be raised in the future. If you say it's scalded, then it's scalded. If you say it's scalded to death, then it's scalded to death. Anyway, just be happy. At the same time, there was an oasis not far from the two of them. This time it was a real oasis, and the allied forces of the three kingdoms had already washed away the dirt on their bodies. Well, at least it looks clean, but the smell is not certain. To be honest, this smell now really makes Maple Leaf Country player Jacob sigh and miss it. I lamented that the smell of the Curry Country players was finally covered up. I miss it, compared to the current smell, the smell that the Curry Country players gave off before was more pleasant. FXCK. This matter can't just be let go. The person who said this was William, a player from the Queen's Kingdom with brown eyes. He was staring at the direction Li Hao and the others were heading in with a sinister look. He is an extremely arrogant and face-saving person, and this coalition is also headed by William. I originally thought it was a very simple task, but the result was that the goal was not solved and I was embarrassed. While traveling in Xiongli, he even had a picture in his mind of being laughed at by people outside on the day he went out. This made William a little angry. Opposite, Singh from the Curry Kingdom showed a cold look in his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "Of course we can't just let it go, we must capture them alive, torture them as much as possible, and return the humiliation we suffered to them 100 times 1,000 times." Although Singer's tone was extremely cold when he said this, the way he shook his head made people not afraid at all. It's just that, maybe because of the big movements, his ears that had stopped bleeding started to spurt blood again. At this time, Jacob, who had been silent next to him, suddenly said, "You too. Don't think about the future now. First think about how our family members outside will be treated if our mission fails this time." When he said this, Jacob was a little worried. He was different from the other two people. He had more family values and would choose to join the army because he wanted to make his family live a better life. It's not that he doesn't want to make more money, it's just that he can't do anything else well except being a soldier. Hearing Jacob suddenly say this, William glanced at his teammate angrily and roared, "Family? Hey? Why do you care about your family now? We lost such a big person, do you think your family will recognize it? Us? You idiot!" Family was also important to William, but that may have been the reason for growing up. Let him think that only if he succeeds will he be recognized by his family. Otherwise, his family will despise him. Hearing this, Jacob felt a surge of anger rushing to his forehead. Without opening a word, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to start fighting. "Okay. Stop arguing. Everyone is not in a good mood now, but if we continue to argue, we won't be able to catch up with them. The process is not important. As long as the result is successful." Seeing that the two of them were going to fight, Singer he quickly stopped them, looked at Jacob and continued, "We must unite. As long as we succeed in the end, our families can still have a good life. Let's endure it for now." Hearing this, Jacob and William also calmed down. But their eyes were still red and they were breathing heavily, and neither party even wanted to look at each other. After everyone calmed down, the three of them packed their bags and prepared to leave. They needed to use faster speed to get around to the front of Li Hao and the others and continue to set up an ambush. But just as they set off, Ga! 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 There was an unpleasant cry of birds, and then a flock of birds came over. They were as numerous as dark clouds, even covering the sun and making the sky dark. Then there was a burst of heavenly generals Xiang Grui. The three poor Jacobs had only been clean for a few hours before they experienced that nightmare-like scene again. Naturally, Li Hao didn't know what happened to the players from the three kingdoms. At this time, he was in extreme doubt. Although he was a little puzzled that he didn't encounter any ferocious beasts or beasts when he set out. But I slowly let it go. After all, Li Hao is a person who doesn't waste his brain thinking if he doesn't understand. But something that happened just now made Li Hao feel that something was wrong. Just about a minute ago, Li Hao clearly saw several hyena-like creatures wandering not far away. That's right, it's the kind of spotted hyena with spots on its body and a bark that sounds like a very human laugh, commonly known as the little anus digger. You must know that the spotted hyena is different from its other cousins. Most of its food sources come from hunting. Once they lock on to their prey, they will continue to chase it for a long distance until the prey is exhausted. But when Li Hao and the others gradually approached, the hyenas would immediately flee in all directions, as if they were afraid of something. This made Li Hao feel very strange. He did not think that the reason for fear was caused by his own ability. I don't even think it has anything to do with Fawad and Peggy. Then the reason for all this can only be something that didn't exist before but exists now. Is that the little scorpion? Thinking of this, Li Hao was suddenly startled. It seemed that this little scorpion was very mysterious. Then he looked at the little scorpion lying on Fawad's shoulder. Due to the perspective of the live broadcast room, the audience did not see the movements of the hyenas. I spent the entire morning in boredom. Ah! It's boring. After watching desert walking all morning, can't something interesting happen? Yeah, it's too boring. Can't we encounter some ferocious beasts or something? Even wild beasts will do. It feels like I haven't encountered danger in a long time. Hey, hey, hey! Can you hope for something better up there? It's only been less than a day, and the last time I encountered the Geomanthus was yesterday. Now that I think about it, it's really like this. It was obviously yesterday that I met the great Geomancer, but it feels like a long time has passed. Xiao Litsi should have death like the wind, always with him. The live broadcast room was very happy for a moment, but this had nothing to do with Li Hao and Fawad. The two of them just kept walking, and finally arrived at a ruins of ruins at noon. If the spectators from the Bear Country are also watching, they will definitely exclaim that this is the hiding place of their country's players. It's just compared to when the players from the Bear Country were there. There is an extra layer of yellow sand that is half a meter deep. Fawad held the little scorpion, gently placed it on the ground, smiled slightly and said, "Okay, you are home, don't run so far next time. Do you know?" The little scorpion shook its claws a few times as if in response, then crawled back into a hole deep in the ruins. Li Hao, on the other hand, looked at Fawad nervously, fearing that he would give him another idea of what was the atmosphere and what was needed. After looking for a while and realizing that Fawad had no such thoughts, Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. I walked over and put my arms around his shoulders, and started setting off again. Well! Just after taking a few steps, Li Hao felt a strange feeling under his feet, and at the same time there was a muffled groan. As if he had discovered something interesting, Li Hao bumped Fawad with his elbow and said, "Damn it! This is awesome! There are so many new things in the secret realm, and the sand can make a sound." Just as he was about to step on it again, he heard the sound of sand flowing. A strong man emerged from the yellow sand. The head was facing Li Hao's solace. Chapter 26. Good guy. My friend and I were talking about the secret land being magical and the sand making noises. You appeared in the blink of an eye and slapped you in the face in seconds. This is embarrassing, isn't it? Putting down his feet slightly stiffly, Li Hao looked at the giant man who had just crawled out of the yellow sand. In fact, a strong man is not enough to describe the hugeness of this thing. This height is even taller than a bear standing up. There are so many muscles that even Kaihoki is not qualified to describe them. Those arms are thicker than other people's legs, and their legs are thicker than other people's waists. Their waists are as thick as other people's waists. Good guy. Do you still look like a human being? Take you out, tell others this is the bear I just bought, and take it out for a walk. No one hesitates, and they believe it. Not to mention people will believe it, even if you see a bear, you have to believe it. To put it bluntly, when a bear sees him, he wonders if his cousin who lives in Kodiak is visiting him. At the same time, I have to wonder, this cousin's hair is not very brown. Could it be that he has mutated? Is he an Arctic cousin? But this is not white enough. Complaining in his heart, he should be polite or be polite. Li Hao asked, hello, I'm sorry, I seem to have stepped on you just now. After hearing the question, the somewhat confused Maoxiong country players who had just emerged from the sand finally regained some consciousness. He quickly waved his hand, and then started writing and drawing on the ground. It is normal to be confused. Anyone who wakes up after less than 3 hours of sleep and finds that the surrounding environment has completely changed and he is buried in yellow sand will be confused as well. And trigger the legendary 3 questions of the soul. Who am I? Where am I? What do I want to do? This is due to the fact that the players from Maoxiong country are strong and the position of their hands when sleeping allows enough space for their mouths and noses. If it had been anyone else, he might have died in this pile of sand. He didn't speak when he saw the other party, he just made some gestures and then started writing. There were still some words written that Li Hao didn't recognize, which made him frown a little. Brother, this is Mao Ziangwen, I know him. At this time, Fawad, who was watching quietly from the side, spoke. There was just a hint of anger in this tone. Li Hao was stunned for a moment, and then realized that this was because of the conflict between Kuri and Pakistan. In the early stages of the conflict, the Kuri nation was supported by weapons from the Stars and Stripes. But Badaguo couldn't afford equipment, so it kept getting beaten. Although the Badi country is poor, they have a rich relative, the petroleum country. So with the support of relatives, the Badi kingdom also received weapons support from the Stars and Stripes kingdom, which can be regarded as a close relationship with the Kuri kingdom. One day later, the Stars and Stripes suddenly issued an embargo on the 2 countries. At this time, the Bear country publicly stated that it began to support the Kuri country. If this situation continues, the demise of the Badi kingdom is almost certain. At this time, Huaguo, as the savior, appeared. In this way, the current Daxia-Pakistan relationship came into being. There are many magical things in the secret realm, such as the automatic translation function. It's that kind of thing where you see the other person speaking a foreign language, but what you hear in your ears is a language you can understand. Seeing that Mao Ziarquo was just writing, Li Hao lost the idea of continuing to communicate. After all, if you don't speak or can't speak, I don't understand what you mean, right? Li Hao turned around and pulled Fawad to leave. The secret realm prompt sounded in my ears at this moment. There are players from the 3 kingdoms within the current range. They are allied or hostile. Players are asked to make a choice. Just when Li Hao was wondering, he didn't prompt him just now, but now that he was about to leave, a prompt came. The voice sounded again. Vika Milosevic Pushkin, a player from the Bear country, your name is really long, chose to form an alliance with Li Hao, a player from Daxia, and Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, your name is not short, either, please confirm. After making a choice, Vika stopped writing and just looked straight at Li Hao and Fawad. The eyes couldn't be described as longing, but they contained enthusiasm. Of course, This scene also appeared in the live broadcast room. The audience in the Bear Country began to pray, hoping that the other party would agree to the request for alliance. Although in recent years, the relationship between the upper echelons of the Bear Country and the Curry Country has been somewhat unclear. But overall, the vast majority of the people in Maoxiang Country still like and support Daxia. The Huxia audience began to speak one after another. The Furry Bear Country? It's better not to form an alliance, right? Why don't they form an alliance with the Curry Country? Let them form an alliance with the Curry Country. You don't know this, right? The 3 players from the Curry Country hunted down the player from the Bear Country before and asked him to find an alliance with the Curry Country. Wouldn't that just send a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Stop being funny upstairs, even though I know you meant it as a metaphor, I still couldn't help laughing. Have you ever seen such a big lump of sheep? We can still form an alliance, right? The Furry Bear Country has always been pretty good with us, right? Above, that's mutual use, right? In previous dynasties, including modern times, the Maoxiang Kingdom did a lot of harm to us. Isn't this a secret realm? You have to find some reliable candidates to form an alliance, right? Let you choose an alliance between Ren and Xiang, which one do you choose? In the secret realm. After the news of the alliance was sent out, Li Hao first thought about the pros and cons, and then winked at Fawad. After all, the 2 of them are allies at this time. The relationship between allies is equal, although Fawad takes his own lead. But Li Hao still planned to ask the other party's opinion. Although once an alliance is formed, it cannot be betrayed, at least not in the secret realm. Because hidden terms do not allow it. But if one party decides something without authorization, it will more or less make the other party feel uncomfortable. After receiving Li Hao's eye signal, Fawad thought for a moment, and then nodded. Pakistani player Fawad Hussain confirmed the alliance. Huxia player Li Hao, please confirm. When he heard the notification tone, Li Hao was stunned and thought to himself, this guy is quite decisive. Fawad was decisive for a reason. Because Fawad himself is a person with body enhancement ability. But he considers himself a very timid person. What is the function of the body strengthening system? That is a tank to be carried in front, a human shield. This results in replacing the ability with a person without negative character. Or giving people with negative personalities another ability would be fine. But these 2 qualities happened to be born in Fawad. This made him feel very embarrassed. Maybe there is no end to the road, isn't it difficult? God directly sent him such a giant man. In this way, someone can take the lead for you before you grow up in courage. Of course, Li Hao had no way of knowing Fawad's inner thoughts. Seeing that the other party had confirmed it, he no longer hesitated and was confirmed. Huxia player Li Hao confirmed the alliance. The alliance was established between Huxia player Li Hao, Pakistani player Fawad Hussain, and Woolly Bear player Vika Milosevic Pushkin. The news of the successful alliance made the people of the Bear Country rejoice. Their little Vika finally has a comrade to make progress with, and no longer fights alone. After the alliance was confirmed, a few people just wanted to talk. Then a loud rumble was heard coming from Vika's stomach. A giant man is a giant man, and his cries of hunger are extremely loud. Li Hao laughed immediately, and Fawad also burst into laughter. Without further ado, he immediately lit a fire and cooked rice. Half an hour later, the 3 of them started to eat. Looking at Vika's dry and flaky lips, Li Hao quickly opened a coconut and handed it to him. After thinking about it, I opened 2 more for him. For a giant man, his consumption must be greater than that of a normal person. The 3 of them were stunned. At the same time, somewhere not far from the ruins, players from the Maple Leaf, Queen, and Curry 3 kingdoms gathered here after cleaning up the dirt again. Although the 3 of them were very unwilling, the previous encounters had dealt a huge blow to them. At this time, Maple Leaf Country player Jacob was already a little nervous. Even if he raises his hand, he must look around suspiciously. As for the Queen's player William, even his eyes have lost their luster. The whole person is like a walking zombie. Although the body is still alive, the soul is dead. Only the players from the Curry country are relatively normal. This may be because their country often bathes in the Ganges River and drinks cow urine. Of course, only their country is willing to enjoy this benefit. Looking at the status of his two teammates, Singh, a player from Curry country, said loudly, "Wake up! Look at what you are like now. Do you only have so much willpower? You are still the top Special Forces soldier of Blue Star. Are you worthy?" A sharp shout made the two of them regain some consciousness. Seeing that the two of them had improved, Singer continued, "Don't forget why we became what we are now." As soon as these words came out, William immediately woke up, gritted his teeth, and had a strong cold light in his eyes. Seeing that William had returned to normal, Singer looked at Jacob and then said, "Think about our family members. They may be being bullied and spurned by the outside world. Are we going to continue to be decadent like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jacob was stunned for a moment, and then his whole body started to tremble. His condition recovered in an instant, and fighting spirit gushed out from his eyes. Seeing this, Singer nodded with satisfaction and said, "Our enemy is in a ruins ahead. Let's set off immediately. We want to avenge our previous humiliation." Then the three of them yelled a few times, loaded their guns, and hung their arrows from their strings. But when everything is ready, it's time to set off. William patted Singer on the shoulder and said sternly, "I will not pursue your offense this time, but please pay attention to your identity. Next time, you understand?" "And me?" Jacob said, and made a throat-cutting ceremony with a fierce look on his face. Then there was a burst of nodding and bowing from Singer. There are hierarchies among the countries in the Star-Spangled Alliance, and the Curry country at the bottom cannot afford to offend the Maple Leaf country, let alone the Queen country that was their suzerain country. After the meal, Li Hao saw that Vika seemed to have been silent. He pointed at his throat with some hesitation and asked, Are you unable to speak? Are you born with it? I've never seen you speak." Upon hearing this, Vika was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly waved his hands while shaking his head vigorously. Seeing the other party like this, Li Hao couldn't help but become a little curious. If Vika behaves like this, it means that he is not unable to speak. Then he continued to ask, "Then why don't you speak?" Seeing this, Vika sighed, his eyes full of struggle. Then he raised his left hand, pointed at his throat, raised his other hand, pinched it with his thumb and index finger, and pulled it out. These body movements left Li Hao confused. At this time, Fawad suddenly said, "Brother, does he mean that he was not born unable to speak? Is it an acquired problem caused by some kind of wiring later?" After hearing this, Li Hao thought about it and thought it was possible, so he looked at Vika. Seeing the other party's eyes looking at him, Vika slowly shook his head, indicating that he was wrong. After that, Li Hao and Fawad guessed a few more answers, but the results were still wrong. Li Hao lost interest in this. In his opinion, since he didn't speak, there was a reason not to speak. Everyone has their own secrets, there is no need to delve into them. But for some people, the harder it is to know, the more they want to know. It doesn't matter that the answer might just be a common object found everywhere. What they pursue is the process, not the result. This is probably human curiosity. Fawad falls into this category. And Vika happens to be a stubborn person, so since it was brought up, it must be clarified. In this way, one really wanted to know, and the other wanted to explain clearly. The two of them were tossing about this. As a result, Fawad was scratching his head anxiously, and Vika was jumping up and down and gesticulating. For a while, he pointed at his throat, and with his other hand he pinched his thumb and index finger and put them in front of his eyes. For a while, he pointed at his throat again, and then he pinched his fingers with both hands to make a string shape. Slow down. Fawad angrily poked Vika's chest with his finger, to be precise, it was from the chest to the waist, and said, "You are so fast, who can see it? Do you understand?" Vika nodded and began to slow down. First he pointed one finger at himself, and then moved it up to point at his throat. The other finger pointed at Fawad, and then he pinched his fingers and put them in front of his eyes. "Your throat? I'm small." Fawad seemed to understand. He hesitated for a moment and seemed to have figured it out, and then asked tentatively, "Your throat is small." Hearing this, Vika's eyes lit up and he nodded sharply. He started to gesture again, stretched out his hands and put them together, separated his thumbs at a 70-degree angle, pointed at his throat, and then made a string-like gesture with his hands. These actions made Fawad confused again, but he suddenly thought that it had only been less than 5 days since entering the secret realm, right? He understood immediately and said excitedly, "I know, you are saying that your throat is narrow for some reason and you had surgery to expand it. It has not healed yet, so you can't speak, right?" As soon as these words came out, Vika's originally eager eyes instantly turned grey and she sat on the ground frustrated. All this also made the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. "Vika's eyes are dead, he has no love anymore." That's right. After a long time of hard work, the result is an esophageal dilation surgery. What's the reason? I'm really curious. Aren't you all curious? Why doesn't Little Plum get involved? He's a bit unsociable. Upstairs, we're not very curious. Curiosity killed the cat, young man. Also, you don't know how lazy Little Plum is? That's just how he is. He can lie down and not sit down. He's not unsocial. Seeing that both of them had given up the desire to continue, Li Hao stood up and walked over. Only then did I realize that calling Vika a giant might be a bit unfair to him. This guy can almost reach Li Hao's chest while sitting. Considering Li Hao's height of 180 centimeters, this guy must be at least 230 centimeters tall. There is a saying in Kyoto that one is called the son of Tade. It describes a son who can be relied on and as tall as a tower. Now, this prefix would fit perfectly with Wicca, the towering Wicca. It's really as tall as a tower. Whether it's surgery or other reasons, you'll know it when you need to know it. There's no need to worry about it, just let it take its course. After patting their shoulders respectively, Li Hao said with a smile, "We have rested enough. It's time for us to set off and try to get out of the desert area as soon as possible." Vika and Fawad also nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. Boom. Just as Li Hao and others were walking out of the ruins, a gunshot rang out, interrupting their progress. Hearing this voice, Li Hao looked around and saw 3 people rushing towards this side. "You're all raising your hands and covering your head." The person running at the front was the man who fired the gun just now, William, a player from the Queen's Kingdom. Vika, who was behind Li Hao and the others, suddenly changed his face when he saw the 3 people who suddenly came to kill him. He took a big step forward, stretched out his hand to pull, and protected Li Hao and Fawad behind him. He said to the 3 people in front of him with an ugly expression, "Let them go, let us fight among ourselves, and we will live and die." Vika thought that the other party was following her, so she decided not to inconvenience Li Hao and Fawad, and bought them time to leave first. Then, with her own physical condition and despite being injured, she could still escape. However, it is a pity that he did not know that the other party was not following him. The real target of the 3 Kingdoms alliance was Li Hao. I saw Queen Kingdom player William sneer and said sarcastically, "Haha, are you negotiating a deal with me? Who gave you the courage to negotiate a deal with me? To tell you the truth, we are here for the Hyuxia players behind you. The only target is him. Oh, the players from Curry Country also have Batty Country as their target. As for you, it's purely an unexpected surprise, Ha 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 ha. William was right. He never expected that when he was chasing the target, the player from the Bear Country, the target he had chosen before, was actually here. Originally, I just wanted to kill Li Hao of Daxia, and at most I would bring along players from Pakistan TD Kingdom. As a result, another player from another country has appeared. Buy one, get one free. Do you have another bottle? He immediately decided to kill them all. William would not let go of this opportunity to weaken others and strengthen himself. On the side, Jacob from the Maple Leaf Kingdom also nodded and said with an expression of approval, "Indeed, originally we wanted to find you after we solved the target. I didn't expect to meet you here. Should I say you are unlucky? Or should I say God blessed us?" When thinking of the previous encounter, Jacob couldn't help but think of it. He has heard of a Hyuxia saying called shit luck, which means a person is lucky. He didn't understand the deeper meaning of the word, but he only thought that Zhanxiang represented good luck. Calculating it this way, are the free-flying and auspiciousness descending from the sky he experienced before a great blessing given to him by God? Otherwise, how can we explain the scene of hugging grass and beating rabbits in front of us? Of course, if the Hyuxia people know this, they will definitely agree with Jacob's idea. Yes. You are absolutely right. Jacob, you are such a clever little guy. Across the way, Vika's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. He knew he was in big trouble this time. If he was alone, he would still be able to escape, but what should the two allies behind him do? After thinking for a while, Vika winked desperately at Li Hao and Fawad. Li Hao's head was full of questions, but he didn't understand it at all. He thought to himself, if you have the time, aren't you good at speaking? It's not like you can't speak. At this time, Fawad, who had been unable to guess his body movements just now, seemed to suddenly have an idea and said, "Brother, he asked us to run away first. He will hold these people and let us run away. Tomorrow it's time to meet again." Li Hao was shocked when he heard this. Okay? Damn it! There are so many words hidden in these eyes. The case has been solved. This is how Fawad's amazing understanding ability comes from, over-interpretation. Vika also nodded in agreement at this time and looked at Fawad with admiration. After a few more glances, Fawad quickly translated, "Let's just watch his eyes and act. As soon as he sends a signal, we will run." The idea was conveyed accurately, and Vika nodded with satisfaction. He stared at the three people opposite him, looking for an opportunity. At the same time, he is also thinking about the interception plan. The methods of interception and breakthrough are completely different. The latter only needs to find a weak point, attack fiercely, and then run away before other enemies can react and they will succeed. But the former must be done so that all enemies are not idle. Then you can only use endless attacks or quickly knock down the opponent's members. As long as there is enough time for the allies to run out of range for a certain distance, he will be considered successful. Thinking of this, Vika began to slowly move his body to get his muscles into their best condition. He planned to knock down Singer or William first before making other plans. "You're really looking for death? Do you still want to resist? It's really funny." Watching Vika move her body, William asked Jacob in a sarcastic tone. And Jacob also had a sneer on his face. Because in their opinion, Li Hao and the others could not change the fate of being killed this time. Judging from the current situation, the only one who can really fight is the big man Vika in front. If he ran away regardless of others, he might still be able to escape. After all, the main target is Li Hao of Daxia. If the big man wants to run away, they will not intercept him first. But not only did Vika not intend to run away, but he also wanted to fight back. This is interesting, 1-on-3, bare hands against hot weapons. It's clear at a glance which one is more important. Once the biggest obstacle is dead, won't the next two targets be within reach? When William saw that Vika had not stopped moving, the sneer on his face became even thicker. Don't you want to resist? Okay, since you don't want to run. Then I will help you, first I will cripple your legs so that you can't even run away. Thinking about it, he raised his hand and fired 2 shots, hitting Vika and Fawad in the thighs respectively. The 2 of them staggered, and blood flowed out from the bullet holes. Seeing this scene, Li Hao surprisingly put away his usual expression. With a straight face and a serious expression, he walked out from behind Vika. Let's not talk about Vika's new ally for the time being. Speaking of Fawad alone, although this kid is a bit immature and a bit silly. But after all, he is Li Hao's rare friend, and he is a friend who has not been affected by bad luck. Although I would occasionally teach someone a lesson, I had never dealt harshly. But now you not only hit him, you also injured him. This made Li Hao a little angry, and his aura was full. William looked at Li Hao who was slowly walking towards him, and swallowed subconsciously. To be honest, he felt a little scared, because Li Hao didn't look very powerful. But for some unknown reason, he felt a little panicked. I heard that you are here to find me? Do you want to kill me? Li Hao walked closer, glanced at William, then tapped his forehead with his finger, and said in a cold tone, "Fight here. Come on. You, don't force me, I really know how to shoot." Perhaps frightened by Li Hao's momentum, William held up the gun with trembling hands and stammered. "Shot." Then there was a loud shout, and William was so frightened that he couldn't hold the gun, and the pistol fell to the ground with a clatter. Seeing this, Li Hao sneered and gave William a look of contempt. Then he looked at Jacob next to him and said, "Hey, he can't do it, why don't you come?" Hearing this, Jacob was stunned for a moment, then raised his pistol and taunted, "Are you going to play psychological warfare with me? Are you playing psychological warfare with me, a professionally trained special forces soldier?" Then the trigger was pulled, followed by a bang. A flash of fire suddenly appeared, and the pistol exploded. Looking at Jacob's shocked face and bloody hands, Li Hao shook his head and smacked his lips. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it, eh?" After saying this, he thought about it and continued, "Well, you all have shown it, and I will also perform a show for you." With that said, he took out the pistol he got from the Indian boy from the storage space, pointed it at his temple and pulled the trigger. Only a click was heard, and the bullet jammed. After withdrawing the bullets, Li Hao pretended to be embarrassed and glanced at the Three Kingdoms contestants and said, "I made a mistake, but forget about this show. I only have 4 bullets. Can I perform some for you?" Hearing this, the players from the Three Kingdoms looked horrified, thinking that the opponent was going to kill them. But they saw that Li Hao just fired 3 shots into the sky, threw away the pistol, turned around and walked back. Before he left, he said with a smile, "Ordinarily I should kill decisively, but I am most afraid of trouble, and killing the 3 of you is a trouble to me. As for what will happen to you, just leave it to fate. However, don't trouble me again, otherwise you know the consequences. Return to the allies and send healing potions to Vika and Fawad." In Vika's confused eyes, Li Hao explained, "Don't worry, let the bullet fly for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard 3 miserable howls. Singh of Curry Country covered his injured ear. Jacob from Maple Leaf Country covered his butt. The worst person was William, the most arrogant player from the Queen's Kingdom before. At this time, he had passed out while covering his lower body. This scene deeply shocked Vika and Fawad. The 2 of them were opening their mouths wide, and their eyes were almost protruding from their sockets. Equally shocked were the live broadcast room viewers who had been silent because of the tense atmosphere. F***ck. F***ck. It's here, hit the egg with a bullet. How the hell can it be like this? Shoot into the sky and hit someone? What's the point of this? Is it a tracking bullet? Li Hao, Dad, someone is bullying me. I have a gun but I can't aim it accurately. Oh my god, Dad, damn it, Don't worry, Dad will help you fight them, just shoot, and leave the rest to Dad. Xiao Litzi was so domineering just now. It's the first time I saw Xiao Litzi who was full of domineering aura. On Li Hao's side, the two people who took the healing potion recovered quickly from their injuries. As for the Three Kingdoms Alliance, Jacob is now in a dilemma. Come on! William, one of our main combat forces, has not yet awakened, and the opponent's Vika is more than enough to fight against himself or Singer alone. And they also have the boy from Ba Taiguo and that weird Li Hao. But if you just retreat like this, it will be very shameless. The most important thing is the impact on your family. FXCK. The frustrated Jacob cursed and kicked the gravel on the ground as if to vent his anger. But he didn't notice that a small creature hiding under some gravel was kicked away by him. The little creature formed a parabola in the air and landed on Fawood's head. Feeling something on his head, Fawood reached out and took it off, and then shouted in surprise, "Little scorpion, why are you back again?" The little creature was the little scorpion that disappeared deep into the ruins before. Before he could say anything more, he felt the ground shaking. The yellow sand rolled, and a flash of black suddenly appeared. Then crawled out of the yellow sand, a giant scorpion about 4 meters tall, with a black body and a metallic luster. The claws of the claws closed together and made a terrible click-click sound. The huge spines at the ends of the two tails shone with the cold light of the Ruan people. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, Fawad Hussain, a player from Pakistan, the Bear Country, the Maple Leaf Country, the Curry Country, encountered a 5th-level ferocious beast forbidden land-breaking scorpion, special characteristics, the guardian of the special forbidden area. Although he is the 5th level, his whole body carapace has amazing defensive power. It can withstand all attacks below the 10th level. The powerful claws can easily pinch off the bodies of creatures below the 7th level. The huge tail needle injection, the poison can make any creature of the 10th level and including the 10th level lose consciousness within 3 seconds. Note, as a forbidden area, you cannot leave the forbidden area. When walking in the desert area, please pay attention to the reddish-brown double-tailed scorpion under your feet. If you hurt it, please leave the area as soon as possible or wait for death. A familiar tone came. Studio. What should I do? What should I do? There is no solution to this. How can I fight it? If you can't kill it at the 10th level, it can poison you at the 10th level. Why are you panicking? Little Plum's ability is very strong. At most, it can't hurt Little Plum, and Little Plum can't kill it. Xiao Litzi is fine, but what about Xiao Feizi and Vika? What should we do? Are we waiting to die? F***CK. That's right. What should I do? Isn't this the end of the world? It was almost the moment the secret realm prompt ended. The scorpion launched its attack, raising its claws and knocking Jacob and Singer away with a bang. The scorpion's tail swiped again, knocking William away, who was unconscious on the ground. Then they turned in the direction of Li Hao and the others. After Jacob was hit and landed, he didn't care about the pain. He and Singer raised William and ran away without looking back. But his face was full of cruel expression. Jacob thought that even if he didn't take action, Li Hao and the other 3 would be dead this time. I even secretly rejoiced that my understanding was indeed correct, and the old Huxia saying was even more correct, Zhanxiang would have good luck. When he saw Scorpion turning this way and raising his claws, Vika decisively pushed Li Hao and Fawad. Then he rushed in front of the Scorpion in 2 steps, raising his hands to shoulder height as if to block him. At the same time, he turned his head and looked at Li Hao and Fawad, smiled and said, "Run." Then he closed his eyes and waited for death to come. In fact, the world-breaking scorpion turned around just to talk to his son. After confirming that the little scorpion was safe, he dived back underground again. So what Vika was waiting for was not the pincer that he expected to fall. But... Pft ha 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 ha. Puff well. Puff ha 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 ha. Bursts of laughter came, and Vika's whole face darkened at this time. He immediately covered his face and squatted on the ground. But his action made Li Hao and Fawad laugh even harder. At this time, the two finally understood the meaning of Vika's body movements. What kind of surgery? Losing one's voice due to an acquired injury doesn't exist at all. Chapter 28. What he meant at that time was that my voice was very thin and very small. This is also the reason why Vika caused laughter after speaking out. Can you imagine? Inside a giant man with a height of 2.4 meters and explosive muscles all over his body is a little Lolita who is only 14 or 15 years old. If that's not enough to build an image, then please think about it. A big man with an unshaven face and a foot-picking man speaks in a voice that makes people feel heartbroken. It's basically a similar feeling. After a burst of laughter, Li Hao was the first to calm down. After all, it's rude to take pleasure in other people's flaws. Well, but no one has any bad intentions. They are all professionally trained people. No matter how funny they are, they will never laugh, unless they can't help it. Fawad, on the other hand, seemed out of control. I was rolling on the ground holding my stomach, and kept saying, "Oops, my stomach hurts so much, I can't stand it anymore, I can't do it." Bian kept laughing, giving people the impression that this child was mentally ill. Seeing that Li Hao had calmed down, Vika slowly walked towards him. It's said to be slow, but think about it, with a height of 2.4 meters, how big is the step distance? In 2 or 3 steps, Vika arrived in front of him. After scratching his head, Vika took out the awakening potion from his trouser pocket, looked at Li Hao and said, "That." Before he could finish speaking, Li Hao burst out laughing. But seeing Vika's slightly disappointed expression, she stopped laughing again. "Ahem. We didn't mean it. We apologize. You know your situation, right?" Stopping his smile, Li Hao coughed slightly, looked at the potion in Vika's hand, and asked, "Do you want to wake up? Let us guard you, is that what you mean?" Vika nodded and whispered, "I'm not angry, it's okay." These words made Li Hao almost stop laughing again. "Well. Find a shaded place to wake up. Just rest here for the day and start again tomorrow." Vika nodded and walked towards a sunny corner not far away. Vika didn't pretend to be generous, he really wasn't angry, maybe because he was used to it. It's true that it makes him feel a little too embarrassed. The problem with Vika is his voice, although he has been unusually tall and strong since he was a child. But no matter how tall or old you are, your age is there after all. Therefore, during his youth, Vika lived a relatively comfortable life. Because when you are young, who doesn't speak with a childlike voice? The problem lies in the developmental period, which is when the voice begins to change. At that stage, Vika's height began to soar rapidly, and soon exceeded the 2-meter mark. But the height has increased, but the voice has not changed. Soon people around me also discovered this. As a result, the nicknames changed from the silly big guy, big pillar and the like when I was a teenager, to the sissy ones later. This made Vika a little bit intolerable, but there was nothing he could do about it. Slowly, as time goes by, you will get used to it. If your voice is considered a flaw, then just stop talking. Is it better to be misunderstood as a mute than to be called a sissy? In addition, the most important thing about Vika not being angry with Li Hao and Fawad is that he did not feel any malice in their laughter. It's just because it's funny, and I'm trying to hurt others. If it were Vika himself, seeing this situation, he would probably burst into laughter. Li Hao watched Vika go to the corner and sit down, drink the potion and start to wake up. He couldn't help but admire him. The tall Vika not only has a body of steel, but also a will of steel. At this time, Vika's exposed skin turned red as if it had been burned by fire. My forehead was sweating because of the pain. But even so, he gritted his teeth without making any sound, let alone fainted. Unlike the guy next to him who is still rolling on the ground. Thinking of Fawad, Li Hao picked up a stone and threw it at him, saying, "Okay, stop laughing, our allies are awakening, don't disturb him." Hearing this, Fawad quickly stopped laughing, looked around, and found Vika in the corner. Looking at his slightly trembling body, Fawad took a breath and said in surprise, "FK. You're not fainting? You're awesome." Fawad was really shocked inside, but he knew how painful the awakening process was, even though he fainted in the blink of an eye. But the moment the pain hit, it was as if someone was stirring a stick inside my body. He didn't know how to grade the pain. He only knew that compared with the pain at that time, the gunshot wound he suffered just now was like scratching an itch. "Okay, I'll just stay here and watch. You can take Piki to play with your new friends." Looking at Vika again, Li Hao said, "When it's over here, let's talk to him." "Sorry, we didn't mean it, but, you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Hearing Li Hao's words, Fawad nodded, hugged Piki and happily went to find little Scorpion. At the same time, the Black Palace of Stars and Stripes. King Dong was rubbing his head on his office chair, waiting for the news to come back, but he felt very anxious now. He was originally a businessman. He finally became president and was thinking about how to accumulate political achievements. The secret realm appeared, which was a huge opportunity for him. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever can rule the secret realm will be the leader in the world. The Stars and Stripes Kingdom naturally attaches great importance to it, but several of its decisions and plans ended in failure. That's all, and the previous apology incident has caused dissatisfaction among some senior executives and the capital behind it. This is the reason why the king is really anxious, and others can support him. Naturally, we can also abolish him and re-establish a king who does not understand, half understands, or does not understand, or a king who loves whatever he wants. What's the situation now? King Dong asked when he saw the chief assistant walking in. Have they attacked again? Mr. President, the second siege has still failed, and all the players from the 3 countries have been injured. The chief assistant flipped through the information, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "However, it has been confirmed that there was an unsolvable level of murder on the scene. After the 3 kingdoms players escaped, they saw that the beast turned its target to Li Hao of Daxia, and they were bound to die." Very good. After hearing the news, the gloom of another failure was wiped away from King Wang's face, and he immediately laughed. "Can you confirm the accuracy of the news? You also know that Li Hao of Daxia has some inexplicable abilities, which leads to our repeated failures." Although he said this, he was actually looking forward to it in his heart. Looking forward to Li Hao of Daxia being killed by that invincible beast. And once Daxia is weakened, this will be a political achievement. He did what his predecessors, and previous presidents of the Star-Spangled Kingdom wanted to do but failed to do. At that time, the opportunity to understand the king will come. Not only can he keep his reputation, but he can also get more support. It is not impossible to be re-elected in the next term. "I'm sorry, Mr. President." The chief assistant shrugged and replied, "We cannot give a guarantee. According to calculations, the probability of death of Li Hao from Daxia is 98.5%. 100% for Huxia players." Okay, I understand your work." King Dong shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile on his face, 98 is fine, 98 is enough." But at this moment, a civilian employee hurried in, whispered a few words into Wang Da's ear, and then took out electronic equipment and a few photos and placed them on his desk. Wang Dong looked at the photo, then quickly turned on the electronic device. He looked at it for a long time. The more he looked at it, the tighter his frown became, and the more he looked at it, the uglier his face became. Suddenly, he slammed the electronic device on the table, overturned everything on the desk, and roared, "FXCK! Damn it, this is so unfair, why can Daxia compete with this beast? Do you know why?" The surrounding staff suddenly fell silent, and the chief assistant picked up the electronic device and took a look. Then, completely speechless. How can I answer this? Why? How the hell do I know why? If I knew, I'd be the president. But how is this possible? What a big scorpion! What a ferocious beast! Can you make friends with humans? The Huxia players are already baffling, but now they have such an invincible scorpion. Hey! Can't you afford it? Isn't it a little too much for you to play like this? What are you doing standing still? King Dong said angrily, are you all mute? Why don't you speak? Well, Mr. President. A staff member next to him said at this time, can we consider another situation? That is that Li Hao of Daxia has the ability to communicate with animals, or simply that you have the ability to control animals. If Li Hao could hear all this, he would definitely praise this staff member. You are such a clever little kid, and your brain circuit is really strange. You can think of all these things, which shows that you have a really big brain. Hearing what he said made sense. Wang Yi's eyes lit up at first, and then he thought about it and felt something was wrong, so he asked, if you can communicate with or control animals, then Li Hao of Daxia should bring a large number of ferocious beasts with him. Why not use this labor-saving method, and how to explain this? After hearing the question, the staff member wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just now he was just talking out of his mind. How should he answer now? He opened his mind again and replied, maybe it's because of the probability, but it may not succeed. It just happened to be successful this time. Mr. President, think about it, when you are at a critical moment of life and death and there is an opportunity that may succeed, what will you choose? Oh? Keep talking. King understanding made sense after hearing this, and continued to ask, isn't this ability unsolvable? Now our action cannot be successful. In the future, if he brings the big scorpion, we will even there is no chance to make a move. The staff member thought for a while, suddenly laughed, and said calmly, I don't think so. There is indeed a potion in the secret realm that can make people become supermen, but this ability must have limitations. Judging from the known abilities, the body enhancement system probably consumes human physical energy and will cause physical fatigue. So, will the ability of Li Hao of Daxia affect the soul, or be mentally fatigued? Hearing this, King Dong's eyes lit up and he had a plan in mind. What this staff member said makes so much sense. Since it is power, it always has its limitations. You can't maintain it all day long, right? Even if it can last for 1 day, what about 2 days? What about 3 days? Eventually, you will be mentally exhausted and let go of the big scorpion, and then even if you can escape the vicious beast's pursuit. So, if you are too exhausted and unable to use your abilities, can you escape the pursuit of the coalition forces? After clearing his thoughts, Understanding King slammed the table, okay, that's a very good analysis. Then he stood up, patted the staff member on the shoulder, and said with a smile, you are good. From today on, you will be the chief staff member. Work hard. I am very optimistic about you. This sentence made the staff so happy that they were promoted. This is it. At the same time, he was also rejoicing. If he hadn't had a bright mind and a wonderful brain circuit, how could such a good thing have happened to him? Then, under the envious and jealous eyes of other staff members, they solemnly said to King Dong, okay. I will definitely live up to Mr. President's expectations. In the secret realm. Several hours passed in a flash. With a loud shout and a sound like exploding beans, Vika's awakening was officially over. Hearing the sound, Li Hao and Fawad walked towards Vika in unison. But before he could ask, he saw a broken wall behind Vika. Suddenly a big head appeared, let's call it a bear's head. Although this creature is similar to a brown bear, its hair is longer and looks a bit weird. Careful! Just as Fawad spoke to remind him, there was a bang. The bear pushed directly to the wall and rushed towards Vika. Li Hao and Fawad were about to step up, but saw Vika stopping them with a gesture. After the two of them were stunned for a moment, they realized that it might be that Vika wanted to test his ability. I feel relieved. You need to know, where is the bear country? Some people there have bears in their homes. Daily life consists of eating, drinking, sleeping, and hunting bears. Vika herself is not worried, so she has nothing to worry about. Even if something goes wrong and you get injured, isn't there still a healing potion? In the blink of an eye, the man and the bear collided. Then they hugged each other and rolled on the ground. The secret voice also appeared at this time. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, Fawad, a player from Pakistan, and Vika, a player from Bear Country, encountered the 4th level beast Goba Sand Bear, Special. Characteristics: the last orphan of the ancient Sand Bear clan. Its hair can withstand any climate and is immune to attribute damage and most physical damage. It has a docile personality and is not prone to actively attack other creatures. Note: special affixes represent the possibility of unlimited promotion. Please explore the promotion method on your own. Promotion? Special affixes mean promotion? Doesn't that mean Pikey can do it too? Li Hao looked at Pikey, who was sleeping soundly in Fawad's arms. He never expected it. This little thing can do nothing but eat, sleep, or make noises. There are infinite possibilities. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a bang and knew that the winner was decided. Chapter 29. Turning around, he saw Vika being pinned down by the sand bear. The sand bear's mouth was slowly approaching Vika's head. This time, Li Hao was a little frightened. He was going to bite his head directly. Healing potions can indeed quickly restore injuries. But if your head is bitten to pieces or bitten off, it will be difficult for gods to save you even if they come. Just as he was about to get close enough to intervene, he saw the sand bear touching Vika's nose with its nose. The voice also sounded again. Goba Sand Bear, Special, Young, took the initiative to conclude a contract with Vika, a player from the Bear Country. Contract type: Blood contract. Note: anyone can sign an ordinary contract. Blood contracts come from blood inheritance, and ferocious beasts without blood inheritance cannot be used. Blood contracts are the third type of contract, and the contracting party recognizes that the contracted party is one's own blood. After listening to the voice, Li Hao smiled. What a guy! Being recognized as a bloodline, does this mean that Vika has a bear son? Wait. Maybe you have a daddy bear? But think about it, the two are indeed quite similar, except that Vika's hair is not long and brown. They look exactly the same as sand bears. Studio F***CK. I was so scared when the bear rushed out just now that I didn't even dare to speak. I wasn't scared at that time. You don't know, people from the bear country? They are all like tigers. I was scared because Vika lost and the sand bear rushed towards me. It's all over, but it's so anticlimactic again. Xiao Litzi and his team have expanded again, this time adding a bear. Speaking of which, don't you think their team is a bit unruly? The lazy little Litzi, who looks harmless to humans and animals, breaks eggs and violently attacks them at every turn, who is supposed to be a fearless human shield but is as timid as a mouse. And now here comes Vika, a giant man with a Lolita heart. The more I look at him, the more inappropriate he is. What do you mean by the truth above? Can you be more subtle? It seems a little bit unserious. When Vika heard the information, there was a feeling of blood connection in her heart. He touched the big bear with his head on his lap and scratched his head, filled with doubts. I have obviously never seen this bear, so why did it show closeness to me from the moment it appeared? That's right. The reason why Vika stopped Li Hao and the others from coming forward was that there was no hostility in the bear. This is probably also the special ability that Vika realized after being surrounded by malicious people all year round. Vika didn't understand why such a powerful bear signed a blood contract with him. The reason why the Goba Sand Bear chose him was a short story about it. The Goba Sand Bear considers himself a good bear, a kind and very powerful bear. I don't remember how many years ago, the father bear brought the young bear to this desert. In this land, it is the most powerful one besides Big Scorpion and Father Bear. But it has never bullied other creatures wantonly. Usually they only eat plant roots, berries, and insects, and occasionally they may eat some rats. Suddenly one day, Father Bear just said he wanted to go out for a while and left. Xiong Xiong waited and waited, hoped and hoped, but never saw Father Bear come back. Hundreds of years passed like this, maybe thousands of years. Little Bear Bear has grown into a big bear bear, and he is still waiting for his father to come back. One day later, Xiong Xiong was surprised to find a familiar figure in the desert. It's Daddy Bear is back. It's just that Father Bear seems to be getting older, his stature has become shorter, his hair has fallen out, and he doesn't know what he is wearing. Xiong Xiong wanted to rush forward immediately, but he was also very worried. After so many years, what if Father Bear doesn't recognize him anymore? So I decided not to show up for the time being, and followed secretly. But soon it discovered that there were two more bipeds beside the Father Bear that looked so small that they were not even big enough to fit between his teeth. Father Bear and Little Twoleg seemed to have a very good relationship, and they settled near Big Scorpion's house. Xiong Xiong heard Father Bear's shout, "Is something wrong? Just take a look quietly, be careful not to be discovered." Even though he was very careful, he was still discovered by the little two-legged beast. Had to show up. But Father Bear seemed to want to test my growth and wanted to show off. The final result was that Xiong Xiong won. Although Dad Xiong was not as strong as before, his moves remained unchanged. I decided to use a blood contract so that I would never find Father Bear again. Bear Bear Diary. Congratulations! It's a complete success. Congratulations! Vika's awakening was successful. Li Hao and Fawad came over and each spoke. Hearing the auspicious words, Vika's whole body froze, and then he saw fine beads of sweat begin to appear on his forehead. This made Li Hao and Li Hao stunned for a moment. Vika, this giant steel man like a tower. Even when faced with a desperate beast like the scorpion, Vika didn't show any fear. Why would he behave like this now? Li Hao and Fawad's hearts trembled at that moment. They both thought that the awakening had not been successful. Vika? Are you okay? Li Hao asked in a low voice, did it fail? Vika said nothing. Vika. Fawad was also startled, and his heart became even more heavy. Damn it! Could this really be a failure? The atmosphere was extremely cold for a while. Seeing the two people staring at him closely, Vika slowly said, the awakening was successful, there was no failure. Upon hearing this, Li Hao and his two men breathed a sigh of relief. Wouldn't it be great if it succeeded? Is it necessary to scare us? Isn't this a good thing? Then what's that look on your face that shows you've lost a lot? At this point, Li Hao suddenly thought of something and said in horror, FK. Don't say you don't feel the same as me. Ability. Can't feel the ability? No. Vika scratched his head and said embarrassedly, it's just that the awakening ability is not very good. It is, the healing ability. You've gone too far. We're still worried that you won't succeed. Or maybe you have awakened some weird and useless ability. The result is this? Although it is quite strange that a strong man like you has healing ability. Fawad was surprised, is it the wet nurse's ability? Vika nodded and said affirmatively, that's right, it's the nanny. The nanny's ability can heal injuries. The first skill is called Healing Touch. I originally thought I would be a melee player in the body strengthening system. As he spoke, he also demonstrated, and saw Vika put his hand that was shining with green light on his chest. The scratches caused by the fight with the sand bear were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that the effect was so good, Li Hao and Fawad were speechless for a while. Isn't this the case of sitting on a treasure mountain without knowing it? This ability is so powerful, although it doesn't match Vika's figure. But you have to know that this is in a secret realm, let alone the danger. Let's just say that in daily life, who doesn't have a little scratch? This would have been in an environment like the rainforest where microorganisms could easily breed. Infection can really be fatal, this is no joke. But now that we have this ability, it's different. We can treat injuries as needed. Isn't this great? It's good to be awakened. It's better than failing to awaken, right? Li Hao said with a smile. Besides, with your general structure, you can do it without physical strengthening. There are still advantages. If you use the strengthening system, he can at most, even if they give you half a spank, or even less, you can beat them to death. This is quite true. Even if Vika's physique is not as good as the body strengthening system, it is not much different, but he can restore himself. This is equivalent to two people, at least 1.5 beating each other. That's right. That's the truth. Fawad, who was a little disappointed because of the failure of the human shield plan, immediately became energetic again when he heard this. It's gratifying, but it's a pity that there is no wine, otherwise you can celebrate. Then he received a slap from Li Hao. Drink, you are thinking about drinking when you are just an adult? I won't let you drink even if there is wine. The healing ability is quite good, although Li Hao has healing potion. But this thing is a one-time consumable. Use one bottle and you will lose one. How can a wet nurse be as capable as she is? It doesn't matter if the recovery speed is a little slower, after all, she will evolve again. Thinking of this, Li Hao suddenly remembered that he had obtained 2 healing evolution stones by touching the corpse before, so he took them out and handed them to Vika and said, "This is the evolution stone we discovered before. Use it to see if you can evolve." Vika took it, and a prompt sounded in her head immediately. Knowing how precious this thing was, she refused. Is this too expensive? I can't have it. Li Hao smiled and sighed. It's really troublesome. We're not a healer, so why don't we keep it to give birth to cubs? Take it. Li Hao said with a smile, we are allies. Your strength has increased, which is also good for us, right? Your ability can save lives. There are only 7 bottles of healing potion left. Understand me? Do you mean it? Vika then nodded and said, okay, I understand. Accepting the evolution stone, Vika immediately began to absorb it without hesitation. The other party has said so, so of course I have to work hard to be worthy of my friend's friendship. His father told him since he was a child that the Pushkin family would never do anything to disappoint their friends, let alone let them down. And Li Hao looked at the sky starting to get dark. Then he started cooking, lit the fire, and put the meat on the shelf. Li Hao, who had nothing to do, focused his attention on Sha Xiang. Last time we talked about mounts, isn't the bear in front of me the best mount? Domineering enough, powerful enough, fierce enough, and most importantly stable enough. Thinking of this, he looked at Peaky in his arms and sighed. Oh my fate! It's so miserable. Look at Fawad. The wind-chasing wolf is very picky, and he can ride whoever he wants to ride. Look at Vika again, there are good mounts delivered to your door casually. Looking at myself, Peaky's body shape has not changed except for growing a little bit at the beginning. You eat, drink, and sleep a lot every day, so why aren't you growing? If you want to ride on it, why don't you wait until the horse month and camel day in the year of the monkey? At the same time, somewhere in the desert, William had just woken up from a coma. At this time, his face was bloodless, and his eyes were looking at the sky blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. In fact, he didn't think about anything, his mind went blank. He just felt like he was useless, because he couldn't feel his lower body at all, and the overall feeling was wooden. What do you think is going on over there in Daxia? Can they hold on for so long? Curry Country player Singh asked. Probably not dead yet, after all, there is no voice notification. Jacob thought for a while and said with a ferocious look, but even if he is not dead, he is probably seriously injured. Didn't you hear how powerful that big scorpion is? Then should we go over and take a look? If it's seriously injured, we'll have to do a last-ditch attack, right? Otherwise, how can we swallow this breath? Singer touched his gauze-wrapped ears and asked with a ferocious expression. We have to go, we have to send them on their last journey, but we have to wait a little longer. When William wakes up, we will go. Jacob nodded and said through gritted teeth. There is no need to ask, who is responsible for suffering so much and suffering so much? Now that the culprit is about to die, how can he not go to the ceremony? By then, we see that they are suffering. Do we have to give them a lift out of humanitarianism? I want to go with you. I won't go again. When I recover from my injuries, I will go explore the resources. You can do whatever you want. At this time, William, who was originally absent-minded, said. Hey, are you awake? Hearing the voice, Jacob greeted him in a friendly manner, but the words that followed made him suddenly furious and shouted, Hey? What did you say? Did you admit defeat? Are you going to bear the shame like this? What? Have you considered your family? Jacob was angry, not because of anything else, but because of his family. He was worried that his bad performance would affect his family, and nothing else mattered. Family? William sneered, and then roared, Do you think I don't know my family? I'm just here for my family, do you understand? Li Hao of Daxia is very weird, quite weird. We haven't had any smooth sailing since we confirmed the operation. At first, it was just some bad luck. If we were injured this time, the next time it might be our fate. Hearing what William said, Singer interrupted him and said, But Li Hao has no bullets or gun anymore. Brother, you are scared out of your mind. Oh? Really? These mocking words did not make William angry. He asked calmly, Then can you explain to me why when you shoot into the sky, the bullet will fall with undiminished power? Come down and hurt us. At this time, it doesn't matter whether he has bullets or a gun. I bet that maybe next time he throws a few stones, he can hurt us or even kill us. And if we die, I think you all know what the consequences will be. I don't need to tell you what will happen to our families then, right? After saying this, Singer lowered his head silently and did not refute. Jacob frowned tightly, thinking about something. Seeing this, William continued with a helpless tone, It doesn't matter if I'm scared out of my mind or if I admit defeat, anyway, I won't trouble Li Hao of Daxia anymore. After I recover, I will go look for resources, as long as there is something harvested and if I am careful not to die, my family can at least live safely. After saying that, the three of them fell silent. After a while, Jacob sighed and said, Okay, I agree with your opinion, and I will give up. Singer, on the other hand, looked struggling, and finally nodded, admitting defeat. Chapter 30. The absorption of Vicat is complete and the meat is cooked. After a hearty meal, the three of them went to bed separately. There was no words for the whole night, and I said goodbye to Little Scorpion the next day. The group of people set out on the road early. On the way, Li Hao always looked around for no apparent reason, not knowing what he was looking for. Fawad was a little worried when he discovered this scene, because in his impression, his elder brother had never been in such a state. He looked at Li Hao and asked, Brother? What's wrong? Vika also looked over in confusion at this time. Li Hao frowned and didn't answer, just shook his head. He himself didn't know the reason, after setting off from the ruins. There was a weird feeling, which made him a little uneasy. But he couldn't describe what it was. In short, it was a feeling that made him very uncomfortable. But seeing his companion looking at him worriedly and doubtfully, Li Hao hesitated and explained, "It's nothing, I just feel a little uncomfortable. I can't tell. Maybe it's because I didn't rest last night. Anyway, let's be careful. I feel a little weird. I also encountered a bit of danger after having a similar feeling last time." Hearing this, Vika also frowned. There was a blood contract between him and Sha Xiang. This makes them have a vague connection in blood. After setting off, Vika could clearly feel a hint of anxiety in Sha Xiang's mood. At first, he didn't take it seriously, just thinking that the sand bear wanted to follow him, and he was experiencing emotional fluctuations caused by leaving home. After all, it's hard to leave your homeland. But now combined with Li Hao's statement, he found that this matter was not as simple as he thought. Just as he was thinking about it, Vika felt that there was something wrong with the flow of sand under his feet. Before he could figure out the reason, the sand bear next to him suddenly exploded. The somewhat restless sand bear suddenly stood up, picked up the three of them, turned around and ran away. Of course, this is not fast. Think about it, if it originally had 4 legs and you suddenly let it walk on 2 legs, it would be weird that it would go so fast. Sand Bear also discovered this problem and quickly put the 3 people down. At the same time, he lowered his body and motioned for them to sit on it. However, Father Bear and Little Two-Leg don't seem to understand. This was so annoying that the Sand Bear kept circling around the 3 of them anxiously. It seemed to have thought of something, and its eyes suddenly lit up. He stretched out his claws like an excavator digging a trench and pointed back in 3 directions. He lay on his back again, sticking out his tongue and hanging it at the side of his mouth. Sha Xiang stood up and saw that Li Hao and Fawad had no reaction, so he looked at Vika with hope. Feeling the gaze of the sand bear, Vika held up his chin and thought for a moment, then said with some uncertainty, "Are there dangers in those 3 directions? Will you die?" The sand bear immediately nodded, raised his paw and pointed at his back, and at the same time lowered his body again. The meaning is very obvious. Let everyone write it. If you still don't understand, I suggest you just go to the hospital to have your brain removed. As soon as a few people climbed onto the bear's back, the sand bear suddenly jumped out and ran away. Looking at the sand bear running for his life, Li Hao felt a little curious. How terrifying is this thing? Can it scare a bear like this? It feels like I hate myself for missing 2 legs. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Fawad shout in surprise, "Look, what is that?" The 2 of them looked along the guidance and saw the ground in the distance. A flash of black expanded at an extremely fast speed, covering the entire land in an instant. A thick black cloud rolled in and began to approach quickly. Although the sand bear couldn't see this scene with his own eyes, it could be seen from the fact that it ran harder that it already knew the current situation. After running forward for a while, the black clouds were not pulled away, but were gradually getting closer. At this time, the sand bear stopped, and it stood directly in front of the 3 people who got off the back. It turned its head and looked affectionately at Vika behind it, having just seen Father Bear again. The joy of reunion has not dissipated, and we have to say goodbye again. But this time, it will be farewell forever. Thinking of never seeing Father Bear again, a drop of hot tears rolled down from Sand Bear's eyes. Seeing this, Vika was also a little sad. He held the bear's head and stroked it gently. The audience in the live broadcast room was also infected by this atmosphere. Although I don't know what happened, to be able to scare the 4th level like this, it must be a big crisis, right? Xiang Xiang is so kind. He didn't abandon Little Plum and the others when they were in danger. He stood in front of them to protect them. Hey! That's enough for you. Shouldn't you be concerned about the dangers that can scare bears? Aren't you worried about the safety of Little Plum and the others? Ah? Are you new? Are you safe? Do we need to worry? What we are watching is not an adventure live broadcast. What we are watching is the irregular daily life of DiCaprio's irregular team. However, a sudden word instantly broke up the originally extremely sensational atmosphere. Hey, hey, hey! Can you stop being so sensational? This was said by Li Hao, and he was really helpless. What's this all about? What's going on? Farewell between life and death? Confessions of heart to each other? How about another episode of tenderness from a strong man? Please, can you please stop being so bloody? Has it come to that? Pushing away Fawad, who had reddish eyes, Li Hao walked to Shasyong. Pointing to the sand dune behind, he said, "Okay, Vika, you ride the bear and take Fawad, oh, and Pechi, up to the sand dune and wait for me." Vika shook his head. He thought Li Hao was just looking for a reason to sacrifice himself to give his allies time to escape. Of course he would not agree. Fawad burst into tears and choked with sobs. Brother, brother, you have to pay attention to your safety and you must come back alive." When he heard this, Li Hao's face turned dark, and he thought to himself, "Damn it! What do you mean? Are you planting a flag for me? Can this be done casually? Look at those people who say they will go back and get married after the battle. They will die on the battlefield. Good guy. It's like the bullets have eyes. Just chase him and hit him, you know?" However, then I thought again, Fawad has always been like this, he seems to be missing a string in his brain. Fawad is just a little bit better. If you explain it clearly to him, he will realize his mistake and apologize immediately. But I will make the same mistake next time, and there is a high probability that I will use a different method to make the same mistake. What could Li Hao do? He could only wave his hands indifferently and said, "Okay, let's go." Then he looked at Vika, who firmly disagreed, and explained, "My ability can ensure that I am fine, but I can't protect you." "Don't worry, it's fine." Vika was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Fawad solemnly. When he saw the other party nodded, he believed it. The two of them got on the bear's back and headed towards the sand dunes not far away. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Li Hao, in Vika's eyes. This man is not very strong, and is even a little thin. At this moment, he was like a hero, looking so tall. And what about the hero himself? He was yawning profusely, standing limply on the spot, and there was even some eye mucus in the corners of his eyes. If he knew his image in Vika's mind, he would probably say, "Damn it! Who are you scolding? How can a person like me be worthy of the word hero? This is an insult to a hero." Of course, this refers to real heroes, not those scum who look sanctimonious but are actually full of male thieves and female prostitutes. Li Hao once saw such a question. A foreign mathematician asked a Huxia student that there was a fire in a shopping mall and 500 people were trapped. After 200 people escaped, 8 firefighters entered, and how many people died in the end? The international student didn't hesitate at all, and answered decisively almost immediately, 8 people. The mathematician smiled and said, "You don't understand mathematics." The international student replied firmly, "You don't understand Huxia soldiers. This is a hero, and only this kind of people are worthy of the word hero, or in other words, only the title of hero is qualified to match them." Looking back to see that Vika and the others had arrived at the designated location, Li Hao was no longer worried, and had a completely calm attitude. He didn't think anything would happen to him at all, or he didn't feel much danger ahead. To put it bluntly, he didn't think he would die here. This premonition is very subtle, not a divination. But there really is a type of people in the world who are very sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment, similar to the existence of a sixth sense. Li Hao's condition was caused by acquired causes. After all, he was frequently exposed to danger. After a long illness, I gradually gained some sense. As the black clouds continued to approach, Li Hao heard some sparse and trivial sounds that were gradually becoming clearer. At the same time, there was a feeling of earth shaking. Li Hao didn't panic at all, and looked around leisurely with his hands on the awning. At this glance, what a guy! It's densely black. In fact, it's not accurate to say it's black. It's probably a lighter reddish-brown. There are so many that you can't even see them at a glance. The golden yellow sand under the sun has turned into black sand with a cold light. The bodies of these black creatures undulate as they move, which really gives people a creepy, hair-raising feeling. Absolutely killing trypophobia. At this time, the secret voice arrived as promised. Dragon Kingdom player Li Hao encountered the second-level ferocious beast Desert Army Ant. Characteristics: Desert Army Ants possess formic acid that can destroy hard materials. The defense of any creature below the 4th level is useless to them, and their hard carapace can resist any physical and attribute attacks below the 3rd level. Note: Desert Army Ants are the natural enemies of all living things in the desert area. They are also ecological law enforcers. They live underground all year round and will only appear when the desert ecology changes and certain special circumstances occur. Once they appear, they will inevitably be destroyed. All the creatures we saw lurked underground again until the ecological balance was restored, and were known as the destroyers in the desert. Note: Desert Army Ants are small in size and usually appear in groups. There are about 400 million in a group. All creatures they pass by are bones. However, the area after the attack will become more suitable for living creatures. Place. Note: if you meet in the desert, it is recommended to escape as soon as possible. If you cannot escape, please enjoy your last time. After the conversation, Li Hao frowned. This can be said to be the second strongest creature he has encountered since entering the secret realm. The first one is the breaking scorpion. Even though it is a level 5 weapon, it has high attack power and strong defense. If it is not good enough, it can still poison you, which is very incomprehensible. This marching ant is also incomprehensible. For now, regardless of the ferocious beasts, which player can achieve a 4th level attack without breaking the defense? It is easy to prevent attacks, but even one can only bite off a trace of your skin, with the number of army ants. In a matter of minutes, there won't even be any meat residue left for you. It must be done without getting hurt or breaking the defense, so it is definitely impossible to hold it up. As for beating, such a huge number will make you tired and vomit blood, and you won't be able to kill them all, okay? If you can't fight or defend, then all you can do is run. However, reality will tell you that running will not work. This endless ant colony numbered 400 million. According to a rough estimate, the area it occupies must stretch for at least dozens of miles. This is only the length, not to mention the width, which may be more than dozens of miles. Don't forget about the speed of travel, because no matter what, it is impossible for humans to run out of such a large range in a short period of time. In terms of taking 10,000 steps back, even if Li Hao can do it, he can't retreat. His companions are all behind him. On the hills, Vika and Fawad also heard the voice and were staring into the distance anxiously. Pechi kept struggling in Fawad's arms, humming, and tears flowed out of her small eyes. Its instinct reminded it how terrifying the ant colony was. Peggy was also very scared, but her emotion finally defeated her fear, and she wanted to save her master. Even if the rescue fails, you can still die with your master. Peggy, the raging tooth boar, is willing to spend life and death with its owner. Peki's performance infected all the creatures present. Even Vika, a giant of steel, had a rare sore nose. On the other side, Li Hao turned a blind eye to the approach of the ant colony. Smiling, he advanced instead of retreating and walked towards the ant colony. Holy shit! Is this crazy? You don't want to run away, but you take the initiative. Let's play, don't make fun of life, this is neither a pig nor a monkey, why are you going to die if there are so many? Xiao Litzi is preparing to sacrifice himself to let his allies escape. How stupid, he is the only one who is great. No one else sacrifices, but he loves to give? What benefits can others give him? This scene directly triggered a fierce quarrel, and the next moment, the mute button seemed to be pressed in the live broadcast room. The Huxia audience also closed their eyes in resignation. Because, Li Hao has already walked in front of the marching ants. In front of him was the desert marching ant colony known as the Desert Destroyer. At the same time, to army ants, they are like an army with strict military orders. Nothing can cause them emotional fluctuations, let alone a living thing. Anyone who stands in the way should be destroyed. Li Hao was instantly overwhelmed by the ant tide. But soon, the army ants receded quickly like the tide. A spacious passage separated from the back of the ant colony. Well, quite a wide road for army ants. An ant with a long white belly crawled over. It's the queen ant. Coming to the front, the queen ant's antennae moved slightly. Li Hao knew that the other party was sending a message to him, but, please forgive me, I really don't have that function. This is very embarrassing. Isn't this a mute chatting with a deaf person? One opens his mouth and the other pretends to hear. You won't attack me, right? Seeing this, Li Hao could only squat down and try to communicate. According to past experience, the IQ of the ferocious beast is not low. If there is communication, it often means that the creature is not disgusted with you, and may even have a good impression of it. The queen ant nodded humanely and sent a signal, and the ant colony gave up some space again. The other side. After Fawad saw the ant colony making space, he concluded that things had taken a turn for the better, and immediately called Vika to ride back on a bear. Chapter 31. After the ant colony gives up space, the queen ant keeps making signals. The problem is that Li Hao doesn't understand it at all, so both parties are very anxious. Just when he was struggling to understand, Fawad and his party arrived. Pikey rushed directly into Li Hao's arms, rubbing her little head hard on his chest. Little tears kept falling down. This little appearance made Li Hao feel very distressed. After a while of comfort, he said, "Hanin, let's talk to the queen ant and see what they mean." Fawad nodded and lay on the ground talking and gesticulating with the queen. In the end, the communication was fruitless. After reaching the conclusion, Li Hao secretly cursed a piece of trash. He still hasn't figured out how to use Fawad's ability. I can communicate with Peggy and Storm Chaser, but I can't communicate with Sand Bear. They are also insects. I had a lot of fun playing with the little scorpions, but I couldn't connect to the queen ant. It seems that I can only go into battle in person. Well, since you won't hurt us, what can I do to help you? Li Hao looked at the two people traveling with him and asked cautiously. He didn't know if the queen ant could understand it, but there was no other way now. After Li Hao said these words, the queen ant paused for a few seconds. The tentacles moved slightly, and I didn't know whether it was sending a signal or continuing to try to communicate. Then, it took about half a minute. There was a larger-looking ant in the rear team, carrying a dark spherical object and placing it in front of the three of them. Li Hao stretched out his hand tentatively, and when the queen ant didn't object, he picked it up. This is a stone, the size of an ordinary bottle cap. Although it doesn't look big, it is not light at all and it feels very heavy in the hand. With such a small size, I guess it must weigh 300 grams. The prompt sound also appeared in the ears at this time. Explanation: the secret metal rough stone has a wide range of functions. It is the product of the desert army ant nest and forms mineral veins over time. When the mineral veins affect the activity of the ant colony, the army ants will appear on the ground to find a solution to the mineral veins. After listening to the voice and holding the original stone, Li Hao asked, "Do you want me to help you clean the veins?" The queen ant immediately nodded like a human and sent a signal, and the entire ant colony immediately changed direction and started moving. "Let's go and have a look." Li Hao immediately stood up and climbed directly onto the bear's back. He looked at the stunned Vika and Fawad and said, "Let's go? Why are you standing there? Maybe we can gain something again." "Ah! Ah! It's coming, it's coming." Fawad hadn't turned around at first, but he soon understood. What was originally a big danger turned into a big opportunity, which made Fawad and Vika unable to turn around for a while. Fawad knows how to follow his eldest brother to get his own way. Vika, on the other hand, didn't know Li Hao's abilities yet. I kept sighing in my heart that it was God's blessing. I was so lucky. I didn't lose my life, and maybe I would gain something. Soon, 3 people, a pig and a bear headed towards the depths of the desert. The nest of army ants is deep in the desert, a distance of more than 10 kilometers. Along the way, they saw many creatures they had never seen before, including lizard-like creatures more than 1 meter tall and covered with thick armor, snake-like creatures 7 or 8 meters long, and a rather cute-looking cat-like creature. However, there were army ants clearing the way, and these powerful-looking animals fled in all directions without waiting for the voice prompts from the secret realm. In this way, after about an hour, we finally arrived at a place full of strange rocks. It's said to be a strange rock, but it's actually a hill made of so-called secret metal. You can vaguely see a hole connected to the bottom of each hill, which should be the nest of army ants. It should be here. Li Hao looked at these hills, took out the dog-leg knife and handed it to Vika, asking him to try it. Vika took the knife without any hesitation, and with all his strength, he aimed the knife at the rock. Dang! Such a strong man, do you think how strong he was with this knife? The dog-leg knife immediately broke into several pieces. The rock only had some sparks splashed on it, not to mention being injured, not even a white mark was left. Seeing this scene, Li Hao frowned and the knife broke, which meant that the quality of the ore was very good, but it also meant that it was difficult to mine. No matter how good the veins are that cannot be mined, what is the use? This thing is so dark that even if it is used as a decoration, it has no appreciation value. While I was thinking about it, I noticed a turmoil in the ant colony. Li Hao didn't know what happened. If he knew, his face would be extremely ugly. Because their group was laughed at by the ants. At this time, the queen ant suddenly sent a signal, and then she saw the leading ant climbing to the top of the rock. It slowly lifted a bulge on the top, and then the rock began to collapse, and pieces of ore fell off the mountain. In a short time, hundreds of pieces of ore fell down, the big ones weighing hundreds of kilograms, and the small ones weighing at least dozens of kilograms. The 3 people immediately understood that this was what happened. You have to use skill in this mine. Digging hard will not work. After touching the rocks, Li Hao felt that this should be considered a resource, right? But why was there no prompt message? Doesn't it mean destroying the ant colony? Who the hell can do that? But soon he thought of another possibility, and tentatively looked at the ant queen and said, "We can help you deal with it, do you agree?" Sure enough, after the queen ant nodded, the secret realm prompt sounded immediately. Li Hao, a player from Daxia, Fawad, a player from Pakistan, and Vika, a player from Maoxiang, discovered mineral resources, secret metals and successfully occupied them. According to their contributions, 60% from Daxia, 20% from Pakistan, and Maoxiang 20% of the country. Contestant Li Hao, whose country is the country of Daxia, player Fawad, whose country is the country of Bati, and player Vika, whose country is the country of the bear, will receive 100 times the manifestation of the secret metal. Distributed according to contribution, Daxia 6 20% for the Batai kingdom and 20% for the Maoxiang kingdom. The voice broadcast also reached the ears of players from other countries. They are jealous, envious, and mostly depressed and lost. For Huxia players to get rewards, killing ferocious beasts is as easy as eating and drinking. Even his allies benefited. But I am working hard all the time, and I am exhausted physically and mentally every day. But in the end, I still got nothing. Studio. Damn it! Everyone thought that Xiao Litzi was a loser, but in fact he is really awesome. Is there anything else like this? Ants are sending mines. Isn't this good luck from heaven? Other contestants, don't eat me. Don't. Queen Ant, descendants. Come on, eat them. Li Hao, don't eat me, et. Queen Ant, be good, Zay Zay. I don't have anything to give you when we first meet. Just take some minerals and go. The host Zhang Lingling hung up the phone, her face flushed with excitement, and after taking a few deep breaths to calm her mood, she said, "Viewers, I have just received news that mineral resources have been discovered in the desert area of Xinjiang Autonomous Region. According to reliable sources, this mineral is not a known component of Blue Star, but it can be a substitute for most ores, including rare resources." At the same time, the highest conference room in Daxia. Mr. Shen and the bosses from various ministries were all there, but no one said anything. They were waiting for the specific test results of the ore. At this time, a scientific researcher in a white coat rushed in and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha! Mr. Shen, that's awesome! It's so damn awesome! Let me tell you, this metal is really awesome this time. I'm so horny." As soon as he heard this, Mr. Shen was also excited. The fact that this person can behave like this shows that this metal is really a good thing, and said, "Look at you. Do you still look like an academician? Pay attention to the influence. Academician Wang. Ha ha ha. Aren't I too excited and happy? Don't mind Mr. Shen." Academician Wang laughed and walked over, grabbed Mr. Shen's hand, and dragged him out, looking excited. Said, let's go to the laboratory, let me tell you about it, and you will know how awesome this metal is. It's amazing, it's awesome, it's simply awesome." Seeing this, a big boss hurriedly came over to stop him. He looked at Mr. Shen and asked, "Mr. Shen, what do you think?" "Mr. Shen, let's go quickly. Let's come together." Academician Wang slowly took off his glasses, wiped the corners of his eyes, looked at Mr. Shen, then looked at the big guys around him, and said, "Everyone, with metal, many of our ideas will be realized and will no longer be constrained by foreign countries." Several people were stunned for a moment, and then they understood Academician Wang's excitement, because they were also very excited. Ahem. I'm a little too excited. Academician Wang coughed twice, pulled Mr. Shen to leave, and said as he walked, "This metal is really powerful. I can't explain it now. When I get to the laboratory, I will explain it clearly to you." A group of people were confused after hearing this, but one thing was clear, that is, the metal was definitely awesome. Soon we arrived at the new laboratory of the Academy of Sciences, which was temporarily renovated after the resources became available. There is a large conference room outside and a laboratory inside. The conference room is fully equipped with tables, chairs, projectors, etc. Academician Wang arranged for the big guys to sit down, closed the door, wrote something on the whiteboard behind him, and then said, "Okay, now let me tell you how powerful this metal is. In this metal, there is a new element that has not yet been discovered by Blue Star. We call it rare gold. It's a rare metal, but its molecular structure is closer than most metals on Blue Star, its melting point is higher, and its hardness is stronger. The most important thing is that it can be combined with a variety of elements to form new elements, but they have the properties of the metal they are fused to." All the big guys nodded. They understood. After saying so much, the central idea can be summed up in 2 words. This metal is awesome. Seeing that the big guys have absorbed the previous content, Academician Wang continued, "Let me give you a few examples, let's take batteries as an example. At present, our batteries give everyone the impression that they have insufficient capacity and poor durability. The charging speed is too slow." Everyone nodded. With resources scarce, new energy vehicles are naturally the trend, but why do so many people still choose gasoline vehicles? Let's not mention the expensive replacement of damaged batteries. When talking about mileage, the theory is 400 kilometers, but road conditions and air conditioning consumption are not included in the calculation, right? Who doesn't worry about sleeping in the middle of the road? This is a matter of materials. Academician Wang laughed loudly and said, "Now, with rare gold, all this will no longer be a problem." At this time, he was extremely excited, his face was red, and his eyes were shining brightly. He pointed at the whiteboard behind him and said, "Human beings have invented many kinds of batteries. We will not go into details. The best and most used one at present is the solid-state lithium battery. It is also the research direction of many technology companies in Blue Star. It also has many shortcomings, and I won't go into them. Anyway, you won't understand. Let's just say the conclusion. As long as a little bit of rare gold is added to the solid-state battery, whether it is storage capacity, charging time, or even service life, will be greatly increased." When the big guys heard this, they nodded again. They could sum it up in 3 words: this metal is really awesome. Battery technology has always been a big problem that has plagued Blue Star. Once the quality of this thing improves, many high-tech products will achieve a qualitative leap. Academician Wang, what category does the specific unit fall into? Hearing this, Mr. Shen pointed directly to the point: how much to add? How strong is it? Everyone knows that things are good things. The problem is that there is nothing wrong with a 100-fold manifestation. But after all, it is not infinite, let alone a renewable resource. How is the strength? Academician Wang smiled and said, "Let me put it this way, take mobile phones as an example. For ordinary mobile phones currently on the market, we only need to overcome the difficulties and add no more than 0.2 grams of rare gold to them. It can be charged for 10 minutes and used for 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, all the big guys got excited and started thinking about it. This is so cool. Adding 0.2 grams is still no more, which means it can be less. In this way, it can be used for 2 weeks after charging for 10 minutes. The most important thing is that this is just a mobile phone, so what if it is used in transportation or even aviation? Ahem. Academician Wang coughed twice, interrupting the contemplation of the big guys, and continued excitedly, "This is only about energy. I said before that the molecular structure of rare gold is better than that of Blue Star. Most metals need to be stable and harder, so, can we consider some technologies that transcend the times? For example." With that said, Academician Wang paused, and continued with the expectant eyes of all the big guys. For example, exoskeleton armor and the like were only imaginary. Hearing these words, all the big guys took a deep breath. This is a bit beyond imagination, exoskeleton armor. Is this really possible? These ideas made Mr. Shen very excited, but at the same time he also felt a little embarrassed. Because Li Hao helped Hua get these things, even though the country was bound to him. It is a state of both prosperity and loss. But in Daxia, merits must be rewarded and demerits must be punished. And Li Hao is now in a secret realm and has no family or even relatives. At this moment, Mr. Shen didn't know how to reward him. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Shen had an idea. He planned to use the contact opportunity and just ask directly. Judging from Li Hao's situation, he does not need the state to inform him at all. Chapter 32. In the Secret Realm. Accompanied by the sound of voice prompts, the secret metals that troubled the ants were cleaned up in the blink of an eye. Then, I don't know what happened, but there seemed to be some commotion in the ant colony. However, with the queen ant present, it was quickly suppressed. With a quantity of 400 million, it is normal for some minor problems to arise. After all, it is difficult to lead a team if people's hearts are lost. After the commotion ended, the ant queen came to Li Hao again. At the same time, its 2 ant legs were raised high, holding something. This is an arc-shaped thing with many jagged teeth, shining with bursts of cold light. Despite its small size, its sharpness cannot be ignored. There is no doubt that it can easily cut open the enemy's body. That's right. It's the palate of an army ant queen. Seeing all this, Li Hao was a little confused. When unable to communicate, one can only tentatively spread his hands. Sure enough, when he stretched out his hand, the queen ant put her jaw into Li Hao's hand. Information will follow. The palate of the desert army ant queen, a token sent by the queen to prevent the ant colony from accidentally injuring the creatures she favors. The biological group carrying this item will be protected from attacks by desert army ants. Note, the queen's palate can grow repeatedly, but it will only be replaced every 1,000 years. It is extremely precious and can be added to weapons as a rare material to give it an armor-breaking effect. After reading the information, Li Hao secretly sighed, this ant queen really gave a good thing, just integrated into the weapon. There is no one in my group who knows how to blacksmith. Besides, the gifts given by others are just thoughts. If I have the opportunity to go out in the future, it would be good to put it at home as a decoration. Don't come here. Don't eat me. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a shout from behind him. Li Hao was a little confused. Are there players from other countries here? At the same time, I also admire this player who could not run away after seeing the information about the army ants. But when the owner of the voice appeared, Li Hao was stunned. This is a humanoid creature with a height of less than 1.5 meters, a little over 1.3 meters by visual inspection. You can take the bus in Blue Star for free. The muscles all over his body are bulging, and he has a physique that does not match his height. He has dark skin and a big beard. The dwarf held a small axe tightly with his short and thick arms. His eyes were full of vigilance as he stared closely at the ant colony and Li Hao and his group in front of him. Li Hao looked at this guy and suddenly thought of a race that appeared in many games and film and television works, dwarves. Needless to say, they are quite similar. They are absolutely the same. Fawood's eyes lit up after seeing the appearance of the dwarf. This new species is so cute. If Li Hao could know his inner thoughts, he would definitely complain. Do you have distorted aesthetics? Do you have filters for your eyes? This is a dark, fleshy, bearded creature. What's so cute about him? Look at his look, how can he be associated with the word cute? At this time, the secret realm prompt also sounded. Desert Dwarf, Level 5. Note, the desert dwarves among the dwarves are one of the aborigines of the ancient secret realm. As their name suggests, they live in the desert and are extremely proficient in casting. They have 3 major hobbies in life: smoking, drinking, and forging. After hearing the secret realm prompt, Li Hao's mouth twitched. Is this okay? It really is the kind of creature I thought it was. The most important thing is that I just got the materials. I just thought that I didn't know how to forge, so I sent someone who knew how to forge. After hearing the news, Fawood and Vika were a little surprised. What Fawood was thinking was that this little guy was not only cute, but also very powerful. Look at the nervous look on the little hand holding the small axe. Isn't it super cute? Vika was thinking, just such a gadget? Level 5? Why doesn't it look like him at all? I walked with him. I'm afraid we have to be extra careful not to trample him to death. The audience in the live broadcast room also seemed very surprised and excited. What is surprising is that although this small dwarf looks quite strong, his strength is actually at the 5th level. What's exciting is that this is an unknown species after all. Damn it! Such a small person is at level 5? Isn't that the same level as the world-breaking scorpion? It doesn't look like it at all. It doesn't feel as oppressive as a big scorpion at all. What's wrong with being so small? Haven't you seen those muscles on my body? If you were to punch me like this, I'd probably die on the spot. Isn't the 5th level strength not that powerful? Look at how nervous he is holding the axe. If Big Scorpion were here, he definitely wouldn't be so timid. It depends on what you are facing, right? Didn't you read the introduction of army ants? Who can face such a large group and not be afraid? The big scorpion is not afraid, that's because it is a bug. Yes, even though the big scorpion is at level 5, it can defend against level 10 attacks without getting hurt. Can you think of it as a level 5 attack? This dwarf is at the general level of level 5. In the broadcast room, Professor Zhao was also very excited. What he focused on was not the level. In his opinion, this 5th level is just, oh, 5th level? Well, it's pretty good. As a biological and paleontologist, Professor Zhao is concerned about this newly discovered species of aborigines and dwarves. He stared at the screen tightly and said excitedly, this is a new species, a humanoid, or a human with a different evolutionary direction. Professor Zhao's words also attracted the attention of the audience, who were attracted by this topic. Zhang Lingling immediately picked up the topic and asked Professor Zhao, Professor Zhao, are you talking about human beings with different evolutionary directions? Professor Zhao immediately nodded and replied, that's right. Everyone knows that gorillas are genetically very close to us. They can be said to be two branches on the same tree. But it is undeniable that we share the same ancestor. The gorillas chose another direction after reaching the human subfamily, and we continued to evolve. After finishing speaking, Professor Zhao paused, as if giving everyone time to digest, and continued, we have evolved into the human race H. sapiens, so in the long process of evolution, why can't the dwarves become the dwarf race, or simply a human dwarf? After all, apart from being shorter, he doesn't look much different from us. Of course, these are just my assumptions. Only the secret realm and the dwarves can answer the specific situation. After saying this, the barrage in the live broadcast room started to churn. Shit! Does this mean they are our relatives? Are their blood relations very similar? The hypotheticals upstairs are just hypotheticals, so I'm happy to hear them. Science originates from imagination. Most of the scientific products in the world today come from human dreams and imagination. It is the imagination to fly like a bird that led to the creation of airplanes. What kind of place do you think the secret realm is? There are wind-chasing wolves that have been inherited for countless years, there are aboriginal dwarves, and the ferocious beasts seem to have high IQs. In the secret realm, the desert dwarf saw that there were 3 humanoid creatures in the ant colony, and they did not look like they had been captured. He immediately became angry and said through gritted teeth, humanoid creatures are actually mixed with ferocious beasts. You people are traitors. After the dwarf finished speaking, he waited for a while and saw that the other party ignored him. He suddenly thought of something and continued, I understand. You colluded with the ant colony to massacre our people. You should give up on this idea. I won't. Betrayal of the tribe. These words made Li Hao speechless. The reason why they didn't reply was that Vika didn't like to talk in the first place, and everyone knew the reason. Fawad, with his eyes shining brightly, was immersed in his own world, probably imagining the scene of playing with the dwarves. But I was thinking about something else, how could there be indigenous people like dwarves? Do other kinds of creatures also exist? Like elves? Like dragons? This is a good mount, Dragon Knight, is there anything more domineering and fierce than this? Thinking of this, Li Hao stood up and walked over. Wherever he passed, the ant colonies dispersed automatically and made way for them. Seeing Li Hao coming over, as if he was about to take action, the dwarf immediately became vigilant, tightened his axe, and said to Li Hao, I'm not afraid of you. Don't expect me to lead you. Kill me if you can. Seeing the dwarf like this, Li Hao was a little dumbfounded. What did I do to you? How much hatred do I have against you? I will kill you? The dwarf still didn't speak when he saw the other party, and said again, don't think that I don't know that you are deliberately silent and want to scare me with this atmosphere. I'm not afraid. Even if I die, I won't lead the way for you. Hearing this, Li Hao's face immediately darkened. No. I didn't say anything, and I didn't do anything else except come over. How can you think so much? Are you delusional? Aren't dwarves supposed to have bad tempers? Try not to have such bad tempers if you can. Why is it different from the impression? You said the strongest words in the most cowardly tone. May I ask this dwarf comrade, what do you think? Since there was a misunderstanding, Li Hao, who originally wanted to communicate, suddenly lost interest. He looked back at the queen ant and asked, "Can you let him go? He's not a threat." Hearing what Li Hao said, the queen ant nodded, her tentacles moved slightly, and the ant colony surrounding the dwarf immediately retreated like a sea tide. Looking at the dwarf, Li Hao pointed in a direction and said slowly, "Go ahead, you can go out in this direction. You don't need your fake mercy. Don't think that if you give me a small favor, I will be grateful to you." A dwarf never betrays his companions. Just as he said that, the dwarf was stunned. He never thought that the other party would really let him go and show him the way. But now that we are free, why don't we just run away and wait? After running not far, the dwarf gritted his teeth and stopped, saying to Li Hao, "My name is Miha Blackbeard. Thank you very much for letting me go, but I will not change my mind. A dwarf will never betray his companions." After saying that, he turned around and ran away with his short legs. Well, his posture was very funny. At this time, Fawad also woke up from his fantasy. He looked around and couldn't find the dwarf. He hurried over and asked, "Brother, where is that cute little guy? You are not going to be eaten by the ants?" Var. Li Hao's face suddenly turned ugly. Let's not talk about the topic of cuteness. What the hell did he eat? Is your elder brother this kind of person? Harming people without any grievances? He slapped Fawad on the head and said, "Eat, eat, eat, eat until you're done, let him go." Ah! Let him go. Upon hearing that he had been let go, Fawad suddenly felt a little disappointed and murmured, "What a pity." Upon hearing this, Li Hao was speechless and asked, "What a pity? What's a pity? Why don't you let him go? Do you still plan to keep him for dinner?" "Hey? Have dinner?" Hearing what Li Hao said, Fawad scratched his head and thought for a while, then affirmed, "Well, it's not impossible." These words made Li Hao feel that his blood pressure had risen. After slapping him on the head again, he turned around and went to find Vika. "What are you looking for Vika?" "Naturally, it's to collect the ores scattered on the ground. There are a lot of ores scattered around the ant nest, so don't worry about it. Now that you've accepted it, let's do it neatly." In addition, some coconuts are consumed, and there are some empty spaces in the storage space. These ores are good treasures and can be turned into equipment if given the chance. Although I don't need it, Fawad and Vika can use it. After cleaning up and saying goodbye to the Ant Queen, the group set out on the journey again with the ant colony guards and the Ant Queen in a somewhat reluctant mood. The desert is full of yellow sand and there are no landmarks. So after walking for a while, Fawad asked, "Brother, where are we going?" Li Hao didn't have an answer to this kind of question, so he held his chin and thought for a while. Sure enough, I still have to use the old method. When the branch fell to the ground, Li Hao, with Vika's frightened expression, pointed in one direction and said, "This way." This scene also made the audience happy. There it is again, God shows the way. I said, have you seen Vika's expression? It's so funny. Many years later, Vika recalled with a look of reminiscence, I was terrified at the time. This unscientific method did not kill us. Did you hear crying? I think I heard it. Is there something ghostly about it? Don't talk nonsense, where is the ghost? Brother, are you at home? Don't scare yourself, okay? No. I heard it too. It seemed like there was real crying. It was the sound from the live broadcast. In fact, the audience did not hear it wrong. Li Hao and the others in the secret realm also heard this voice. After some searching, I finally determined that the sound came from behind Adanya. Looking over, Li Hao laughed. Isn't this a coincidence? Isn't this Fawood's cutie? Is the dwarf Miha Blackbeard who just escaped from the ant colony and would rather die than surrender? Ahem. That. At this time, the dwarf Miha was sad, sitting on a stone and crying in his arms. The sudden sound frightened him and he reached out to grab the axe placed on the stone. Maybe it was because the range of movement was so large that his little body suddenly lost its balance. After rolling down from the stone, Miha immediately stood up and grabbed the axe while rolling around. After gripping the weapon tightly, Miha felt a little more at ease. Then he looked up and said in surprise, "How, why is it you? Are you following me?" As soon as these words came out, Li Hao's expression changed from sunny to gloomy. Damn it! What kind of brain circuit are you doing? Why should I follow you? Do you have no idea? What is it about you that makes me rare? Because you have a lot of beard? Because you are short? Or because you are dark? It's not like Fawood, I can't help but think you are cute. At this time, Fawood also came over. When he saw Miha, he was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Hao and asked in surprise, "Brother, are you following him?" Hearing this, Li Hao raised his hand and said with gritted teeth, "Following you, you ghost, stalking, didn't you see how I chose the route? It was just a coincidence that this guy showed up where we were going. On the way." Fawood scratched his head, thought so, and immediately apologized. In this regard, Li Hao was speechless for a long time. Fawood's typical mouth is faster than his brain. He is also very good at apologizing. If you explain it clearly to him and ask him if he is wrong, he must have answered wrongly. But he said, well, he will dare next time. Chapter 33. After that, Li Hao finally explained in a wasteful manner. This allowed Miha to relax a little. At this time, 4 people and 2 beasts gathered together with big eyes and small eyes. Cough. The scene had always been a bit awkward. Li Hao coughed lightly and asked, "Why were you crying just now? If you have anything unhappy, tell us and let us go." Ahem. Let's see. Can I help you? After hearing this, and considering that the other party had let him go just now, Miha didn't hesitate and started talking. One day ago, the desert dwarves stationed themselves. Miha is in the process of casting. He wants to make a piece of armor to realize some of his new ideas. At this time, a dwarf with a red face and beard ran in from outside the workshop, panting and saying, "The people from Qingfeng Leader are here again, and they have added 30 pairs of armor." Miha looked at the visitor and said impatiently, "Didn't you tell them that the output was not that high?" "I told you, but they didn't listen." The red-bearded dwarf said hesitantly, They said it must be handed over to them in 3 days, otherwise." When Miha heard this, he frowned and asked, "Otherwise? What else?" The red-bearded dwarf wiped his sweat and said quickly, "Otherwise they will cut off our flow of metal." After saying this, the red-bearded dwarf swallowed and continued, "Our inventory is running low. The liquid metal is only enough to make 3 more pieces of equipment." Miha frowned even more when he saw what the other party said. Desert dwarves were not like their own kind. They were not good at fighting. On the contrary, their craftsmanship is the strongest among all the dwarves, or in this world. This also causes desert dwarves to need external supplies for everything they use daily. The food to eat, the wine to drink, and even the materials needed for casting. All of this was purchased or exchanged. This means that the desert dwarves are extremely dependent on outsiders. This shortcoming will bring many serious consequences. The Qingfeng Leader is a group of people who have taken advantage of this shortcoming to the extreme. They will take advantage of this and force the desert dwarves to hand over what they want in exchange for their own benefits. The desert dwarves dare not speak out when they are angry, and it is not that they have not considered migrating. But if it is moved, where can it go? Who can guarantee that without Qing Fengling, there will be Huangfengling and Hefeng Ridge? The oppression then may be even more severe than it is now. Miha thought for a while, then made up his mind and said, let's get the materials ourselves, and I'll set off in a moment. At this time, several more dwarves came in from outside, talking all over the place. The clan leader deserves to be the clan leader and the true warrior of the clan. The patriarch is so awesome, he is really a role model for us desert dwarves. That's right. Otherwise, why would the clan leader be the clan leader? Listening to the compliments of his companions, Miha didn't have too many feelings. The clan leader did what the clan leader should do and ordered, Qing Feng leader's things still have to be done. I will not make any decisions until I come back. I will go and investigate first. Several dwarves agreed, and they also had high hopes for Miha. Because he is the only one among the desert dwarves who has been promoted to the 5th level in the past 1,000 years. Desert dwarves are not like other races or ferocious beasts, or even their own kind. Other creatures have statistics. Once the values are reached, they need to break through before they can advance. It's just that different races have different breakthrough methods. If the desert dwarves want to advance, as long as they have enough data, they will naturally advance to the next level. If Miha can't help the tribe get out of the current predicament, then the desert dwarves will have no choice but to accept their fate. After arranging everything, Miha packed the supplies and set off with his little axe. Needless to say what happened next. At this point, Li Hao suddenly asked, "What is liquid metal? How did you get near the ant colony?" Upon hearing the question, Miha explained, "Fluid metal is a substance near the ant nest, so I went to the ant nest." As soon as he said this, Fawad took out the small ball from his trouser pocket and asked, "Is this it?" Miha's eyes lit up when he saw this thing. Then he was horrified to find that Fawad put the small ball on his nose and smelled it. He asked curiously, "What kind of material is this? It smells good. It has no taste. I suggest you not to do that." Then, Miha saw that Fawad seemed to not only smell it, but even wanted to taste it. But before he could finish speaking, the other party had already put the liquid metal into his mouth and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Miha quickly said, Just pretend I didn't say anything." Seeing him hesitant, Li Hao asked worriedly, "Tell me, this thing won't be harmful, right?" Fawad was so stupid, Li Hao was helpless and worried at the same time. Because now this mineral has materialized, if it is really poisonous or otherwise harmful, then it is not just Fawad's fault, the country behind him will also suffer. That, it's not poisonous or harmful, it's just... Miha didn't want to say it, but when he saw Li Hao looking at him solemnly, he gritted his teeth and said, "There will be no impact, and the material is very simple, it is ants. They absorb the mineral components in the land, then synthesize it in the body, and excrete it into liquid metal, the best metal in the world." As soon as these words came out, Li Hao immediately felt relieved, as long as it's not poisonous or harmful. As for Fawad, this guy should be punished. He will learn from his mistakes and may not be so impulsive next time. After Fawad heard this, his whole body froze, and then his face turned from yellow to white, and from white to green, changing 4 or 5 colors in a short period of time. Then he spit out the small ball and lay next to him and vomited. The live broadcast room became happy again because of this. Damn it! This little trick is so awesome. It seems that your recent courage training has been very fruitful. A peerless human shield is rising. Next time you are afraid, you can cheer yourself up and say, "I dare to eat even Xiongdu, what else am I not afraid of?" Fawad, hey? This small ball of ore has no taste at all. You can't even taste the saltiness. Queen Ant, are you so heavy-mouthed? We will work hard next time to add some spices to you. After letting go of his worries, Li Hao suddenly felt a little guilty. Mi Hao came here just for the ore, and also involved a group of tribesmen behind him. As a result, my group of people immediately took the pot and dug up all the roots. Li Hao scratched his head and asked with some embarrassment, the veins are indeed gone, but we still have some loose ore, which we originally wanted to keep for our own forging equipment. Can you see if it is enough? As he spoke, he poured out the ore in the space. Is it enough? Seeing the flowing metal all over the floor, Mi Hao was immediately shocked. He nodded numbly and said, enough. Enough. That's enough. With that said, he picked up a piece of ore weighing about 100 kilograms and continued, this piece is enough for our whole family to use for a year. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's most immediate feeling was that he thought it would not be enough, but ended up making trouble for a long time. That's it? That's it? Are you going to cry over something like this? I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. So, with a wave of his hand, the pile of ores was added to 5, indicating that half of it would be left to make equipment later, and the other half would be given to Mi Hao. Mi Hao was so grateful that he burst into tears and wished he could kneel down and give Li Hao a kiss. In line with the principle that repaying kindness is an excellent quality of dwarves, Mi Hao hurriedly asked, do you want to forge equipment? Do you know how to forge it yourself? Li Hao shook his head, no. If this group of people could do it, would they still need to put it away? They would have thought of a way to build it at that time. Li Hao specifically asked Vika when he was on the road before. Because in his opinion, the most promising person to know how to blacksmith is Vika. With this physique and strength, it would be a pity not to fight. The result was quite disappointing. Vika couldn't do it. He was a strongman and was good at playing with rocks and logs. If you're playing with iron, it's almost going to happen. Seeing the other party's denial, Mi Hao continued to ask, so do you have a caster you are familiar with? Li Hao shook his head again, no. Just kidding. Can you please stop asking such stupid questions? They are outsiders. I know a damn forger. You know, there are very few traditional blacksmiths in Daxia now. After receiving the answer, Mi Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he had a chance to repay his kindness. If you don't dislike it, come back to the clan with me. I will personally build a set of equipment for you. After saying that, he glanced at Li Hao secretly, for fear of rejection, and asked in a low voice, do you think it's okay? When Li Hao heard this, he nodded and said, okay. Is it okay? Isn't this nonsense? Just do it, it's okay. Not only is it okay, it's so awesome, I'm just giving you a pillow if you feel sleepy. I heard that someone helped forge equipment, and Vika's eyes also glowed. As for Fawad, he's still vomiting there, so don't worry about him for now. After confirming the itinerary, the group climbed onto the back of the bear and set off without wasting any time. On the way, Fawad rarely spoke. His face was pale and he looked like his body had been hollowed out. Occasionally, I would vomit slightly, but I couldn't vomit anything out. This is of course true. After lying there and vomiting for half an hour, no matter how much stuff was in my stomach, it was all drained out. A few hours later, the group of people arrived at the desert dwarf station. A majestic earth city, well, for a desert full of yellow sand, such a place can indeed be described as majestic. After entering the city, Li Hao and the other 3 followed Mi Hao directly to his workshop. The dwarves were quite friendly, and everything was fine. It would have been even better if there hadn't been the little farce before entering the city. The reason is this. After approaching Dujan, a group of people rode a bear. Mi Hao is a dwarf, so naturally he is not tall. Vika was too tall and sat at the front, blocking everyone behind him. So the dwarves in the city didn't know that their clan leader was back. It was just a bear man and his companion, another bear, coming to attack the city. Good guy. These dwarves were in a hurry and finally prepared the equipment to defend the city. Mi Hao came out from behind, and the dwarves in the city were busy in vain. He announced on the spot that he had brought back enough liquid metal to be used by the clan for decades. Li Hao and the other three were good friends he met on the road, and it was with their help that Lu metal was obtained. The dwarves in the city happily welcomed a few people in, and then let them feel the enthusiasm from the dwarves. Back to business. Several people entered the workshop. Mi Hao took out a pen and paper and began to ask about the usage requirements. Vika was at the front and had already started discussing the plan, while Fawad was wandering around the workshop a little bored. Then his eyes were caught by a large box that was almost 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Fawad was very curious, but there was a precedent of flowing metal, so he didn't dare to move around at will for the time being. He quickly returned to where he was and asked Mi Hao, "Mi Hao, I see there is a big box over there. What equipment is in it?" Mi Hao smiled when he heard this, led a few people to the big box, and said, "This is my personal new idea, and I have only made some objects." As he spoke, he took something out of the box. It's a breastplate, completely black but without any reflection. If Mi Hao hadn't mentioned it, no one would have thought it was metal. But it didn't look like metal, because it looked slightly deformed when it was in Mi Hao's hands. "This is my new idea." Mi Hao smiled while holding the breastplate. "I call it liquefied metal. It is very strong and can change forms, that is." After saying this, Mi Hao paused and continued, "It's just that the use of convection metal is relatively high." After finishing his words, Li Hao thought for a moment and asked, "How much do we need? Do we have enough fluid metal left?" Hearing this, Mi Hao was stunned, and then nodded vigorously, saying, "Enough. Enough. Of course it is enough. Such a piece would probably use 2 kilograms of extra metal. If you want it to be stronger, you may need to use about 4 pounds. When Li Hao heard this, he immediately decided to use this as a model and then discuss adding other conditions. He was shocked by what he said before. He thought that such a piece would cost 1,800 kilograms. Is this the result? Is it like this for 3 to 5 kilograms? The dwarf is too petty. Handing the flowing metal to Mi Hao, Li Hao looked at Fawad, whose eyes were shining and his mouth was about to drool. He turned around and asked, "Mi Hao, do you have any bottoms? It's best to wear shorts." Mi Hao nodded, took out a pair of bottoms from the box and handed it to him. Li Hao didn't answer, but said to Fawad, "Han in, try it on." Fawad nodded immediately and said, "Okay." Speaking of which, Fawad is not very big, but these shorts look even smaller. Come to think of it, it's not tailor-made after all, but I don't know what race this size is for. But being so small, Fawad put it on very naturally, and his shorts were obviously too big, and he didn't seem to feel any discomfort at all. Transformation. Li Hao said casually, and Fawad immediately obeyed. The shorts grew bigger at the same time as the body. Li Hao made a gesture, and Fawad quickly changed back. Similarly, the shorts also changed back together. Seeing this scene, Li Hao nodded with satisfaction. "That's it. Liquefied metal. Mi Hao, you are not a blacksmith, right? How could a blacksmith create such a thing? You are actually a scientist, right? Right? You must be a scientist." Chapter 34. After some discussion, several people expressed their various needs. Li Hao said that it didn't matter, after all, the creature that could hurt him must be in existence that could suppress his ability. Vika's requirements are also very simple, that is, they must be light enough. This liquefied metal has a good texture and can be worn as clothes. And Fawad has only one requirement: solid, solid, solid. This makes people wonder, how afraid of death is this person? There is no one who is so scared. Afterwards, Mi Hao told several people that it would take about 2 days to complete the equipment. "If you don't mind, Li Hao and the others can stay in the dwarf city and treat it as a 2-day rest. Hearing this, Li Hao was actually a little helpless, but he still nodded and agreed. What they were thinking about was that they had only been in the secret realm for a few days, so they had to rest for 2 days, which wasted time. In Li Hao's view, since he was selected to enter the secret realm, then you should try your best to explore and seek resources. It has nothing to do with competition between countries, it is just about pursuing your own affairs in your position. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Vika picking up a liquefied metal ingot. I stretched out my hand and pulled it, it was so long, and when I let go, it quickly changed back. He stared at the metal ingot for a while, then shook his head. Not understanding what Vika meant, Li Hao approached him and asked, "Vika, what's wrong? Are you dissatisfied?" "Ah? No." Vika shook his head and put the metal ingot back. "It's just that although this voice has been heard before, after hearing it again, Miha still couldn't accept it. He couldn't hold the blacksmith's hammer firmly in his hand and fell to the ground with a clang." Hearing the sound, Li Hao and the others looked over naturally. When Miha saw several people looking at him, he thought that he had to explain, but it was not easy to explain, so he asked awkwardly, "Is there something wrong? Or if you need anything, you can tell me." "Well, there's a problem." Viker picked up the liquid metal ingot again, showed it, put it back, shook his head and said, "It's good for weapons, but this metal is not good." Upon hearing this, Miha laughed, pulled Vika to open the door next to him, and explained, "Of course this won't work. Originally, liquefied metal was not used as a weapon. The weapon has always been in this room." Fawad also followed in, "Cold weapons, this is the romance of all boys. I believe there are not many men who did not do the foolish thing of breaking off a branch and using it as a weapon when they were young. You might even imitate some sounds to add fuel to your martial arts skills." Li Hao did not follow. The weapon was just a decoration for him. The key is, even if he has a weapon, he doesn't know how to use it. There is actually no difference between wielding a weapon and wielding it with bare hands. At this time, Li Hao was thinking about what kind of weapon Vika would choose. Although this giant man's voice sounds very lowly, there is nothing wrong with him on the inside. So it must be a weapon long enough and big enough. Spear? No. Western countries also use weapons like spears. But most of them are used for group combat, and only Daxia can use them as individual weapons. Broadsword? Well, this is the option that Li Hao is satisfied with. A broadsword is great, even if it's not the kind of ship-cutting sword that appears in aircraft battles that can cut off enemy ships, it can also be Zabuza's decapitating sword. Even if it's not the case, just a 3 to 4 meter long sword would be fine. Imagine that Vika is facing off against an enemy 5 meters apart. Vika looked at the enemy and said, "You take action first, otherwise you will have no chance." The enemy sneered and said, "This is what I want to say, you should take action first." Vika looked weird and said, "Are you sure?" The enemy became angry, thinking that the other party looked down on him, and said, "Sure. Come on." At this time, Vika raised the knife and thrust it forward casually. With a pop, the enemy fell to the ground and died with a look on his face that showed you were trying to trick him. Just as he was thinking, there were footsteps behind him. Li Hao looked back and saw that it was Fawad who was back. "Brother! Can you see my sword?" Fawad walked over quickly, holding a long object in his hands, and shouted excitedly. It was a typical Western long sword, that kind of Western broad-bladed sword with 2 edges and a small ball at the end of the hilt. "Well, so mean. So mean." Li Hao didn't want to answer, but Fawad was looking at him with stern eyes, so he could only say it casually, just like coaxing the child. He knew in his heart that victory in battle depended on the quality of the weapons, but more importantly, the person who used the weapons. For a coward like you, Fawad, your first choice when seeing an enemy approaching is to close your eyes and wait for death. No matter how good the weapon is, it will be useless in your hands. Li Hao, what is Vika doing? Fawad was in the joy of being praised, so he subconsciously shook his head and said, I don't know. Li Hao, what weapon did he choose? Fawad shook his head, I don't know. These answers made Li Hao's face darken immediately, and he continued to ask, then what do you know? What did you do inside? I don't know anything. Fawad shook his head again, and suddenly saw Li Hao's explosive gesture raised, and hurriedly changed his words, I picked a weapon, so that I can contribute. After thinking for a while, he continued, I also got a shield. I'll take it out and show it to you. After hearing this, Li Hao lost some of his anger and thought with some relief that Hanin was still making progress, at least he could think about his responsibilities as a human shield. Soon, a sharp sound of metal scraping against the ground was heard. Turning around, he saw a shield moving towards him. Li Hao looked regretful when he saw it. I regret thinking that Fawad has made progress just now. I regret it so much. It was a tower shield more than 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, completely covering Fawad. Because it was so big, every time he took a step, the shield would rub against the ground, causing a burst of sparks. Brother, what do you think? Awesome, right? In this way, I can protect you in the future. Fawad poked his head out from the side of the shield and said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Li Hao was so angry that he stepped forward, flipped the shield to the ground, raised his hand and asked Fawad to eat a few chestnuts, and said, I want you to be powerful and I want you to protect me, how about you return it to me? Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into joy. Damn it! Did you see the expression on Xiao Lizi's face? It looks like he ate Xiang. Xiao Feizi is so funny. Why didn't you realize he was so funny at first? Did you find out that brother F***ck revealed the truth? He said that Little Plum had an expression that looked like he had eaten Xiang, right? Then the question is, how did brother F***ck know what his expression looked like after eating Xiang? Brother upstairs, Master, what kind of brain circuit do you have? In the secret realm, although Fawad looked aggrieved, he still stood aside obediently. Seeing the other party's expression, Li Hao sighed and explained, let's be reasonable, right? Fawad nodded. You asked me if the sword is good first. Li Hao glanced at him and continued, I said it's cheap, right? Fawad still nodded. At this point, he was actually not aggrieved. I was even a little happy because my eldest brother praised me. Then you mentioned the shield and went to get it, right? Li Hao asked. Fawad nodded again, but his face was full of grievance and unwillingness. Having said this, Li Hao sighed again and asked, such a smart Hanin, may I ask you a question? Fawad looked at Li Hao in confusion and asked in a low voice, what's the problem? How do you swing a sword when you have such a big shield? Or what do you do with the shield when you swing the sword? Do you throw it on the ground? After hearing this, Fawad was shocked, and his face suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment. This left Li Hao quite speechless. No need to ask. Obviously, this fool had never thought about this issue before. Otherwise, he wouldn't show an expression of discovering a new world. At this time, footsteps came again from behind, and Li Hao knew that this was Vika's return. He turned back with an excited expression, looked at the visitor with hopeful eyes, and asked, have you chosen? Vika was stunned when he heard this. Although he couldn't understand why the other party's expression was more excited than the user himself, he still nodded and said that he had made his choice. At the same time, he took out 2 objects from behind him. Seeing the real thing, Li Hao's face turned from eagerness to disappointment. What is this? How could it not be a big sword? They were 2 hammers that were thick at the top and tapered downwards, about 1 meter long. They were said to be hammers, but in fact they were more like maces. It's just that there are no spikes, instead there are some irregularly shaped protrusions scattered on the stick. The scene was somewhat silent for a moment, but Vika ignored it and stood there playing with the weapon, his face filled with joy. After watching it for a while, Li Hao reluctantly accepted the reality when he saw that the other party seemed to like the weapon very much. Although it's not a broadsword, Vikat is comfortable to use. A hammer? No. A mace? Just a mace. With Vika's physique, this powerful and heavy blow would definitely break the enemy's bones and muscles. With the idea clear, Li Hao and the other two exchanged some money with Miha and left the workshop. They will be staying here for the next 2 days, so they need to find a place to stay. Although this Earth city is a dwarf city, it is not only dwarves. They didn't have time to take a closer look when they entered the city. Now the three of them were strolling slowly and saw a lot of strange things. For example, the rat man with a rat head and a sinister look on his face. Well, let's call him a rat man, after all, he is a humanoid creature. There are also humanoid creatures that look like wolves but not dogs, and I don't know what to call them. All this made Li Hao curious. I wonder if these creatures are indigenous? Or are they evolved from certain creatures or ferocious beasts? After all, the IQ of ferocious beasts has always been high, and it is not impossible for them to eventually evolve into humanoid creatures. The live broadcast also shocked the audience. Damn it! Did you see it? The rat man and the kobold are so awesome. Yes, it's really magical. It's like a fantasy world. It feels like you've traveled through time. Everyone is talking nonsense upstairs. Isn't this a time travel in the secret realm? It's just a public time travel. There is really something wrong with your focus. With so many inexplicable things appearing, have you never thought about what the ancient secret realm is? The Blue Star countries have tried every means to find any clues. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room fell into silence for a while, and the audience was thinking. Also lost in thought was biologist Professor Zhao, when these unknown creatures appeared. To be honest, he was the most excited. The facts before him fully demonstrated that living things have infinite possibilities. But then he began to think about it. What is the ancient secret realm? Where did it come from? Who established it? Why did it appear on Blue Star? Now it seems to be helping Blue Star to prevent the planet from being destroyed due to lack of resources. This is not to say that there are no selfless people, but in most cases, there must be some purpose. So why did the ancient secret realm do this? What is its purpose? In the secret realm, the dwarf city is prosperous, with people coming and going on the streets, shops on both sides, and stalls of various small commodities and snacks on the roadside. This kind of picture made Li Hao feel a little unreal, giving him the illusion that this was not a secret realm, but a blue star. Of course, this illusion was shattered in just a moment. Because these passers-by, the clerks in the stores, and the waiters in the stalls are really embarrassing. Think about it, a group of creatures with animal heads but walking upright are in front of you. No matter how good your acting skills are, you can't turn a blind eye, right? However, all this does not affect some people, such as Fawad, who is very curious and has never seen much of the world. Ever since he came to the street, this child has not stopped. His little face is red with excitement and his eyes are golden. Take a look at this stall and that stall. Occasionally, he would touch someone's ears or tail while others were not paying attention, causing passers-by to yell and curse. Regarding his performance, Li Hao expressed that he was speechless and helpless. But Fawad is such a person. He is very curious, his mouth is faster than his brain, and his emotional intelligence is very low, but he actually doesn't have any bad intentions. It can also be regarded as having childlike innocence, right? One might say that if he were a child, he might look cute. But Fawad is already 18 years old and an adult, so doing this again would be offensive. Li Hao doesn't think so. As human beings' minds grow, they will gradually become accustomed to wearing masks to hide themselves. Over time, you will forget which one is your true self. I live a very tiring life every day. Even temporarily letting go of everything and releasing my nature is a luxury. In contrast, Fawood's consistent, heartless performance. In fact, it's not too bad, at least it's not tiring. As long as you can show a serious attitude when you really need it. Otherwise, it would be really offensive. Fawood was wandering around happily when a stall caught his attention. That's the stall of a desert dwarf ant, let's call it Ant. A dwarf is considered an adult when he is 300 years old. Before he reaches adulthood, he is pretty good looking. Once you reach adulthood, your appearance will age rapidly, to a degree equivalent to human middle age. And there won't be any changes until death. In this way, calling you Ant is considered polite. After all, looking old means that you are at least 300 years old, which is at least the level of ancestors in Blue Star. Chapter 35. Back to business. The dwarf ant's stall is like a grocery store, selling some things produced by the desert dwarves. Including the ale they brewed themselves, and some tools such as files, scissors, and kitchen knives. Various dairy products made from the milk of desert animals, as well as candies made from a unique desert fruit called sago. It's said to be candy, but it's actually something similar to the sugar snowballs made from hawthorns and wrapped in sugar on Blue Star. However, in the secret realm, this kind of thing is called candy, called snowball candy. At this time, there was a dwarf girl standing in front of the stall with her fingers in her mouth. I don't know how old she was. Anyway, judging from her face, she could be called a child. Anyway, she was not an adult. The young dwarf stared at the snowball candies on the stall with starry eyes, and his mouth was about to drool. The stall owner, the dwarf ant, looked at the girl and didn't drive her away angrily. Instead, she asked with a smile, "Yaya, do you want to eat?" It turns out that the ant knows this child, the girl is called Yaya. "I want to eat." When Yaya heard the question, the little stars in her eyes became brighter, then dimmed again, and she whispered, but, Yaya has no money." As she spoke, she took out some dwarf coins from the small pocket on her chest, counted them, and put them back with a sad look on her face. Seeing this, the dwarf ant immediately picked up some snowball candies, put them in the packaging box, and handed them over. Yaya refused to accept it no matter what, and the two of them pushed her. Finally, the dwarf ant stuffed the packaging box into Yaya's arms. Yaya stared blankly at the snowball candy in her arms, and then started crying. The cry also attracted the attention of pedestrians. It has always been the nature of human beings, or various creatures with human behavior, to love to join in the fun. Everyone knows that once humans gather together, there will be some gossipy and messy topics. It's the same now. What's going on? Why is this dwarf crying? Who knows? It seems that the child wanted to eat sweets and had no money to buy them. The stall owner looked pitiful and gave some to him. "What? Don't eat if you don't have money." Someone kindly gave it to her. "Why are you still making noise here? Why don't the law enforcement teams dare to let her go?" Hearing these words, Li Hao directly frowned. These pedestrians may be speaking without intention, but Yaya listens with intention. They didn't consider how much this would affect and hurt the little girl's heart. Before Li Hao could react, the dwarf ant stood up first and roared, "I have my own stall, and I can give things to whoever I want. Does it bother you? Get out of here, or I will call the law enforcement team." "Sorry, you are affecting my business." Upon hearing this, how could the pedestrians dare to stay longer? Although the dwarf city welcomes other races. But as long as the dwarves make no mistakes, the law enforcement team will unconditionally favor their compatriots. Seeing everyone leaving, the dwarf ant picked up a snowball candy and stuffed it into Yaya's mouth, wiped her tears, and rubbed her head before returning to the stall. The dwarf ant is not out of pity, because she knows that Yaya deserves to do this. It can even be said that Yaya deserves all the dwarves in the dwarf city to do this for her. The reason is very simple. Yaya is an orphan, and her parents died while exploring supplies for the future of the dwarf city. Everyone knows what kind of dilemma the desert dwarves face. However, the people of the tribe are not very powerful and are really helpless when it comes to going out to explore. At this time, Yaya's parents stood up. They were a rare fighting sect among the tribe. After some discussion, the couple set off with the necessities of life and the hopes of the tribe. In 3 years, they obtained safe routes for countless minerals needed by the desert dwarves. They have accumulated enough fame and wealth to spend a lifetime. However, the two couples did not stop. They wanted to get the black rock mine for the tribe, which was as important as the flowing metal, but was strictly controlled by the Qingfeng leader. It was this time that the two of them encountered danger. However, it was not only the ferocious beasts that threatened them, but also the bad guys from Qingfeng leader. The husband tried his best to protect his wife and escaped, but he stayed there forever. After the wife came back, she was seriously injured and soon followed her husband, leaving only the young Yaya behind. Of course, Yaya is also very sensible. She has never complained about why she has no parents and why she is the only one who has such bad food and clothing. She has always been optimistic and earns a living by picking up rags every day, helping others pick up trash, and doing other small things within her power. To put it bluntly, for a child like Yaya, if she wants anything, not to mention eating a few snowball candies, as long as they can get it, the dwarves will go to any lengths to find it for her. Boss, please have another snowball candy with more fillings. After witnessing all this, Fawad asked Li Hao for some money, walked to the stall, pointed to Yaya, and said, "Of course, then one share is mine." "Thank you for your kindness, but no need." The dwarf ant replied subconsciously, then looked at Yaya, then at Fawad, and suddenly became alert and said, "I tell you, don't have any bad intentions, we dwarves the clan's law enforcement team is very powerful." "Ah!" Fawad was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hands and explained, "No, no, you misunderstood. I have no other meaning. I am here as a good person and a friend of Miha Hesu." This. The dwarf ant suddenly felt a little embarrassed when she heard Fawad calling out the clan leader's real name, and said hurriedly, I'm sorry, misunderstanding, ho 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 ho." The reason why the dwarf ant believed in Fawad was not because the dwarf was naive. But the desert dwarves have a tradition of not telling outsiders their true names. And Fawad's ability to tell it at least proves that he has been recognized by the clan leader and is truly a friend of the desert dwarves. The misunderstanding was resolved. The dwarf ant quickly filled a large box full of snowball candies and handed it over. Fawad took it and put it into Yaya's hand, touched her head and said, "Eat, brother, please." This move stunned Yaya for a moment. She felt a touch of kindness from Fawad, then bowed and said sweetly, "Thank you, brother." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a shout suddenly came, "Catch the thief!" Then Yaya was knocked to the ground, and the packaging box in her hand suddenly fell to the ground, and the snowball candies were scattered all over the floor. Seeing this scene, Li Hao was stunned, and so was Vika. Yaya ignored the pain and climbed up with her hands on the ground, looking at the snowball candies scattered on the ground. Endless grievances crept into her heart. She bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from crying, but the tears couldn't stop rolling out. Snowball candy is not very expensive, it can even be said to be very cheap. But it's different for Yaya. It's something that others can buy casually. But she was only willing to buy it once every 3 months, and she only bought 3 pills each time. The most important thing is that this box of candy is a gift from the little brother. The friendship from friends is even as important as life in the hearts of dwarves. After being stunned for a moment, Li Hao patted Fawad on the shoulder, pointed in the direction and said, "Go. Catch him." Fawad touched Yaya's head and said with a smile, "Don't cry. My brother is going to help you catch the bad guys." He will be back soon. Okay. Yaya nodded fiercely, wiped away her tears, squatted down and started picking up the snowball candies on the ground, and asked the dwarf ant, "Auntie, do you have any paper? Can you give me a few?" "Ah? Why do you want paper?" The dwarf ant asked first, then suddenly thought of something, and then asked, "You don't plan to wipe it clean before eating it, do you?" Yaya wiped the corners of her eyes, nodded and said with a smile, "Yeah, I'll wipe it, and it won't be dirty after I wipe it clean." When the dwarf ant saw this, she felt even more distressed. She thought for a while and said, "Yaya, you don't need to wipe it. Just give it to me after collecting it. I will deal with it for you and make sure it is cleaner than you." When Yaya heard this, her eyes suddenly filled with excitement, and she asked excitedly, "Really, really? Of course, I made these snowball candies. Can you clean them up if you know how to do them?" The dwarf ant told a white lie and assured her by patting her chest. On the other side, Fawad chased the thief with all his strength, shouting, "Stop, don't run away. If you run again, I will catch you and I will break your legs." When the thief heard this, how could he dare to stop? "Why don't you stop? If you stopped, it would be weird if you didn't break your legs. This thief is a rat man, he is good at speed, and he is the fastest among his kind, so he started this business and succeeded every time. Today I succeeded as always, but I met this person behind me. Although there are usually people chasing him, it doesn't take long for those people to give up. But what the hell is this person? He's been running away for so long and he hasn't gotten rid of him yet." Not only did the opponent not look tired at all, he was running faster than before. So he could only lower his head and run wildly, but this time he used all his strength to suck the milk. "Stop, don't run away if you can." Hearing this, the rat man turned around and shouted, "It's impossible to stop. If you have the ability, don't chase me." In this way, the two of them went back and forth for a long time, one yelling not to run and the other yelling not to chase. Fawad is from the body strengthening department and has very strong physical fitness. Not only did he not feel tired after running for so long, but he felt very comfortable because his body was active. "You were chasing me, but by chance, when Fawad took a step, he kicked a small stone that was not paved during road construction. The body strengthening system didn't hurt his feet this time, it just made him lose his balance and make him chew on shit." The stone was kicked in half of it still remained in the ground, and the other half flew out at a very fast speed. Hearing the movement behind him, the rat man looked back and burst into laughter, "You deserve it. I let you chase me and kill you, so I'll leave first." When he turned around and continued running, he bumped into someone. This time, the rat man bounced out and sat on the ground. He shook his dazed head and looked up to see who he had hit. At first glance, his hair stood on end. This was really a ghost. Is it okay to directly bump into the law enforcement team? When he stood up and planned to change direction and continue running, he felt a huge pain in his back, and a huge force pushed him to fall towards the law enforcement team. What happened next shocked the law enforcement team. When a person falls, they will reflexively reach out to grab something. The rat man also behaved in this way. He waved his hands around and grabbed something, avoiding his fall. Then there were two clicks, and when he reacted, he realized that he had been handcuffed. Only then did he realize what he had caught, and his mind was confused. Did I catch myself? Dwarves also use handcuffs, and they are very similar to blue stars. They are also the kind that are movable when there is no obstacle, and will be locked if there is any obstacle. In a panic, Ratman grabbed the handcuffs on the waist of the law enforcement team. With force, the handcuffs moved and turned in a circle, just in time to cuff himself. The matter was resolved satisfactorily, and Fawad returned to Li Hao and the others. After buying some more things for Yaya, they said goodbye and continued shopping. On the way, he was still talking about his bravery and the fact that the rat man was brought to justice by heaven. The three of them walked and stopped until they came to a street. There were several kobolds with ferocious expressions standing at the entrance of the street. Li Hao looked inside and had no intention of going in. He pulled Fawad and turned around to leave. "Brother, what's wrong?" Fawad scratched his head and asked Li Hao doubtfully, "Have we never visited here before? Why don't we go in and take a look?" Li Hao obviously had no interest in that street and said casually, "There are probably casinos in there." "I don't think it's interesting." Fawad said excitedly, "What happened to the casino? Let's go in and have fun?" "I haven't been to the casino yet." Hearing this, Li Hao said with a smile, "You know my ability, right? If I go there, I can make these casinos close down tomorrow. Do you still think it's fun?" Fawad thought about it. "That's right, it's just luck, what fun is there?" He also agreed to leave. These words were also heard by the kobolds responsible for soliciting customers. "This is going to explode. Good guy, can you make us bankrupt? Why are you bragging? We have seen many gambling gods, but none of them can make us bankrupt. You are very confident in your gambling skills. Do you want to come to my house to play?" Immediately, a kobold stood up. This was the leader of the group of kobolds. He was taller, stronger, and better dressed than the others. It was also better, and of course his face was more ferocious. He sneered and said, "Isn't it because you don't dare? I just said that it must be a big statement. You fart." Someone insulted and ridiculed Li Hao. This was what Fawad couldn't bear the most. He roared, "My elder brother says he can do it, he can do it. You guys know nothing. If you talk nonsense again, I will kill you. Wouldn't you know if you're bragging or not?" A group of kobolds immediately gathered around, hopping and provoking, "If you don't dare to play, you must be bragging." Seeing this, Li Hao held down the shoulders of Fawad who was about to explode, looked at the leading kobold and said, "Okay, if you want to play, I will play with you, but it is best to play something quick and simple." "Yes, we don't have that much time." The kobold nodded, made a gesture, and said, "Please." Then he led the way, and Li Hao and three others followed behind and entered a store. After Li Hao sat down, the kobold took out his tools and began to explain. To put it simply, it is the dice of Blue Star, the kind that guesses the size. The kobold leader originally wanted to confirm the gambling money, but after seeing a piece of liquid metal that Li Hao took out casually, he stopped talking nonsense. At this time, the kobold leader was very happy and met a fat sheep. As long as you use some means, such a large piece of liquid metal can be exchanged with the dwarves for a lot of wealth. Of course, Li Hao knew that 9 out of 10 gambles were cheating, and he also knew that the other party would definitely cheat. But he doesn't care. With his ability, there is basically no one in this world who can beat him. Sure enough, if Li Hao buys big, he will be big, and if he buys small, he will be small. The kobold leader tried all his methods to no avail. After several games, he was sweating profusely. Seeing this, Li Hao smiled slightly and said, "How about we increase the difficulty? Let's play one last game. Let's bet on the numbers with 6 dice. You don't have to guess. I only need to say one wrong one, and I lose." "Okay." The kobold leader wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to shake the dice cup. Before he could stop, Li Hao said, 146,334. You can shake it as long as you want and use whatever method you want. As long as one of the last numbers is wrong, I lose. When the kobold leader heard this, he shook for a while and then stopped. At this time, he was very nervous. He kept swallowing his saliva and opened the dice cup with trembling hands. The scene in front of him shocked him so much that his eyes almost jumped out of his sockets. The 6 dice were clearly 146,334, and there was not a single wrong number. Seeing that the other party was stunned, Li Hao smiled, took the winning money, and left the casino with Fawad and Vika. The leader of the kobolds didn't stop him, and it wasn't like he didn't take advantage of others. The problem was that he didn't dare to face such a person. The other party has never touched the table with both hands, allowing you to use any means but be able to accurately predict the outcome. How could he not be afraid in the face of this mysterious and unknown power? Of course, this scene also appeared in the live broadcast room. Damn it! You're awesome! It would be a shame not to gamble if you have this ability. You will definitely win every time you gamble. Not only can you gamble money, but you can also buy lottery tickets. Then why don't you win the big prize? Good luck means nothing. If I had this kind of luck, why would I be in poverty? Upstairs, you are looking in the wrong direction. Your poverty may be because you are too lazy, not because you are unlucky. Find a class. Chapter 36. As a group of people walked around, it got dark. After finding a pretty good hotel to stay in, we were ready to rest. A night of silence. The next morning. Since entering the secret realm, Li Hao once again slept on the bed, which gave him the rare idea of sleeping in. But before it was implemented, it was already shattered. In his sleep, he was awakened by the noise in the street. I can't help but think to myself that I chose this hotel last night after considering health, safety, and other conditions. Why didn't we consider the surrounding environment at that time? What a huge mistake! While I was planning today's itinerary, the apprentice from the workshop came to my door. It was said that Miha wanted the three of them to go there immediately. Although Li Hao wanted to ask, considering that if something really happened, the apprentice would probably not know about it, so it was better not to ask. Immediately, he ordered all the people and horses, and followed the apprentice towards the workshop. Miha Workshop. It is no longer the lively scene yesterday, and the people in the entire workshop can be described as gloomy and gloomy. All the dwarves sat aside sighing. Even the blazing flames in the forging furnace seemed a bit cold. Seeing this scene, Li Hao frowned and asked, "What's going on? Weren't everyone very happy yesterday?" After saying this, he hesitated for 2 seconds, thought of another possibility, and continued, "Did the equipment fail? It's okay, you know, we have a lot of metal flowing out." No, there is no problem with the equipment." After hearing this, Miha quickly explained, then looked at Li Hao and sighed, "It's just that there may be no way to continue building it." This time Li Hao was completely confused and asked, "Oh? Why? Is the time too tight? It's okay to wait for 2 more days." Miha did not answer, but just shook his head, indicating that he was not pressed for time. This left Li Hao scratching his head. It wasn't that he was short of time, but he also had no shortage of materials. Is it because I'm sick that I can't continue building? But isn't being sick a sign of tight time? What is the reason? He never thought about the possibility that Miha had gone back on his word and didn't want to build it anymore. Because he had learned yesterday that dwarves always attach great importance to promises. Unless there is a life-threatening situation, a breach of contract is possible. After all, my life is gone, what else can I use to fulfill my promise? Thinking of this, Li Hao finally understood the reason for the noise in the street and the loneliness in the workshop. How dangerous is this? It can make the whole city panic. With a head full of confusion, Li Hao asked with a smile, "What can threaten your life? So serious that you have concluded that you cannot fulfill your promise?" Hearing this, Miha was stunned. He did not expect that the other party would understand the customs of the dwarves. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's those bastards from Qingfeng leader. Their target may be us desert dwarves. They had increased their orders before, and the time was really tight, but they could still finish it with a little effort. But the message came yesterday that they demanded to hand it over today, otherwise they would attack us." After hearing this, Li Hao can say with certainty that the purpose of the Qing Feng leader is the desert dwarves. There's no need to wait until they can't be handed over before attacking, presumably the people from King Feng's leadership are already on the way. At this time, a dwarf ran in from outside the workshop and stepped forward to say a few words to Mihail. And Miha waved his hand, indicating that they were all one of his own and there was nothing he couldn't listen to. The content is probably about the farce among the residents in the city, as well as the incident of some people leaving the city. Miha looked even more sad after hearing this. Li Hao had no feelings at all, it was just an ordinary thing. You have to know when facing life and death. It is also the time when the good, evil, and many bad qualities in human nature are best reflected. This incident caused panic in the entire city. The residents of the dwarf city, especially those who are not desert dwarves. It's completely normal for some different voices and ideas to come up. Li Hao saw Miha's gloomy face, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Aren't you the patriarch? You should go to appease the people now, right? What problems can be solved by sitting and worrying? Don't worry, we will help you." Hearing what the other party said, Miha felt happy at first, and then shook his head and said, "No, you should leave quickly, take away all the liquid metal, and leave before the enemy comes. We are friends, we can't bring you down. The Qing Feng leader has a large army." Miha's description made Li Hao want to laugh for a moment, especially the loud sound that was specially prolonged to show how huge it was. Looking at the dwarf in front of him with interest, Li Hao asked indifferently, "Oh? Really? How big is it?" "So big." Miha spread his arms and made a movement to describe the size, and explained, "There are 400 people. This is war." Pft! Pft! Pft, ha 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 ha. These words made Li Hao and the other three burst into laughter one after another. Fawad did not hold back at all and laughed directly. Only he can laugh out loud regardless of the occasion or the atmosphere. After all, he is a tough guy with extremely low emotional intelligence. Patting Miha's shoulder again, Li Hao looked indifferent and said, "It's okay, don't worry, just do what you need to do first." Seeing the other party's attitude, Miha had no choice but to nod and lead everyone out of the workshop to the city square. Miha was very worried at this time and didn't understand what Li Hao and the others meant. He was worried that he would kill his friends. If Li Hao and the others knew what Miha was thinking, they would definitely say, "Friend, you are thinking too much." In fact, this cannot be blamed on Miha, the secret realm is different from the outside world. Most of the indigenous people in the secret realm fight on their own in the cities, and 400 people is already quite a large number. It can already be called a large-scale war. For them, dozens of people on each side of the two sides can be regarded as a war. But on Blue Star, this scale can only be called a weapon fight, and 400 people are just a large-scale weapon fight. I dare not say all of them, but most of the boys from Blue Star had fights in groups when they were students. In which case did there not be more than a dozen or even dozens of people on one side? The central square of the dwarf city. At this time, there was a sea of people, rat people, kobolds, and some unnamed races gathered here, rustling and talking about something. The dwarves were either furious or gnashing their teeth as they looked at the fellow residents of the dwarf city. They heard a lot of what these people said, and it really made them too angry. "Have you heard? Qing Feng caller is coming." "Ah? Why? What happened to anger Qing Feng leader? You don't know yet? Qing Feng leader wants equipment. Isn't it just equipment? Isn't this simple? Can't we just ask the dwarves to give it to them?" Just as he was talking, Miha led a group of people to the square. He looked at the residents below, took a deep breath, and began to speak. "Dear residents, some of you may have heard the news, and some of you are not sure yet. I will explain everything below. Yes, Qing Feng leader is coming to attack our city. Many residents may think that they just need equipment. Just give it to them. There is no shortage of equipment in the dwarf city, but things are not that simple. Over the years, we have made numerous offerings every year, and also contributed a large number of weapons and equipment. But the Qingfeng leader is greedy and always asks for an increase in quantity for various reasons. It's the same this time. They increased the number of requests but gave very little time. The craftsmen can still do it if they work overtime, but they changed the time temporarily. If they can't complete it, they will attack us. This is a conspiracy against the dwarf city, or the desert dwarves. As the leader of the desert dwarves, I decided to fight to the death. So, I asked my fellow citizens to take up arms and join me in the fight. Or to put it another way, my compatriots, are you willing to die with me, a useless clan leader who has done nothing? As soon as he finished speaking, he received an enthusiastic response from the desert dwarves. Li Hao pressed his hand and waited for a while before continuing to speak. As for residents of other races, if you still regard this city as your home and want to fight together, I welcome you. You will be our compatriots from now on. And we don't have to stop those who want to leave, but please remember one thing, once you leave this time, you will no longer be residents of this city, and you will never be again. The law enforcement team obeys the order. Anyone who wants to leave will be allowed to leave after registering. They are not allowed to stop them. After saying that, Li Hao led everyone to leave. The riot in the dwarf city has just begun. Li Hao's speech made people who were originally thinking about leaving firm their thoughts. At the same time, it also pushed those who were a little wavering in their hearts into the queue of those who wanted to leave. Of course, there is no point in keeping those who are just outsiders, and there is no need to keep those who originally wanted to leave. These people were not desert dwarves to begin with. They didn't have much sense of belonging to this city, so they just left. What's more irritating is that there is such a group of people who were so proud of being residents of Dwarf City at first, but now they despise them. The kobold Doug Sharptooth is one such person. After listening to the speech in the square, he immediately went home and packed his luggage, wanting to leave the city as soon as possible for fear of being affected by King Feng's leadership. At this time, he had already arrived in front of the city gate. After registering, he lifted his legs and walked out. As he walked, he said, "Your clan leader is wise enough to let us go first when he knows we can't win." The law enforcement team glanced at Doug and said through gritted teeth, "Traitor." Doug Jianya was not angry, he puffed up his chest and said with an arrogant attitude, "You are really stupid, can you resist the Qing Feng collar? I advise you to run away quickly and save some fire. Otherwise, you desert dwarves will be exterminated, ha ha ha." After saying that, he swaggered out of the city and walked towards the distance. After that, many people showed up one after another, registered and then left. At the same time, after the speech, Li Hao led a group of people to hold a combat meeting to discuss the follow-up combat plan. Li Hao expressed that he had no interest in these, so he left the meeting room and went out to hang out. Walking along this way, I really got to know what the appearance of all living beings is. At this time, he had just wandered near the city gate registration office when he saw a group of people gathering together and talking. Taking a closer look, Li Hao smiled. "Isn't this the rat man who stole things?" Said to be a group of people, it was actually the rat man standing on one side, and opposite him was a group of various races, old and young. Among the crowd, an old kobold with a stooped body and a cane was holding the rat man's hand tightly and said tremblingly, "Mouse, will you come with us? You don't have any force. Coming down doesn't help either." "Yes, brother Mossy, shall we go together? We will come back when it is safe." A young kobold girl also said with tears in her eyes. Other young and old people also nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Mouse, the rat man, shook his head and said, "Where else can we go? This is my home, and I won't go anywhere except here. Although I don't have any force, I can run fast, transport the wounded, and deliver messages. Even if I can't do anything, I can do whatever I can." As soon as these words came out, the young children cried and the old people wiped their eyes. Mouse looked at a young rat man and asked, "Jace, have you brought your money and supplies?" Seeing the young man nodding, Mouse continued, "Okay, go out through the old road and hide in the old place. If I don't come to you within 5 days, you will take them to move immediately. Do you understand?" The young man nodded with tears in his eyes and solemnly promised, "I know, brother, I promise to protect them, don't worry." Hearing what the other party said, Mouse nodded with satisfaction, patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go, don't delay." The scene before him, to be honest, made Li Hao a little surprised. To be honest, he didn't expect that a sneaky little thief would have such a consciousness of living or dying with the city. After saying goodbye to everyone, Mouse, the rat man, turned and left. He has to go home to pack his equipment and do his part for the dwarf city. His realization came decades ago when Mouse was a young child. He was an orphan, raised by a gang and used as a tool for begging and stealing. It is painful to do bad things, but even more painful is being hungry. One day, Mouse finally couldn't bear it anymore and ran out with his brother Jace. The gang was naturally unhappy and chased him all the way. Finally, the two Mouse brothers rolled off the cliff and entered the desert area. The gang believed that such a young child must have died in the fall. Even if he did not die, he would definitely not survive in the desert. This was indeed the case. After the two brothers walked in the desert for a day, their bodies could no longer hold on and collapsed. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the newly built dwarf city, and his brother Jace was safe and sound. At this time, a dwarf ant opened the door and came in, bringing them food and water. At the same time, they also learned that it was the dwarf ant who saved them after they fainted. She told them they could stay in the city as residents if they wanted. The dwarf ant has an orphanage that adopts many orphans of different races. Jess is younger, has food, drink, a house to live in, and friends to play with, so he is naturally very happy. But Mouse, who is mentally mature and tortured, has always been full of vigilance in his eyes. Just like this, after decades, the dwarf ant slowly melted the ice in Mouse's heart with her love. But before he could say thank you to this alien mother, she became seriously ill and died soon after. "Little Mousy, I can't survive anymore. You are the oldest child here. Promise me to take good care of your younger brothers and sisters." Before she died, she held Mousy's hand and asked. And after Mouse solemnly nodded in agreement, he smiled and closed his eyes. But what can a child do? So he resorted to criminal means again. Of course, Mousy has always claimed to be a grand thief who only robs the rich and helps the poor. He does not rob the poor. He never failed since he came back to the world, until he met Fawad. He still can't figure out how things happened by such a coincidence, as if God was specifically targeting him. Of course he wouldn't know that he had offended Father God's favorite cub. Not allowing him to experience special projects such as skyfall and free flying is already very worthy of him. Chapter 37. After looking at the registration office for a while, Li Hao also lost interest in continuing to browse and slowly returned to the combat conference room. As soon as I walked into the courtyard, I heard Fawad's loud voice coming through the door, "Are you so conservative? If you have 400 people, it will be over." He was shouting excitedly, but he didn't hear anyone open the door and come in, nor did he notice that Li Hao had raised his hand, ready to treat him to a chestnut meal. "What's wrong?" Fawad asked in confusion as he saw that the dwarves and Vika in front of him were behaving strangely. I was still wondering why these people were covering their mouths and laughing, or had weird expressions on their faces. Could it be that what I said was too funny? It shouldn't be. What answered him was a muffled sound and a huge pain from the top of his head. This made Fawad tremble, and turned around stiffly, praying in his heart that it was not what I thought, and it must not be what I thought. But, the fantasy is just a fantasy after all, when he sees the person behind him clearly. Just like a cat that turned around and saw a cucumber, it jumped up in fright and then sat down on the ground. Li Hao didn't bother to pay attention to him, took out his chair and sat down directly, and asked, "So, have you reached a conclusion after discussing it?" As he said that, he looked at everyone, and the dwarves all shook their heads in frustration. Then, Li Hao fixed his eyes on Vika and gave a signal with a wink. Seeing Vika nodded, he said, "Don't discuss it. Use everything you should use and let Vika take the lead." The dwarves all looked at Vika and made no comment, but Miha spoke at this moment. "Vika is very strong, but the opponent is an army of 400 people. I'm afraid." Li Hao probably understood what everyone was thinking. 1 versus 400 was indeed unrealistic. Let's not talk about the reason why an elephant will be killed if there are too many ants. Even if you kill one with one knife, 400 people will have to swing the knife 400 times. This is not the ordinary slashing during ordinary practice. The human body tissue still has defensive properties, but it is relatively fragile. But even though he is fragile, he can bear it even if he swings the knife 400 times. To put it simply, killing 400 people is not as simple as swinging a knife 400 times. However, Li Hao was not worried about this, and smiled and said, "Don't worry, Vika has the ability to heal. Even if he can't be beaten, he can still run away. As for death, that's even more impossible. He probably won't even be injured. There will be." As soon as these words came out, all the dwarves looked at Vika. Not everyone enjoys the feeling of being noticed, and Vika is such a person. For a person like him who has been particularly eye-catching due to his height since he was a child, but is a marginalized figure in the circle. Being given too much attention really bothers him and puts him under a lot of pressure. But under this situation, we cannot remain indifferent. He had no choice but to nod his head in affirmation. Seeing this, the dwarves immediately cheered. Words such as awesome, too powerful, miracles, divine messengers, and the arrival of the true God kept popping out of their mouths. This made Vika feel embarrassed, and she lowered her head deeply, with a rare blush on her dark face. The next step is for the dwarves to make their own arrangements, and Li Hao and the others do not intend to participate anymore. When he got up to leave, a dwarf burst in from the door and said breathlessly, it's coming, there are still 40 miles. Hearing this, Miha was shocked. He didn't expect it to come so fast, and he immediately spun around in circles. This made Li Hao frown directly. Before the battle, what happened to the leader who was panicking? Sora has a body of martial arts, but has never experienced any combat. Li Hao shouted, "Why panic? Arrange the countermeasures first, let's go up the city wall." After saying that, he turned around and left, with Vika and Fawad following behind with their own equipment. A loud shout also made Miha calm down, arrange the plan in an orderly manner, pick up his small axe and rush towards the city gate. On the road, Li Hao looked at the residents who were not too panicked. They all had their weapons ready, with a look of death on their faces, and nodded with satisfaction. He believes that people should respect life. After all, life is only once for every living thing. People always feel powerless because of something and then give up fighting. Why not try to resist it? Maybe resist it. Will things that were once powerless become less difficult? Although you may struggle hard, you still can't change anything, but at least you tried. It is better than many years later, when you are old and recall this incident, you will say with regret, "I wish I had tried it before. Let me go, I want to fight too." Suddenly a childish voice came. I saw a dwarf ant pulling a young girl, and there were many children standing behind her. "Yaya, you are still young, so you can't go. We have to hide and we can't cause trouble to those uncles." The girl is the Yaya whom I met before. Hearing this, Yaya burst into tears and choked up. I'm going, my parents were killed by these bad people, I'm going to avenge them." These words made people feel a little sad, but because of this, the aunt could not ignore Yaya. She said earnestly, Yaya, you are still young, your uncles will definitely help you get revenge. Our task now is don't cause them any trouble. Yaya is a sensible and heartwarming child. After a few words, her mood immediately improved. The aunt continued, you think, when we are on the battlefield, our uncles will definitely be worried, right? Once they are distracted, he will be injured and may even die. Does Yaya want her uncles to die? Following the words, Yaya nodded first, then quickly shook her head. Seeing that Yaya's mood had calmed down, the dwarf aunt said with a smile, then, Yaya, let's go hide and wait for your uncle to avenge you, okay? Yaya nodded again when she heard this. At this time, Fawad didn't know when he appeared next to Yaya. He knelt down, rubbed the girl's head and said, Yaya should hide well, brother will definitely help you get revenge, okay? Yaya was stunned, but she quickly recognized the little brother who bought the snowball candies for her, and said sweetly, yes. I believe you, big brother, please be careful and pay attention to safety. Fawad nodded in agreement, stood up and returned to Li Hao, saying with a cold expression, brother. I want to kill them all. To be honest, Li Hao was a little surprised by Taihanin's performance. He couldn't figure out what stimulated Fawad and made a cowardly boy become so strong. Smiling, he patted Fawad twice on the back and said, okay, come on, let's take a look at Vika's lead, and then you can come on. After saying that, he took out 2 bottles of healing potion from the space and handed them to him, saying, pay attention to safety, if it doesn't work, just drink it, do you understand? Fawad took the potion and nodded heavily. A group of people came to the city wall. Miha had already arrived and was arranging the defense equipment. Seeing the 3 people arriving, Miha came up to them and said, let's use the equipment to hit a wave first, and then enter the formation. What do you think? Li Hao waved his hand and said, I don't understand. Just look at the arrangement. When you're done, give us a signal and we'll go. There was also a heated discussion about this matter in the live broadcast room. This is a war, and it's a fight between people. It can only be considered a fight between humanoids and humanoids, right? I think Xiao Litzi and the others are just fighting each other. What are you talking about? Are you going to start a war? A war involving 400 people? Stop being funny, okay? It's too small, the structure is too small, the structure of the people in the secret realm is too small, and why do I think it should be the dwarves who are the ones doing the trick? Don't tell me, I really feel a sense of déjà vu when you say that. Zhang Lingling also asked the guests at this time, dear guests, we see that Li Hao and the others are about to start a war. What do you think of this? When Professor Zhao saw that the first target turned out to be himself, he joked, how do you see it? In the words of you young people, you see it with your eyes? How else can you see it? As soon as these words came out, the guests burst into laughter. Zhang Lingling also covered her mouth and chuckled, and continued, Professor Zhao is very humorous. Regarding the issue of war, we'd better ask the professional Captain Zhuang. Captain Zhuang was stunned when he heard the other party mentioning himself, and then said slowly, I really want to give you an analysis, but player Li Hao is really out of line with common sense, and nothing about Blue Star Modern Warfare is applicable to him. Zhang Lingling was stunned for a moment by this answer. Wasn't this Hizini? It seemed that he had said it, but he didn't say anything. She could only smile politely, speaking of which, player Li Hao is indeed not in line with common sense, so let's see with our own eyes what will happen. In this regard, the audience did not make any. They didn't expect the guests to answer, it was just a matter of fun. After all, if there are other abilities, such as physical fitness, strength, speed, etc., the results can be analyzed. But how to analyze Li Hao's luck? Right? In the secret realm, time passes minute by minute. The army led by Qing Feng finally arrived. When he saw the lineup of 400 people, Li Hao rolled his eyes and said angrily to Miha, "The army, this is really big. This statement made Miha look confused. What did it mean? Isn't this an army?" And Li Hao was already upset. "Good guy. This is really something you don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. It's really a big army. Every one of the soldiers in King Feng's leadership is particularly big. As for height, it's probably only 2/3 of the height of dwarves, just like the dwarfs in previous games. It's no exaggeration at all. Vika doesn't even need weapons. If he goes up and runs around, he is guaranteed to trample to death 180 people. The desert dwarves were bullied by such gadgets. How weak their combat power was. The reminder sound from the secret realm also came as promised at this time. Qing Feng Collar Dwarf, 3rd level. Note, one of the aborigines of the ancient secret realm. He is cunning by nature, flexible and quick in action. He is mostly engaged in the black industry. After the prompt, the barrage in the live broadcast room was full of complaints. Damn it! Just such a small thing? The army that Xiao Litsi said is really big. Aren't desert dwarves too cowardly? Are such a big man being bullied by children? From a dwarf perspective, dwarves are indeed adults, but I don't know why, but I just wanted to laugh when I saw that brother's barrage. Looking at Miha, who was holding the axe tightly with a nervous expression on his face, Li Hao was simply speechless. Hey! Brother, do you want this? Why are you so nervous? Isn't it serious? Go up. He winked at Vika, then looked at Fawad and said, Hanin, you can go up if you want, go ahead. Hearing Li Hao's words, Miha, who was nervous, calmed down and said, shouldn't we go first? We have all the equipment ready. Forget it, it's too troublesome, let's go straight ahead. Li Hao looked shocked, as if he had heard someone planning to use anti-aircraft cannons to kill mosquitoes. At the same time, Vika and Fawad have arrived on the battlefield on bears. As soon as they got off the bear's back, they heard 2 chirping sounds. Vika looked around and scratched his head in confusion. Fawad first looked at his feet and then at Vika's side. Only then did he discover the problem and poked Vika to tell him to look at his feet. At first glance, Vika looked guilty, scratched her head and said, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry to get down, so I didn't look at my feet. Li Hao on the city wall also saw this scene happening. Good guy. Just give an example for the front foot, will it become true for the back foot? He held a loudspeaker made of rolled cardboard and shouted, listen, dwarfs below the city, you have been surrounded by us, surrender quickly and avoid pain. And below the city, a war is about to break out. Vika and Fawad were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, killing them wantonly. But they soon discovered that these dwarfs were too short and it was very difficult to fight. However, Vika also thought of another way. He ran to the sand bear. The sand bear is required to return to its original size, which was more than 4 meters tall in its reduced form. After all, it is really inconvenient to follow a giant bear that is more than 8 meters tall. The sand bear recovered its true form, lay directly on the ground and began to roll. After rolling down in a circle, a quarter of the Qing Feng leader dwarf died immediately, and the damage was countless. Li Hao picked up the loudspeaker again and shouted, surrender quickly, otherwise you will all die under the bear roll. Hearing this, the dwarfs all stared at Li Hao fiercely and hated him directly. Feeling the waves of malice, Li Hao laughed, Miha, do you have bows and arrows? Let your compatriots get their bows and arrows. At the same time, he picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, Vika, Fawad, come back. When Miha heard this, he made arrangements without any delay. After returning to the city wall, he asked, my people are not good at archery. Why do we need bows and arrows? Just as he was about to explain, he saw the dwarves ascending the city wall with bows and arrows. Don't worry about it, I have my own sense of proportion. Li Hao said, then pointed outside the city and said to the dwarves, outside the city. No need to aim, just fire 2 volleys at will. The dwarves were confused, but since there was an order, they just shot. A round of arrows shot out. They said it was arbitrary, but it was really arbitrary. They could fly wherever they wanted. Seeing this, Mi Hao sighed with some disappointment, and was about to turn back to ask Li Hao. He discovered a scene that shocked him to the point where his jaw dropped to the ground. I saw a gust of breeze blowing in, and the arrow originally missed its target. He turned a corner in the sky and headed straight towards the dwarfs. Immediately, the dwarfs were killed and wounded. Some dwarves saw the arrows coming towards them and cleverly moved to avoid them. But as soon as they changed directions, a breeze immediately blew by, and the arrows also changed directions and shot straight at them. After 2 rounds of volleys, there was not a single dwarf standing on the battlefield. They all fell to the ground, and there was a cry of mourning everywhere. The dwarves were extremely surprised, and they all looked at Li Hao with fanatical and somewhat frightened eyes. The live broadcast room was also shocked, and barrages came out. Holy shit! Damn it! Can you still play like this? Are you too invincible? I thought that Xiao Litzi was pretty good before, but I didn't expect that he would have such a unique job. Xiao Litzi, Dad! Someone is bullying me, eh. Oh my god, Daddy, tell me, how do you deal with it? Dad will definitely cooperate with you. Professor Zhao also said with some resentment at this time, look. How do you want us to analyze this situation? Is it scientific? Then tell me, is this scene scientific? When Zhang Lingling heard this, she looked embarrassed. Professor Zhao, how do you want me to respond to this? She smiled and said, yes, it is just unscientific. It is simply too embarrassing for us. Chapter 38. In the Secret Realm. The changes on the battlefield were too shocking, even after a long time. Mi Hao still hasn't woken up from his emotions, so he can't speak fluently. This behavior is completely normal. Have you ever seen an arrow that can turn? Have you ever seen an arrow that shoots randomly and finds its target on its own? However, it all happened before their eyes. Seeing this, Li Hao waved his hand casually, pointed to the battlefield below the city, and said, GCAO. Don't 6. By the way, why don't you go clean the battlefield? Fawad and the others are down below doing some finishing touches. After saying that, he suddenly remembered something, picked up the loudspeaker and shouted to the city, Fawad, leave a few people who look like the leaders, we have to ask for information. Mi Hao looked confused and looked at the other party in confusion before he could ask any questions. Li Hao was the first to speak, if you ask for information, we can counterattack. If we cut the grass without eradicating the root, the spring breeze will bring new growth. We must never avoid future troubles. Let's annex Qingfeng territory. Although Li Hao had a smile on his face at this time, Mi Hao felt a deep chill. Li Hao from Daxia, Fawad from Pakistan, and Vika from Bear Country are trusted by the Desert Dwarves. The Desert Dwarves sent an alliance invitation to Li Hao, Fawad, and Vika, asking the players to choose whether to accept it. Note, in the ancient secret realm, all creatures may choose to form an alliance. They will choose a target that they can trust with everything, and form an alliance with the other party. Once the alliance is successful, both parties will be bound and shall not betray. When one of the two parties is in need, the other party must do its best to assist. This prompt sounds. The audience in the live broadcast room was immediately stunned. Damn it, is there such a thing? Not only players can form alliances, but also secret realm races. What the hell, brother upstairs, isn't this common sense? Fierce beasts can choose to make a contract, why can't humanoid creatures like aborigines form alliances? It can only be said that Mi Hao and the Desert Dwarves have great foresight. Based on Xiao Lizi's 2 moves, they will not be able to walk sideways in the secret realm in the future. The request for alliance was initiated by Miha. This idea had appeared since Li Hao and others decided to help them. He understood what Li Hao meant, even though they had now destroyed King Feng's army. Then, the desert dwarves will only usher in a more fierce counterattack. These 3 people would leave here sooner or later, so they decided to eradicate the trouble. Miha was very moved and completely confirmed the idea of forming an alliance. After hearing the prompt, Li Hao naturally accepted the request, bent down and patted Miha on the shoulder and said, "We will be allies from now on, tell me what other enemies you have? We can handle it in one go." Miha shook his head numbly and said, "No, other races are doing serious business." Li Hao nodded and said nothing more. There is nothing to talk about after that, just various finishing blows and cleaning up the battlefield. On the way back, I met the residents standing on the roadside to welcome me, and the little girl Yaya who was looking forward to it. They have all learned the news that King Feng's troops were completely wiped out. When the familiar figure came into view, Yaya rushed out of the crowd and threw herself directly into Fawood's arms, saying with tears in her eyes, "Brother, you have fulfilled your promise to Yaya, Yaya is so happy." Hearing this, Fawood didn't know what to say. He could only touch the little girl's head and said with a smile, "Yes, I did it." A short episode passed, and Miha and the other dwarves were ready to continue the war meeting. Li Hao was helpless about this. If the meeting was useful, the dwarves would not be bullied by the dwarfs. Such a little creature would be doomed if it was too reckless. Of course, he couldn't say these things directly, because it would be too offensive to others. He had no choice but to nod his head in agreement, and then went to find Vika who was already interrogating the prisoner. Well, Fawood went to play with the little girl Yaya. When they came outside the room where the prisoners were kept, they saw that all the dwarves in charge of guarding were pale, and some of them were vomiting. Li Hao didn't waste any time and pushed the door open directly. The sight in front of him made him call him a good guy. Vicat has turned on the dark mode. Is pure black Vicat okay? Except for one of the 6 dwarf bosses who has been torn into pieces, the others are being outputted crazily. The blue blood unique to dwarfs flows everywhere, and now it has gathered into a river. A dwarf leader said with a crazy look, "What? Are you tired? Do you have so much physical strength for such a big man?" That's right. He was deliberately irritating Vika so that he could die happily. He didn't want to bear the pain of having his bones broken one by one. Another dwarf also said with a mocking look on his face, "You are so weak. Bai has grown so big, but his physical strength is not as good as mine. I, the torturer, are not tired yet, but you, the torturer, are tired first." What greeted him was an old punch from Vika, and blue blood splashed directly on the face of the last dwarf guard standing next to him. The guard's face was already pale, and now he turned blue. He couldn't hold it any longer, vomited, hurriedly covered his mouth and ran outside. Seeing that Vika was about to change his target, Li Hao patted him on the shoulder, looked at the 2 dwarf leaders who had been tortured just now, and asked, "Are you still unwilling to say anything? Have you been beaten enough?" The 2 leaders are already exhaling more air and less inhaling it. They knew they were going to die and would no longer have to suffer. This made them grin, their eyes full of provocation and irony. It's like telling the incompetence of Vika and the others. Seeing this scene, Li Hao guessed what the dwarf leader was thinking and laughed too. Then he whispered a few words to Vika. The dwarf leaders couldn't understand the meaning of each other's smiles, but they always felt something weird. Before they could figure it out, they saw Vika stretching out a palm emitting green light and pressing it on their bodies. Then they felt the injuries in their bodies recovering rapidly, and they immediately understood the meaning of that smile. Looking at the 5 dwarf leaders, they looked as if they had not been injured if they ignored the blood stains on their clothes. Li Hao's smile became brighter. He spread his arms and said excitedly, "Okay, everyone seemed to be very happy at the welcome party just now, but as the host, I am worried that the reception will not be good, so let's have another round. Li Hao's smile at this time made Vika see a scene of warm sunshine like a spring breeze. But the dwarfs felt that the creature in front of them was not a human at all, but a devil from the cold and biting abyss of hell. They felt very scared, and the fear in their hearts even made their bodies tremble. Li Hao poked Vika and asked with a smile, "Are you tired?" Vika shook her head, indicating that she was not tired. Rolling his eyes, Li Hao spread his hands and said, "Why don't you continue fighting if you're not tired? What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, Vika was stunned for a moment, then moved his arms and rushed forward. Li Hao turned around and walked out. Before going out, he didn't forget to turn around and remind him, "Keep your breath and don't beat him to death. Then you will understand." After thinking for a while, he continued, "Well, let's do it first, let's do it 6 times. No matter what happens, it won't be over until 6 times. Do you understand?" Seeing Vika nodding, he pushed the door open and left the room with satisfaction. Then I heard the unique sound of skin being torn apart, as well as horrific shouts coming from the room. Li Hao found a chair and sat outside the room, glancing at the pale-faced dwarf guards. Feeling the gaze, the guards swallowed their saliva. A more courageous guard came over and asked in a low voice, inside, is it too harsh? I won't kill you, right? Don't you still want to ask for information?" Li Hao looked at him, shrugged, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we can't die. We are measured." "Well, I should say that we can't die even if we want to, right?" "Probably." After thinking for a while, he pointed to the door and added, "It's just a scream. Being tortured will naturally be more miserable. It's just pulling out fingernails and so on. The powerful ones are not used, so don't worry." When the dwarf guard heard this, he immediately became excited. "Good guy. It hurts so much to pull out your nails. Isn't that serious? And there are more serious ones?" It is normal for the guards to have this reaction, even though the history of humanoid creatures in the secret realm is not short. But there is no punishment for them, and those who commit great crimes will be directly convicted of crimes through the law. Like a slave but not belonging to any one person. For criminals who are not serious criminals, they can at most be educated, detained for a few days and then released, like mouse. Prisoners captured in war will be notified to the city where they belong to pay a fee to retrieve them. Therefore, the humanoid race in the secret realm not only does not subject the captives to torture, but even feeds them with delicious food and drink. About an hour later, Li Hao finally stood up, turned around and opened the door and entered the room. The dwarf guards outside the door exhaled in unison. This hour had been too painful for them. It felt like the pain I was enduring was no less than that of the captives in the room. Have you ever heard an inhumane howling sound in your ears for an hour? They have tried, from confident shouts to feeble groans. Then just a few seconds later, the confident shouting came out again. It went through this cycle 6 times, a full 6 times. Countless times, they wanted to leave here directly. They really couldn't bear to listen anymore, but they couldn't leave because of their responsibilities. In the end, they even hoped that the owner of the cry can suffer less pain and just die. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind him, Vika turned around. Seeing Li Hao leaning on the wall, holding a coconut in each hand, he raised his left hand to take a sip. Vika asked, "What's wrong? Why did you come in?" Li Hao stretched out his right hand and said casually, "Oh, it's okay. It's been an hour. I wanted to give you some water." Seeing this, Vika wiped the blue blood on his fist, took the coconut with a smile, and drank it in one breath. Li Hao walked towards the dwarf leaders and said calmly, "Are you still satisfied? Are you still unwilling to cooperate?" After 6 beatings, the dwarf leaders were already a little numb. Their eyes were dull and they murmured, "No. No." Upon hearing this, Li Hao's face suddenly darkened. Pointing at the dwarfs, he said coldly to Vika, "They are still not satisfied. Give them a set meal and make sure they are satisfied." Because of these words, the dwarfs trembled all over, their excrement flowed out directly, and they said in horror, "No! No! Don't!" After saying that, Li Hao turned around and left the room, and the screams sounded again. This matter was actually a big mistake. The dwarf's answer was to deny the problem of not cooperating. But Li Hao thought that they wanted to die rather than surrender. Li Hao didn't react suddenly until he left the room and sat down again. But the words have been spoken, so the only thing left to do is to continue to implement them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very embarrassing for me to change my order day and night? The more courageous guard from before looked a little unhappy when he saw Li Hao coming out, thinking that things were not going well, and quickly comforted him, "Sir, are you okay? The Qingfeng leaders are all bad people. It is normal to not cooperate. There is no need to be angry about this matter." Li Hao was stunned when he heard this. He understood that the other party had misunderstood. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "No, I'm not angry. It's not because of this matter." After saying this, seeing that the other party was still looking at me with doubts in his eyes, he explained, "They are very cooperative, but I misunderstood and thought they were not cooperative. So, they were tortured again. I didn't react until I came out, but I had already said the words. It would make me lose face if I took them back." After saying that, he shrugged with a helpless expression. Upon hearing this, all the guards suddenly broke into cold sweat. The live broadcast room also became noisy again because of this incident. "Damn it! Are you so casual? It's like you're talking about something insignificant. Xiao Litzi, I don't want to lose face. Actually, I think it doesn't matter if I use another punishment. Didn't you read the introduction? The dwarfs are all engaged in the black industry. Keeping the bad guys is hurting the good guys. Did you pay attention to Xiao Litzi's movements and expressions? I decided to call him Li from now on. It has nothing to do with me. My innocent Hao." In this way, the guards continued to bear the psychological pressure for about half an hour. Vika opened the door and asked Li Hao to come in. Li Hao stood up and entered. The room was like a Shura hell. Although there were no piles of broken limbs and broken arms, there was still a river of blue blood. The dwarf leaders all looked horrified. "Stop, stop quickly, please. It's done. We've all done it. Don't torture us anymore." Li Hao nodded with some satisfaction, then as if he thought of something, he shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. I suspect that you are dishonest and colluded to deceive me with false information." With that said, he made a gesture to indicate to Vika to continue. Seeing this scene, the dwarfs were extremely frightened, and they were all terrified. The mouth opened and closed like a fish deprived of oxygen, but no sound could be made. They hated him, but they didn't hate Li Hao. They really didn't have the guts to hate this devil. They only hated themselves for attacking the dwarf city because they were greedy for greater interests. In Qingfeng Collar, you occasionally collect protection fees and take advantage of small transactions with various ethnic groups. Isn't it good for the whole family to eat and drink? Why bother to take a trip into this muddy water? Because of this, I have fallen into the current situation where I can't survive even if I want to, and I can't die even if I want to. Chapter 39. The dwarf leaders were going crazy. In other words, they went crazy. They struggled wildly and banged their heads against the wall and the ground. The guards who came with him were also stunned. Is this okay? The purpose of torture is to get people to confess. As a result, people are willing to say it, but you don't believe it anymore. Vika said in shock, "It doesn't look fake, does it?" Li Hao glanced at him and shook his head, "I can't read minds, and I don't have a lie detector. How do you judge the authenticity? You probably haven't heard of the story of eating the enemy's food. In order to dispel the enemy's doubts, the big boss even ate the enemy's food. What does the performance of these people mean in comparison? We are not acting alone. Dwarfs are cunning by nature, so it is better to be cautious. When everyone heard this, their expressions became serious and they nodded in agreement. Vika could feel that Li Hao was indeed a little cautious in the counterattack. If 3 people are acting alone, with a shield, milk and a big bug like Li Hao, it will be fine without any recklessness. But this time is different. There are desert dwarves traveling with us, so we have to be extra careful. Vika patted Li Hao's back. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, be calm, how can a war not kill people? Li Hao grinned and said, but I don't know anyone who died in other wars. At this time, the door was suddenly opened. Fawad ran in furiously, brother, the latest news, Miha asked us to go there. Li Hao frowned, wondering what latest news could be expected at this time. Most likely, it was just Miha who was making trouble again. He didn't believe that Qing Feng leader could get news of the defeat in such a short period of time and send reinforcements. Or simply send 2 teams in a row. A group of people came to the war conference room. Although some dwarves respected Li Hao, they avoided looking at him and did not dare to look directly at him. To be honest, they were a little scared. The dwarves all knew that Li Hao did not attend the meeting. Instead, he went to the interrogation room, where there was no problem. But not long after Li Hao passed by, they heard screams, and they lasted for a long time. Li Hao ignored the strangeness of the dwarves and asked Miha directly, so, what is the news? Miha looked very ugly at this time and slammed the table. Someone passed the news to Qing Feng leader. They did not send any more troops, but were waiting for us to pass in the territory. And they have also found 2 other forces to serve as coalition forces. Our hope is slim. This is really what you are afraid of. Li Hao was very helpless, so? You mean someone has become a spy? A dwarf? Or other residents? Miha shook his head and sighed. Seeing the other party's performance, Li Hao became anxious, damn it. You don't think there is a spy among the 3 of us? Or are we all spies? When Miha heard this, he was afraid that the other party would misunderstand, so he quickly waved his hand, no, no, I shook my head to mean that there are no spies, don't get me wrong. If there's a spy, he can't run that fast, right? Seeing Li Hao nodding, he continued to explain, it's a sound transmission stone, a very precious item, a companion creature produced from the Black Rock mine. As long as a complete sound transmission stone is cut open and 2 people each carry half of it, they can communicate over long distances. Depending on the quality, the maximum effective distance can reach about 3,000 miles. Hearing that there was something similar to a telephone in the secret realm, the eyes of Li Hao and the 3 of them lit up. Sound transmission stone? Are you sure? Since it is so precious, will Qingfeng lead a bunch of Haisa to be able to afford it? Although Miha didn't understand what Haisa meant, he still nodded and said, I'm sure of it. Qingfeng collar controls all the nearby black rock veins. The sound transmission stone is very precious and rarely produced. But they have controlled the mines for decades, so it's not surprising that they can get 1 or 2. The 3 people from Blue Star all had bright eyes, and they exchanged a few glances with each other. Li Hao slapped the table, done. I have to go there. Miha was startled by the sound, we can't go, they have called helpers and are waiting for us to go over. My people are not good at fighting. Li Hao glanced at him, as if he didn't hear what the other party said, and pointed at Fawad and Vika, I mean we have to go, just forget it. However, if you want to follow, you can come too. The dwarves were shocked when they heard this. They felt that although the tribesmen were not strong in combat, they were still helpers. Good guy. How dare 3 people go without taking any of them? Isn't this looking for death? They don't know the 3 Li Hao people, and they don't know their inner thoughts. But some people know it and some people understand it, such as the viewers in the live broadcast room. Damn it! Did you see it? Xiao Li and the others' eyes are shining. Their expressions are like saying, Black Rock Mine, just wait, we will love you soon. The dwarves are just worried. With their ability to fight Wuxia, how can they see through Xiao Litzi and the others? Little Plum, Dad! Black Rock Mine! I want it! Oh my god, Dad, okay, smash it! No problem, smash it! Just go, Daddy will help you. I feel like I've seen it all before. After the itinerary was confirmed, Li Hao suddenly remembered the 5 prisoners. So he dragged Vika back to the interrogation room, opened the door and walked in. As soon as the 5 dwarf leaders heard the sound of the door opening, they rushed to speak. 75 miles eastbound. 80 miles southbound. 65 miles northbound. 70 miles westward. 73 miles eastbound. Li Hao found a chair and sat down, crossed his legs, and sneered, "Good guys. I originally wanted to let you go. Look at the results, the 5 of you gave 5 answers, including all of them. Tell me, how does this make me believe you? Don't say that your Qingfeng territory spans the southeast, northwest, and northwest." The leaders hurriedly explained, "We are not from Qingfeng who leads the city. We all live in various strongholds. I really didn't lie to you." Li Hao shook his head, "I don't believe it. Let's separate you first. Find a room and I will interrogate you alone. Don't think about colluding in confessions. I have a way to test the authenticity." What else can the dwarf leaders say? They don't want to experience the torture of being near death and being revived again. After a while, a dwarf leader was taken to a separate room. Li Hao sat on a chair, holding a dagger and throwing it back and forth. He didn't say anything, just looked at the dwarf. The dwarf was a little fussy when he looked at him, as if the chair was digging into his buttocks, and he was a little uneasy. Seeing that the dwarf was very uneasy, Li Hao smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Relax. It's okay not to smile, but when he smiles, the dwarf's whole body trembles." At this time, Li Hao pretended to throw away the dagger accidentally. The dwarf's face was full of horror, as if a nightmare was coming again. Because the dagger was coming straight towards him just like the previous arrow. "Ah, I'm sorry, you're in pain, right?" With that said, Li Hao walked towards the dwarf and pulled out the dagger. The dwarf screamed in pain and looked at Li Hao in surprise. "Ah? You don't want to pull it out? I'm sorry." Seeing the dwarf looking at him with that look, Li Hao scratched his head and directly inserted the dagger in again, twisting it a few times. The dwarf screamed, took a breath and hurriedly said, I said. The city is 80 miles eastward. All the dwarves of Qingfeng Collar are there. Everyone returned to the city before we set off." Hearing this, Li Hao turned his head and shouted outside the door, "Vika, this man is telling lies, take him away." After saying that, he covered his mouth with one hand and made a motion of wiping his throat with the other hand. Upon seeing this, Vika nodded, indicating that she understood, picked up the dwarf and walked out of the room. Afterwards, the other 4 dwarf leaders were tested in the same way, and all gave the same answers. However, because the first 3 were still injured by daggers, Li Hao could not be sure. Only when the last dwarf was not injured did he really believe it. That's right. Li Hao is testing the opponent's ability. You must know that malice cannot be eliminated, and not being able to hate does not mean that you do not have other emotions. If they could kill this person who the dwarf hated so much, why didn't they do it? Only when other emotions replaced hatred and similar malice could Li Hao be truly convinced. After the interrogation was over, Li Hao left the interrogation room with a satisfied look on his face. Now we know the location of Qingfeng leader. Just 80 miles east from here. All that's left is to hit the door. Just wait. Black rock mine, sound transmission stone, obediently come to the bowl. Mi Hao frowned and said, the question is how do we get there? Fawad slapped the table, of course I rode a bear, otherwise how could I get there? He was very excited when he heard that they were going to knock on the door. Even though he was timid in facing ferocious beasts, he was not timid at all in killing bad guys. Mi Hao shook his head, what I mean is that we just rush through like this? Don't we make some disguise or something? Li Hao nodded, well, just go there. Pretend? It doesn't exist. With your big beard, who can't tell that you are a dwarf? In addition, the three of them are obviously different in size and appearance from the creatures in the secret realm. The spies can send back the news of the defeat. How can these important information not be sent back? What are you thinking? How does the brain grow? Half water and half flour? Does it turn into paste when shaken? Li Hao had already decided, so Mi Hao didn't say anything more, and the others divided up to prepare supplies and equipment. After an hour, Li Hao, Mi Hao, and another dwarf with a red beard climbed onto the bear's back and sat down. The sand bear jumped out directly, at least twice as fast as before. This made Li Hao think about the mount again. My luck has always been good, so why haven't I encountered a situation where such a vicious beast voluntarily surrendered and acted as a mount? Peppa Pig and Army Ant are not included, and neither one can be ridden. On the way, Fawad looked at Mi Hao and then at the red-bearded dwarf. Unexpectedly, he felt that the two looked somewhat similar. Mi Hao, is this your brother? His biological kind? Mi Hao was immediately shocked. How did you know? Fawad clapped his hands happily, is it true? I looked a little similar, so I just asked casually. Mi Hao scratched his head, yes, he is a biological brother. His name is Midi Hunxiu. Midi also nodded in greeting after hearing this. He is also a person who doesn't like to talk much. After hearing these conversations, Li Hao looked at Mi Hao and then at Midi. You have black hair and a black beard, and your brother has red hair and a red beard. Good guy. Are you sure you two are biological? Or are all your secret realm creatures so weird? In addition, I have to say that Fawad's focus is as weird as ever. The two of them look alike? How did you figure this out? While chatting, the group arrived at the place. Qingfeng Collar sounds like a pretty powerful territory. When he arrived at the place, Li Hao's face was filled with disgust. Where is the territory? This is just a hole in the ground. A cave at the foot of a green mountain. But think about it, yes, a group of dwarfs, how can you expect them to live in grandeur? Not to mention that they were originally engaged in the black industry of Hisawi. At this time, several drum sounds came from the cave. Then a group of little people crawled out of the hole one after another. He holds daggers, long swords, short knives, and other weapons in his hands. It's just a little bit smaller, about the length of Vika's finger. They formed an army, numbering about 300. Seeing this, Sand Bear grinned humanely. Without waiting for instructions, he directly returned to his original shape, rolling around while lying on the ground. All of a sudden, the sound of chirping came and went. Some brave dwarfs raised their weapons and jumped on the bear to try to resist. But how could their weapons defeat the sand bear's defense? So let alone injury, not even half of the bear hair was damaged. The dwarf Midi had not participated in the city defense battle before. So where has he seen such a scene? He only saw the evil force that had bullied the desert dwarves for a long time, Qingfeng leader, is experiencing a one-sided massacre. He was so shocked that the knife he was holding tightly because he was ready to fight at any time fell to the ground. Seeing his brother like this, Mi Hao imitated Li Hao's tone, patted Midi on the shoulder, and said lightly, "FK me. Don't do it." My heart said, "Where is this? There are still many opportunities for you to be shocked. You haven't seen the miraculous arrow that can turn and track automatically. Now you are like this, when the time comes, why don't you scare everyone to death? Boy, you are still too young. Studio. Damn it. That's awesome. The sand bear is very powerful, and everything it touches will be shattered into pieces. The sand bear learned new postures and successfully unlocked a new skill, the meat bomb chariot. Looking at it like this, Xiao Litzi and the others don't seem to have to take action at all. Yeah, it's so boring. Look at the live broadcast room next door. The contestants are all bruised from killing wild beasts. Little Li, can you have some professionalism? You are here for adventure, not travel. Looking at Zhang Lingling on the big screen, she felt for the first time that she, the host, seemed to be dispensable. Professor Zhao is the oldest and can be said to be a mature man. He noticed Zhang Lingling's strangeness at a glance. Look, is this consistent with common sense? Initially I thought that as the team expanded, the mistakes would be gradually corrected. But who would have thought that the situation would become even more bizarre, and every creature that joins the team would be so unreasonable? After saying that, Professor Zhao sighed heavily. Then, there was a chorus of sighs in the director's room, giving a gloomy look. Chapter 40. The sand bear's role can be described as shockingly lethal. Wherever they passed, the dwarf soldiers left only a bloody trace. And the blue blood splashed around after being squeezed. Unfortunately, due to their large size, some corners of the horns will inevitably be missed. This also allowed some dwarfs to escape. They quickly got back into the hole and planned to regroup. At the same time, in a room deep in the cave, a dwarf who was taller, stronger, and seemed to have better equipment was walking around the room anxiously. By this time he had received news of the defeat at the front. The sand bear's role directly reduced his number by more than half. He looked at the door from time to time and kept mumbling, "Are you here? Why aren't you here? When are you coming?" These actions made an old dwarf next to him shake his head in disappointment. "Calm down. Dim. As a big boss, how can you be so panicked? You are so different from your father. Your performance disappoints me." Hearing these words, the dwarf leader Dim suddenly came to his senses. He bowed respectfully to the old man. "Grandpa Hila, I apologize to you for my gaffe just now. I was wrong." The old man nodded with satisfaction and said solemnly, "You should not apologize to me, but to the residents of the city. The outcome of the war is still unknown. The frontline soldiers are still fighting bloody battles, but their big leader is already in a panic. Shouldn't such a leader apologize to the people?" Dim didn't dare to refute and nodded, looking obedient. His appearance also made Hila even more satisfied, and he continued, "Our two combined forces have not arrived yet. If the number of opponents is large, I will also worry about whether the plan is successful. But they only came sporadically. When the coalition forces arrived at the designated position, the three of us formed a pincer attack, and it was difficult for them to fly even if they had wings." Seeing Dim's suddenly enlightened expression, Hila stopped showing off her scolding attitude and said with a smile, "But you know your mistakes and can correct them. You still have the style of your father. Don't forget who you are. Never do anything disrespectful again." As soon as these words came out, Dim relaxed and took a deep breath. "That's right." Dim, the big dwarf leader of the Qing Feng collar, apologized to an ordinary-looking old man. But he had to do this. This old man named Hila accompanied his grandfather to create the Qing Feng territory. After his grandfather passed away, he assisted his father. This old man seemed to have an unexpected longevity. After the previous 2 generations of big bosses passed away, he began to assist him again. Dim felt that he might not be able to survive him. The most important thing is that Hila's reputation among the people is very high. As long as the old man raises his voice, this city that was founded by his grandfather and passed to his hands after 2 generations of hard work may have to change its name. At this moment, the door was pushed open. A dwarf soldier ran in sweating profusely and shouted as soon as he entered the door, Report. Report to the big boss. The latest information. There was new news coming. Although Dim was very anxious, he still glanced at Hela beside him. Seeing that the old man's brows were furrowed and his face was a little gloomy, he immediately reprimanded, "What's the etiquette of being in such a hurry? Woolen cloth." The messenger was frightened and stammered, "Commander, the first coalition army ahead is about to arrive at the designated location." Dim was very happy when he heard the news, but when he saw the displeasure on Hela's face and her increasingly gloomy expression, he slammed the table. "How presumptuous! For the sake of the urgent intelligence, we will not pursue you for what you did without announcing it. However, the disrespectful behavior of not greeting Saint Hela will be severely punished no matter what. Just because it is wartime, so we postpone it. Why don't we salute quickly?" The messenger's face turned pale with fright, and he saluted to Jira tremblingly. Immediately, Hela's complexion quickly improved, and the displeasure on her face was replaced by a smile. Dim breathed out again, finally saving the messenger he was optimistic about. Why is he so nervous? Because he has known this old man since he was a child. It can be said that he knows Hela very well. This is an extremely proud, conceited, and very face-saving old man. Relying on his identity as a hero of Kaesong and a 3-generation veteran, if you think he is a person, you have to get to know him. In the decades since Dim was in power, incidents where someone wanted to kill someone because they did not salute Hela had happened several times every year. Moreover, most of the deceased were ignorant children, which is simply a cruel act. Unexpectedly, such actions not only did not cause Hela's reputation to plummet, but instead became even more powerful. The people respected Hela as a saint and believed that he was sent by the gods to measure the standards of biological behavior. Dim waved his hand to ward off the messenger, and then respectfully said to Hela, "Grandpa Hela, please don't be angry. This soldier may not have noticed because he was in a panic. I will deal with him seriously after the war. Please rest assured." Ji La nodded with satisfaction and said pleasantly, "Well, I'm relieved that you are doing the work. No matter when or where, etiquette must not be abandoned." Dim nodded vigorously in agreement. On the battlefield, as the gnomes fled back to their caves, the sand bear also returned to several of them. At this time, it was circling around several people like it was having fun. Seeing this, Li Hao poked Vika with his elbow and winked. Although Vika has a Lolita voice, he is a man of steel and has never raised a small animal. How can he understand the meaning of the sand bear? After being signaled, I finally understood. He stretched out his hand, and the sand bear stopped in time and lowered his body so that the other party could touch his head. Vika rubbed the huge bear's head, while the sand bear looked satisfied, roared violently, enlarged its body again and rolled towards the battlefield. Although there is no enemy, it can't stop it from wanting to show force to Father Bear. Li Hao yawned and found a big rock to sit on. He was not in a hurry to enter the cave to pursue him. He had already inquired with the prisoners. There was only one entrance and exit in Qingfeng territory. Didn't it mean that there are 2 other forces? It's not too late to go in after everything has been resolved. Anyway, if you guard the entrance of the cave, the dwarfs won't be able to escape. Ah! At this time, Midi pointed in one direction and exclaimed, It's the god's envoy. The combined forces are actually the desert god's envoy." Miha didn't know whether he was frightened or shocked, so he sat down on the ground. Li Hao also looked in the direction of his finger. After seeing what was coming, he said nonchalantly, "Isn't it just a camel? I thought to myself that the creatures in the secret realm are really strange. They are always startled and look like they have never seen the world before." Good guy. A desert destroyer just came in front, and a desert angel appeared behind him. The result? The former is a group of ants, that is, the number is a bit scary, but it still cannot change the weak nature. As long as the defense is high enough and cannot be broken, what will happen if there are 100 million more of them? Well, the latter. If it were a large carnivore, the presence of such a group would still make Li Hao afraid. But these so-called divine messengers are just a group of camels. Although we don't know their abilities, they are herbivores after all. How strong can they be? Fawad was curious about the Miha brothers calling camels the desert gods. You must know that the people of Pakistan love to drink camel milk, and people are also willing to kill camels during Eid al-Adha. As a native of the Badi country, he knew a lot about camels, so he asked, why are they called angels? They are very powerful. They don't look very strong. Miha shook his head quickly, no, 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 it can no longer be described as powerful. The angels shoulder the heavy responsibility of maintaining the balance of the ecological environment in the desert. They are protected by the desert gods. Any creature that dares to harm them will be punished by the gods. These words immediately aroused Li Hao's interest, and he thought, do the gods really exist? Is it because of them that the ancient secret realm was opened? But he didn't speak, just listened quietly. Fawad asked again, is this what God told you? Miha shook his head, no, it was passed down from our ancestors. The ancestors of the creatures in the desert all passed down the same words. You must not hurt the angels. Hearing this, Li Hao suddenly lost interest. You haven't seen God either. The good news is that this is passed down from our ancestors. The bad news is that it is just a fairy tale. Without bragging at all, he could talk about myths and stories for several days in a row. Not to mention the content passed down by various countries in previous lives, just talking about Daxia's huge immortal system structure may not be complete in one day and one night. Not to mention the detailed components after differentiation. Fawad chuckled, so it's a legend? I thought you had seen God. Miha shook his head and said nothing, but Midi quickly explained, it's not a legend, it's true. Fawad's eyes lit up, are you sure it's true? So you have seen God. Hearing what the other party said, Midi nodded first, and then shook his head, it's true. Although I have never seen God, I have seen scenes of people being punished for hurting God. As soon as these words came out, Fawad's eyes lit up, and Li Hao became interested again and said, oh? Let's talk about it quickly. Midi nodded and began to tell. The story happened more than 10 years ago. Once Midi had a quarrel with her brother Miha. He ran away from home in a fit of rage. In his anger, he did not record the direction of travel. After her anger subsided, Midi realized that she was lost. At his wits' end, he could only rely on the trajectory of the sun and stars to determine the approximate direction. On the way home, he saw several ferocious beasts attacking a lone camel. Just when Midi thought the camel would die, a black mist floated over and enveloped the beast. After a few seconds, they floated away again, and those ferocious beasts disappeared without even leaving any traces. Hearing this, Miha swallowed his saliva. Fawad was so excited that his eyes were filled with little stars, and Li Hao dragged his chin to think. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a humming sound, and the camels were already approaching. The leading camel was extremely happy when he saw Li Hao and the others. I'll go. Isn't this a little brother? Although they look different from the ones I saw before, there is no doubt that the 3 two-legged beasts in front of me are of the same race as the 3 little brothers before. The camels who were traveling with him also recognized him, and they were all extremely excited. Li Hao and the others were a little confused, what was going on? Why did these camels suddenly get into joy? It was a bit baffling. Then the camels turned their backs to Li Hao and the others. Li Hao had never seen free flying, so of course he didn't know what this action meant. He just thought that the camels had no intention of attacking. Seeing that there was no danger, he took out a fruit picked in the rainforest from the space and quickly stuffed it into the cloth bag hanging on his chest. From now on, Peaky in her arms has been humping herself. After getting along for a long time, Li Hao also understood that Xiaozu was reminding him to feed. At this time, the leading camel who was about to treat suddenly smelled a fragrance. After humming a few times, he started to sniff it lightly. Finally, its eyes were fixed on Li Hao and the other three. It feels that this little brother can not only give it a sense of intimacy, but also has a fragrance from him that it has never smelled before. What does this smell like? It smells so good. The leading camel approached slowly and sniffed the other little ones as they passed by. Only then did it get closer to Li Hao, and it was confirmed that the fragrance was only found in this kind-looking little brother. The leading camel came to Li Hao, sniffed wildly, and finally determined the source of the smell. Just on the little brother's chest, the leading hunchback was sniffing. This made Pikey, who was eating, groan. After finishing the fruit in 3 mouthfuls, Peggy poked her head out of the bag angrily. I want to see who is disturbing me, but I have already determined the target in my heart. It must be Fawad. Only this bad guy has nothing to do and always bullies Peggy. When Pikey came out, she was stunned by this strange creature that she had never seen before. The leading camel's eyes lit up, and the fragrance came from this little pink creature. I thought to myself, just have a taste, just a taste. So he stuck out his tongue and washed Pikey's face directly. The offended Pikey kept communicating with Li Hao, hey, oh, Lord, let Pikey die, Pikey is dirty, Pikey is not pure, Pikey is no longer clean. The black line on Li Hao's forehead caused Li Hao to sigh, Pikey is indeed a drama queen, how about this? Is it okay to add drama without permission? Seeing the unusual behavior of the leading camel, Li Hao glanced at Fawad. Seeing the other person shaking his head, Li Hao sighed. He was another species that couldn't communicate. His mind was spinning rapidly. The lead camel kept sniffing after he got closer. Could it be? Thinking of this, Li Hao did not hesitate and took out a fruit from the space and handed it over tentatively. The leading camel smelled a fragrance that was getting closer and closer, and first jumped up and down like a joy. Then he bent his limbs and knelt down obediently on the ground. Seeing this, Li Hao asked, are you looking for this? Do you want to eat it? The leading camel nodded desperately, his mouth wide open, and saliva dripped down from the corners of his mouth. Now that things are like this, why should there be any hesitation? Li Hao directly put the fruit into the mouth of the leading camel. The leading camel, as if he was afraid that the fruit would escape, immediately closed his mouth, chewed it for a while, then turned his head and hummed a few times. Then I saw the camels rolling up a burst of yellow sand, and then they knelt down neatly in front of Li Hao. This scene really shocked the Miha brothers. Likewise, it also shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. Damn it! Isn't this unscientific? Isn't it an envoy of God? Why are you kneeling down? Are you still talking about science at this time? Let's not mention luck. Just the question of the secret realm. Can you explain it to me scientifically? Is it unusual for a divine envoy to kneel down? In front of our little plum, not to mention a divine envoy, even a god has to kneel when he comes. God is the biggest, how can a god be bigger than the sky? Chapter 41. To be honest, Li Hao is a little distressed now. It is indeed quite satisfying to be worshipped by the divine messenger. But the problem is, he doesn't have that much fruit, and he still has to keep Peggy's share. After all, no one knows when we will find fresh fruit again. Although there are also sand fruits in the desert, Piki doesn't like this kind of fruit that tastes glutinous and lacks water. Finally, under the longing eyes of the camels, Li Hao picked up Midi's short knife, cut the fruit into small pieces, and explained, well, it's not that I'm stingy, it's mainly because of my hands. There are not many fruits. There is no way that everyone can share one piece, so I can only cut it into small pieces so that everyone can eat a little. I hope you don't mind. The camels nodded one after another and opened their big mouths, waiting to be fed. The camels who got the fruit first immediately closed their mouths. They did not chew, nor were they willing to chew, but quietly savored the fragrance in their mouths. Some even tightened their nostrils to prevent the fragrance from escaping along the nasal cavity. After a while, All the camels got the fruit and began to taste it carefully. They chew slowly and swallow even more slowly, as the last bite slides down the throat and into the stomach. All the camels shed a tear. How they hope this fruit will appear soon so that their parents and elders can take a bite. This fruit is delicious, simply delicious. The taste is so refreshing and full of moisture. The appearance is so red and charming. Taking a bite is like coming to heaven and returning to the embrace of the camel god. Then they started chatting. Seeing this scene, Li Hao initially felt that the camels were acting a bit too much. Although I can't understand camel language, my expressions and movements can still be understood. Is it so delicious that you cry? Is it so delicious that you can't bear to chew or swallow it? Hey hey hey! Are you going to be so exaggerated? Is it too much? Later he figured out that the creatures in the secret realm were divided according to regions. Unless you have special affixes, you will never be able to leave the area you belong to. This also means that the camels have never eaten fruit outside the desert. Not to mention the tropical fruits in the rainforest that are polarizing from the desert environment. Thinking of this, Li Hao felt a little pitiful for the camels. So, he took out some more fruits, cut them into small pieces, and fed them to the camels again despite Pikey's objections. Then he comforted Pikey in a low voice, "Don't worry, I have kept your share. It is enough for you to eat. How can I still starve you?" When Pikey heard this, she felt relieved, rolled her eyes, hummed twice, and then retracted into the bag. After eating the paradise fruit again, the camels were so moved that they lowered their heads and let their chins touch the ground as much as possible. This action is a great gift among their tribe, and it can only be performed when facing the most respected people. And they felt that Li Hao was worthy of this gift because he brought the paradise fruit to the tribe. Well, they chose this name themselves, because eating this fruit will make them feel like they are in heaven. At the same time, Dim, the big dwarf leader in the cave, was sitting leisurely on a chair with his legs crossed. The goblet in his hand contained some purple-black sticky substance. He took a sip of the contents of the cup and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the old man next to him and said, "Grandpa Gila, I feel that I was really stupid before, and I lost my temper like that." Gila raised the corner of her mouth and smiled softly, "My child, you are still young and have too little experience. The water in the war is too deep and you cannot control it. But don't worry, Grandpa Gila can still live for a few more years. Grandpa will help you make sure of it." Dim quickly stood up and saluted solemnly, "Then Dim will thank Grandpa Gila first, and I will ask you to take care of me more in the future." After saying that, the two clinked their glasses, and after taking a sip, they both laughed. However, both of them had an imperceptible glint in their eyes. These two people pretended to be flattering, but in fact they wanted to get rid of each other quickly. The other one, although he had no intention of seeking the position of city lord, wanted to have a reputation that surpassed that of the city lord. The reason is a long ago story, the story of Gila and Dim's grandfather, so I won't go into details here. It can be seen that even if the dwarfs finally win this war, the destruction of Qingfeng territory will only happen overnight. At this time, the messenger ran in hurriedly again, but this time he did not forget to salute Gila. He wiped the sweat from his head, "Big boss, it's not good. Something big has happened." Seeing that the messenger was so panicked, Dim acted nonchalantly, "Why are you panicking? What big thing could happen? Has the enemy been punished by God?" The reason why Dim was calm was because he knew that no creature in the desert dared to provoke the angel. So after hearing the news that the first reinforcements had arrived, I was already a little excited. Upon hearing this, the messenger's face suddenly turned pale, and he hesitated and couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Dim frowned and said angrily, "Speak quickly. Otherwise, I will kill you and feed you to the pigs." The messenger was so frightened that his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He swallowed, "Big Chief, the first reinforcements seem to be rebelling. We saw them attacking. The enemy paid homage. After hearing this, Dim was also frightened. He couldn't hold the goblet in his hand and dropped it directly to the ground, breaking into pieces. He suddenly panicked, and a layer of white hairy sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. Looking ahead with dull eyes, he muttered, "What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" Hila looked at Dim's performance, shook his head again, and sighed, "Dim. Why are you panic? The envoys are just a deterrent. We didn't expect them to participate in the attack. Don't we have a second reinforcement?" When Dim heard this, he seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. His eyes suddenly regained their vitality and he said happily, "Yes, yes, there is a second reinforcement army. The second reinforcement army is invincible in the desert." On the other side, after listening to the discussion of the tribe and seeing their performance, the leading camel also made a decision in his heart. The three little brothers before were obviously abnormal, and they actually like to eat xiang. The little brother in front of me is very good. He not only looks very kind. He and his brothers were even given the precious paradise fruit to eat, more than once. As for why it feels precious? Isn't this nonsense? Judging from the way the little brother is carrying the little creatures on his back, the pink creatures must be the main ones between the two. Didn't you see how violently the little pink creature reacted? But the little brother even disobeyed his master and wanted to feed them again. I think the little brother will be severely punished after this. How can it not be moved by this? Thinking of this, the tears in the eyes of the leading hunchback could not help but roll down again. Of course, if Li Hao knew what the leader was thinking, he would definitely complain. Who is the master and who is the servant? Are you a Daihua? This idea is too big, isn't it? Brain circuit is almost as good as Fawad, right? No. Even compared to Fawad, it is even worse. Li Hao. I am willing to call you the strongest. Seeing the leading camel crying again, Li Hao was a little overwhelmed. At this time, the secret realm prompt sounded suddenly. Huxia player Li Hao was recognized by the desert camel, enjoyed the VIP treatment of the desert camel race, and received the blessing of the desert camel. Travelers, Fawad, a player from the Pakistan Iron Country, and Vika, a player from the Bear Country, received blessings from desert camels. Note: desert camels do not belong to the ranks of ferocious beasts and have extremely strong self-healing capabilities. Unless they die, as long as any organ fragments remain, they can be restored to their original state over time. They are known as desert resuscitators and control the balance of the desert environment. Ability. Note: being recognized means you will be treated as a VIP. Desert Camel will regard the target as one of its own. Desert Camel is willing to help the target complete everything without destroying the desert environment or harming itself. Note: after receiving the blessing of the Desert Camel, except that the self-healing ability of the Desert Camel cannot be used, you can enjoy all the conveniences given to them by the desert environment. Note: regeneration often depends on the size of the recovery volume required. Studio. Holy shit! Damn it! Here we go again, good things always come to Xiao Litsi and the others. It's not them, it's Xiao Litsi alone. Xiao Feizi and Vika are just accessories, leg pendants. Little Plum, I'm so annoyed. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Good things guys, no, you smell so good, Biliu. I will chase you, if I catch up with you, you will let me have a hey hey. Bia Lu. The guy above, can you drive? I'm convinced too. After the secret realm prompt ended, little dots of light suddenly appeared on the camels. Soon it gathered into a huge light group, and then the light group dispersed to Li Hao and the other two people. A dazzling golden light flashed through, and Li Hao immediately felt the change. The most intuitive manifestation is that the sun's rays are no longer as hot as before. It's just warm and makes people feel very comfortable. The yellow sand under my feet also seemed to have lost its flow, and walking on it felt like walking on flat ground. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. It seems that the effect of blessing is the same and will not change with the distance between relatives. After that, Vika remained silent, preferring to stay with the sand bear. And Fawad was jumping around excitedly because he had gained new abilities. Li Hao once again took out some fruits and distributed them to the camels. This move moved them again and made them cry. After waving, Li Hao greeted the two Miha brothers who had just been arranged to hide behind the rocks. Only then did the leading camel realize that there were two more creatures. He also knows these two creatures, desert dwarves. Just hearing it hum a few times, the camels gathered together again and fell on the Miha brothers. Miha and Midi were very excited after feeling the changes in their bodies. There was also an imperceptible blush on his dark face. The two of them couldn't help but be excited. What a blessing from the angel of God! I have only heard of this thing, never seen it. The most recent time was a kobold who was lucky enough to obtain it 1,000 years ago. It is said that he rescued a little camel in the desert and successfully escorted it back to the group. After that, the kobold was blessed, and the yellow sand and the scorching sun could no longer hinder him. At this time, the camels already regarded Li Hao as one of their own, so naturally there was no need to target him again. Li Hao and others have all received blessings, and the leading camel does not think that any creature dares to attack them. So he hummed a few times and reluctantly led the tribe away. The dwarfs did not dare to come out, and the first batch of reinforcements led by Qing Feng had just left. To be honest, Li Hao felt a little bored now. He yawned and sat down directly in the shade of the stone. Miha ran over with excitement on his face. Have you also accepted the blessing from the divine messenger? Li Hao nodded, yawned, and said, yeah, what's wrong? Midi said in astonishment, then why do you react like this? Li Hao looked puzzled, then how should I react? Miha covered his forehead. He just didn't know what blood pressure was, otherwise he would definitely say that his blood pressure was a bit high now. Shouldn't you be excited? This is a blessing. The blessing of an angel. Hearing this, Li Hao had a look of astonishment and shock on his face. He raised his hands in the air, ah! God has blessed me. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Then he looked at Miha and Midi and asked, are you satisfied with this? Studio. Damn it. Xiao Litzi is so perfunctory, can his acting be more professional? I think this is good. After all, Xiao Litzi and the others are not secret creatures. How can they feel the same as the Aborigines? That's right, I think it's the fault of the desert dwarves anyway. How can there be any reason to impose one's own beliefs on others? He's just lazy. You still don't know him? He only has enthusiasm for what he's interested in, and he's always hot for 3 minutes. The two Miha brothers were a little helpless when they saw each other's performance. He turned around and went to find Fawad, who was having fun, feeling that he had more in common with him. The person who disturbed him was gone, and Li Hao was happy to be at peace. He leaned against the stone and narrowed his eyes slightly. Without the influence of the desert climate, it is really comfortable to feel the breeze. Just when Li Hao felt sleepy and was about to fall into a deep sleep, the feeling of the ground shaking suddenly made the sleepiness disappear. He knew that the second reinforcements had probably arrived, and there seemed to be quite a lot of them. It was strange that they could make such a big movement, so little. He stood up, put up an awning with his hands and looked into the distance. At first glance, Li Hao immediately laughed. This world is really too small, and things are so coincidental. Not far away, I saw a black cloud coming close to the ground. That's right. The second batch of reinforcements are desert army ants. This is the combination of the resuscitators and the destroyers. The two Miha brothers were extremely scared at the moment. This army ant was the most terrifying existence in the desert. Miha only saw 3 of them who were still alive after seeing them. Although the 3 of them didn't look like they were caught at the time, and they even brought out the flowing metal. They must have made some sort of deal. But he couldn't guarantee whether the army ants would let them go this time. The two brothers hugged each other tightly, gaining strength like this. Then he looked at Li Hao and the others and found that they were not panicked, but rather looked happy. At this time, Li Hao took out a shiny golden object. After feeling this thing, the marching ant colony was advancing with a turbulent momentum. It only paused for a few seconds and then receded like a tide. Midi looked shocked, while Miha stuttered and said, this, you control the ant colony. Li Hao shrugged and said casually, okay, the reinforcements are gone, let's attack in general. Then he took out the big loudspeaker made of cardboard and shouted, listen to the dwarfs inside. You have been surrounded. Surrender quickly. Food. Wealth. Women, ahem. Minerals. We all want it. Chapter 42. The second reinforcements retreated without a fight, and the words were finished. The group of people waited for a while, but the enemy did not come out to surrender, only a few dwarfs jumped out to resist. Li Hao's idea is to be polite first and then fight. I must give you a chance to surrender first. But since you don't need it, don't blame us for going in. So, I was ready to enter the cave. Sand bears are left outside because of their size. And it thought that its father bear was going to leave him again, so he just started to behave and roll around. Vika tried so hard but couldn't comfort her for a while. In the end, I could only choose to stay with it. Li Hao took the lead and entered the cave, followed closely by the others. Needless to say, this Qing Feng collar doesn't look high-end from the outside, but it's something special inside. Only a short distance from the entrance of the cave is narrow. After going through this journey, it can be said that it is suddenly enlightened in the scale of a standard city. The streets are neat, the houses on both sides are orderly, and there are even some flowers, plants, and trees dotted among them. It's better than the dwarf city, at least it's made of masonry. At this time, Miha suddenly remembered something and asked, we haven't discussed the issue of prisoners of war before. Do you want to kill them all? Hearing this, Li Hao smiled and waved his hands. How is that possible? Just watch and deal with the prisoners of war. We are not interested. We only want food, wealth, and minerals. After saying that, he thought about it and added, if the food is disgusting, you don't have to do it. After all, if you look at the different races, their food may not be edible for us. Miha looked at Li Hao, who was walking forward swaggeringly without any precautions. To be honest, he felt that his knowledge had been subverted. From the moment I get to know the other person, this person always has an attitude as if everything doesn't matter. Let's not talk about being in the desert before, although the wilderness is full of dangers. As long as you are lucky, you may not actually encounter it. But where is this place now? This is the enemy's base camp. Isn't it a little bad to be so casual again? Why don't you just go back to your own home? Is it okay to be a little defensive? Miha felt a headache and looked at Fawad subconsciously. He hoped to find the sense of crisis he deserved from Li Hao's fellow racer. However, he was destined to be disappointed. At this glance, it was found that Fawad's attitude was even worse than Li Hao's. Good guy. He just barely had the words "I'm home" written on his face. And the curious look on his face and the sparkle in his eyes. From Miha's point of view, it's more like saying, I'm going. I haven't been back for a while, and my home has become more grand and awesome. Miha quietly approached Fawad and asked in a low voice, Brother Fawad, are you always like this? Not paying attention at all? Yes. Fawad nodded, and then asked in confusion, pay attention? Pay attention to what? Miha was confused by this question. What else should you pay attention to? How unprepared are you? What should you pay attention to? Pay attention to the danger. Miha was helpless. Don't you know what to pay attention to? You have the nerve to ask me what to pay attention to. Fawad scratched his head and asked again, danger? What danger should we pay attention to? Mi Hao felt like he was going crazy and thought, can we still have fun together? Are you all crazy? Why do you find it so difficult to communicate? It's dangerous. Mi Hao patiently broke open and crushed it and explained, it's just danger, all kinds of dangers, environment, ferocious beasts, weather. After saying this, he thought about it and continued, it is a situation that can endanger your lives. Fawad finally nodded in understanding this time, and then immediately shook his head, we encountered it, but it's not life-threatening, right? Let me tell you, the thunderstorms in the rainforest are very domineering, and the lightning rain. Click, that's awesome. There were also monkeys, and then they all died inexplicably. I also met a pack of wolves, and then they recognized me as their master. I've also seen the world-breaking scorpion, a ferocious beast with no solution. It's super powerful, but its son is a good friend of mine, so it's okay. There are also those army ants from before. I don't know what happened, but my elder brother took care of them. Then there are those camels before. That's all I know. I don't know what happened before my eldest brother and I met. Looking at Fawad counting on his fingers while telling the story, Mi Hao became more and more frightened. He doesn't know what a monkey is, so he won't comment. Although I have never seen a wolf, my ancestors have recorded it. Thousands of years ago, the desert wolf was also one of the 4 overlords in this desert, but it suddenly disappeared later. The world-breaking scorpion. This is an invincible existence and a well-deserved one of the overlords. That is to say, it never leaves its territory. Otherwise, would there still be any living creatures in the desert? Desert marching ants, desert destroyers, whoever encounters them will die, there is no problem with being one of the overlords. From now on, unless the divine envoy dies of old age, anyone who hurts it will die, without any exception, and the overlord will be treated as such. I won't mention the first ones, but the latter 3 are taboos in the hearts of desert creatures. No one has ever seen them in the past 1,000 years. Of course, the first 2 are because everyone they have seen is dead, while the latter is so elusive that it is impossible to see them. Midi on the side was also horrified, shouting in his heart, I'm going. This is danger, this is dangerous, this is not life-threatening, so what is life-threatening? Mi Hao felt that his whole body was not well at this time, and his cognitive subversion was no longer enough to describe his current state. Now it must be said that his cognition has been completely destroyed. His eyes were dull and he murmured, so? Is that why you are like this, not paying attention to anything wherever you go? Fawad was puzzled, pay attention, how can you not pay attention? Hearing this, Mi Hao suddenly regained his energy and asked quickly, you will also pay attention? What should you pay attention to? He looked at Mi Hao and then glanced at Midi, who was listening with his ears propped up. You don't understand this? You want me to teach you? Fawad looked disgusted. Seeing the Mi Hao brothers nodding vigorously, Fawad continued, of course, pay attention to the income. Does the other party have money? Resources, are they worth grabbing, taking? Well, that's probably what I mean. It also depends on whether the other person is a bad person. We won't hurt good people. The 2 Mi Hao brothers nodded vigorously again and did not refute. Anyway, their cognition had been destroyed, so they could just accept whatever they were given. After talking and laughing all the way, the group arrived at the central square of the city. Li Hao scratched his head, he was a little irritable now. Only halfway through did he remember that he didn't know the road. Do you want to capture a prisoner to lead the way? But along the way, let alone anyone, not even a hair was seen. Suddenly, there was a loud clicking sound, and many dwarf soldiers wearing armor emerged from around the square, forming a siege. The 2 Midi brothers panicked and their faces turned ashen. At this time, 2 dwarfs, one old and one young, appeared on a high platform in the square. The old man is dressed in a cloth robe, and the young man is wearing a gorgeous armor, which reflects the gleaming light under the light. It was Hela and Demi. At this time, Ji-la twisted his beard and chuckled, everything was just as he expected. Dim looked at Hela with admiration. Originally, he planned to kill the old man after the war. But now it seems that we can only give up this idea for the time being. This old man is still troubled, but he still has a chance at the critical moment. If it weren't for him this time, Qing Feng leader would probably be doomed. It turned out that after the second reinforcements withdrew, Dim was completely panicked and even thought of escaping. At this time, Hela stood up and asked everyone to shrink into the inner city and let the enemy in. After they arrived at the central square, they sent out troops to surround them. The open square has an unobstructed view and there are not many bunkers, so they will die without a burial place. When Dim heard this, he thought it made sense and immediately ordered to act according to the plan. No, this is the scene now. As soon as the siege was formed, Dim felt that he would win this time. Just as he was about to speak, Li Hao spoke first. Old man, are you the top leader of Qing Feng leader? I advise you to surrender quickly so that you can take care of yourself. Hearing what the other party said, if Hela said she was unhappy, it would definitely be a lie, and a smile immediately bloomed on her face. Do you see it? This is recognition, this is temperament, and this is style. However, he is happy because Hela does not want to get involved in the position of city lord. So the smile only appeared for a moment before he controlled it and restrained it. Dim's face was livid, he stared at Li Hao with evil eyes, and sneered, "Hey! That man! What joke are you talking about?" Li Hao said in confusion, "A joke? I didn't tell a joke. Besides, how cold is a joke that doesn't make anyone laugh?" As soon as these words came out, Dim felt that the other party was a little stupid and did not understand the meaning of his words, so he explained, "You who are surrounded actually persuade us to surrender. Isn't this a big joke?" Li Hao held his chin and thought for a while, then suddenly put on a look of realization, "Well, that's the truth, then I am announcing now that you are surrounded, surrender quickly, and hand over all the good things." How could Dim not understand at this time? The other party didn't understand, he was just teasing himself. And he was so stupid that he cooperated with others. He was really stupid. "You're looking for death." Dim felt like he was about to go crazy. He picked up the bow and arrow next to him, drew a full moon, and shot at Li Hao. Although Dim, the big boss, was incompetent at his job, he was afraid of death and was short-sighted. But I have to say that the force value is still not low. This arrow was powerful and heavy, and it arrived in front of Li Hao in an instant. The two Mohammadi brothers were extremely scared at this time. They didn't want to open their eyes and watch their friend die, but they were also afraid that they would miss the last moment by closing their eyes. Li Hao, on the other hand, had a relaxed and comfortable attitude, casually moving his shoulders, and the arrow just missed him. Well, near miss. It seems to be a simple and random action, but judging from his ability, as long as he makes a movement to change his body posture, even if he coughs, this arrow must not hit him. God-level luck against the heavens, such confidence. After the crisis passed, the two Mohammadi brothers collapsed on the ground in fear, gasping for air. And Li Hao still had the intention to ridicule the other party. He turned his back to Dim and the two of them, slapped his buttocks and shouted, "Hey! He didn't hit me! I'm so mad at the monkey!" Then he turned around and looked at Hela and said, "Let me tell you, old man, how do you manage your men? Do you dare to attack without your order? You are such an unprofessional leader. Oh, besides, your subordinates aren't very good at it. They don't even have the right head. They're so useless." Hearing this, Hela gritted her back molars and made a clicking sound. "Is it okay to sow discord? How can I continue to enjoy the happy life of a city lord who is not the city lord? Shut up! Shut up the hell! Just as he was about to explain, he heard a deafening roar next to him. At this time, Dim was panting like an ox, and his eyes were blood red. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow, and fired 3 arrows directly. I thought to myself, damn it, an arrow made you dodge last time. I'll see how you dodge this time. If I don't shoot you to death, it's hard to relieve the hatred in my heart. When the arrow came out, Dim raised the corners of his mouth and smiled knowingly, but this smile was full of cruelty. However, his smile did not last long before he completely froze. Dim's arrow was based on the idea of killing, so he used all his strength. And with the blessing of anger, it can be said to be super-level performance, with the lethality reaching 120%. Everything was originally as expected, but who would have thought that it wouldn't take long for the 3 arrows to be shot? A gust of breeze blew by, and the arrow turned around inexplicably and flew back. By coincidence, all of it hit Hela next to her. Fawad was already used to seeing all this. Although Li Hao had seen it once, he was still very surprised when he saw it again. This. Among the group of people, only Midi was a little embarrassed. He pointed forward with an expression of disbelief. He didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Also shocked was the big boss Dim. He really wanted to kill Hela before, but he didn't want to anymore. Just when he was about to explain, he heard Li Hao's voice, damn it. It's so accurate. I just said you were not accurate and you performed beyond your level. Then, regardless of whether Hela was dead or not, and whether he could hear it or not, he continued, old man, you are so bad at judging people. It seems that your men have been planning for a long time and have wanted to kill you for a long time. Hearing this, Hela's eyes widened and she looked straight at Dim. She raised her hand tremblingly and pointed at him, her lips moving as if she was questioning something. But what came out casually were not words, but some blue blood foam. These words even made the surrounding dwarf soldiers look at the big leader in confusion. Seeing this, Dim couldn't argue. He had indeed planned it for a long time,